immense confidence in its intelligence apparatus, there's no way they wouldn't uncover any clues when investigating global affairs. Everyone agreed with this assessment. They immediately discussed the plan, deciding to wait for the right moment to make the revelation public. Dragon Slayer was caught off guard. Using second-hand chips to manufacture phones would undoubtedly provoke intense consumer backlash. By then, everyone will demand refunds from Longwei Company, and it might even go bankrupt. They dispatched personnel to investigate, purchasing several Longwei phones for disassembly and inspection. As soon as they confirmed the chips inside the phones were second-hand, they immediately announced the news. They purchased a large number of phones for testing, only to discover that the chips showed no signs of prior use. They were all brand new. This left the technicians scratching their heads. It seemed Longwei had been extremely cautious. The phones with second-hand chips weren't being sold openly, they must have been distributed to more remote areas. These consumers didn't have high demands for the phones, they only cared about the brand name. Even if the chips were second-hand and performance was slightly affected, they wouldn't notice unless playing large-scale games. They dispatched personnel to remote regions and countries to purchase phones, continuously dismantling them to gather evidence. During this period, Huaxia aircraft deliveries proceeded smoothly, finally surpassing 500 units, prompting a celebratory ceremony. Airlines had assumed they would never again be able to purchase Huaxia's domestically produced passenger aircraft. Unexpectedly, deliveries remained remarkably smooth, unaffected by chip shortages. This left everyone feeling quite puzzled. Had domestic aircraft suddenly overcome their chip shortage? Or has the US secretly lifted restrictions and resumed chip supplies to China? But that seems unlikely. If restrictions were truly lifted, they would certainly announce it with great fanfare. Moreover, China would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. Given M's nature, they wouldn't let China gain an advantage without securing substantial benefits in return. The airline president discreetly inquired about the situation. But each time, he only received vague answers. The US restrictions haven't been lifted, but delivery isn't a concern. As long as the contracts are signed, the aircraft will be delivered smoothly and on schedule. The airline president was even more confused. How could they produce the aircraft without the chips? Yet the aircraft they received were remarkably efficient, with exceptionally low fuel consumption. Now they are prioritizing domestic aircraft for their flights, operating them continuously whenever possible. The longer the domestically produced aircraft flew, the more money they earned. In just a few short months, major airlines have already reaped significant benefits. The aircraft started turning a profit from the very first day of operation. Moreover, the domestically produced aircraft are exceptionally fuel efficient, so pilots don't need to worry about conserving fuel at all. Pilots simply increase throttle to fly at maximum speed. Faster speeds mean no delays, making flights increasingly punctual. Complaints against airlines dwindled, while passenger satisfaction soared. Airline executives are overjoyed. As airlines purchase more and more domestically produced aircraft, they will reap enormous profits. While it was initially anticipated that China's passenger aircraft manufacturing would soon stall, aircraft deliveries have proceeded remarkably smoothly. This has made foreign passenger aircraft manufacturers increasingly uneasy. What the hell is going on? Huaxia's aircraft manufacturing clearly lacks chips. How can they keep delivering without a hitch? Investigate immediately. Get to the bottom of this. Aviation manufacturers from country M have gone to protest to the president, claiming that sanctions against Huaxia have not been enforced. Even now, China can still easily obtain the chips it needs. Upon receiving the news, the US president flew into a rage. He summoned all top officials to the White House and gave them a thorough dressing down. You bunch of idiots. China only has 400 sets of passenger aircraft chips. How have they already delivered 500 aircraft smoothly and are still continuing deliveries? And despite sanctions against Longwei Corporation, they're still selling phones. Who can give me a reasonable explanation? This can't be possible. The chips for passenger aircraft are extremely complex. China's own semiconductor manufacturers simply can't produce them. They absolutely must be imported from our country. They absolutely cannot manufacture those chips. The commerce minister shouted, his voice breaking. Damn it, something must have gone wrong somewhere. Could there be a mole in our country? Someone must be smuggling chips secretly, otherwise China couldn't possibly have enough for its needs. Someone immediately interjected. The National Security Bureau must investigate immediately and arrest every single one of these traitors. China's technological advancements pose too great a threat to us. Their production must be halted immediately. The M-Nation president ordered without delay. Chapter 88, What's going on? Phones selling better than chips. Longwei Corporation's phone sales stunned the world, propelling them to become the global leader in mobile manufacturing. Not only did the sanctions fail to impact Longwei's operations, they actually served as excellent advertising for the company. Fearful they might never get their hands on a Longwei phone again, consumers rushed to buy them in droves. This forced Longwei's production lines to operate around the clock. Even so, Longwei couldn't maintain any inventory. Whatever is produced sells out immediately. Meanwhile, domestically produced passenger aircraft were being delivered smoothly, contrary to industry insiders' expectations that domestic aircraft would halt production due to chip shortages. Many people sensed something was amiss. Online discussions began to surface. Weren't we told that both Longwei phones and domestic airliners would halt production due to chip shortages? How come sales are still so strong? Yesterday, Longwei Mobile even announced on its official website that it would release a new phone, with a launch event scheduled soon. If they truly lack chips, what's the point of launching a new phone? Has Longwei somehow broken through the sanctions? Something just doesn't feel right. It seems Longwei isn't short on chips at all. Could it be that our country can now produce chips independently? No way, you're overthinking it. They must be burning through old stockpiles. Currently, only one factory can manufacture high-end chips. And our domestic chip factories? Their technology is just too primitive to be used in smartphones. The chips will probably run out soon. It was just a bit of leftover stock. We'll never be able to buy Longwei phones again. I'm going to buy one to show my support. More and more netizens are discussing this, with some even posting serious countdown timers. Longwei phones will be completely sold out in just over 2 weeks, no more chips left. Yet some still disagree with this assessment. Domestic passenger aircraft deliveries have always proceeded smoothly. There's never been any mention of delivery issues. Longwei phones aren't advertising chip shortages either. Especially since they keep releasing new models. If they were truly short on chips, why would they waste time developing new models? Do they have so much money they don't know what to do with it? Why would they frantically develop new phones only to not sell them? I believe Longwei has definitely found an alternative solution. Either they can procure chips or they've resolved the chip manufacturing issue. Didn't they say South Korea can produce chips too? They might have already started outsourcing production to South Korea. It's impossible for South Korea to remain America's lapdog forever. If America gives the order, South Korea would never dare to manufacture for Longwei. That means China has already broken through chip production technology and can now manufacture chips independently. Forget about it, I'm in the industry. Currently, the most advanced domestic chips can only be produced at the 100 nanometer level. Producing 16 nanometer mobile chips is simply beyond our capabilities. Don't forget we have Lin Hai in our country. He once said any technology in the world can be mastered within 3 months. And since he hasn't been attending classes lately, I guarantee he's been developing lithography machine technology. Maybe within a year, our own high-end chips will hit the market. That's laughable. Who'd have thought anyone would still pin their hopes on Lin Hai at this point? A lithography machine is such a complex piece of equipment, incorporating the world's most advanced technologies. How could he possibly develop it alone? It's a massive industrial chain. Only one company in the entire world can produce it. Even if they worked him to death, they couldn't produce such cutting-edge equipment. The previous comment makes sense. People are making Lin Hai out to be some kind of god. Just because he won a Nobel Prize once, he thinks he's invincible. This guy has absolutely no sense of reverence. He's gone around bragging everywhere. He's only good at aircraft lithography machines or worlds apart from planes. They're entirely different technologies. 3 months might not even be enough to finish reading the manual. How could he possibly master such complex technology? Faced with widespread cynicism and ridicule, many netizens didn't know how to counter it. The crux is that claiming to master such complex technology in 3 months is simply too exaggerated. Some netizens made very valid points. With such intricate technology and equipment, how could one possibly master it in 3 months when they couldn't even draw the blueprints? Even with the entire nation's resources mobilized, catching up within 3 to 5 years is far from guaranteed. Many of Lin Hai's followers also doubt that high-end lithography machines could be developed in such a short time. Yet the more people doubted it, the stranger the situation became. Everyone knows Longwei's phone chips are about to run out, yet their sales keep surging day by day. Another 10 days passed, and Longwei was poised to claim the global sales crown once more. This finally pushed M Nation to the brink. Without uncovering any evidence, they issued a direct announcement. A shocking revelation exploded across the internet. Longwei Corporation was removing chips from recycled second-hand phones and installing them in new devices to boost sales. This constituted consumer fraud and demanded severe punishment. The news immediately plunged Longwei into a crisis of trust. Sales plummeted immediately, with many customers demanding refunds. Longwei never imagined anyone would dare leak such information. Utter nonsense. They promptly issued a statement declaring that Longwei had never used second-hand chips. All chips in their phones are brand new. Longwei Company would take legal action against those spreading false information and had already reported the matter to the police. After seeing Longwei's statement, many people once again became confused. Which side was telling the truth? Longwei has issued a reward. Anyone who discovers a phone with a second-hand chip can seek compensation from the company. Especially after this reward was announced, the vast majority of people believe Longwei. However, those spreading false information persist in claiming Longwei must have used second-hand chips. They even released a large amount of data. They claim this data proves Longwei sold more phones than the quantity of chips they ordered. This compelling evidence caused many to doubt Longwei. Where could all these phones come from if there weren't enough chips? Many immediately demanded Longwei provide an explanation. But Longwei had already promised the National Defense University to conceal the information as much as possible. To buy time for the National Defense University. From the very beginning, it had been agreed that the news of domestic high-end chip production would not be disclosed. Unexpectedly, sales during this period had been exceptionally strong. Some had even begun investigating Longwei, and based on sales figures, discovered that the number of phones sold had exceeded the quantity of chips purchased. This issue had indeed become extremely difficult to explain away. Chapter 89, Announcement. The more Longwei Company avoided direct responses, the more those foreign forces believed their suspicions were confirmed. They grew increasingly smug. Tagging Longwei Company's official account. Didn't you claim you weren't using second-hand chips? Where did these extra chips come from? Longwei uses only its own proprietary chips, not Qualcomm from the US. Did your chips just materialize out of thin air? The tide turned instantly. This clearly proves Longwei has issues. Moreover, Longwei has never directly addressed the matter. The longer they avoid explanation, the more it feels like they're hiding something. Longwei Corporation now faced immense pressure. The president of Longwei had no choice but to call Li Xiuzhang to discuss countermeasures. Academicianly, Longwei has caught the attention of the United States. They've calculated that our phone sales have surpassed our chip sales. They suspect our phone figures are fabricated. If we can't clarify this, the consequences will be severe. President Longwei said with a wry smile. I've seen these reports too. I never imagined M country would keep pursuing this relentlessly. They won't even let us gain a little advantage. We can keep domestic passenger aircraft projects confidential, but phones are sold globally. We can't let this issue cause too much disruption. I'll call Lin Hai immediately to seek his advice. Alright, get on it right away. Lin Hai was currently at the vineyard. A rare chance for a date with Li Moore. After months of cultivation, the grapes had successfully borne fruit. What was truly thrilling was that these grapes were indeed shaped like stars and hearts. All the students were incredibly excited. Regardless of their taste, the shapes alone were utterly captivating. Especially for the girls, they simply couldn't resist such adorable shapes. They rushed to the vineyard after school to tend to the grapes. Cultivating these grapes required highly specialized techniques and meticulous care. Moreover, Lin Hai made a promise to everyone. After graduation, if they can't find good jobs, they can always return to work in agriculture. They could cultivate this very grape variety. Everyone will receive authorization to cultivate this variety and export it overseas. Through exports, they would earn foreign exchange for the nation. As long as they avoid price wars, these premium grapes could always command high prices. After all, their symbolic significance is simply too strong. Especially when couples in love use this fruit as a gift, it easily wins the other's heart. Valentine's Day is now celebrated worldwide, and China even has 2 Valentine's Days. Sales volume during these holidays alone will be enormous. Even cultivating tens of thousands of acres of grapes would be entirely feasible. This is truly a sunrise industry, offering massive profits. Mastering grape cultivation techniques can earn you more than working for a big corporation. Lin Hai, you've been so busy lately, you have no idea how excited we all got when we saw the shape of the grapes. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the day these grapes ripen. Just imagine tasting these grapes. Li Moore gazed at the grapes, her face radiant with happiness. These grapes aren't bad at all. The green ones taste similar to sunlight rose grapes. The red ones taste similar to red rose grapes. And they all carry a slight tang, sweet and sour. The more you eat, the more you crave. After all, they symbolize sweet romance. How could they taste bad? Lin Hai said with a smile. You're absolutely right. I hope the grapes ripen soon. I really want to taste them. Soon. They'll definitely be ripe by Valentine's Day. They'll be ready for market then, and I'm sure they'll sell out completely. It's a shame we planted so few vines. Next year we'll expand the scale of cultivation and can even export them overseas earlier. As they chatted, Lin Hai's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Li Xiuzhang calling, Lin Hai answered immediately. Director, hello. Lin Hai, I'd like to consult your opinion on something. Li Xiuzhang explained the inquiry from President Longwei. Lin Hai smiled and said, since it's already been discovered overseas, we might as well just announce the news directly. Anyway, since lithography machines now all use our own technology, the US simply lacks the capability to impose sanctions. The only downside to announcing this is that foreign chip manufacturers will undoubtedly accelerate their R&D efforts. 8 nanometers chips may hit the market soon. We cannot match that capability yet. We must wait until the next generation lithography machines are developed before we can officially surpass M country. No problem. Didn't you say EUV development could be completed within a year? The current 16 nanometers chips can hold the line for a while. Li Xiuzhang stated. Then have Longwei Corporation announce the news. Ideally, it should be a joint announcement by our National Defense University and Longwei Corporation. I'll explore every avenue to see if we can continue modifying the lithography machines. If foreign countries produce 8 nanometers chips, ours shouldn't lag too far behind. Alright, I'm putting this matter in your hands. Whether you need personnel or investment, both the National Defense University and the Research Institute will fully support you. After obtaining Lin Hai's approval, Li Xiuzhang called the president of Longwei to jointly announce the breakthrough in domestic lithography machine technology. Both companies jointly issued a statement confirming that the National Defense University had achieved a breakthrough in lithography machine technology. All chips currently used by Longwei are now manufactured under contract by the National Defense University. The news hit the internet like a tornado. Holy crap, I never dreamed the National Defense University's technology was this advanced. They've already broken through the 16 nanometer chip barrier? That's insane. Lin Hai is nothing short of a genius re-engineering domestic lithography machines and achieving 16 nanometers process breakthroughs in such a short time. Master Lin, I must kneel and apologize to you. I was wrong. I really shouldn't have doubted you. This is seriously mind-blowing. Master Lin never brags, yet he's already mastered lithography machine technology in such a short time. No wonder Longwei Company isn't panicking. They've secured ample chip supplies. Domestic passenger aircraft are also being produced smoothly. When M Nation imposed sanctions, they thought passenger aircraft production would cease forever. But they never imagined that the chips used in these airliners are now entirely domestic. No need to buy from M country at all. This news is absolutely thrilling. I wonder how the US president feels right now. I bet TSMC's CEO is crying his eyes out in the bathroom. Another formidable competitor has emerged. Let's see if they can keep raking in profits under the radar. Once the National Defense University ramps up production, TSMC's bankruptcy won't be far off. The entire nation is filled with immense excitement, every person radiating pride with beaming smiles. Chapter 90, Market Upheaval. Upon hearing this news, foreign experts and netizens were all stunned into speechlessness. Western leaders, in particular, were so furious they nearly smashed their desks. Damn it! Absolutely outrageous. How on earth did China achieve such a breakthrough in cutting-edge technology? This is absolutely abnormal. Investigate whether anyone leaked the technology or if our technology has been stolen. We must apprehend these spies immediately. This might be a false lead from China, we can't trust it completely. We must send people to investigate this thoroughly. No matter what, I refuse to believe China truly possesses the capability to produce 16-nanometer chips. According to their supply chain investigation, the components required for lithography machines are all at the 100-nanometer level. Such machines are fundamentally incapable of producing 16-nanometer chips. We must prepare two strategies. First, investigate the authenticity of China's chip production. Second, we must expedite the shipment of the latest lithography machines to establish a significant technological lead over Huaxia. We must render 16-nanometer chips obsolete technology. The M nation's leadership swiftly formulated a new strategy: employ every means to restrict Huaxia's development. After all, their annual chip exports amount to trillions of dollars. Moreover, chip manufacturing yields exceptionally high profit margins. Should China break through with new technology, all Western nations would suffer massive losses. Losing such a massive market would drastically reduce their profits. It could even threaten national security. Therefore, they must spare no effort in suppressing China to reclaim the chip market. Moreover, Longwei Corporation's recent progress has been too rapid, far surpassing them in the communications sector. They must suppress Longwei Corporation to maintain their global dominance in the communications industry. Originally, they held all the trump cards. They could have crushed Longwei Corporation outright. But then China announced it could produce 16-nanometer chips, catching Western nations completely off guard. Western netizens reacted with mixed emotions. Some offered congratulations, others felt immense pressure, while many now view China as the greatest threat. The flood of comments instantly dominated social feeds. This news became the world's hottest headline. China is truly remarkable. They've shattered the US's monopoly in such a short time. They have successfully mastered the production of 16-nanometer chips. It's easy to imagine China monopolizing the chip market in the very near future. The Chinese are incredibly hardworking. Once they break through any technology, they can make it extremely affordable. Perhaps mobile phones will soon see a significant price drop. I've always said the future belongs to China. It will become the world's most powerful leader. We should start learning the Chinese language right now and prepare to work in China in the future. Truly, our ironclad ally, our nation enjoys exceptionally strong ties with China. When China grows stronger, we rejoice alongside them. China will always be the strongest. With geniuses like Lin Hai, I believe China will soon become the world's most powerful nation. Let M nation continue to tremble. You'll never be a match for China. Waging wars everywhere has drained M nation of vast sums of money and created countless enemies. But the consequences of your actions will soon catch up with you. When your reign as world's dominant power ends, every nation you've oppressed will rise to fight back. Regardless, after the news broke, two industries were hit hardest. The first is TSMC, whose core business is chip foundry services. After China broke through in chip technology, it would no longer need TSMC for manufacturing. Especially the most mature and profitable 32-nanometer chips, China can now produce them independently. Moreover, China now accounts for the majority of global chip orders. After all, China is the world's manufacturing powerhouse. Nearly 70–80% of the world's electronic products are manufactured in Huaxia. Chinese companies can now fully adopt domestically produced chips to support national development. TSMC will soon face a massive blow, with their orders drastically reduced. TSMC's stock plummeted over 30% that very day, and it's obvious that the stock will continue to decline for quite some time. The second industry to be impacted is passenger aircraft manufacturers. The entire Western commercial aircraft production chain has been disrupted. China can produce its own passenger aircraft engines and even manufacture its own chips. The most critical technologies are now fully mastered. Most importantly, China's passenger aircraft are exceptionally fuel efficient, prompting many nations to seek procurement of its technology. Provided China's aircraft safety can be proven, purchasing them would yield substantial cost savings. No company could resist such an opportunity. After all, fuel-efficient aircraft can carry more cargo and passengers while flying farther distances. With such substantial advantages, airlines can easily turn a profit. Lower operating costs mean lower ticket prices, which in turn attract more passengers. The global market is finite. The more aircraft purchased from Huaxia, the more sharply sales of aircraft from both the United States and Europe would plummet. Suddenly, it felt as though China had rapidly risen to prominence, seemingly surpassing the United States in strength. Now, virtually every industry is no longer constrained by M nation's restrictions. If this trend continues, China's economy will rapidly surpass that of the United States. The attitudes of many smaller nations toward China have begun to undergo significant shifts. Some leaders of smaller nations have even announced visits to China. Naturally, the acquisition of technology and semiconductors will be a primary focus of these discussions. As the key contributor, Lin Hai still spends most of his time sleeping. He either dozed off in the research institute or fell asleep during lectures in the classroom. No one complained about Lin Hai sleeping in class anymore. On the contrary, they felt more at ease knowing he was asleep during lectures. Every student took pride in sharing a classroom with someone like Lin Hai. The ability to produce high-end chips had the leaders of Huaxia incredibly excited. They immediately convened a meeting to begin planning for the trillion-dollar chip market. Huaxia Microelectronics could produce 100-nanometer lithography machines, and after Lin Hai's modifications, they could reach up to 16 nanometers. The nation must seize this opportunity to strategically plan the industry. Domestic companies should use domestically produced chips whenever possible. This would boost national tax revenue and create numerous job opportunities. It's important to note that the semiconductor industry offers high salaries, attracting a large pool of highly skilled talent. For the nation, this represents a highly valuable industry. Chapter 91: Layoffs when things go south. At a high-level meeting, the premier personally stated, "We must accelerate our strategic deployment and complete the construction of our chip industry before TSMC can react. Huaxia Microelectronics must ramp up production to its absolute maximum capacity. Produce as many lithography machines as possible and sell them to the National Defense University. Allocate additional land to the National Defense University to enable them to rapidly expand production capacity. Power facilities must be constructed without delay. Absolutely no setbacks are permitted." Everyone is recording the Prime Minister's orders. At this critical juncture, semiconductors are the nation's paramount priority. All units must provide direct, full-scale assistance to accomplish this. Rest assured, Prime Minister, the land allocated for the National Defense University has been finalized, and construction of the factory buildings has already commenced. Additionally, power facilities are being constructed at full speed and will be fully operational within a month at most. Chip production requires enormous amounts of electricity. I recommend building a power plant near the National Defense University. This will guarantee their power supply. The Prime Minister nodded upon hearing this and remarked, "This is an excellent proposal. If one power plant isn't enough, build two. Chips are a pillar industry for the nation. We must guarantee their normal production." Originally, Country M thought this was fake news released by China. They thought it was just a ploy to gain more leverage in chip procurement. But in recent times, Longwei Company's phones have been selling increasingly well. Their chip market has even suffered significant disruption. Only then did they realize China truly possesses chip manufacturing capabilities and its production capacity is rapidly expanding. It won't be long before TSMC faces the risk of collapse. To maintain its global technological edge, TSMC has cultivated a vast pool of highly skilled personnel. The annual R&D investment alone amounts to astronomical figures. Moreover, producing such vast quantities of chips requires purchasing extensive equipment, much of which necessitates upfront loans. Once production capacity is impacted, they face massive daily losses. Over time, even the largest enterprises cannot endure this. The most critical issue is that China is TSMC's primary chip customer. If China were to switch to domestically produced chips, TSMC would lose massive orders. Originally, when the US imposed sanctions on China's chip industry, TSMC seized the opportunity to raise chip prices. Little did they expect that their good fortune would be short-lived, as they now face the risk of bankruptcy. Upon receiving the confirmed news, TSMC's president flew into a rage, smashing everything on his desk to smithereens. Damn it! Absolutely infuriating. How could China break through chip technology so quickly when they clearly lack advanced photolithography technology? What on earth are we supposed to do now? My life's work is about to be completely ruined. Without the Huaxia market, Wanji Electronics simply couldn't survive. Watching the company's stock plummet day after day, the president sat slumped in his chair. It's over. Completely over. TSMC will never regain its former glory. The president poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Refusing to accept defeat, he roared, "No. I absolutely cannot concede. I still have the orders from Apple Inc. The M nation would never let fruit companies' orders fall into China's hands. As long as we can hold on to the fruit company offensive, TSMC will never fall." The president suddenly clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man, his entire demeanor instantly revitalized. He picked up the phone and dialed, "Gather all senior executives immediately. We're holding an emergency meeting to discuss layoffs. Every redundant employee must be let go to ensure the company's survival." TSMC's layoffs quickly drew external attention. Many people found this development quite normal. China had broken through chip technology barriers and could now independently produce the most advanced chips. TSMC's orders would inevitably be drastically reduced. Especially with Longwei Company's rapid growth, its smartphone sales are surging. For every additional smartphone sold by Longwei, Apple loses one sale. In the high-end smartphone segment, Longwei phones have consistently been Apple's direct competitors. Moreover, numerous other Chinese smartphone companies have announced plans to develop their own chips. This means they will either stop using or reduce their reliance on chips from the United States. This shift will undoubtedly have a significant impact on TSMC's order volume. Under these circumstances, the only way to prevent losses is through layoffs. TSMC's president has indeed demonstrated remarkable decisiveness by directly cutting half of the workforce. The majority of those laid off were technical personnel. For these laid-off technical employees, they essentially have only two options. The first option is to join either the US or South Korean chip companies, as only these two firms can produce semiconductors. However, the chip production capacity of these two companies is extremely limited, and they currently have no shortage of technical personnel. Only the most elite experts stand a chance of securing positions at these firms. The second option is to head to China. The National Defense University has successfully established production lines, with future capacity steadily increasing. A significant number of technical personnel will undoubtedly be required. Those laid off aren't panicking at all. The global pool of semiconductor technicians is finite, and the market is entirely fixed. TSMC may be struggling, but Huaxia is definitely facing a severe shortage of talent. Many are considering submitting resumes to the National Defense University. Moreover, people from Jeju Island have always possessed an inexplicable confidence. They believe that working in Huaxia requires treating them with utmost respect. They demand to be accorded the highest status. In their minds, people from Locomotive Island are inherently superior, while in China, even tea-flavored eggs are considered delicacies. They couldn't even afford pickled mustard greens or instant noodles. They believed it was China's privilege to have them work there. But upon logging onto the official website, they discovered there was no announcement regarding the recruitment of technical personnel on the National Defense University's site. This baffled them, and soon their confusion turned to fury. They took to online forums to vent. No wonder China's chips have always lagged so far behind. Just when chip technology finally made a breakthrough, the National Defense University doesn't even have a single job posting. Don't they realize producing chips requires a massive workforce of technical personnel? I had hoped to work in China and help them advance their chip manufacturing technology. Seems unnecessary now. This management style is far too sluggish. I'll head to the US instead. China has no future at all. They don't know how to attract technical talent, and their chips will be surpassed soon enough. These remarks quickly spread online. Many began to question the situation. China has finally made breakthroughs in chip technology and has a chance to surpass TSMC. Why such disregard for talent? National Defense University, step up. TSMC is laying off staff. Now's the perfect chance to recruit all their technical personnel. I hope the National Defense University will prioritize talent acquisition. Don't let these technical experts from Taiwanese companies slip away. Chapter 92, No Shortage of Talent. After hearing numerous reports on this matter, Li Xiaozhang grew increasingly anxious. TSMC's sudden mass layoffs presented a golden opportunity for recruitment. These are experienced technical staff who can hit the ground running once hired. No training would be needed. In this industry, such employees were absolute treasures. But Lin Hai never mentioned this matter. Had he forgotten? Li Xiaozhang found Lin Hai still snoring away in his chair. He hurriedly called out to wake him. Lin Hai, wake up first. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Lin Hai rubbed his eyes after being roused. What's up, boss? Base Semiconductor laid off a lot of people, mostly technical staff. Our chip factory is expanding at full speed. Should we hire all of them? These technicians are all skilled workers. Bringing them into our factory would be like acquiring TSMC's technology. This is a fantastic opportunity. Lin Hai chuckled. I thought it was something important. We don't want a single person from Wanji Electronics. These employees were all trained by TSMC, and they're all from the Motor Island region. They're incredibly arrogant and have always looked down on us Huaxia people. They have no sense of belonging to China whatsoever. They might even steal our technology and sell it on the black market once they're inside the factory. So I never considered hiring any of them. However, as our factory rapidly expands, we urgently need a large number of technical personnel. Training our own technicians would take far too long and be far too costly. I fear it could hinder the factory's normal development. Li Xiaochang said with deep concern. Although we can meet Longwei's demands, chip production capacity has consistently lagged behind. Many other electronics companies also expressed interest in purchasing Huaxia's own chips to show support for the national chip industry. However, the lithography machines purchased by the National Defense University are all domestically produced. Even if we acquire all the second-hand equipment available, production capacity still falls short. We still need a large number of lithography machines to expand production capacity. The more equipment we use, the more technical personnel we need to maintain it. Domestic lithography machines can operate around the clock, but training technicians proficient in chip production takes considerable time. If technicians lack sufficient skill, the yield rate of the produced chips will be problematic. Rest assured, our lithography machines are simpler, requiring far less technical expertise during production than TSMC's equipment. Training technicians will take considerably less time. Moreover, the manufacturing processes for my equipment differ fundamentally from other lithography machines, rendering their expertise unnecessary. Lin Hai explained with a smile. Li Xiaochang finally understood. The domestically produced lithography machines simplified the technology specifically for chip production. No wonder qualified chips were produced so quickly after the lithography machine production line inspection. So does this mean our chip factory won't have to worry about a shortage of technical staff in the future? Exactly. That's the point. Training qualified technicians takes minimal time. When we need more people, we'll just hire them directly. Such excellent positions should naturally be reserved for our own people. Those employees from the Locomotive Island can go wherever they please. Got it. I'll inform the principal right away so he doesn't have to worry. Soon after, an announcement appeared on the official website of the National Defense University. Huaxia Chip Factory currently has no shortage of employees. Any required technicians will be trained in-house. The moment this announcement went live, it caused an immediate uproar. What's going on? Chip production technicians have always been highly sought after, and training a qualified professional requires substantial investment of time, manpower, and resources. The National Defense University's production capacity must be rapidly expanding, yet they claim they have no shortage of personnel? No one would believe such a claim. Especially given how difficult it is for chip industry players to poach high-level technical talent. Most of the talent is concentrated at TSMC, and to lure them to work on the mainland, you'd have to offer at least triple the salary. Plus, you have to meet their many unreasonable demands. The National Defense University's capability to produce 16-nanometer chips means they can manufacture chips within the 16-nanometer range. The future prospects are extremely promising. Why can they claim there's no shortage of technical talent? Especially those laid-off employees from TSMC, they were all dumbfounded. They had all planned to make numerous demands when the National Defense University offered them jobs. Moreover, everyone planned to leverage each other's expertise to drive up their market value. In their view, even with equipment, the National Defense University would still be severely short of specialized talent. Yet they discovered that after being laid off, they truly faced unemployment. The National Defense University had no intention of hiring them. These individuals were now completely panicked. They had assumed that after being laid off from TSMC, they could still find excellent jobs, perhaps even command higher salaries. But to their dismay, the National Defense University they pinned their hopes on had no intention of hiring them. Moreover, neither Intel from the United States nor Samsung from South Korea had any intention of hiring them either. They were all watching the situation at China's National Defense University. Traditionally, whenever China breaks through with new technology, products made with that tech see massive price drops. Most of the market would be completely taken over by the National Defense University. Hiring too many people now would be tantamount to suicide. The over 10,000 laid-off workers suddenly found themselves unemployed, with no one willing to hire them. These individuals are flooding online forums with complaints. They claim the National Defense University's actions are utterly despicable. It's not that the National Defense University lacks personnel, they deliberately withhold hiring to drive down prices. Once they're completely desperate, they'll hire them at rock-bottom wages. Many people came up with various justifications, making them sound perfectly reasonable. As if not hiring them meant the factory was playing dirty tricks to avoid paying high wages. Many people have been swept up in this narrative. They believe the National Defense University truly intended to proceed this way, with those on the Locomotive Island particularly outraged. But Chinese netizens saw right through it. It's laughable these laid-off guys still think they're hot stuff. Where on earth do you get your confidence? I think the National Defense University made the right call not to recruit these people. I fully support it. They're nothing but lackeys of the US. How dare they act so arrogant before us on the Chinese mainland? It's time you face the truth. China doesn't need the likes of you. A bunch of pretentious jerks eating off the mainland's table while kicking it in the teeth. Well done, National Defense University. Let these scoundrels go starve. Chapter 93, M Nation's Counterattack. Our nation has truly grown powerful, they won't even spare M Nation's face. I've had my eye on these people for a long time, it's about time we gave them a proper lesson. Netizens feel this action is incredibly satisfying. Most people in Motorcycle Province are nothing but frogs in a well, completely unaware of how far the Chinese mainland has advanced. It's just a godforsaken place, yet it thinks it's superior all day long. They worship the US day in and day out, yet remain oblivious that their roots and ancestors all trace back to the mainland. Now that we've made breakthroughs in chip technology, they probably won't be able to keep bragging for much longer. Perhaps we'll finally see the day when we reclaim the Motorcycle Province. Many netizens have already caught a glimpse of hope. As our nation grows stronger, the reunification of our motherland will be achieved sooner or later. All netizens expressed strong agreement with the National Defense University's announcement. The people of the Locomotive Province are furious. In their eyes, the mainland, poor and backward as it is, dares to treat them this way. They've always been able to act with impunity, no matter how outrageous their actions. The mainland would always yield completely. Now that the mainland finally had an opportunity to assert itself by recruiting their laid-off personnel at high salaries. But the National Defense University showed no consideration whatsoever, instead issuing an announcement stating they would cultivate their own technical personnel. This meant all the laid-off personnel would be left unemployed. After all, only a handful of companies worldwide can hire chip specialists. If the National Defense University rejects them, they'll never find relevant work again. All their past work experience will be wasted, forcing them to start from scratch. They took to the internet to viciously smear Huaxia, claiming they were being treated unfairly. Mainland netizens scoff at these individuals. Overseas netizens have sensed China's growing strength and couldn't care less about the US sanctions. Every time they dare to suppress China, China effortlessly breaks through their technological barriers. Many smart people are considering studying abroad in China. Properly learning the Chinese language will open up more job opportunities. The US never admits defeat, they've pulled out their trump card. They immediately had TSMC announce the release of an immature technology. The 8-nanometer process chip officially hit the market. Upon hearing this news, numerous mobile phone manufacturers rushed to place orders. They rushed to order 8-nanometers chips. Because every step forward in chip technology brings significant performance gains. Major smartphone manufacturers must adopt the latest chip manufacturing processes to remain competitive. The National Defense University had just made a breakthrough in chip technology, only to be swiftly overtaken by TSMC. The technological gap between 16 nanometers and 8 nanometers processes is substantial. Moreover, the performance of domestic lithography machines has reached its limit, capable of producing only 16 nanometers chips at best. Producing 8 nanometers chips will require waiting for breakthroughs in microelectronics technology. As a result, Longwei Company's smartphone sales began to decline. Consumers have always pursued the highest performance in smartphones. Even if they don't need it, they must have it. The president of Longwei immediately called Li Xiuchang to inquire about the situation. Academicianly, TSMC's chip manufacturing process has already advanced to the 8 nanometer level. If we can't catch up, our phone sales will be severely impacted. To truly defeat Apple, we absolutely must have the top-tier chips. President Longwei said anxiously. The smartphone market competition is simply too fierce. Longwei Mobile has finally entered the high-end segment, and chips are Longwei's trump card. Our lithography machines have been pushed to their absolute limits. Breaking through with nanotechnology in the short term won't be easy. Li Xiuchang frowned as he spoke. Although he was overseeing the production of supersonic helicopters, Li Xiuchang also managed the chip factory. After meticulously examining the lithography machine structure, we realized that performance enhancements could only be achieved through modifications. This was already a tremendous achievement. Moreover, the modified control unit could only produce one chip model. It was precisely by simplifying the process that manufacturing efficiency could be increased several-fold. Producing 8 nanometer chips requires building an entirely new production line. This is the technological gap between China and the United States. This is a real setback. It seems Longwei Company will have to focus solely on 16 nanometer technology. We urge you to accelerate R&D efforts. Should you require technical personnel, please do not hesitate to request them. Longwei Corporation will provide full cooperation. The Longwei president stated. Alright then, I'll consult Lin Hai to see if he has any viable solutions. After hanging up, Li Xiuchang found Lin Hai asleep. Lin Hai had been sleeping longer and longer these days. Li Xiuchang assumed he was utterly exhausted and couldn't bear to wake him. Not only was Lin Hai responsible for manufacturing supersonic helicopters, but he also oversaw the development of strategic bombers. Although he had a large team of technicians, they weren't familiar with the B-2 bomber or the Tu-160 structure. All the blueprints were provided by Lin Hai himself, with the technicians analyzing and manufacturing the parts. Lin Hai was also responsible for developing lithography machine technology. No matter how capable a person was, their energy was extremely limited. Li Xiuchang was particularly worried that Lin Hai would be worn out. He even felt that achieving a breakthrough in 16 nanometer technology would already be quite an accomplishment. Mid-range smartphones could use domestically produced chips. Mastering technology below 16 nanometers would be enough to drive TSMC into bankruptcy. Even the lithography machine manufacturers in the US would immediately start suffering massive losses. Don't assume they're defenseless. The US would have no choice but to lift restrictions and sell high-end lithography machines to China. This approach would secure the most advanced lithography machines. Domestic chips will naturally avoid being held hostage in the future. Though Lin Hai lay in a deep sleep, he could easily sense someone approaching his side. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Xiuchang standing nearby, lost in thought. What brings you here, Director? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. I have some bad news to share. TSMC has announced they've successfully produced 8 nanometers chips. Many manufacturers are now placing orders, and the president of Longwei Company just called. They're extremely anxious about this. Longwei's phone sales have started declining as consumers seek the latest flagship models. I wonder if you have any way to upgrade our production technology to the 8 nanometers level. Lin Hai shook his head and said, our current production lines can't do it. Producing 16 nanometer chips has already pushed the equipment to its absolute limits. Producing 8 nanometer chips requires entirely new lithography machines. Though Li Xiuchang had anticipated this outcome, Lin Hai's words still left him deeply disappointed. Looks like there's no solution. We'll have to ask Longwei to reduce production capacity. Don't let inventory pile up. Lin Hai showed no concern whatsoever. He had been working on tasks non-stop lately and had already accumulated enough sleep time. This was the perfect opportunity to produce domestically made high-end lithography machines. Chapter 94, Advancing toward the 3 nanometers chip. No need to rush, sir. I've nearly completed the research on lithography machine technology these past few days. By upgrading the domestic lithography machine, we can create a simplified version of a high-end lithography machine. We can produce 3 nanometers level chips. We'll use these machines as an immediate solution while we produce the standard high-end lithography systems. This approach not only saves significant time but also completely breaks through the technological blockade imposed by the United States. Lin Hai explained. Li Xiuchang stared at Lin Hai in disbelief. Upgraded to produce 3 nanometer chips? You're not joking, are you? Even M countries' EUV lithography machines can only produce 8 nanometer chips at best. And that's only after experimental runs. Formal production will likely take another month or two. The technological gap for 3 nanometer chips is no small matter. Li Xiuchang simply couldn't believe it. Such cutting-edge technology isn't something you can just casually break through. He had no idea that Lin Hai possessed the Sleep God system. System rewards represent the most mature technologies, with all data thoroughly validated. They could be taken and put into normal production immediately. To rapidly catch up with M Nation's technology, Lin Hai validated the core technologies through the system. He applied the core technology to domestically produced lithography machines for an upgrade. Moreover, many functions were stripped away, limiting production to fixed chip types. This approach rapidly improved chip manufacturing precision. After all, the chips produced for Longway Mobile were already highly specialized and limited in variety. This lithography machine was perfectly suited for the task, essentially tailor-made for Longway. Now we need to accomplish two tasks. First, collaborate with microelectronics company to produce high-end lithography machines. Have them relocate their facilities to our National Defense University. This will safeguard our technology and make it harder for country spies to steal. Second, we must push Longway to develop 3nm chips immediately. Having lithography machines without chips would be a tremendous waste. Lin Hai stated solemnly. No problem, I'll contact them immediately. I'm confident microelectronics will be eager to collaborate with us. By providing cutting-edge technology, microelectronics will have the opportunity to become the world's most advanced lithography machine company. Longway would certainly be eager to design higher-tier chips as well. Alright, once they agree to cooperate, get the production equipment and technical personnel over here immediately. The marketplace is like a battlefield, we must seize the moment. We absolutely cannot give the Korean company or the Apple company any breathing room. After giving his instructions, Lin Hai compiled all the technical details onto his computer. Li Xiaochang called President Longway. The phone rang just once before being answered immediately. President Longway was in a state of high urgency at that moment. The moment the call connected, he urgently asked, academicianly, do we have a countermeasure yet? After discussing with Lin Hai, we've decided to skip the 8nm chip level and proceed directly to 3nm production. I'm not sure if your design team can keep up. What did you say? President Longway shouted. We can't even catch up with 8nm technology, yet we're simply jumping straight to producing 3nm chips. He couldn't believe his ears. After all, domestic technology still lags significantly behind nation. We started late, and cultivating talent takes time. Lithography machines are incredibly complex. It'd be impressive if we could catch up within a decade or so. This isn't like building a skyscraper where you just throw in more workers to speed things up. Manufacturing high-end lithography machines requires accumulated technological expertise. Academicianly, you're not joking with me, are you? Even nation's most advanced technology can't produce 3nm chips. Isn't this leap a bit too ambitious? President Longway inquired. He was already being extremely diplomatic. If anyone else had made such a bold claim, they'd have been dismissed as a fraud long ago. Lin Hai was indeed capable. He managed to produce 16nm chips through process modifications. But current technology simply cannot produce 3nm chips. You needn't worry about that, Lin Hai assured him. He's very confident. We've already planned to collaborate with microelectronics company, leveraging their technological foundation to rapidly modify the lithography machines. Moreover, these high-end lithography machines are being produced exclusively for your company, Longway. To achieve profitability, your side must sell over 10 million units. That's the only way to break even. The more phones we sell, the more we can spread the production line costs. Li Xiaozhang spoke up. Are you certain we can actually produce 3nm chips? Perhaps we could compromise and produce 6nm chips instead. That would already surpass nation. Wouldn't that be a safer approach? No need for all that hassle. Lin Hai has already stated his position. I trust his capabilities. He absolutely wouldn't lie. You guys should hurry up and get the chip design done. Seize this chance to leapfrog nation. Understood. I'll immediately have the design team develop the 3nm chip. If we can actually produce it, I'm confident we can beat Apple. After hanging up, President Long immediately called a meeting. He summoned all the managers from the product department and the technology department. Everyone at Longway assumed the company was facing operational issues again. After all, foreign chip manufacturers were about to launch 8nm process technology. If Longway couldn't keep pace, smartphone sales would plummet immediately. Their flagship phones would suddenly become mid-range devices. Prices would have to be slashed. This would drastically reduce the company's revenue, making it impossible to recoup the massive R&D investments. Once everyone had gathered, President Longway finally spoke. Everything discussed in today's meeting must be kept strictly confidential. Not a single word may be leaked outside. Understood, President. Please give your instructions. We all treat this company as our own home. We will work diligently to help the company overcome these challenges, replied the Vice President. The purpose of this meeting is to inform everyone that all chip technicians will begin developing 3nm chips. Speed is paramount. Every second counts. If we win this battle, we can completely defeat Fruit Company. Hearing the president's words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 8nm chips weren't even finished yet, and now they were being asked to develop 3nm chips. Has the company given up on the competition? Pinning the company's hopes on the future. Abandoning the 6nm and 5nm chips altogether was an extremely risky decision. President, isn't this approach far too risky? There's at least 3 generations of technology skipped in between. That means we'll be abandoning the mobile phone market for at least 2 to 3 years. The Vice President inquired. Ask no questions. Just do as I say. When can your R&D department design a 3nm chip? Give me a definite answer. President Longway asked expressionlessly. Chapter 95, United Efforts. The head of the technical department considered for a moment before replying. Based on our current technological foundation, developing a 3nm chip should take about 3 months. We guarantee the 3nm chip design will be completed within 3 months. No, that's too late. We'll lose significant sales volume in 3 months. The National Defense University has already stated that as long as we can design the chip, they can begin mass production immediately. With the National Defense University pushing this hard, we absolutely cannot hold them back. President Long Wei refused to accept such a lengthy timeline. To shorten the timeline, we'll need overtime work. Moreover, I'm concerned that rushing the development could lead to numerous issues. The technical director explained. Then we'll have to push through. All technical staff will work overtime. We must race against the clock to complete the chip development. Cut the timeline to under 2 months. This is our golden opportunity to turn the tables. If we can develop the 3nm chip first, we can surpass the fruit company from M Nation in one fell swoop, and at the very least, we can defeat those explosive phones from Stick Nation. President Long Wei declared with conviction. Overtime pay must be adjusted accordingly, increase bonuses. Understood. I'll issue the directive immediately. Starting today, we'll work overtime to develop the 3nm class chip. The technical department's execution is exceptionally strong. Overtime has long been the norm at tech companies. Especially since Long Wei offers exceptionally high overtime pay, employees are naturally willing to work extra hours. That night, the lights blazed in Long Wei's headquarters building. Not a single employee had left. Many passers-by found this highly unusual. Hadn't Long Wei's phone sales already begun to plummet? Why were they still working overtime? Most people were genuinely concerned for Long Wei. After all, it was a national enterprise. If it suffered setbacks due to lagging chip technology, it would be truly heartbreaking. After TSMC released the news, their stock began to rise. At last, the downward trend was halted. Many people have started ranting online again. China's chip industry is just getting started. How could it possibly catch up to the development pace of the United States? All they need to do is unveil new technology, and they'll instantly surpass China's chips. China's chip technology lags behind them by a factor of 2, and TSMC won't manufacture for Long Wei. Now Long Wei phones can only produce mid-range chips. I think we should just admit defeat, follow M's lead, and be their little brother. That's not so bad. Why insist on antagonizing M Nation when we're no match for them? These remarks quickly enraged righteous netizens. They flooded the comments with condemnation of these traitorous lackeys. If you want to be M's lapdogs, go ahead, just don't stay here disgusting everyone. Those who won't even support their own country don't think a few scraps from M Nation will satisfy you. You lackeys will meet a miserable end. Even M country doesn't need traitors. Our nation must launch a crackdown to root out these traitors. They cannot be allowed to undermine our country while still enjoying state benefits. I have faith in the National Defense University's capabilities, and I have faith in Lin Hai's capabilities. We will undoubtedly break through lithography technology in the near future, delivering top-tier chips for Long Wei Company. Rest assured, there's no need to rush. We've already mastered 16nm chip production, which will completely crush TSMC. After all, the most profitable chips are 32nm. Our technology is more than sufficient. Facing domestic netizens' insults, those who worship the US don't care. They take pride in it rather than shame. I admire the US. After all, it's the world's most powerful nation. Plus, their welfare systems and living environments are far superior to China's. I love seeing you all so angry yet powerless. What good is all your patriotism? Every year, tons of people still emigrate to the US. A fierce online war of words erupted. Both sides argued fiercely. Soon, someone noticed that both sides' IP addresses were fake. Clearly, someone was stirring the pot online. This tactic was used to undermine the confidence of Chinese netizens. More netizens began stepping forward to defend the nation's interests. At the Research Institute, Lin Hai was explaining to the microelectronics companies or D team how to upgrade lithography machine technology. Upgrading just a few core technologies could enhance the lithography machine's precision. The only difference was that it could only produce a single type of chip based on Long Wei Company's specifications. It was precisely by simplifying complexity that functionality became more streamlined. This allowed for a rapid improvement in the production precision of the lithography machines. Naturally, this matter must be kept strictly confidential and absolutely not disclosed. If competitors were to learn of this, they could specifically enhance their technology to undermine domestic chips. After hearing Lin Hai's proposed solution, all the technical staff were amazed. This method is only suitable for chip foundry work for Long Wei. Additionally, it's only suitable for producing the highest volume chips. Once the production line is successfully built, it becomes impossible to adapt it for other products. Even so, if production precision surpasses TSMC's, it would completely intimidate the competition. They would never be able to compete with China again. Lin Hai continued, our 3nm chip production line is only a temporary solution. Once the 3nm mobile chip production is complete, the true high-end lithography machines will also be ready for production. Only then can we dominate the chip industry over the US. Any useful technology is good technology. Let's accelerate the upgrade of our lithography machines. Break through M's blockade and give our nation a proper vindication. I can't stand the ugly face of M country. This time, we must knock them down completely. Just imagining it feels exhilarating. I wonder what expressions they'll have when we release our 3nm chips. Will it be rage? Or utter disbelief? They'll never fathom our technology could be this advanced. The lithography machine or D team is buzzing with excitement, pumped up like they've had an energy shot. With everyone so motivated, we must work overtime to save time. Everyone, brace yourselves. Lin Hai declared. No problem, it's no big deal. We're all happy to put in the extra hours for this. Exactly. As long as we can prove ourselves and thoroughly defeat the US, overtime is nothing. Alright, let's get to work. The blueprints are marked with great detail. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. I'll be right here with you all. We'll eat and drink right here at the lab. Lin Hai declared. All the technicians looked up to Lin Hai as their idol. Working alongside their idol was a dream come true for them, and each one gave their absolute all. Chapter 96, When the Grapes Ripen. Lin Hai provided technical expertise, helping developers solve problems. When he had free time, he slept. The grapes they planted were nearing ripeness. With winter break approaching, the students involved in the vineyard decided to stay behind. Seeing the star-shaped and heart-shaped grapes they had cultivated with their own hands filled them with immense excitement. Stepping into the grape greenhouse, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Often, they find it hard to resist picking a few to taste. But before the grapes were fully ripe, they had to resist the temptation. Only after the grapes are fully ripe can they savor their most delicious flavor. At times like these, managing the vines requires even greater vigilance. Lin Hai made time to check on the vineyard almost every day. This became an opportunity for him to meet up with Li Moore. No matter what Li Moore was doing, she would rush over the moment Lin Hai appeared in the vineyard. Gazing at the clusters of tempting grapes, their aroma was intensely rich. Li Moore exclaimed with excitement, "These grapes are absolutely stunning. I never imagined you could actually cultivate grapes with this shape. This is my gift to you. Do you like them?" Lin Hai asked with a smile. Li Moore nodded earnestly. "I love them. I really, really love them. I'm sure when they hit the market, lots of girls will love them too." This is the power of technology. Even when applied to agriculture, it can generate substantial profits. Moreover, agriculture doesn't cause excessive pollution. If managed properly, it can even significantly benefit the environment. I believe the National Defense University could introduce an agricultural program in the future to cultivate more outstanding crops for our nation. Lin Hai remarked. Currently, most high-quality fruit, grain, and vegetable seeds are monopolized by foreign companies. These companies have even patented them, forcing domestic farmers to pay high prices for foreign seeds. Otherwise, their crops lack competitive edge and fail to turn a profit. Meanwhile, these foreign agricultural corporations reap enormous profits. Farmers toil for a year yet earn less than these seed companies. Moreover, it's far too dangerous to have seed security controlled by foreigners. As China grows increasingly powerful, Western nations increasingly view it as a threat. Should conflict arise, if they were to manipulate the seed supply, China could instantly plunge into a food crisis. The very thought sends a chill down one's spine. Therefore, we must prepare in advance by training more agricultural technicians. Seed security must be firmly in our own hands. Lin Hai shared his plan with Li Moore. Li Moore wholeheartedly agreed. You're absolutely right. Protecting national security isn't just about weapons. Food is also crucial. Country M has launched food wars more than once. Especially with soybeans and other grains, they've managed to harvest us every single time. If we have our own high-quality seeds, we'll never have to worry about food security again. Li Moore said. Then let's work hard. Afterward, we can stay on to teach at the National Defense University. I'll pass the technology on to you, and you'll teach the students, Lin Hai said. No problem. After I graduate, I'll pursue a master's degree. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Li Moore declared earnestly. Lin Hai took Li Moore's hand. Having you by my side truly makes me incredibly happy. But I have so much to accomplish, I often won't have time to be with you. Don't worry about it. I see news about you every day and I'm so proud of you. They exchanged a knowing smile, words unnecessary. At this moment, a single glance or word was enough to understand each other's thoughts. By the way, it's all over the internet now. M country's lithography technology has advanced again, leaving domestic chips behind. Is there any way we can catch up? Li Moore asked. Of course we can. It just takes time. TSMC has been the leader in the chip industry for so long. It's only natural they've made breakthroughs in process technology. Especially since they're using EUV, the world's most advanced lithography machines. Producing 8 nanometers chips is perfectly normal. Based on my projections, even without further lithography advancements, they could realistically produce 5 nanometers chips. Lin Hai didn't hold back, giving Li Moore a science lesson. Doesn't that mean we'll never catch up to TSMC? And the US will definitely pour all its resources into developing lithography technology. Their chip technology will keep advancing. No need to worry, don't you have me? Lin Hai chuckled. But you said we can only produce 16 nanometers chips with modified domestic lithography machines. Who knows when domestic lithography machines will achieve breakthroughs? By the time we catch up, M's technology might have advanced even further. Li Moore remained deeply concerned. Aren't we already developing new lithography machines? Once we achieve another breakthrough, our chips will immediately surpass M nations. Even if they deploy their most cutting-edge technology, they still won't be able to catch up. By then, Longway Corporation will crush both the Korean company and Apple in the US. Really? How much longer until then? Lin Hai's gaze fell upon the grapes as he replied, when the grapes ripen. Li Moore never imagined technology could advance so rapidly, it felt utterly unbelievable. Lin Hai smiled faintly and explained, some matters require confidentiality. I'm sorry I can't go into detail. I understand. I get it. As long as our country grows stronger, that's all that matters. Li Moore was overjoyed. She had assumed it would take at least a year or two to catch up to M nation's chip technology. But now, just over 2 months would be enough. Soon it was time for the final exams. Lin Hai slept through class every day. When the exam results came out, they stunned everyone once again. Lin Hai scored perfect marks in every subject, ranking first in the entire school. The National Defense University had a high admission threshold and no shortage of academic stars. But after seeing his results twice, everyone was utterly convinced. Comparing oneself to others was downright infuriating. He attended classes daily while also conducting research for the nation. Yet they still managed to score perfect marks every single time. When they first entered the National Defense University, each was brimming with confidence. But compared to Lin Hai, they felt utterly foolish. Even with relentless studying, I never hit perfect scores. Especially since the school's teachers wanted to gauge Lin Hai's true capabilities. This time, the exam questions were exceptionally difficult, yet they still couldn't stump Lin Hai. The other students, however, fared poorly. Those who hadn't studied hard enough scored dismally. Some even failed their subjects. They were forced to stay behind to prepare for the makeup exams. When the results came out, the faces of the teachers who set the exams were beyond words. They couldn't help but sigh deeply. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. Such difficult questions, yet he still scored full marks. Who can we even complain to about this? Chapter 97, Test Flying a Supersonic Helicopter. That guy is just that good. I study like crazy every day, memorizing lessons. Yet he aced the exam just by sleeping through class. Compared to the great Lin, I'm dumber than a pig. He even added a tearful emoji. Who could argue with that? I even failed a class and need to cram for the makeup exam. I don't know why this year's exams were so ridiculously hard so many people failed. They're way too hard for us, but for Genius Lin, they're no big deal. Otherwise, how else could he ace them? It just proves the questions were too easy. Enough of this, my soul just took a 10,000 point critical hit. Gotta hit the books now. If I fail the retake, I won't be going home for the new year. Many students were wailing in despair, all rushing to cram for the retake. Lin Hai's prowess has once again left netizens utterly stunned. The National Defense University had issued its most challenging exam ever, yet Lin Hai still managed to score perfect marks. This can only be described as genius. Sleeping through lectures doesn't even hinder his studies. Just how extraordinary must such a person be? Even so-called geniuses pale in comparison. Lin the Great is truly Lin the Great. No wonder he could effortlessly win a Nobel Prize. He researches fighter jets with effortless ease. Don't even try to compete with him, it'll just make you depressed. We're just ordinary folks. He's a true legend. Hope Master Lin continues developing lithography machines to catch up with the US's cutting-edge tech sooner. Lagging behind means getting beaten up. Right now, Longwei is already struggling. It's truly unfortunate for Longwei. They finally caught up in chip technology, only to be left behind again. Even their flagship phones are now being discounted, yet sales remain sluggish. Don't worry, I'm convinced Lin is still researching lithography technology. Sooner or later, we'll surpass them. At the National Defense University's Research Institute, assembly of the helicopter is underway with intense focus. The armed helicopter's design is incredibly futuristic, making a powerful visual impact when viewed up close. The supersonic armed helicopter has reached its final assembly stage. Once assembly is complete, test flights can commence. On the battlefield, this helicopter won't just provide fire support, but also function as a fighter aircraft. Its supersonic flight capability and superior hovering performance surpass existing fighter jets in many aspects. Additionally, the aircraft is equipped with highly advanced radar systems. When encountering missile attacks, it can even turn around and use its onboard firepower to directly destroy incoming missiles. Gazing at the nearly completed aircraft, all the technicians were incredibly excited. Working through the night, they finally installed the last component. The military pilots assigned to the aircraft had long been prepared. They had undergone specialized simulation training beforehand and were thoroughly familiar with every function of the aircraft. They took their seats inside the aircraft. Preparations for takeoff began. Li Xiuqiang held the radio and issued commands to the pilot. Stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, take off. After the command was given, the aircraft started its engines and slowly lifted off the ground. It glided outward at a height of over 2 meters above the ground. Upon reaching open ground, it rapidly climbed. As it grew nearly invisible, the pilot reported the flight data. All systems normal. Preparing for flight test. No problem. Airspace control is open. Proceed with the test flight. Test how fast it can go. Li Xiuqiang replied. All aircraft data is visible in the command center. The helicopter swiftly moved forward. Acceleration begins, 0.5 Mach, 0.6 Mach, 0.8 Mach. The aircraft reached Mach 1, entering supersonic flight. Li Xiuqiang spoke into the intercom, continue accelerating. Attempt to reach maximum speed safely. 1.2 Mach, 1.4 Mach, 1.5 Mach, 1.6 Mach. The speed has reached its limit, further acceleration is impossible. At this moment, all the technicians were glued to the large screen, watching every single data point, fearing any abnormal readings might appear. Maintaining maximum speed, what's the aircraft status? Any anomalies? Li Xiuqiang asked anxiously. The aircraft is operating normally, traveling at full speed. The aircraft continued flying for half an hour without incident. Return immediately. We might run out of fuel if we continue. Since this was the first test flight without auxiliary fuel tanks, the distance flown couldn't be too great. After the aircraft returned, it landed gently on the open field. All the technicians rushed forward and thoroughly inspected the aircraft. Excellent. Even after sustained high-speed flight, no problems arose. This proves our supersonic armed helicopter is exceptionally reliable. Li Xiaozhang was trembling with excitement at that moment. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Who would have thought a helicopter could reach a top speed of 1.6 Mach? That's on par with many fighter jets. What could possibly rival such a helicopter? Lin Hai gazed at the bright stars in the sky, yet his heart felt remarkably calm. A breeze blew by, already carrying a hint of chill. The supersonic helicopter has finally been built, the world's most advanced armed helicopter. When it makes its debut, it will surely astonish the entire world. Lin Hai murmured to himself. Li Xiaozhang walked over and patted Lin Hai on the shoulder. Well done. Our Air Force's combat capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Hand over the aircraft immediately so the military district can continue testing. I'll submit a report to higher-ups to commend everyone's achievements. Since all the data seems fine, I think we should keep testing it. Send the helicopter to Locomotive Island and observe their reaction. If we can evade their radar, it proves the stealth capabilities are absolutely reliable. Motorcycle Island is packed with M-Nation military equipment. If we can evade their radar, I believe we can face M-Nation forces without them ever knowing we're approaching, Lin Hai stated. Li Xiaozhang nodded in strong agreement. Heavy-duty armed helicopters could evade enemy radar. Relying solely on supersonic armed helicopters would be enough to completely defeat the enemy forces. Liberating Locomotive Province would be no problem at all. Li Xiaozhang gazed toward the distance where Locomotive Province lay. Though the nation had grown increasingly powerful, it remained ununified after all these years. The true greatest contribution to the nation would be capturing Locomotive Province. I'll include your suggestion in my report. If their stealth capabilities prove exceptional, we can dispatch helicopters to gather detailed intelligence on the enemy. Li Xiaozhang declared with immense excitement. Chapter 98, Perfect Scouting Locomotive Province. Soon, a report appeared on the chairman's desk. After reviewing it, the chairman slapped the table in delight. Well done. The supersonic stealth helicopter has finally passed its trials successfully. This truly represents a significant leap forward for our national defense capabilities. The idea of testing its stealth capabilities in Locomotive Province is indeed a good proposal. If we can evade enemy radar tracking, it will indeed be very helpful for our future efforts to reclaim the Locomotive Province. After much deliberation, the chairman finally made up his mind. A new weapon must undergo the most rigorous testing flying over enemy territory undetected. This would truly confirm the aircraft's capabilities. He wrote 2 words on the document: approved. The supersonic heavy-duty armed helicopter was handed over to the military. After several trials, its reliability was confirmed to be flawless. Moreover, this helicopter's performance rivals that of a fighter jet, particularly with its outstanding stealth capabilities. What delighted the Air Force most was that this was a heavy-duty armed helicopter. This means it can carry a substantial amount of ammunition. It carries more missiles than a heavy bomber. In extreme scenarios, it can transport over 100 personnel, more than the Chinooks of Country M can carry. After extensive testing, the Air Force received orders directly from the chairman. The Air Force commander was deeply moved. Recapturing Jiecha province was every soldier's dream. This marked the first time aircraft were proactively dispatched to reconnoiter the terrain, particularly deep into the heart of Locomotive Province. After all, discovery could easily provoke international disputes. These Western nations employed every means to interfere with China's reunification. Not only were they utterly unreasonable, but their intentions were truly despicable. They seek to divide China, fostering hostile forces in its vicinity. They persistently prevent China from reclaiming its own territory. Now, with helicopters possessing excellent stealth capabilities, it was the perfect opportunity to test the enemy's radar. Domestic experiments had already confirmed this capability. When the helicopter flew over a military base, domestic radar systems showed no reaction whatsoever. This left the military district commander utterly astonished. The aircraft's stealth capabilities were simply too formidable. He even began to wonder whether M-Nation's fighter jets also possessed such advanced stealth technology. Had the enemy secretly entered our territory to survey the terrain? This left every soldier with a lingering sense of unease. They had no idea that even M-Nation hadn't mastered this level of stealth technology. Both its aerodynamic design and surface coatings represent the latest technological advancements obtained through classified systems. It surpassed all existing technologies. Even the world's most advanced radar systems couldn't detect it. One night, a strikingly futuristic helicopter took off from an airport in China, heading toward Motorcycle Island. The city lights of Motorcycle Island shone brightly as the aircraft swiftly reached its altitude. Through infrared night vision goggles, every blade of grass and tree on Motorcycle Island could be seen clearly. All terrain features were meticulously recorded. The flight proceeded smoothly as it headed toward the enemy military base. Good. Exercise extreme caution. Withdraw immediately if detected by the enemy. Roger. At the command center, everyone stared intently at the large screen. Utilizing the most advanced communication technology, everything visible from the aircraft was projected onto the large screen. Personnel in the command center were rapidly taking notes. Soon the aircraft approached the military base on Locomotive Island, where all military deployments were clearly visible. Impressive. The aircraft's surveillance equipment is truly remarkable. It can see so clearly at night from such a high altitude. It's just like daytime. I think our other fighters should be equipped with this technology too. It would give us a significant advantage in night combat. The Chief of Staff remarked. That makes perfect sense. I'll relay this to the National Defense University. Have them produce more of these surveillance systems for retrofitting onto our fighters. The military district commander wholeheartedly agreed. The aircraft circled over the locomotive island, thoroughly surveying all military bases. The enemy's radar showed no reaction whatsoever. They clearly had no idea a reconnaissance aircraft was surveying them in such detail. Only when the aircraft's fuel was nearly depleted did it depart locomotive province and return safely. An armed helicopter landed smoothly on a warship anchored in international waters. Technical personnel inspected the aircraft and downloaded all the captured data. Though the command center could also view the footage captured by the aircraft. However, the image quality is somewhat inferior. For detailed analysis of the enemy's military base, the aerial imagery captured by the aircraft's equipment proved far clearer. At that moment, the leaders in the command center were all thrilled. They erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating the successful reconnaissance mission. Excellent! Who would have thought the stealth capabilities would deliver such a pleasant surprise? I'm confident it will perform exceptionally well on the battlefield too. You're absolutely right. The radar systems deployed by the enemy are among the most advanced in the United States. This proves our armed helicopters can easily fool enemy radar. In the face of our aircraft, the enemy becomes blind and deaf. Even if we fly right over their heads, they won't be able to detect our aircraft. During combat, the enemy cannot see us, yet we can launch missiles near their positions. This makes us virtually invincible. Report the results of this reconnaissance immediately. We need to produce more of these aircraft. Equip the entire army with them at the fastest possible pace. With such advanced attack helicopters, retaking motorcycle province will be a piece of cake. I'll draft the report immediately. The helicopter test report reached the chairman's hands. Good. 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 After reading the report, the chairman exclaimed good 3 times in succession. I never imagined its stealth capabilities would be so outstanding. It flew right over the enemy's radar without being detected. We must produce at least 200 of these aircraft. Their capabilities are truly comprehensive. It won't become obsolete within a decade. Production of the supersonic stealth attack helicopter was swiftly approved. All departments must coordinate fully. Production of the supersonic stealth attack helicopter proceeded at breakneck speed. The production line is being constructed around the clock. The Weapons Research Institute at the National Defense University also accelerated efforts to assemble the second and third units. Although these are prototypes, 2 to 3 units are typically prepared for safety reasons. However, the subsequent 2 units are being assembled at a slower pace. Through testing, their performance across all metrics has exceeded expectations. The remaining 2 attack helicopters must be assembled at the fastest possible pace. The military district commander kept urging them to equip more of these weapons as soon as possible. They proved exceptionally convenient for reconnaissance missions. Chapter 99, Military Exercise. With such advanced weaponry now available, the military region began conducting simulated exercises for the recapture of Locomotive Province. Warships were deployed to conduct island assault drills. Following the previous reconnaissance, the enemy's firepower deployments had been thoroughly mapped out. Once combat commenced, missiles and artillery could obliterate all enemy military bases. Moreover, supersonic armed helicopters could infiltrate Motor Province in advance. The moment enemy aircraft took off, they could be shot down with missiles. Faced with China's actions, Jixia Province grew increasingly tense. They knew their own military capabilities better than anyone. If hostilities erupted, they would be utterly powerless to retaliate. They were gambling betting that China would never lightly harm the people of Motor Province. Based on past experience, as long as they did not declare independence, China would not react violently. But upon witnessing the tactics employed in Huaxia's military exercises, they knew these were specifically targeting the Locomotive Province. A single charge by the Chinese forces could crush them completely. The Motorcycle Province was genuinely terrified and dared not take any chances, urgently seeking aid from country M. They must leverage M Nation's military strength and international public opinion to prevent China from reclaiming Motorcycle Province. Recognizing the urgency, M Nation immediately dispatched an aircraft carrier to Motor Province. It also issued a declaration. Any Chinese military action against Motor Province would constitute a declaration of war against M Nation. Even Japan issued a declaration pledging to prevent China from reclaiming Locomotive Province. With M finally arriving, Locomotive Province's resolve hardened considerably. It began making aggressive statements in the media. If China dares to attack Jiqing Province, we will ensure you never return. We will stand with Jiqing Province to the death. Resist to the very end. The media bellowed fiercely. Yet the leaders of Motorcycle Province were secretly accelerating their daily drills to perfect escape routes. Should Huaxia launch military action, they would immediately flee by plane to country M the moment their forces faltered. They seek to cling to power, not sacrifice their lives. Many people in the Motorcycle Province aren't blinded by fervor. Seeing these leaders who constantly chant for independence practicing escape routes has sparked furious online condemnation. These bastards deserve to die. If they're so confident they can defeat China, why are they constantly rehearsing escape routes? They send others to die while they plan their own escape. Can we really win? We're nothing but cannon fodder for the US. We'll all die if war breaks out. Meanwhile, those in power have already bought villas abroad and transferred their money out. And they expect us to risk our lives for them. Facing widespread discontent among the island nation's citizens, the leaders of the motorcycle province rushed to make statements to calm the situation. The evacuation route drills are merely to prevent enemy decapitation strikes during combat. It's not about actually fleeing. Rest assured, should China dare to attack us, both the United States and Japan will not stand idly by. The Chinese mainland is no match for the United States. We don't buy your bull, you politicians are all scum. The island's citizens aren't falling for it. The US actually welcomed this news. They immediately sent people to sell weapons to the motorcycle province. Their weapons were nearing obsolescence, making this the perfect opportunity to offload them to the motorcycle province. These were obsolete, useless weapons, yet they sold them at several times the price. Because they weren't just selling weapons, they were extorting protection money from the motorcycle province. No matter how furious the people of Locomotive Province became, the leaders of Locomotive Province understood very well that they had to pay them enough protection money. Only then would their safety be guaranteed. Once the Locomotive Province is retaken, these separatists will face severe punishment. Their power, status, and wealth will be reduced to ashes. To protect their power and status, they are willing to pay any price. After all, it's all tax money from the people, not their own money. In fact, by inflating the price, they can even pocket kickbacks. These kickbacks are stashed away in country M, untraceable by anyone. Thus, for them, it becomes a golden opportunity to make a fortune. All they need to do is maintain an uncompromising stance toward the Chinese mainland. Through brainwashing the island's populace, they've been made to believe that once unification is achieved, their lives would become exceptionally impoverished. Consequently, many people support them. Mainland netizens, however, felt entirely differently. The overwhelming majority were deeply moved. The day we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Let us harbor no illusions about them. Only through force can we achieve national reunification. Our country's warships look so impressive, they used to be filmed to look like small fishing boats. Proper filming makes them look incredibly impressive. Now the US poses no threat to us, we've even broken through in ship technology. We needn't fear their technological sanctions either. Let's seize the opportunity to take down the motor province. Full support. If we wait any longer, the people of motorcycle province will have forgotten their ancestors. Future reunification efforts will only become more complicated. Nearly all netizens nationwide are fully backing and encouraging the recovery of the motorcycle province. US warships and aircraft carriers are aggressively heading toward China's South China Sea. In the past, China would have immediately halted military exercises upon encountering such provocations. They would avoid provoking the other side whenever possible, seeking negotiated solutions through dialogue. But this time, China's stance has become exceptionally firm, with its domestically built aircraft carrier heading straight toward the area. The entire warship battle group positioned itself not far from the M-country aircraft carrier. It had already entered the combat range. China's unprecedented display of such a hardline stance immediately captured the world's attention. Good heavens, China isn't even afraid of the US anymore. Are you kidding me? China has already fought M twice before and defeated them both times. When have we ever feared them? Surely they won't actually go to war? China's national strength is formidable now. Even if M nation is stronger, they're too far away. I suspect if things completely break down, M might not come out ahead. China isn't hiding anything this time, they're even broadcasting it live, allowing the entire nation to witness the standoff with the US. Netizens are thrilled. This is a display of confidence, showing that China fundamentally does not take M's threat seriously. If you want war, then war it is. No one can stop the nation's reunification. Military experts in M nation were utterly dumbfounded at this moment. Their military might is indeed formidable, with few rivals worldwide. Bullying smaller nations is a breeze. But facing a dragon like China, especially in long-range warfare, China's stance was uncompromisingly firm, while M nation had become unexpectedly humble. Should they be defeated by China, their international standing would plummet. They dare not risk such a catastrophic outcome. Chapter 100, Scouting the Enemy Fleet. The two navies began a standoff, and China's unyielding stance thoroughly enraged country M. They were utterly arrogant. China was merely a developing nation. How dare they confront us? We absolutely cannot back down. Where would our authority stand? The M nation president raged furiously. Commence military exercises in the Jiangxi province Strait. I refuse to believe China would dare go to war with us, the M nation president bellowed. Other officials of M nation unanimously agreed. China's rise in recent years has been far too rapid, closing in on them from behind. Motor province was their most crucial tool for containing China. As long as the motor province remained outside China's control, it would be like a nail driven into China's heartland. M nation could deploy troops there at any moment, posing a grave threat to China. Therefore, they employed every possible means to prevent the Locomotive Province from reuniting with China. The M nation immediately notified the Korean Peninsula and the Japanese nation, instructing them to dispatch warships for joint military exercises. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The entire world watched this situation unfold. Western nations unanimously sided with M nation, completely disregarding reason. Instead, they criticized China through public opinion, insisting it should not take actions threatening the motor province. Japan grew even more brazen, threatening that any attack on the motorcycle province would draw their immediate military intervention. Chinese netizens were furious. How dare this defeated nation act so brazenly? When war breaks out again, we'll settle both old and new grievances with this tiny Japan. The day hostilities commence will be the day Japan is annihilated. Let's fight and wipe out these Japanese pirates. We are now strong enough, it is time to resolve the Motor Province issue by force. If war breaks out, I'll donate money. They're all defeated generals, what good is their alliance? We are no longer the weak nation of feudal times to be bullied at will. No matter how many come, wipe them all out. Chinese netizens are filled with righteous indignation, fully supporting the nation. Only a handful of Western-loving lackeys and sycophants from the US frequently spout sarcastic remarks online. But no one pays them any mind. Their posts have been completely drowned out by the flood of comments. Live viewership reached a staggering 100 million, and this was despite many people being at work and unable to watch the broadcast. Many international netizens also bypassed the Great Firewall to watch, eager to see the outcome. Would China really dare to attack the motorcycle province under these circumstances? If hostilities broke out, Western nations would undoubtedly unite to impose sanctions on China. China simply couldn't bear the consequences. Inside the military command center, several commanders and generals were deliberating how to counter the provocations issued by the United States. This time, the chairman himself had issued the order: surrender was not an option. We must adopt a firm stance and drive out M-nation, Japan, and South Korea. How could we allow foreign powers to encroach upon our nation's borders? The commander-in-chief's gaze swept across the room like a sword. If M continues its aggressive stance, should we prepare for war? A general inquired. Of course we must prepare for war, but our principle is to never fire the first shot. Understood. Moreover, this presents an excellent opportunity to test our supersonic helicopters. See how close we can get to enemy territory before they detect us. If we can fly over their aircraft carrier undetected this time, M-nation will never pose a threat to us again. I support this decision. Tonight, while enemy aircraft are landing, we'll deploy stealth helicopters for reconnaissance. If we can evade their radar, their entire arsenal will become useless. During the day, the three nations led by M-nation conducted a large-scale military exercise, clearly intended as a show of force against China. By nightfall, fighter jets touched down on the flight deck. The night at sea was eerily quiet. There was almost no wind or waves. From a Chinese airfield, a futuristic aircraft silently took off, heading toward the enemy warships. Though most soldiers from the three nations were preparing to rest, a portion remained on duty. Radars were activated, monitoring enemy movements around the clock. Any approach by Huaxia aircraft or warships would be detected immediately. Even military satellites were watching China's every move. An aircraft appeared high above the warship, reporting to command, only 100 kilometers from the enemy warship and continuing to close. Copy that. Activate counter-surveillance radar. If detected by the enemy, withdraw immediately. Prioritize your own safety. Understood. The stealth helicopter pressed onward, soon reaching directly above the warship. The enemy's radar showed no reaction. From 10,000 meters above, surveillance equipment provided a clear view of the enemy warships. One aircraft carrier, accompanied by over a dozen other warships. Japan and South Korea were putting in tremendous effort, each contributing 4 warships to the exercises. The pilot watched with gritted teeth. If they had launched the missiles at the start of the war, at such close range, they could have completely destroyed all enemy warships. Reporting to command, we have successfully positioned ourselves at an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the enemy carrier, awaiting further instructions. At that moment, every officer in the command center was overcome with excitement. They rose to their feet, high-fiving each other in celebration. We've reached enemy airspace, yet their radar shows no detection. This stealth capability is simply too powerful. It has completely blinded the enemy. If hostilities break out, the single-armed helicopter could destroy their entire fleet. Should we continue approaching? Test the limits of our aircraft. The commander nodded slightly. Good. Have the aircraft gradually descend to 5,000 meters altitude. If the enemy still fails to detect us, complete the reconnaissance mission and return immediately. The order was swiftly relayed to the pilot. The aircraft was descending steadily. Everyone was on edge, eyes glued to the large screen, fearing sudden detection by enemy forces. After all, at such close range, a single missile could bring the aircraft down. Watching the numbers on the screen. 9,000 meters, 9,500 meters, 8,000 meters. The altitude continued to drop to 5,000 meters, yet the enemy still showed no reaction. In the distance, the Chinese warship was also keeping a close watch on the other vessel. The pilot was sweating with tension. This was his first time getting so close to an enemy warship. The warship was brightly lit, clearly visible even from high altitude with the naked eye. If fire were opened at such close range, it would take less than a minute to sink all enemy vessels. Moreover, the enemy aircraft would have no chance to react. Had actual combat commenced, China could have declared total victory at this very moment. The enemy's weaponry and equipment were utterly. Chapter 101, Panic ensues. After thoroughly photographing the enemy warships, they slowly climbed to higher altitude and departed the area. The aircraft returned safely to the airfield without incident. The personnel in the command center erupted into applause, their faces flushed with excitement. Fantastic. Truly thrilling. Who would have thought our stealth technology was this advanced? Award the pilot a commendation and distribute the photographic footage. Let them know the might of our military. The highest strategy is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Now is not the time for China to go to war. We must seize every moment to develop our strength. Capturing enemy warships at such close range will strike terror into their hearts. Sure enough, the moment this video hit the internet, it blew up. Holy crap, this footage doesn't look like satellite imagery, it appears to be shot from extremely close range. How did they manage such clear footage of the enemy warship? Could it be that a drone secretly flew over the country warship? Why didn't their radar detect it? Or were they too busy eating to notice? Damn impressive, kudos to our Chinese military. If they can capture such clear footage, defeating them shouldn't be a problem. Netizens watching the spectacle already sense China holds absolute dominance in this confrontation. Little do they know that right now, the US, Japan, and South Korea are in utter panic. After technical analysis, they made the terrifying discovery that these videos were shot from an altitude of approximately 5,000 meters. And directly above their warship. How could this be? Even though no aircraft were flying at night, their radars were fully operational. Even a bird flying overhead would have been detected. The enemy aircraft had flown overhead and filmed for over 10 minutes, yet they had remained completely unaware. This proved that China possessed unknown technology capable of evading radar detection. If such technology were applied to missiles, they could be eliminated at any moment. The naval commander was furious beyond measure. How could they possibly fight this war when the enemy had already sent people to the rooftops to take pictures? Fighters were scrambled immediately to investigate within a 100-mile radius. How on earth did Huaxia manage to fly right over our heads? This is unacceptable. Had this occurred during actual combat, our entire fleet would have been annihilated long ago. Fighters launched directly from the ships, surveying the area around the fleet. But the supersonic helicopters had already withdrawn, they couldn't detect a thing. Any vessel that approached the Huaxia's carriers or warships was instantly locked onto by radar. The fighters scrambled to retreat, never daring to approach again. No matter how formidable their fighters were, they were useless against missiles. Once locked on, there was no chance of escape. Not only did they dispatch aircraft to survey the area, but they also ordered the fleet to withdraw swiftly, retreating far beyond China's territorial waters. At this moment, the US Navy was utterly terrified. Until they figured out how China had managed to photograph them. They would never dare approach China again. This incident posed a grave danger to them and demanded thorough investigation. Otherwise, China could freely photograph their secrets anytime in the future. How could they possibly wage war under such circumstances? They retreated a full 500 nautical miles and activated all sonar systems. Even then, they remained uneasy, deploying their submarines to conduct underwater inspections. This was to prevent China from launching a surprise attack from below the surface. China immediately posted news of the US operation online. They even posted a mocking comment: "We agreed to a 7-day joint military exercise, so why are they retreating on the very first day? Could their withdrawal actually be part of the exercise?" Country M had no inclination to respond to these taunts. A sudden, overwhelming sense of crisis gripped them. Silently approaching their warship, they captured extremely close-up and clear footage. They captured every weapon on the ships in sharp detail. Crucially, they could get this close without triggering any radar detection. Should China ever launch missile strikes against them in the future, their ships would be instantly destroyed. Since radar is useless against missiles, their navy would be as good as blind. This technology could even be applied to air and ground forces, effectively blinding all of M nation's troops on the battlefield. Their forces could be bombed at will. Under such circumstances, even their nuclear weapons would likely become utterly useless. The military high commands of the United States, South Korea, and Japan immediately convened a video conference. They discussed how to counter China. The most skilled spies must be dispatched to China for thorough investigation. This matter must be uncovered completely. The president of M nation was beyond furious. He slammed his fist on the table countless times. Idiots. Complete fools. We pour so much military funding into you every year. And yet you couldn't even stop their invasion. What good are you soldiers? All your technical personnel must analyze this immediately. Get to the bottom of this matter. Nation M has even activated level 1 combat readiness. This is a matter of survival. All radar systems across every base are activated at maximum power to scan for signals. Yet they still found nothing. After all, China had already withdrawn after capturing the footage. No matter how they investigate, they'll never get results. The most anxious now are the leaders of the Locomotive Province. 3 countries had already sent warships to protect them. Yet within a single day, they've retreated hundreds of nautical miles. What's going on? Could it be that the protection money paid to Country M was insufficient, prompting them to resort to this method of extortion? Under these circumstances, even if M nation demanded an exorbitant price, they wouldn't dare haggle. China's aircraft carriers and warships are stationed nearby. Should they launch an attack, these nations would be utterly finished. There were still substantial deposits on Motorcycle Island that hadn't been transferred out. They might instantly declare Motorbike Island a no-fly zone. If hostilities break out, any fleeing aircraft would become immediate targets. Having ruled Locomotive Province for so long, he certainly didn't want to die. He hadn't even spent all his money yet and still wanted to enjoy decades more of luxurious living. How could he possibly admit defeat now? The leaders of Locomotive Island were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. They immediately dispatched someone to call M Nation to inquire about the situation. But the lines to M Nation remained dead. The Navy commander simply wouldn't answer their calls. They had no choice but to use diplomatic channels to reach out to the president of M Nation. After a long wait, the M Nation president finally found time to take the call. Mr. President, the Chinese warships haven't withdrawn yet. Why has your aircraft carrier retreated so far? We've paid top dollar for all this weaponry. You absolutely must protect us. If we're defeated by the Chinese mainland, we'll never buy your weapons again, exclaimed the leader of Motor Province, utterly frantic. Chapter 102, Public Opinion Tilt. Don't worry. Nation absolutely won't stand by and watch you get beaten. This is merely a strategic retreat. If China dares to launch an attack, your weapons should be able to hold out for some time. Hold out at all costs. The president of Nation declared. The leader of Motor Province nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. If we could hold out, why would we need your country to come protect us? Why assemble a joint fleet of 3 nations if you're so afraid of China? Mr. President, there's one thing I simply can't understand. Are the videos China posted online genuine? According to our technical analysis, it appears to have been filmed by a drone directly above the fleet. At such close range, how could you not have detected them? The Motor Province leader asked in bewilderment. This was the question that baffled him most. To capture such clear footage, the distance couldn't have been very far. If Huaxia's drones had already flown over your fleet, why didn't you detect them at all? For China to dare do such a thing, they would have to either drive the drones away or shoot them down with missiles. This was an extremely serious provocation. In the eyes of the leaders of the Motor Province, the weapons and equipment of the United States were undoubtedly the most advanced in the world. Their radar systems are the most sophisticated and advanced, capable of clearly locking onto even a small bird flying nearby. Yet Chinese drones have flown right over their heads. How could they possibly have failed to detect them? Upon hearing this, the country president nearly exploded in anger. I'm investigating this myself. Who the hell do you expect me to ask? But this matter absolutely cannot be directly disclosed to the leaders of Locomotive Province. If the leaders of the Motor Province found out that China could silently fly over their aircraft carrier and conduct surveillance, they would lose all confidence in Nation. All these videos are fake computer-generated fakes produced by China. Our technicians have already conducted a thorough analysis. China simply lacks the capability to evade our radar and capture such footage. The fleet's retreat was merely a ploy to deceive the Chinese military and gauge their reaction. If they dare attack you, rest assured our forces will intervene immediately. The Nation president can only try to placate them. At all costs, we must ensure the Motor Province holds firm. Should they panic and attempt to flee, all of Nation's strategic planning over the years would be utterly wasted. Under these circumstances, Nation dares not engage China militarily. We must upgrade our equipment. First, we must figure out how China captured these videos. After the president of country M's persuasive speech, the leaders of Motorcycle Province finally felt reassured. He had always held unwavering faith in Nation's capabilities, though the videos showed no flaws and seemed entirely genuine. But since Nation had made such assurances, he had no choice but to trust them. After all, the Huaxia military showed no signs of launching a full-scale assault on the Motorcycle Province. With the eyes of the world fixed upon this region, there was no room for premature retreat. He must maintain the toughest stance toward China as usual. Use Japan and Nation to threaten China. As for the Korean peninsula, he didn't even want to mention it. The Koreans are all talk when real fighting breaks out. They'll run faster than anyone. They're completely unreliable. Only Japan possesses relatively strong combat capabilities, ranking among the top allies of the US, second only to the US itself in military strength. Not only Chinese netizens, but even foreigners sympathetic to China were thoroughly stirred up. Within minutes of China releasing the footage, all aircraft aboard US warships had taken off. They were searching everywhere for Chinese drones. Simultaneously, their warships retreated at maximum speed, pulling back hundreds of kilometers in one swift move. Nation's various reactions clearly demonstrated their deep apprehension toward China. Moreover, according to professional analysis, the aircraft captured the footage from an extremely close distance. Despite filming for over 10 minutes, the Nation Navy showed absolutely no response. This indicates that China has mastered highly advanced stealth technology, with aircraft possessing the ability to evade Nation's radar. Moreover, judging by the image quality, the footage was remarkably clear. Despite being taken at night, the infrared captured footage appeared as clear as daylight. These demonstrated technologies have far surpassed those of the United States. Impressive. Who would have thought China would defeat the country and Japan coalition forces in one fell swoop? South Korea may have joined the fray, but no one took them seriously. The analysis above is spot on. In past conflicts with China, the Korean army collapsed in a 1,000-mile retreat, fleeing faster than anyone else. The only real threat to China now comes from Japan. But now China's military capabilities have far surpassed Japan's. There's no need to take them seriously. China is simply too powerful. It has risen completely, to the point where even the United States no longer holds it in high regard. It's truly baffling what kind of aircraft China deployed to capture these images. If the reconnaissance aircraft can carry missiles, doesn't that mean China could easily destroy US warships? Of course. The Nation's Navy must be terrified, otherwise they wouldn't have retreated so far so quickly. Moreover, witnessing China's live broadcast, US fighter jets have been patrolling the area non-stop. They must be extremely nervous and fearful of China. Could this confrontation lead to a complete victory for China? As long as Nation doesn't interfere, China will surely reclaim the Motor Province with ease. I've said it before, the future of the world lies with China. China will undoubtedly become the global leader. We absolutely cannot antagonize China or we'll face dire consequences. The US still puts on a brave front, refusing to admit its fear of China. Yet its fighter jets continue to circle above the warships. Even at night, they refuse to cease their patrols. Yet this relentless vigil has left M nation's forces utterly exhausted. Moreover, their fuel supplies are rapidly depleting. They had no choice but to dispatch another convoy of supply ships along with reinforcing naval fleets. Increasing numbers of troops were now converging on China. At the command center on the Huaxia side, after analyzing all the enemy's military equipment, and formulated a battle strategy. It's not yet time to retake the locomotive province. After all, we currently only have one supersonic armed helicopter. In an actual conflict, China's full military strength couldn't be fully deployed. Once the subsequent production lines were completed and supersonic armed helicopters could be mass-produced, then they could completely disregard M nation. The tiny Japanese nation could be easily defeated. Moreover, China was developing strategic bombers though modeled after M nation's B-2 and Bear nation's Tu-160. Their performance far surpasses the prototypes of their counterparts. When these cutting-edge weapons finally emerge, the entire world will tremble. Chapter 103, Utter Stun. The U.S. Navy was on high alert, with aircraft circling overhead almost non-stop throughout the day. Even after nightfall, the surveillance continued unabated. To expedite their withdrawal and end the tense standoff, the military made another bold decision. At nightfall, they dispatched stealth-armed helicopters once more to fly over enemy territory. This time, however, for safety's sake, they did not descend too low. Instead, they hovered thousands of meters above the enemy aircraft, monitoring their every move. The enemy aircraft were effectively blind, their radar completely unable to detect the surveillance. Meanwhile, the Chinese armed helicopters could observe the enemy's every move with crystal clarity. After completing the filming, they returned safely. The military released the footage once more. The online sensation it sparked was even more intense. Holy crap, this is outrageous, they're actually conducting surveillance over M country aircraft. The kicker is they didn't even notice. Are all of M country's radars just for show? The enemy flew right over their heads and they didn't even react. I'm utterly blown away by China's capabilities. The US is completely outclassed. Just imagine if China suddenly launched an attack, couldn't they blow up M country's warships with ease? The M country Navy has seen these videos too, they can't make excuses anymore. Even their aircraft patrolling overhead failed to detect how China managed to film this. They're now terrified. Retreat. Immediate retreat. We absolutely cannot antagonize China any longer. Should conflict erupt, our fleet would be sunk in the first wave. The naval commander is truly terrified. What good are aircraft carriers? In a real fight, they'd all become sitting ducks. He couldn't fathom how China's aircraft had evaded detection despite their state-of-the-art radar systems. This posed an extreme danger to them. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second time they were fully prepared defensively. Under these circumstances, China's aircraft could still fly overhead and conduct reconnaissance. It proved their radar technology was truly outdated. The entire world was stunned, with every online platform flooded with this video. The fact that they could evade M nation's radar demonstrated just how powerful China's technology truly was. The US was the first to retreat, while the navies of South Korea and Japan returned home in disgrace. They simply cannot fathom how China's technology has advanced so rapidly. No wonder China has consistently stood firm against the US, it truly has the backing to do so. South Korea, in particular, is trembling in fear. With M nation backing them before, they felt invincible. They knew China was no match for M nation, and no matter how outrageous their actions, they remained safe. But now the situation is entirely different. If the US radar systems can't keep upgrading and fail to detect China's aircraft in time, then M country would never dare to step into China's military sphere. Both South Korea and Japan now fall within China's firepower range. Under these circumstances, China could eliminate them at any moment. Japan's situation is hardly better. Many Japanese citizens never wanted to provoke China in the first place. Yet their politicians persistently trample upon China's red lines. Now look, even the M nation's navy has fled in panic. Who could possibly protect their safety now? Many Japanese citizens took to the streets in protest, refusing to continue serving as America's lackeys. Once they provoke China, they truly risk national annihilation. Why must we provoke China when we clearly aren't their match? If we ever push them too far, we'll all die. We refuse to be cannon fodder for imperialists, it's ordinary citizens like us who end up on the battlefield. We protest. No more hostility toward China. More and more people gathered in the streets. We were defeated when we invaded China before. Now China is so powerful. To provoke them now is nothing short of courting death. Though the Japanese government still awaits news from the US, their hearts are filled with dread. As America's lackeys, they've always been the first to support America whenever it targets China. They had long since alienated China completely. If China truly surpasses the US and gains greater global influence, where would they turn? Yet they dare not immediately break away from M nation to curry favor with China. After all, on the surface, M nation still holds the world's top military strength. Who knows what trump cards M country might still hold? Therefore, they intend to wait and see. They want to see what methods M nation will employ to respond. The leaders of the motorcycle province were utterly dumbfounded. This is absolutely impossible. China's technology couldn't possibly surpass M nation's. What kind of sleight of hand did they use to sneak onto M nation's fighter jets undetected? M nation, you must hold firm. Without your support, we simply cannot defeat China. No, we must seize this chance to move all our assets out immediately. When China attacks, we must flee immediately. I hope we can hold out a little longer. China, please don't attack so soon. The leaders of Motorcycle Province remained fiercely defiant toward China, vowing their forces would stand or fall with Motorcycle Island. They vowed never to surrender to China, even at the cost of their lives. Yet simultaneously, they used private aircraft to transfer all their personal assets away. Of course, all this was done in secret. The people of Motor Island must never find out. The United States was now on high alert. All its high-level officials convened for emergency meetings to analyze the current situation. The nation president, in particular, was furious, pounding the table repeatedly. Our nation possesses the world's most advanced technical personnel, and our military budget is several times that of China. Why has this situation arisen? What kind of technology are they using that can evade our radar? The entire world is mocking us. Our once invincible fleet has become a laughingstock. America's position as the world's dominant power has completely collapsed. If we don't come up with a countermeasure soon, China will surpass us completely. The president of nation roared in fury. The others remained expressionless, equally clueless about what had transpired. All spies had been deployed, yet they couldn't uncover what new technology China had developed. These technologies sent shivers down every spine. An undetectable adversary was simply too formidable. I propose immediately increasing military spending to research more advanced radar technology. Without superior radar systems, we will never surpass China. Additionally, our aircraft stealth technology must be upgraded urgently. China's development pace is far too rapid. We absolutely cannot fall behind. The Chief of Defense Command stated grimly. Chapter 104, Symbol of Justice. At the mere mention of increased military funding, every military commander's eyes lit up. This time, not only the Navy would benefit, the Air Force and Army would also receive upgrades. Every time military funding increased, the entire military high command stood to profit handsomely. Whether investing in R&D or procuring weapons, the returns are exceptionally lucrative. Otherwise, how could the US be so eager to attack other nations? Money talks. The US president was well aware of their true intentions. At such a critical juncture, he can afford to think no further. If they cannot maintain their hegemonic dominance and keep China militarily crushed, their currency's hegemony would collapse. If other nations stop using the country currency, they would lose their ability to exploit the entire world. The entire nation could plunge into severe recession or even collapse entirely. Having grown accustomed to affluence, they could never return to hardship. Therefore, by any means necessary, they must reimpose sanctions on China. Crush China completely. So tell me, how much more military spending is needed? The US president has already softened his stance. Commanders across all major military regions are clamoring for increases of at least hundreds of billions of dollars. Such a massive increase in military spending would strain even the US Treasury. After deliberation, both sides compromised, agreeing to a $200 billion increase in military spending. This amount alone equaled China's entire annual military expenditure. The announcement immediately drew intense global attention. The US had truly gone all out, willing to invest such a massive sum in one go. America's military spending now exceeds the combined total of the next 10 largest spenders. This development has caused considerable unease among many nations, prompting them to announce their own military spending increases. It seemed as though the entire world had suddenly plunged into an arms race. Only China has not announced an increase in its military budget. Even so, country still shifts the blame onto China. It persistently propagates the narrative that China poses a significant threat to world peace. Moreover, without any evidence, they smear China through their media. They alone are the embodiment of justice, capable of safeguarding global peace. Nation's relentless smear campaign against China has finally pushed global netizens to their limit. The United States is utterly shameless, relentlessly smearing and suppressing China everywhere. These are clearly internal matters, yet they insist on meddling. As China grows stronger, the US spreads propaganda that China poses a threat to the world. I believe China will undoubtedly become the world's most powerful nation, for they never act recklessly nor oppress other countries. Only China pursues peaceful development and assists underdeveloped nations in their construction efforts. Nation's smear campaigns against China are all couched in vague terms like possibly utterly shameless. They've invaded so many countries, displacing countless people. The world's disasters are all caused by the US. How thick-skinned can they be, actually accusing China? I hope all victims worldwide unite to help China stand against the United States. May nation perish soon. Only with its demise will global peace be restored. I stand firmly with China. Our nation was once extremely impoverished. After China invested here, they built us many roads. They also taught us how to grow grains and vegetables, so now we no longer worry about going hungry. Many people post videos and photos online showing China's construction assistance to prove their claims are true. These show that wherever China goes, people's lives improve. Only then did country suddenly wake up. They had suppressed China for so many years, yet China's influence has only grown stronger. Especially in developing nations, China's assistance in infrastructure development has earned widespread recognition. Attempting to suppress China through public opinion seems increasingly unfeasible. More and more nations are choosing to stand with China. Though most are impoverished nations, their development potential is immense. They possess not only abundant resources but also vast tracts of land. Once these nations begin to develop, they will also cultivate vast consumer markets. Especially given Huaxia's formidable manufacturing capabilities, the title World's Factory is no empty label. By assisting impoverished nations in their development, China can generate substantial wealth. Then they use that money to purchase Chinese goods. This creates a mutually beneficial, win-win situation for both parties. The strategic approach of the United States, however, is entirely different. They simply use force to subdue any nation that resists. These countries already have inferior weaponry and small territories. They can defeat them with remarkable ease. Moreover, Western nations are all cut from the same cloth, consistently turning a blind eye to M's aggression. In fact, they often join M in invading other nations to share in the spoils. The victimized nations are utterly helpless, with no one to turn to for aid. Western media further whitewashes their aggression, portraying them as champions of justice. But now, with the internet becoming increasingly widespread, many people are posting the truth online. People now know how evil the actions of the US and Western nations truly are, and they've grown tired of listening to their nonsense. China's rise can curb the United States' bullying of weaker nations. These vulnerable nations stand united with China. Seeing China being suppressed, they naturally speak up for justice. Moreover, they express support for China's righteous actions. Many smaller nations welcome China's powerful rise. The stronger China becomes, the less able M nation will be to act recklessly. Netizens from both sides ignited a fierce online war of words. Each side accused the other. Particularly radical individuals from certain Western nations showed no discernment whatsoever. They harbor intense hostility toward any nation they perceive as a threat. For only by perpetually waging wars can they sustain their extravagant lifestyles and international standing. Regardless, M nations suffered a complete and utter defeat in this standoff. Their humiliating retreat is an undeniable fact. At the very least, for a long time to come, their warships will not dare to approach China. Chapter 105, Confidence Comes from Strength. China emerged victorious from this standoff, swiftly concluding the exercises and withdrawing its warships. This exercise bolstered their confidence in capturing the Locomotive Province. Once more powerful fighter jets entered full-scale production, they would establish an overwhelming advantage over the enemy nation. Reclaiming Locomotive Province would then carry far less impact. When a nation is sufficiently powerful, whatever it does is justified. Many nations still harbor illusions about the United States, as it remains the world's undisputed leader in both economic and military might. China can only aspire to second place at best. Yet everyone believes it won't be long before China surpasses the United States. Once China becomes the world's leading power, it will reclaim the Locomotive Province. Western nations won't condemn us, they'll congratulate us instead. The military district commander submitted the exercise report. This matter must be reported to the chairman. After reviewing the report, the chairman slammed his fist on the table in excitement. Lin Hai is truly an extraordinary talent. Who would have thought the supersonic stealth helicopter he developed would be so formidable? If we could also develop the B-2 bomber in 2160, our nation's weaponry would reach the world's pinnacle. The chairman stood up and paced back and forth with excitement. Although Lin Hai deserves the primary credit for his better protection, this matter must remain confidential. We'll wait for a more appropriate opportunity to present him with his award. All the people of China were celebrating and cheering. Finally, they had vented their frustration. It seemed the might of the United States was nothing special after all. If it ever comes to war, M country is bound to lose. Moreover, the two nations are separated by vast oceans and immense distance. For M country to launch an attack, they'd have to traverse immense distances, and the logistical burden alone would be unsustainable. Although they maintain military bases in South Korea and Japan, they could launch an attack on China through these bases. They dare not do so, because both Japan and South Korea fall within the range of China's missiles. If they dared station troops in either location, a single wave of missile strikes could wipe them out in minutes. We will reclaim the Motor Province sooner or later. I truly hope to see that day come soon. No need to rush, I sense that day is drawing near. We've waited far too long for this day. May our nation achieve reunification soon. Many are also speculating whether the nation has already developed the latest reconnaissance aircraft. And this reconnaissance aircraft boasts exceptional stealth capabilities, capable of completely evading enemy radar. Take a guess which reconnaissance aircraft could possibly evade enemy radar? I'd guess it's a drone, small and more stealthy. Absolutely impossible. Drones require a constant signal connection. Their stealth capabilities are actually weaker. I'm guessing it must be a reconnaissance aircraft equipped with the latest technology. This reconnaissance aircraft is incredibly powerful, it can even evade M nation's fighter jets. Wouldn't it be a breeze to defeat M nation's forces? Exactly. Otherwise, how else would M nation have been scared into a panicked retreat? Before our China, they're as good as deaf and blind. Missiles raining down on them, and they couldn't even react. Awesome. I truly hope we can defeat M nation on the battlefield once more someday. Let this paper tiger's true strength be exposed. They only bully weaker nations against us, they're no match. More and more Chinese citizens are brimming with confidence about the future. They're eagerly discussing this online. In contrast, M nation netizens have gone quiet this time. Very few oppose launching wars abroad. Deep down, they all understand that if they can't maintain their hegemony, Americans won't be able to sustain such a lavish lifestyle. Lin Hai has been making frequent trips to the vineyard these days. After all, as the grapes approached ripeness, extra care was essential. No mistakes could be made that would ruin all their hard work. Seeing the grapes ready for harvest, many workers expressed their desire to stay on during the holiday instead of returning home. Lin Hai paid them their regular wages, and during the holiday period, he even tripled their pay. Once the grapes are sold, each person will also receive a generous bonus. Although they came to learn grape growing techniques, Lin Hai didn't want them to work for nothing. After all, grape cultivation was highly profitable. Lin Hai and Li Moore also found more opportunities to date during this period. Every student at the National Defense University paid close attention to developments in Jiqing province. After all, the vast majority of them would become military personnel after graduation. Do you think we'll ever really reclaim Jiqing province? Li Moore asked eagerly. It's a major national strategy. Once the timing is right, we'll definitely reclaim it, Lin Hai replied. By the way, is that video circulating online really ours? Did we develop some advanced weaponry? If we can fly above enemy aircraft to film, does that mean our weapons have far surpassed M's? Li Moore had kept these questions bottled up inside for quite some time. Seizing the moment, she couldn't help but ask. Li Moore vaguely suspected these weapons must be connected to Lin Hai. Only a small portion of the weapons surpassed theirs, the rest were still under development. I believe that in time, we'll have the strength to go toe-to-toe with M Nation, Lin Hai explained with a smile. So you really developed these weapons? Li Moore gripped Lin Hai's arm, her face brimming with admiration. Certain matters involve classified information and can't be disclosed yet. But I'm confident the nation will make the announcement soon, Lin Hai replied. I knew you could do it. The two shared a deep understanding. There was no need to press further. Simply knowing it was a new technology developed by Lin Hai made Li Moore incredibly happy. The grapes will be ready for harvest and market soon. I don't think we need to wait until Valentine's Day to start selling them. We can launch sales during the Spring Festival. Sell these grapes through pre-orders. Lin Hai changed the subject. Sure, whatever you say. Li Moore nodded in agreement. Lin Hai gathered everyone together and announced, everyone, our hard work over these past months is finally paying off. We plan to bring these grapes to market early to capitalize on the holiday season's consumer demand. I'm confident they'll sell exceptionally well. Let's shoot a promotional video to get the word out and build buzz for sales. Once the grapes are fully ripe in a few days, we can stop them with our feet. This is a great idea. When news about these grapes first broke, it caused quite a stir. But then it turned out to be photoshopped, which disappointed a lot of people. If we film the real grapes, it's bound to create another sensation. Chapter 106, Ripened, the Grapes of Love. All the hard work of these past days is finally about to pay off. Everyone is incredibly excited. They were all eagerly anticipating the reaction once the grapes hit the market. It would surely be astonishing. Earlier, their decision to plant grapes had drawn much opposition and scorn. Finally, the moment to prove them wrong has arrived. To maximize the promotional impact, they even wrote a script and filmed it together. When these videos hit the internet, they immediately caused a huge sensation. Glistening clusters of grapes hung from the vines. The key point? These grapes were shaped like stars and hearts, forms never before seen in grapes. Good heavens! The videos released earlier were fake. This one is from the National Defense University. Could they have actually cultivated grapes like this? Whether it's real remains to be seen, but I find it highly unlikely grapes could grow like this. Why not? They could have used molds to shape them beforehand. Grapes like this wouldn't taste good at all. Other fruits can be molded into various shapes, but grapes? Try it. With so few grapes crammed together like that, there's simply no room for molds. Even if it's real, I suspect it's genetically modified fruit. Best to avoid eating it. Although these videos have attracted a lot of attention, netizens have remained relatively calm. After all, fake news runs rampant online these days. Until it's confirmed, many people remain skeptical. If such grapes really exist, I'd definitely buy 2 bunches for my girlfriend. Not only do they look beautiful, but the grapes are huge too. I've never seen grapes this big before. You're absolutely right. As long as they don't taste too bad, grapes like these would definitely have a market. I hope the National Defense University really develops these grapes. I'll definitely support them. This news has even caught the attention of numerous media outlets, all scrambling to cover it. Some outlets even visited the university's vineyard in person to film. Seeing the actual grapes grown there, the journalists were all stunned. The students cultivating the grapes gave the reporters a special introduction. They even selected ripe grapes for the journalists to taste and released some data about the grapes. Only then did I discover that this new grape variety not only boasts a uniquely novel shape, but also truly delicious. Not only exceptionally sweet with a hint of tartness, but crucially, it carries a delicate rose-like fragrance on the palate. Just one taste is enough to make you hooked, craving more. Even when offered to journalists for promotional tastings, the students were reluctant to let them eat too many. These grapes represent their hard work and dedication, and they hope to sell them at a good price. With numerous media outlets vying to cover the story, people finally realized that grapes of this unique shape had truly been cultivated. Those who had doubted the National Defense University's agricultural efforts were now thoroughly convinced. Regardless of taste, the unique shape alone is enough to captivate consumers. Many people flooded the video comments asking how they could purchase these grapes. Lin Hai had the grape yield tallied and launched a pre-sale. The price per pound soared to a staggering 500 yuan, with a single bunch costing over 1,000 yuan. Though many complained the price was outrageously expensive and not worth it. Orders poured in relentlessly, selling out completely in no time. Lin Hai planned to sell half now and save the other half for Valentine's Day. Unexpectedly, within less than a day, they were completely sold out. Lin Hai found it almost unbelievable. While many people are struggling financially, there are still plenty of wealthy individuals. No wonder those foreign luxury brands are all entering the domestic market. With such a large population base, the market couldn't be small. Even if only 1/10 of the wealthy population were to purchase, it would still amount to hundreds of millions of high-end consumers. When the video went viral overseas, it sparked a wave of admiration. Oh my goodness, there's such a romantic fruit in the world. I'd love to buy a few bunches of grapes like these. If someone gave me a bunch of grapes like this, I'd definitely agree to be his girlfriend. This is just too romantic. I'm so jealous of people in China they can actually buy such romantic fruit. Can they be shipped internationally? I'd pay any price to buy them. I want to give them to my girlfriend. This would make an absolutely perfect proposal gift. The video kept getting reposted, easily surpassing 100 million views and quickly dominating the headlines across major platforms. It's truly worth celebrating that China has cultivated such a premium fruit for the first time. Especially those who successfully placed orders, proudly showing off their purchases. This sparked envy among onlookers. It made them feel that paying a premium for these grapes was truly worth it. Some scalpers even began speculating on the market, buying orders at inflated prices to resell them. For the wealthy, romance is what truly matters. A mere $1,000 or so is nothing to them. Even if prices soared into the tens of thousands, they'd still be willing to buy. Before the grapes even hit the market, they'd been hyped up as investment products. The highest price has already exceeded $20,000. Lin Hai heard these reports and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is utterly insane. Are consumers really that wealthy? Even if the shape is exceptionally unique, is it really worth spending 20,000 yuan on a single bunch? Li Moore chuckled. You simply can't comprehend a woman's most romantic pursuit. Scarce things are the most precious. Especially for the wealthy, they can easily spend tens of thousands, even over 100,000, on a single night out at a club. Spending 10 or 20,000 on a bunch of grapes to win their girlfriend's heart? What's that to them? Lin Hai nodded in agreement. You make a very good point. Even though the first year's grape yield isn't large, it still fetched over 200 million yuan. Such income is simply staggering. By expanding cultivation next year, we could reach a market worth at least tens of billions. And that's just the domestic market. I believe the international market holds even greater potential. You're absolutely right. Overseas consumers pursue romance and luxury goods even more extravagantly than those at home. The key is that only we possess this technology. With no competitors, we can set the price high. Moreover, many countries have strong currencies, so the converted prices won't seem exorbitant. Beyond mastering grape cultivation techniques, Li Moore dedicated significant time to researching global markets, especially overseas consumers, who readily embrace these novel, romantic products. Winning big on my first agricultural venture has me eager to explore new agricultural products. We'll strive to elevate our domestic fruits to premium status, Lin Hai declared with enthusiasm. This is the first battle in our assault on the international premium fruit market. Why should foreign fruits always command premium prices? Our domestic premium fruits can command even higher prices than theirs and be more popular. Chapter 107, Sales Explosion. After the pre-sale ended, several days passed without the fruit ripening. The team then began the meticulous process of harvesting and packing. Once packed, shipments commenced. Those who purchased early received their packages almost immediately. Seeing the grapes in person brought immense delight. They hadn't expected the grapes to be even more beautiful than imagined. Not only were they truly star-shaped and heart-shaped, but most importantly, the grapes were exceptionally large. They were nearly as big as ripe lychees. Grapes this large would command a premium price even without the unique shapes. Many recipients started unboxing and reviewing them. It was pure bragging. After photographing the grapes, they finally began tasting them. To their surprise, the taste was incredibly sweet and delicious, with a rich floral aroma filling their mouths. It was utterly irresistible. Many also filmed videos of giving the grapes to their girlfriends, capturing their utterly delighted reactions. These videos garnered massive view counts. They easily surpassed hundreds of thousands, even tens of millions of views. Many people finally realized. Those folks really know how to think outside the box. Most people would think spending thousands on a bunch of grapes is just too expensive. But after buying them, they simply film a video and effortlessly recoup the cost of the grapes. And they even made a nice profit. Some people were incredibly envious, but it was too late to act now. The grapes had already sold out, and they realized they were too late to buy. Still, many people are incredibly happy. Finally, China has a fruit variety that the whole world envies. This is only the first year of cultivation, with a particularly low yield. Next year, when it reaches peak production, yield should increase several fold. Moreover, given the strong sales this first year, cultivation areas will surely expand next year. By then, purchasing these grapes should become much easier. The key is that they can also be exported overseas, earning foreign currency. Many people have shared videos on international websites, and foreign netizens are particularly envious. They all hope to purchase them internationally. But the domestic market can't even meet demand. They have the money but can't get their hands on them. Whenever you scroll through news feeds on your phone, you'll constantly see videos of people flaunting their newly received grapes. Some wealthy individuals are even willing to pay premium prices to secure them. The highest bid has already surpassed 30,000 yuan per bunch. Some classmates were quite envious when they saw such high prices. The cost of 2 bunches of grapes was nearly equivalent to an ordinary worker's annual salary. Why don't we pick some more grapes and sell them at a premium? Someone suggested. No, that would disrupt the entire market. No matter how inflated the prices get, we can't undermine the market ourselves. This kind of speculation is more effective than advertising. We can announce in advance that some grapes will still be available for Valentine's Day. They'll be available online ahead of time, Lin Hai instructed the group with great seriousness. This new grape variety has become incredibly popular, and many are watching their every move. If we pull any shady maneuvers behind the scenes and it gets exposed, the hard-earned reputation they've built could be destroyed. After all, they represented the honor of the National Defense University. They absolutely could not do anything to tarnish the school's reputation. Lin Hai emphasized how crucial business integrity was, stressing that they must never sacrifice principles for short-term gains. After shipping all the grapes, Lin Hai gave each student a large red envelope. Each received 20,000 yuan. Additionally, each received a string of grapes. This was a New Year's bonus in addition to their regular wages. Everyone was utterly stunned by the reward. This is way too much. We only come to manage things during our free time. Our regular pay is already quite high. Why are they giving us so much extra money? That's right, what we get normally is already plenty. Plus, we've learned a lot of farming techniques. We really don't need such a large reward. Lin Hai raised a finger to his lips. Smiling, he said, keep all your bonuses. Everyone has worked hard these past few months. These grapes are the fruit of our labor. I hope you'll share them with the people you love most. Taste the sweetness of our harvest. I believe our future will only get brighter. This is just the beginning. Thank you so much. I wouldn't sell these grapes for any amount of money. They're the fruit of our own labor. I'm going to savor them with my girlfriend. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't sell my own harvest for 100,000. Alright, everyone worked hard these past 2 days. Head home and get some rest. Treat yourselves well. Send everyone else home. Lin Hai led Lin Moore to a restaurant and booked a private room. Lin Hai brought out the grapes he prepared. Since we're not going home for the new year, let's celebrate properly. Try the grapes we grew ourselves. To be honest, I've wanted to sneak a taste several times, but I resisted. Li Moore said, looking at the grapes. These two varieties are different types of grapes, so their flavors do have some distinct differences. Lin Hai picked one and handed it to Li Moore. You eat too. Li Moore plucked one and placed it in Lin Hai's mouth. One bite and the sweetness lingered on her lips and teeth. So delicious. Suddenly, I feel like selling these grapes for 500 yuan per pound is almost too cheap. Yeah, many grapes cultivated in Japan cost even more than this, yet they don't taste as good as ours. The premium fruit market is still quite substantial. As long as the product is good, there's no need to worry about finding buyers. We should cultivate more diverse fruits domestically so we don't have to import them from abroad. Lin Hai said with a smile. I never paid much attention to it before. But upon careful calculation, the global high-end fruit market is enormous. If the products are good enough, they could easily reach a scale of hundreds of billions. Domestic imports of premium fruits alone reach hundreds of billions annually. High-tech agriculture absolutely has a very broad future. So what fruit should we focus on next? I also heard the principal mention plans to introduce a dedicated agriculture course next year. It won't be treated as a hobby anymore. We need to build it into a dedicated industry. Li Moore inquired. Lin Hai paused briefly. Do you like cherries? After all, cherries can cost over 200 yuan when they're expensive. Even imported ones cost over 80 yuan. This fruit is pretty good. Of course I do. Most people who like this fruit are girls. But can we really grow cherries that match the quality of those from abroad? Lin Hai nodded and said, not only sweeter than theirs, but also larger in size. The larger the cherries, the higher the market price. We can absolutely cultivate cherries as large as lychees, guaranteeing they're sweet and juicy. Chapter 108, Cherries as big as lychees, ever seen them? Li Moore was utterly stunned. You're not joking, are you? Cherries that big? How is that even possible? Even with genetic modification technology, it's absolutely impossible to achieve such a size. Lin Hai found her astonished expression utterly adorable. He smiled and said, that's why you shouldn't doubt the power of technology. The new variety I've developed doesn't use genetic modification. Just wait and see, I'll get this project going as soon as possible. Come spring, buy more cherry trees we can graft on those big cherries. Great. I know you can make it happen. Li Moore was filled with anticipation. Such delicious fruit would absolutely be every girl's favorite. Small cherries just aren't satisfying to eat. If they were as big as lychees, they'd be especially irresistible. Oh, and cherries are naturally dark purple. If we could cultivate them into heart shapes, I think they'd be even more popular. Li Moore suggested. Lin Hai pondered briefly before finding the technology exchange method within his portable system. With enough points, you can synthesize any desired variety. No problem, I believe it's technically feasible. Li Moore's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Hai. Seriously? I was just joking earlier. You're not seriously going to try making that kind of fruit, are you? Why not? Since you mentioned it, it shows that for you girls. You girls really want to buy this kind of fruit. If consumers want it, we should definitely try to cultivate it. That's the only way to command a premium price. Let me think. Even if we don't set the price too high, selling it for around 300 yuan per pound should still be quite marketable. Absolutely no problem. Even higher-end cherries on the market now sell for over 200 yuan per pound. If they're as big as lychees and heart-shaped, people would be scrambling to buy them at 300 yuan per pound. Lin Hai gave a slight nod. That's settled then. We'll start this project next year. We also need to keep expanding the grape orchard so we can export sooner. Making money domestically is boring. We need to earn foreign currency. Li Moore nodded repeatedly. You're absolutely right. Our National Defense University needs to find ways to earn foreign exchange. Then we'll use that money to develop even more advanced technology. Hopefully we can surpass the United States sooner rather than later and become the world's most powerful nation. The person most delighted at that moment was the university president. The school's first agricultural project attracting such fervor clearly demonstrates the immense market demand for premium fruits. And this was merely the harvest from 300 acres. Based on market feedback, even if we plant 30,000 or 300,000 acres, sales will be no problem at all. Even with increased cultivation, prices could be lowered slightly, and the entire crop would still sell out. There's no need for dedicated sales channels. The annual holiday season alone would easily sell out the entire crop. The response from overseas markets has been particularly strong. The principal decided to immediately increase investment and continue acquiring more land for cultivating the new grape variety. Next year's harvest could potentially generate billions, even tens of billions. The school could generate substantial research funding. This would fuel further scientific research projects. In just a few years, the National Defense University could become the nation's premier institution of higher learning. This is the dream goal of every university president. And the opportunity to achieve that goal lies with Lin Hai. Believing that Lin Hai's development of more outstanding products would undoubtedly generate greater profits. Moreover, the National Defense University frequently unveils astonishing technological breakthroughs. Many students already regard Lin Hai as an idol. All aspire to enroll in the National Defense University and become honorable military officers in the future. Next year's college entrance exam scores are expected to soar, potentially rivaling those of Peking and Tsinghua universities. The principal has already convened the school leadership to begin planning next year's grape vineyard. Even if the land rental costs a bit more, it doesn't matter. The profit margin on grapes is simply too high. Spending an extra 1,000 or 2 on land rent makes no difference whatsoever. Wang Biao has been in a particularly foul mood these past few days. School had already closed for the holidays, but he found an excuse to stay behind. He had received instructions from higher-ups to thoroughly investigate the situation at the National Defense University. They wanted to know exactly what level of chip technology the National Defense University had achieved and what equipment they were using. Additionally, they suspected that China's latest weapons were also connected to the National Defense University. After all, the advancements in China's new aircraft technology were inextricably linked to Lin Hai. To investigate these matters, they had to start with Lin Hai. Wang Biao sat bored in his dorm room, scrolling through his phone. Every post was about Lin Hai. It kept recommending videos about grapes. Wang Biao was utterly annoyed. How could this guy be so lucky? Just growing grapes and he's getting such high prices. Now look, the whole country treats him like a hero. It baffles me. He's clearly more skilled with planes and math. How come he's so knowledgeable about agriculture too? Superiors keep pushing me to uncover the truth, but with the National Defense University under such tight security, how am I supposed to investigate? Looks like I'll have to go through Lin Hai to complete this mission. I'll have to swallow my pride and make amends with him. Lin Hai, you're off the hook this time. But once I finish this investigation, I'll make sure to get my hands on you and teach you a lesson. Wang Biao gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Zhao Tianlai was monitoring the surveillance feed, which was directly facing the door to Wang Biao's dorm room. They had already confirmed Wang Biao was the spy sent by Country M. After a series of investigations, it was confirmed he hadn't transmitted any useful intelligence back. So they kept him around for now, letting him feed false intelligence back to M Country to keep them off guard. This guy didn't even go home for the holidays. I bet he's on a mission, Zhao Tianlai said coldly. With the major incident in Jiqing province, M Country's spies have gone completely mad. They'd rather expose themselves than stop digging for intelligence. They want to know what technology we use to evade their radar. I suspect Wang Biao's purpose for staying is the same. He's been completely distracted lately. The pressure from above must be intense. Oof. Let's use this chance to exploit him, then arrest him. We'll make M Nation pay dearly. Let them know that spying in our China is all for naught. Zhao Tianlai said coldly. Boss, what should we do? Give the order quickly. No need to rush. Keep him under tight surveillance. See what his next move is. We'll deliberately leave a loophole. Just let him investigate some fake information. Zhao Tianlai instructed. Understood. Wang Biao's every move is now under our surveillance. This time, we won't let him off the hook. Chapter 109, Proactive Flattery. Wang Biao remained completely unaware that he was under tight surveillance. Checking the time, he arrived at the school gate to wait. Lately, Lin Hai had been preoccupied with vineyard matters, returning at this exact time almost every day. He needed to find a way to get close to Lin Hai and extract information from him. After waiting for a long time, Lin Hai still hadn't returned. Instead, a few students trickled back to campus after finishing their meals. Wang Biao spotted someone he knew and stopped him to ask, "Weren't you guys with Lin Hai? Why haven't I seen him come back?" "We shipped all the goods today, so everyone went out to celebrate. Lin Hai must be on a date with Li Moore. He wasn't with us." "Oh, I see. Well, I'll wait for him a little longer then." Wang Biao's face remained expressionless, but inside he was seething with hatred. "Lin Hai, you bastard. Not only did you ruin my plans, but you also stole the woman I had my eye on. I won't let you off the hook. I'll ruin your reputation and snatch Li Moore right out from under you. How dare this woman reject my advances? I won't let you off easy." Wang Biao had undergone brutal training abroad, and his mind had long since twisted into darkness. What he couldn't have, he wanted to destroy. Lee Moore's repeated rejections had turned his love into hatred. He planned to seize Lee Moore, then torment her mercilessly. Well then, you wait. We've had a few drinks and need to get some sleep. Since you know Lin Hai, I assumed you were his friend. We exchanged greetings and headed back to the dorm together. After waiting a long time, a car finally drove into the school grounds. Wang Biao had already confirmed that Lin Hai always used this specific vehicle for outings. Plus, there were several bodyguard cars following behind. After all, Lin Hai was a national treasure-level figure, and wherever he went, he was accompanied by a large security detail. Fearing he might miss this chance, Wang Biao hurried forward to block the car's path. The bodyguards inside immediately placed their hands on their guns, ready to fire at any moment. Zhao Tianlai, who was following behind, had already guessed Wang Biao's purpose for coming. He immediately ordered his men, "Don't worry. He's just looking for a chance to get close to Lin Hai." As soon as Wang Biao got out of the car, he shouted loudly, "Lin Hai, can you come out? I need to talk to you." "Better not engage him. I just don't trust him." Lee Moore felt a strong aversion toward Wang Biao. Lin Hai was deeply curious Wang Biao had actually come looking for him. After all, the two had never gotten along. But since they were high school classmates, it would be awkward not to see him. "It's fine. We have so many people protecting us. Let's see what he wants by coming to me. Then I'll go with you." Lin Hai didn't refuse and got out of the car with Lee Moore. "What do you want with me?" Lin Hai gave him a cold stare. Though Wang Biao harbored deep hatred for Lin Hai, he had no choice but to put on a smile now. He flattered, "Lin Hai, we're old classmates. I've come to see things clearly now. How I treated you before was truly inappropriate. I want to apologize to you. Can we still be friends?" Lin Hai looked at him with some surprise, and Wang Biao gave an embarrassed smile. As a rich kid who'd been pampered his whole life, this was the first time he'd ever apologized to someone. Getting this far was already a huge effort for him. "Did I hear that right? Those words actually came out of your mouth. What's in it for you to be friends with me? I can't help but feel like you're approaching me for some ulterior motive. What are you talking about? Your fame is growing by the day. Hanging around you could rub off some of that glory on me. We both got into this school through the entrance exam. We should look out for each other, don't you agree?" Lin Hai nodded. "That's true. But it depends on who the other person is. If someone's character is truly awful, what's the point of being friends with them?" Wang Biao had a mission to fulfill. Even if confronted directly, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. "Look at you, still holding a grudge over such a small thing. I'm offering you a sincere apology. Please forgive me this once. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just ask." Seeing his sincerity, Lin Hai nodded and said, "Alright, since you put it that way. What happened between us is water under the bridge. Let bygones be bygones." Wang Biao, thrilled to have achieved his goal, grabbed Lin Hai's hand. "Thank you so much. You'll see how I repay you." Lin Hai recoiled in disgust and jerked his hand away. "Talk nicely, why get physical? I'm not into that sort of thing." Wang Biao rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "I just got a little too excited. Have you guys eaten yet? Let me treat you to a meal." "We've already eaten. If there's nothing else, you can go now." "I do have something." Wang Biao blurted out. "What is it?" "Go ahead. I see your grapes are really good. I'm quite interested too. Could I join you and learn some grape growing techniques?" Lin Hai looked at him suspiciously. "Why would a rich kid like you want to learn grape cultivation?" "I'm genuinely interested in this, especially since the internet is flooded with news about it lately. I think if I could grow grapes like these, I'd definitely make a fortune in the future. Please, just agree to help me this once. Even though we're fully staffed, I'm sure you can make it happen if you ask." Lin Hai thought for a moment. "Alright then. Just come report for duty next year. Why wait until next year? I'm free right now. Just let me know if you need any help. Didn't you already announce that you'll be selling grapes for Valentine's Day? After the new year, I'll help you pick grapes." "Alright then, I'll notify you when the time comes. Can I have your contact info? We're both staying for the holidays, we could celebrate together. We can hang out more often when we're free." Lin Hai was getting annoyed by him and gave him his temporary number. Lin Hai had two phone numbers, one for regular use, reserved for those closest to him. The other was reserved for unimportant people. When he didn't want to answer calls, he could simply turn off this number and avoid any interruptions. Wang Biao was thrilled to get the number. It brought him one step closer to his plan. "I won't bother you two anymore. Go get some rest." Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to respond, simply getting back into the car with Lee Moore. Lee Moore hadn't let down her guard toward Wang Biao despite his behavior today. "I can't shake the feeling that his sudden interest in you is a bit off. Could he have ulterior motives? I don't think he's the type to actively curry favor either. Just wait, we'll see when he shows his true colors," Lin Hai said with a cold laugh. Chapter 110, beginning to surface. You can't afford to be too careless. He's always harbored deep animosity toward you. Don't fall into his trap. I think the best approach with someone like him is to ignore him. Lee Moore still seemed worried. "Relax. With all these people protecting me, he doesn't have the guts or the ability to harm me." Lin Hai suddenly realized the security issue. He'd have to figure out a way to protect himself properly. He couldn't rely on bodyguards forever. He planned to research it thoroughly once he returned. First, he'd take Lee Moore back to her dorm. "Get some rest. I might not be able to accompany you tomorrow. I still have research to continue. I know your work comes first. I'll focus on my studies during this time and visit the vineyard daily to tend to it. Focus on your research, don't worry about me. Oh, and when you leave campus, make sure to go with your classmates. You're my girlfriend, you must protect yourself. If those spies really infiltrate and capture you to threaten me, I'll have to hand over all my research findings to them. Lin Hai said solemnly. Lee Moore was deeply moved. That Lin Hai valued her so deeply, what more could she possibly hope for? Silly, she said. My safety is nowhere near as important as national security. You mustn't do anything foolish. Lin Hai smiled faintly, nothing matters more than you. If it ever comes to that, I'll agree to every single one of their demands. Lee Moore tried to persuade him further, but seeing the unwavering resolve in Lin Hai's eyes, she swallowed her words. She nodded earnestly. I understand. I'll make sure to keep myself safe. Good. Now go get some rest. Lin Hai waved at her and climbed back into the car. What neither Lin Hai nor Lee Moore knew was that Zhao Tianlai had already made all the necessary arrangements in advance. Special personnel were already secretly protecting Lee Moore. After all, they were now a couple, and Lee Moore's safety was equally important. Moreover, those spies had surely already uncovered the nature of their relationship. They might kidnap Lee Moore at a critical moment. They would use her safety to extract intelligence. As a professional state security officer, Zhao Tianlai would never make such a rookie mistake. He simply hadn't informed the couple about these matters. Back in the car, Zhao Tianlai sat in the passenger seat. He spoke up. Since Wang Biao came to you on his own, there are some things I must tell you. Go ahead. It seems he did have a purpose in approaching me. You're correct. According to our intelligence, Wang Biao is likely a spy sent by Country M. His admission to the National Defense University was likely intended to investigate you. It's also possible he had other missions earlier, aiming to gather intelligence on the National Defense University. But as you've developed so many advanced technologies, he shifted his focus to you. He's a spy? Lin Hai was taken aback. But he quickly recalled that Wang Biao had studied abroad in Country M before suddenly transferring to their school just before the college entrance exams. Having lived abroad, it was entirely possible he'd undergone rigorous training. That's right, all those negative rumors targeting you last time. They were all connected to Wang Biao. He wants to damage your reputation and break your fighting spirit. This time he's approaching you. I suspect it's definitely related to the previous standoff with the Navy. They suspect the aircraft used to monitor the M Country Navy is closely linked to you. There was no need to keep this from Lin Hai. Zhao Tianlai told him everything he knew, down to the last detail. So that's how it is. But I still don't quite understand. If you knew Wang Biao was a spy, why not arrest him? Because up until now, he hasn't passed back any useful information. Besides, we've him completely under our control. Keeping him around prevents them from sending other spies. This approach is far more efficient. Oh, I see. After hearing this, I'll have to be extra careful around him. I can't let him trick me into saying anything. I'm telling you this not to make you wary of him. Lin Hai couldn't figure it out. What exactly are you implying? It's simple. Since Country M wants him to uncover intelligence, we'll feed him some false intelligence. Let him report it to Country M. That way, Country M will make erroneous judgments, which will greatly benefit us. Zhao Tianlai explained. Lin Hai suddenly burst out laughing. I always thought you were a serious person. I never imagined you'd resort to such underhanded tactics. Zhao Tianlai chuckled. As the military strategist said, all's fair in war. They send spies, so let those spies work for us. Isn't that just perfect? It certainly is. Lin Hai nodded. What false information do you want me to pass on to him? After the recent naval standoff, M Nation is already scared out of their wits. They're desperate to know what weapons we've developed. You can tell him we've developed extremely compact drone surveillance equipment, capable of clearly tracking their movements. This will steer their investigation towards small drones, ensuring they never uncover our supersonic stealth attack helicopters. Advanced weapons should remain concealed whenever possible, avoiding detection. They can be deployed as trump cards when critical moments arise. Moreover, our current stock of supersonic armed helicopters is far too limited. If M Nation were to discover this, they would certainly act immediately, seizing the opportunity to further support the motorcycle province. You're right. Feed them a false lead and let them waste time investigating. Within a year, we'll have sufficient supersonic armed helicopters in production. Even if they send more warships, we can defeat them decisively in direct combat. Lin Hai agreed wholeheartedly. After discussing it, the two decided to have Lin Hai leak this information to Wang Biao. Lin Hai returned to the research institute and went back to sleep. Cloning the Tu-160 and B-2 bombers would require massive amounts of credits. Moreover, advanced technology might be required at any moment, so Lin Hai began accumulating credits in advance to prepare. Meanwhile, production of the next-generation lithography machine was accelerating. In just over a month, the prototype would be ready. By then, production of more advanced chips would be possible. Meanwhile, Wang Biao kept waiting for an opportunity, even secretly installing surveillance equipment near the research institute. Whenever Lin Hai emerged from the institute, he would find a way to strike up a conversation. Ideally, he would follow Lin Hai to the vineyard. That would provide more chances to talk and make it easier to gather intelligence. But after waiting an entire day, Lin Hai still hadn't emerged from the institute. How strange. What on earth was he researching? He often stayed inside the institute for 10 days or even half a month at a time. There must be some crucial secret. Wang Biao was extremely anxious. Yet he was powerless to help. The lab was under maximum security, now outsiders like him weren't allowed inside. Chapter 111. Too many envious eyes. While pondering solutions, Wang Dao idly scrolled through news feeds. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He'd found a way to deal with Lin Hai. It turned out this new grape variety was selling like hotcakes. Many people were posting online. They wanted to purchase grapevine cuttings from the National Defense University to graft onto their own vineyards. This way, they too could cultivate the new variety and reap substantial profits. Once someone took the lead, many others followed suit, posting requests online. They saw the potential of these grape varieties and were certain they could make a fortune. Wang Biao immediately had an idea. He promptly submitted a report to his superiors. Within 2 days, posts on this topic proliferated. Many people took to the internet to voice their grievances, lamenting the severe losses they had incurred from grape cultivation. Since the National Defense University had developed superior varieties, they too wished to cultivate them. They hoped the National Defense University and Lin Hai could help them prosper together. Some even sent messages directly to the university. President Wang Kailan saw the situation but paid no attention to these people. The newly developed varieties are all patented. Moreover, this variety had only just been successfully trialed, and numerous technical hurdles remained before it could be widely promoted. Moreover, many domestic farmers tend to blindly expand their scale once they obtain new varieties. And in their rush to make money, they often disregard technical requirements. The resulting grapes vary wildly in quality. A promising grape variety can quickly flood the market and be completely ruined. Grapes cultivated with care can't command premium prices. While cheap, inferior grapes flood the market everywhere. Wang Kailan absolutely refused to let this happen. Remember, these grapes are destined for export, generating substantial research funding for the university. They carry a crucial mission. How could he possibly promote such grapes casually? Days passed without a response from the National Defense University. Immediately, numerous posts attacking Lin Hai began appearing. Lin Hai may have developed a new variety, but he's being far too greedy. He actually thought about monopolizing the market, selling at high prices to make a fortune for himself. After all, he attended a military academy, essentially a soldier. To not consider the people at all, such a person is truly selfish. I thought cultivating new grape varieties was meant to benefit the people of our country. Turns out we overestimated his selflessness. Turns out he's just an ordinary person, completely obsessed with money. He talks about agricultural technology, but his real goal is to monopolize the market and make a killing. Selling grapes just to add to his profits is utterly disgusting. Posts like this are multiplying. Lin Hai seems to have transformed into a cunning, self-serving villain. All his past contributions were now being dismissed by these people. Zhao Tianlai quickly sensed something was amiss. These online rumors seemed orchestrated and purposeful. When he had the tech team investigate, they found all the accounts were anonymous, using fake identities. There was no way to trace these people. Some were even posted after accounts were hacked and forced to publish. Zhao Tianlai quickly realized this was yet another move by foreign spy organizations. They aimed to smear Lin Hai through such means. Ordinary farmers would never entertain such notions. Yet, swept up in this wave of public opinion, some people did begin to entertain such thoughts. Since it was a new variety developed domestically, it should be shared with everyone to benefit the people. Yet cultivating such high-end fruit required advanced techniques. Moreover, its customer base is inherently niche. If mass cultivation occurs or quality fails to meet standards, this fruit will swiftly fall from grace. The most critical issue is that once grape varieties are disseminated, they could be smuggled abroad by spies. Earning money from overseas isn't that easy. I never imagined they'd resort to such dirty tricks again. It's utterly despicable. Launch an investigation, immediately find these people at all costs. Zhao Tianlai gritted his teeth in fury. These spies were masters of using public opinion as a weapon, minimizing their own costs while maximizing their impact. People who hadn't considered it before were swept up by the hype. Began clamoring online daily for the cultivation techniques of the new grape variety. Lin Hai remained completely unaware of these developments, intensifying efforts to upgrade the nanometer-level production line. Longway Corporation absolutely couldn't fall behind. They had to overtake M countries' fruit companies in one fell swoop. At the very least, they must defeat the explosive phones from the Korean company first. The smartphone market was incredibly important. Especially now that many games and apps must be downloaded through mobile app stores. The more phones sold equates to controlling the distribution channels for these applications. This plays a vital role in the development of domestic enterprises. Li Moore saw these news reports too and was furious. These people are so selfish, each one wants something for nothing. This new grape variety carries a crucial mission. Yet everyone is already thinking about planting it. The key issue is that the cultivation techniques aren't fully mature yet. Many aspects still need refinement. How could it possibly be rolled out so quickly? Even if it is promoted, expansion must be planned and controlled, with annual yields strictly managed. Only then can grape quality be guaranteed and market oversupply prevented. Although Li Moore posted online to argue her case, her posts were quickly drowned out by others. Hardly anyone even saw them. Why haven't you responded yet? We've been waiting with bated breath. If you want more money, just say so. Are you planning to keep it all to yourself forever? I really misjudged him. I thought he was researching new technology to benefit the entire nation. Turns out he's just like everyone else. We grape growers are struggling terribly. We hope Lin Hai will step forward soon. Help us poor farmers. Suddenly it seems like if Lin Hai doesn't share it with them, he's the most despicable person imaginable. Wang Kailan saw the media hype growing more intense by the day. He couldn't avoid responding any longer. He could only release a statement through the official website. First, the grape cultivation techniques are not yet mature without proper technology, quality cannot be guaranteed. Second, to ensure market stability, they would eventually recruit licensed growers through franchising. Once the technology is fully developed, they would consider granting broader licenses. Yet this explanation still failed to satisfy netizens. They persist in believing the National Defense University simply wants to profit for itself without sharing opportunities with them. They all raised a huge fuss, attacking the National Defense University and Lin Hai. In no time, the number of people bashing Lin Hai grew significantly, sparking considerable public outcry. Many of Lin Hai's fans began fighting back. They felt these critics were utterly shameless. Why should someone share their hard-earned research with others? Moreover, unplanned expansion could easily destroy the entire breed. Chapter 112, The Press Conference. Honestly, I'm baffled by these people. What gives them the right to morally blackmail Lin Hai? After all the effort to develop such an astonishing variety. And now they want him to share it? Does Lin Hai owe you something? Ignore these trolls. They import tons of agricultural products from abroad, yet their uncontrolled expansion never prioritizes quality. As a result, many good products are grown cheaply and poorly. I stand firmly with Master Lin on this. Let's shut down these morally bankrupt individuals immediately. Reading their comments makes me sick. But after these people posted, their comments were forcibly deleted. This doesn't help the public discourse much. Some who noticed the situation sensed something was off. This is a deliberate smear campaign against Lin Hai. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. These righteous netizens immediately reported the matter to the police. Authorities also reported these incidents, urging netizens to stay vigilant while they employ technical measures to shut down these smear accounts. By the time Lin Hai learned of this, several days had already passed. Seeing the online posts, he was completely baffled. This story had blown up so wildly. Were people really begging online for new grape varieties? Lin Hai scrolled through the posts. He quickly noticed they were all remarkably similar, clearly originating from the same source. Lin Hai pondered thoughtfully. It seemed those spy organizations were going to great lengths to smear him. Zhao Tianlai tried to reassure him, "Don't worry. I'm investigating this matter and will definitely root out these spies." Lin Hai didn't seem overly concerned. He smiled and said, "Finding these people won't be easy. They're just hackers posting messages from overseas. It's incredibly difficult to track them down. Even if we ban their accounts, they can just use technical means to create new ones. After all, anyone capable of working for spy organizations must possess exceptional computer skills." Zhao Tianlai frowned and said, "These foreign forces have never been so brazen before. What's going on here? This only proves my presence threatens them. No big deal. It's just a minor issue, I'll handle it. What's your plan? It's best to eliminate this negative impact as soon as possible. Your safety is of paramount importance to the nation. No one is permitted to tarnish your reputation." Zhao Tianlai hurriedly inquired. This period has been giving him a real headache. These reports are coming in from numerous overseas locations, some of which are extremely chaotic. There's simply no way to apprehend the perpetrators. This has made it impossible to eliminate the negative impact. Although authorities are using technical means to delete posts, the other side is no slouch either. Using hacking methods, they repost these articles. They aim to sway public opinion among the people. After all, with such a vast population, all kinds of people exist. Many are morally blackmailing Lin Hai for their own gain, hoping to obtain these great varieties through such tactics. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Lin Hai. The solution is simple: just share these new techniques. But that's impossible. If cultivation were allowed to spread freely, the consequences would be severe. A good product can be ruined in just a few years. "Don't worry, I've got it covered," Lin Hai said with a smile. "There are countless fruit varieties worldwide, plenty of opportunities to make money." Lin Hai first called Principal Wang Kailan, who was also growing increasingly anxious. The public outcry was growing uncontrollably. This incident had exposed far too many people with twisted values, concerned only with their own interests. They cared nothing for moral principles. They believed that by riding the wave of public opinion, they could pressure Lin Hai into releasing the patent for his new grape variety, allowing everyone to cultivate it. But these people never considered the long-term consequences. If everyone could grow this grape, production would skyrocket and they'd still make no profit. The key is that higher quality crops demand more advanced cultivation techniques. Without proper technical guidance, it simply cannot be cultivated well. Forget making money, they'd just destroy the variety in no time. Finally got in touch with me. Now many are clamoring to release the patent. I'm completely at a loss. Principal, don't worry. Just help me organize a press conference. I'll explain everything in person. Are you really going to release the product? Wang Kailan was startled. A project poised to generate huge profits next year. Once it's fully released, through grafting techniques, it could hit the market next year. Within 2 or 3 years at most, the entire market will be flooded with this variety. By then, prices might drop to a few yuan per pound, not even covering production costs. We won't release it, but we can grant licenses. We'll provide technical guidance to village collectives. This way we can control production and minimize market impact. But that won't work either. Such small-scale licensing won't be acceptable to others. Don't worry. We can cultivate more varieties of fruit. That should work, right? The principal found this solution even less reliable. Developing a new variety could take years. How could we possibly meet everyone's planting needs? Trying to please everyone would only stir up more controversy. Principal, rest assured I'm here to handle it. Let's discuss the details when we meet. I plan to cultivate several high-quality cherry varieties. Get the fields and saplings ready. Quickly aim for market release next year. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing about new fruit varieties, Wang Kalen immediately became full of energy. If all else fails, we can hand over a few fruit varieties to silence these critics. Continue cultivating other fruit varieties. At the very least, this will ensure the National Defense University earns enough research funding. News that Lin Hai was holding a press conference immediately drew widespread attention. On the day of the conference, countless people watched the live stream online, and nearly every major media outlet sent reporters to cover the event. Facing hundreds of journalists, Lin Hai remained remarkably calm. Wang Kalen, however, was visibly nervous. He whispered, "Are you really up to this?" "No problem. Just watch me handle it." When he faced the reporters, they had a barrage of questions ready. Lin Hai raised his hand and motioned for them to quiet down. "I know what you want to ask. I'll just tell you straight up. The grape cultivation technique isn't fully perfected yet. Ordinary growers simply can't achieve these results. However, we are training specialized technicians. In the future, we'll grant licenses to transfer grape varieties and cultivation techniques to the Village Collective. The Village Collective will sign a contract with us and send people to learn the techniques. This way we can control the scale and ensure all cooperating farmers earn stable income." Chapter 113, Seed Security is Imperative. Mr. Lin, while this approach could lift some farmers out of poverty, but the number of people who can benefit is simply too small. Isn't there another better solution? A reporter asked. Here it comes, Wang Kalen thought to himself. After all, this grape variety is niche meant for gifting. Because they're incredibly demanding to cultivate, the costs are sky high. It's genuinely difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on them. The market is already quite small. If cultivation is opened up, many will engage in cutthroat competition, which will not only lower quality but also ruin the brand. I don't recommend it, said Lin Hai. But this way, most farmers won't benefit. Are there any requirements for selecting cooperative farmers? Why not prioritize the poorest households for poverty alleviation? Lin Hai didn't get angry at the reporter's moral blackmail. We certainly have solutions for this situation. In the future, we'll develop several new varieties each year. This will allow more farmers to join in the cultivation. The next variety will be cherries. Not only will they improve in taste, but they'll also be larger than imported ones. If you prefer different shapes, we can cultivate those too. I estimate the size will be comparable to ripe lychees. Furthermore, when selecting growers, we will also consider climatic factors. We'll partner with farmers in regions with the most suitable climate and soil conditions. Details will be published on our official website. Since we're growing them, we aim to produce the highest quality fruit. After all, the overseas market is where the real money is. Lin Hai's reasoning was sound and well organized. Even if someone tried to discredit him, they'd find no grounds to do so. Now, overwhelmingly positive reviews finally appear online. Master Lin truly didn't disappoint me. He actually cultivated such excellent cherries. I hope the price can be a bit more affordable. I'll definitely buy some to try. Oh my goodness, cherries have always been my favorite. But imported cherries are just too expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost 80 or 90 yuan per pound. I hope we can cultivate high-quality cherries at a more affordable price. At least the first couple of years won't be cheap, since it's a new product and the cherries are so large. I think prices will only come down once the technology matures and production scales up. Master Lin will finally silence those haters. Let's cultivate more premium fruits so every region has its specialty. This will help our people earn more and live better lives. Next year, I'm determined to enroll in the National Defense University. I heard they're introducing an agricultural program. I'm determined to study hard there. Agriculture is my passion. After learning farming techniques from Master Lin, I'll return to start my own business. I'll lead our entire village toward prosperity. Brother upstairs, you have lofty aspirations. Keep pushing forward and study diligently. The admission standards for the National Defense University are quite high. Lin Hai then outlined the future timeline for new agricultural development to the reporters. New fruit varieties will be developed at regular intervals. Not only will we have high-quality fruits, but we'll also develop seeds for vegetables and grains. This will ensure national seed security. Despite Lin Hai's ambitious plans, both the reporters and the live stream viewers were utterly stunned. It turns out that all of the nation's vegetable and grain seeds are controlled by foreign countries. Annual imports of these seeds alone cost hundreds of billions, if not more. If foreign nations were to impose sanctions on China, its agriculture would suffer an immediate and devastating blow. Many vegetable and grain seeds cannot be saved for replanting. They must be purchased fresh every year. Otherwise, yields would be extremely low, resulting in almost no harvest. This leaves many feeling deeply alarmed and wary of these latent dangers. It's utterly unbelievable, truly unimaginable. Food security must be firmly in our own hands. How could we entrust it to foreign corporations? Many of these are native plants from our own country, yet they've been patented by foreign entities. It's an utter disgrace. I hope Dr. Lin can develop even better seeds. Agriculture and high technology are equally important. With a clear timeline for agricultural development, no one can find fault with it. After all, even someone exceptionally talented couldn't develop so many high-quality fruits overnight. So they can only wait. They registered in advance, ready to collaborate on cultivation if suitable fruit varieties became available. Lin Hai suddenly became the shining star of Chinese agriculture. Not only did he educate netizens nationwide about the grim reality of domestic agriculture, but also offered these farmers the prospect of a prosperous future. Finally, all the previous skeptical voices have been silenced. Anyone who dared to criticize Lin Hai would immediately face a barrage of condemnation. Numerous reports led to the swift deletion of these accounts. Domestic netizens were overjoyed. But overseas seed companies? They're all crumbling one by one. If Lin Hai truly delivers on his promises, they stand to lose hundreds of billions in market share. These seed companies all hailed from developed nations. Unexpectedly, they found themselves caught in the crossfire, instantly becoming the target of widespread criticism. Following Lin Hai's press conference, a wave of patriotic sentiment swept through the public. When selecting seeds, they would prioritize domestically cultivated varieties. Even if foreign vegetable and grain seeds were superior, they no longer purchased them. Supporting domestic products to safeguard national security is what truly matters. The seed company's operations suffered significant setbacks, and their stock prices plummeted rapidly. Furious, the seed company's owner slammed his fist on the table. Who the hell decided to mess with Lin Hai? Otherwise, he wouldn't have even considered seed issues. All our years of planning have been completely wasted. That man is a genius, there's nothing he can't accomplish. Soon we'll lose China's agricultural market entirely. Worse yet, once they develop superior seeds, they'll even export them back to us. Many seed company executives were so furious they filed complaints directly with the government. They've already deduced this as the work of some spy organization. Not only did they fail to achieve their goals, but they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Their businesses suffered severe damage. The intense protests from numerous companies have caused the country government considerable headaches. They gave the head of their spy organization a thorough dressing down. Truly, they were good for nothing and couldn't even finish what they started. After being thoroughly berated, they naturally needed someone to take it out on. Wang Biao became the scapegoat. From top to bottom, he was subjected to a thorough dressing down. Some even suspected Wang Biao had defected and demanded an investigation into his recent activities. Chapter 114, a department established just for you. Wang Biao felt profoundly wronged. He had worked tirelessly for country M. Yet this was the outcome he faced. Yet he dared not erupt in anger, much less argue back. If M country abandoned him, he would be utterly finished. He hastily assured them his loyalty was beyond question. He was doing everything he could to get closer to Lin Hai, determined to uncover the necessary intelligence as quickly as possible. After Wang Biao's desperate pleas, his superiors finally agreed to give him one more chance. If he failed again, he would be expelled from the spy unit and face the harshest punishment. In severe cases, he might even end up in prison. Wang Biao gritted his teeth in fury. What was it about Lin Hai? Why did he have such incredible luck? He's like my nemesis. Ever since joining the country organization, my training results had always been outstanding. But ever since I met him, nothing has gone smoothly. I need to be more proactive and pick up the pace. Otherwise, the organization will lose all trust in me. Principal Wang Kailan felt no relief despite averting the crisis. Lin Hai had made far too many promises. If he failed to deliver, the consequences would be severe. Especially since Lin Hai's primary mission should focus on developing high technology to break through foreign blockades. Issues like fruit and grain could be temporarily set aside. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Hai had made bold promises just to quickly quell public opinion. He knew full well that agriculture was a capital-intensive industry with slow returns. To achieve the improvement of over a dozen high-yield crops and premium fruits within just a few years, how could anyone possibly achieve that? It requires a massive research team and would take at least several years. After the meeting, Wang Kailan cautiously inquired, "Are you truly confident you can deliver on what you just said? This is no small matter. No matter how talented you are, you simply can't devote all your energy to agricultural research alone. The nation needs you to break through many cutting-edge technologies. Agricultural matters can wait." Lin Hai smiled faintly and replied, "I wouldn't have made such a claim if I wasn't confident. While agricultural research takes considerable time, it won't actually demand much of my personal attention. Just recruit more students for me. I'll handle the technical aspects and they can take care of the rest." Wouldn't that free up significant time for other research endeavors? If you put it that way, it does seem feasible. Wang Kailan pondered thoughtfully. Of course it can work. We can research several agricultural products simultaneously and assign them to different students. The research outcomes could serve as their graduation theses or exam credits. If they master the cultivation techniques, they could secure good jobs or even start their own businesses, Lin Hai explained. The principal slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of this? Now I can finally relax. It seems we'll not only add an agriculture program next year but also expand enrollment. We need to report this urgently for higher level approval. I don't foresee any major issues. Just our grape production alone will generate billions in output value next year. Next year we'll cultivate cherries to another massive market worth billions. With such promising projects, I'm confident the national authorities will approve. You make a very compelling case. With you, the big shot, backing it, no one would dare refuse approval. Wang Kailan suddenly felt his posture stiffen with confidence. Right, you mentioned cultivating new cherry varieties. What should I prepare for you? The principal suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Simple enough greenhouse fields and enough transplanted cherry trees. Ideally, they should be able to bear fruit within the same year, so the saplings must have well-developed root systems. I'll cultivate them properly and aim to have them bearing fruit and ready for market next year. By the second year, they should reach peak productivity. The principal, already tasting the sweet rewards, had his eyes sparkling with gold. The grapes had only been sold once, yet they had already earned 100 million. Now he deeply regretted planting far too few. Had he trusted Lin Hai's capabilities and planted 10,000 acres from the start, they could have been exporting by now. The new cherry variety was clearly presented at the launch event. Not only can it be cultivated into desired shapes, but crucially, they could grow as large as lychees. Such cherries had no rivals worldwide. They are undoubtedly the king of cherries. As for the taste, Lin Hai's expertise in cultivating fruit is beyond question. I'll start by applying to requisition 1,000 acres. That should be sufficient, right? Lin Hai was taken aback. Principal, that's a bit excessive. 1,000 acres would require a huge workforce to manage. No problem. The school will establish a dedicated department solely for agricultural projects. Whatever you need, this department will handle it for you. Alright then, Lin Hai said with a smile. I guarantee you'll recoup your costs within the first year and turn a profit. Hearing Lin Hai's assurance, Wang Kalin felt even more confident. Even during the holidays, he called all the school leaders together for a meeting. They were establishing a major department. Starting next year, the National Defense University's agricultural technology projects would be put on the agenda. This initiative would impact the development of the entire nation. After wrapping up the press conference, Lin Hai planned to take another stroll through the vineyard. Li Moore had been waiting outside the whole time. Seeing Lin Hai, she waved energetically at him. Her beautiful, large eyes brimmed with admiration. You're truly amazing. Now those who tried to smear you have nothing left to say. I've seen so many comments on the video. People are absolutely in awe of you. Li Moore was incredibly moved. Now that we've made such bold claims, we'd better get to work quickly. Next year, whenever we have time, we should cultivate more fruit varieties. We should also cultivate high-quality vegetables to help the people prosper as soon as possible. Lin Hai said with a smile. Li Moore nodded vigorously. I believe you can absolutely make it happen. I'll support you wholeheartedly. The two got into the car and headed for the plantation. Many students also frequently stayed at the plantation to tend to the grapes, diligently learning cultivation techniques. Leveraging their status as students of the university, they could return home to start businesses upon graduation. With the school's full backing and patent authorization. With such promising prospects, no one wanted to miss out. Wang Biao had been waiting for this chance. Seeing Lin Hai heading to the vineyard, he rushed forward to block the car. Lin Hai had already discussed a plan with Zhao Tianlai to deal with him. He rolled down the window, feigning ignorance. Why are you stopping me again? Wang Biao forced a smile. Didn't we agree earlier that I'd join your agricultural training program? You're heading to the plantation, right? Give me a ride. This car has a specific purpose. Not just anyone can ride in it. If you want to go, take a taxi or the bus yourself. With that, Lin Hai rolled out the window. Chapter 115, Hidden Agendas. Watching the car drive off, Wang Biao gritted his teeth in anger. Even though they'd agreed to make up, it was clear he still didn't take him seriously. He wouldn't even give him a ride. Your car can't carry others? But Li Moore was in your car just now. How dare you lie through your teeth like that? I won't let you get away with this. Wang Biao cursed under his breath before hailing a cab to the vineyard. As soon as Lin Hai and Li Moore arrived at the vineyard, the students spotted them, immediately put down their work, and burst into enthusiastic applause. Lin Hai, you're truly amazing. You'll always be our idol. Are we really adding new agricultural projects next year? Cherries as big as lychees, I've been dreaming of tasting them. Joining this team was absolutely the right decision. Look at all these premium fruits they've developed. You're truly bringing honor to our nation. All the students gathered around, eager to ask about future developments. Lin Hai smiled and said, everything I mentioned at the press conference is true. The future of our nation's agriculture rests in your hands. I urge you all to strive diligently. Let's get our domestic fruits out into the world as soon as possible. The crowd roared their agreement. Just then, Wang Biao finally arrived, panting as he rushed over. What's everyone talking about? Let me join in the excitement. All eyes turned to him, curious how he'd ended up here. Lin Hai cleared his throat. This fellow student is Wang Biao. He's very interested in agriculture and wants to join our team. Please give him your support. Wang Biao immediately chimed in. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Biao. I was in the same high school class as Lin Hai and Li Moore. I hope you'll all look out for me. Upon hearing about this connection, all the classmates instantly became exceptionally polite toward Wang Biao. So you were classmates? Being in the same class as Lin Hai back in high school, that's quite fortunate. No problem. We're all family here. If you have any questions, just ask. We'll all help you catch up. Watching Wang Biao swiftly gain everyone's acceptance, Li Moore seethed with fury beside him. How dare he bring up that old connection? If he'd known Wang Biao had stolen Lin Hai's college entrance exam spot, and nearly cost Lin Hai his chance at college, she'd have exposed him right there in front of their classmates. Suddenly, she felt someone grasp her hand. Turning her head, she saw Lin Hai smiling at her. Lin Hai shook his head at Li Moore with a smile, signaling her not to expose Wang Biao. After all, they still needed to deal with him specifically. If they drove him away, they wouldn't achieve their goal. Lin Moore's anger dissipated considerably. Lin Hai must have his reasons for acting this way. The two had long shared an unspoken understanding. A single glance was enough to grasp each other's thoughts. Alright, everyone, stop wasting time. Get back to your posts and get to work. Before the new year, we must not only harvest the final batch of grapes but also prepare for next year. Only by tending to the vines properly can we ensure a better harvest next year. After hearing Lin Hai's words, they stopped chatting and hurried back to work. Wang Biao hadn't come to learn grape growing techniques. He'd brazenly approached Lin Hai. Look, I'm new here and don't know anything. Why don't I just tag along with you? No problem. I'll give you a thorough crash course today. Lin Hai pretended to be very serious as he explained grape cultivation techniques to Wang Biao. But Wang Biao couldn't care less about listening to any of this. After listening for a while, he started rambling off topic. Lin Hai, you must hold a pretty high position at the research institute, right? You've developed so many advanced technologies for the country. Are you planning to stay at the institute forever? Wang Biao inquired. Lin Hai chuckled inwardly. The fox's tail had finally shown itself. Not necessarily. After I graduate, I'll definitely join a national-level research institute to develop even more advanced aircraft and weapons. Our university's research institute is severely understaffed, and the R&D budget is far too low. All we can do is reverse engineer weapons or research small-scale arms. Lin Hai feigned dissatisfaction with his workplace, pouring out his grievances to Wang Biao. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao realized Lin Hai actually had moments of dissatisfaction. He immediately recognized this as a golden opportunity. He feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "No way! I thought the entire university held you in such high regard. If I could land a job at a place like that early on, I'd be smiling in my sleep." You're mistaken. This research institute is actually rife with internal strife. Take the technology one developed, for instance. Every single time, everyone else gets the credit. They all ride my coattails, yet I still haven't gotten a promotion. What's the point of working here anymore? Once I wrap up this stealth drone project, I'm applying to transfer to another research institute. Wang Biao immediately latched onto the key point: stealth drones. Aren't those the weapons used during the standoff with the Navy? Many units form cliques to suppress talented newcomers. I used to doubt it, but now even someone like you has run into it. But why is a high-tech unit like yours still messing around with drones? Aren't those just toys for ordinary folks? Wang Biao curled his lip, feigning indifference. You know nothing. The drones I'm developing are incredibly small, roughly the size of a wasp. Plus, they have an incredible flight range, allowing them to evade enemy radar and conduct silent reconnaissance. Last time we scared off the Americans, it was thanks to the drones I developed. I clearly did something great, yet I still haven't gotten any reward. It's so frustrating. Maybe the director has already stolen my credit and pocketed all the rewards himself. Next time I see the leadership, I'll get to the bottom of this. Lin Hai clenched his fist in anger. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly glanced around. These matters are all classified information within the research institute. You absolutely must not disclose them. After the last use, we discovered some insurmountable flaws. I'm working overtime to fix them right now, Lin Hai cautioned carefully. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word about this. Our school's rule is clear: never utter a single word about what you see or hear outside these walls. I've always kept that in mind. Wang Biao hurriedly replied. Oh dear, why am I even discussing this with you? You've remembered all the grape cultivation techniques I shared, right? All memorized. Having obtained 2 highly valuable pieces of intelligence, Wang Biao had no mind left for studying grape cultivation. I'll handle this myself for now. Go find others to help. If I have any questions, I'll come back to you. Wang Biao wanted to relay the information back quickly and get Lin Hai out of the way. Chapter 116, False Information Causes M Nation to Collapse. Then just work according to the methods I taught you. I'll go see how the other students are doing. Lin Hai left to find the others. Wang Biao slipped his hand into his pocket and discreetly pressed buttons on his phone, transmitting the intelligence. Zhao Tianlai and several subordinates were in a small room nearby. They were operating a device. The signal has been captured and is being decrypted. Moments later, the technician announced, encryption decrypted. This is indeed intelligence being transmitted overseas. Zhao Tianlai's lips curved slightly as he reviewed the information. Wang Biao assumed Lin Hai was deeply unhappy at the research institute, despite his outwardly impressive position. In reality, everyone at the institute formed cliques and resented his abilities. When achievements were rewarded, Lin Hai received absolutely nothing. In Wang Biao's view, they could find an opportunity to turn Lin Hai against China. They could persuade him to betray China and work for them. Additionally, they had discovered that China's drone technology could produce drones as small as a wasp. No wonder their radar couldn't detect them. Moreover, these drones possess stealth technology, allowing them to freely survey and photograph their military bases. Upon receiving this intelligence, M Nation's spy agency immediately reported these findings. The M Nation military reacted with both shock and delight upon receiving these 2 pieces of intelligence. The joy stemmed from the fact that Lin Hai was not thriving in his role at the National Defense University, presenting an opportunity to recruit him. If they could lure Lin Hai to M Nation, he would undoubtedly play a crucial role. After all, many cutting-edge technologies were developed by Lin Hai himself. Making Lin Hai one of their own would not only grant them access to all means of countering China, but also undermine China's morale. But the second piece of news left them all speechless. China had actually developed such advanced stealth drones. This clearly demonstrated that China's technological capabilities had far surpassed their own. Crucially, this technology was terrifyingly effective. Drones this small were virtually impossible to detect. Their radar systems had already experienced the drone's lethal effectiveness. If actual combat broke out, every move they made would be under China's surveillance, a dangerously precarious situation for them. Especially since there was no reliable data on just how powerful these drones were or how far they could fly. If their range is sufficiently long, they could even monitor overseas military bases. This poses an immense threat to the military of country M. Once all their military installations were mapped, missiles could be used to wipe out their entire force should war break out. It's like a sword hanging over their heads. Upon receiving this intelligence, it was immediately escalated to the president of country M. Nation M became extremely tense at that moment. All technical personnel were summoned to begin researching countermeasures. They must analyze the technology China employs and develop countermeasures. But upon learning of this intelligence, their technical personnel all felt it was fundamentally impossible to achieve. I believe this intelligence is inaccurate. A drone the size of a wasp possessing stealth capabilities that can penetrate our radar technology? How could it possibly be so small while carrying all that equipment? Moreover, drones require batteries for flight, and batteries that small simply couldn't sustain flight for any significant distance. And even the world's most advanced cameras couldn't possibly be miniaturized to such a minuscule size. How could such high resolution be achievable? If they and Huaxia truly possess these technologies, our own scientific capabilities are likely far behind. Some technicians flat out refused to believe this news was true. But Wang Biao had sworn on his life that he personally verified the information from Linhai, so it must be true. The M Nation's high command had no choice but to assemble a technical team to begin research. Such a tiny flying insect with even basic stealth technology would be completely invisible to radar. Therefore, the first priority was to upgrade radar technology to clearly detect even an insect-sized object. But they soon discovered an even more serious problem that was impossible to avoid. Many of their military bases were constructed overseas. For security reasons, these bases were situated in remote wilderness areas. Such locations are typically infested with swarms of mosquitoes and other insects. Achieving such radar sensitivity would result in equipment screens filled with dense clusters of insects. It was utterly impossible to distinguish which one was the spy plane sent by China. This left them utterly baffled. They pulled their hair out in frustration, yet found no solution. Chinese intelligence operatives also uncovered the events unfolding in country M. After the intelligence was relayed back, Zhao Tianlai laughed until his stomach ached. Our strategy is working well. We need Lin Hai to step up his game. Leak more information to confuse the enemy. Let them squander massive manpower and resources on slow research. Let's see what useful information they can actually uncover. Next, Wang Biao used various excuses to get close to Lin Hai, even going so far as to pay for his meals. Lin Hai didn't refuse, appearing to have genuinely forgiven him. After several meals together, their relationship grew increasingly close. Sometimes, when they were at the vineyard, Wang Biao even offered him a ride over. This only reinforced Wang Biao's belief that Lin Hai now considered him a close friend. After all, Wang Biao had received extensive training abroad and knew exactly how to win someone over. He fawned over Lin Hai day after day until the man was practically dizzy. During meals, Lin Hai would sometimes pretend to be drunk and reveal some drone data to him. Wang Biao recorded every detail and transmitted it to M country. The technicians in country M were stunned by the complexity of these formulas. How on earth were these calculations derived? They were far too intricate. I'm convinced this is absolutely genuine. Lin Hai did win the Nobel Prize in mathematics. There's a lot of mathematical knowledge beyond our grasp, and that's perfectly normal. This is a real problem. Their drone technology can actually connect to satellites. They can fly hundreds of kilometers under satellite control. This puts all our military bases at serious risk. I wonder if China has already started investigating. The M Nation military is furious. They've been pressuring technicians to crack a countermeasure immediately. Their forces are now in grave danger, completely exposed within China's surveillance range. This leaves them feeling extremely insecure. Especially for military commanders if China learns their locations. They could become targets for decapitation strikes during combat. The higher the rank, the quicker the demise. How could they not be boiling with rage? To protect themselves, many officers in the military had no choice but to wear civilian clothes. To avoid exposure. The more intelligence they gathered, the more insecure M Nation felt. It was unimaginable how China possessed such advanced technology. Chapter 117, Self-Defense Weapons. Country M couldn't master these technologies, so it kept pouring money into recruiting more technical personnel. They even brought in mathematicians to help solve these equations. Yet these equations proved so complex that even the top mathematicians couldn't grasp them in a short time. Nation M now lacked the capacity to confront China. They had to resolve the immediate crisis first. Wang Biao, on the other hand, had been quite comfortable these past few days, consistently receiving valuable intelligence. His superiors have been praising him, even awarding him a bonus. They promised that if he could obtain the complete technology, he would be promoted. They urged him to redouble his efforts, ideally securing the entire drone technology suite. If possible, they wanted him to turn Lin Hai and find a way to bring him back to country M. Just as Wang Biao sent out his final message, several heavily armed police officers burst into the room. Wang Biao was completely stunned. I'm a student at the National Defense University. What are you doing in my dorm? The lead officer stepped forward, swiftly handcuffing him. He sneered coldly, stop pretending. You're a spy for country M. We have ample evidence. You'd better cooperate honestly, or you'll only suffer more. Wang Biao was completely paralyzed with fear. He thought his cover was airtight, never expecting his identity to be exposed so quickly. But until he saw the evidence, he absolutely refused to admit it. What the hell are you talking about? I can't make a single word of this out. Spies? I'm a student at the National Defense University. I've never done anything to harm the country. Still playing dumb? Don't you know all the intel you sent back was fake? If we hadn't deliberately leaked it to you, how could you have obtained it so easily? I can't be bothered with this nonsense. Waving to his men, he ordered, take him back first. Interrogate him thoroughly. Take everything here with you. Wang Biao looked utterly stunned. This clearly meant they had ironclad evidence against him. Everything he'd done was now laid bare. In this situation, he could say nothing but wait for his comrades to rescue him. They locked him up in a heavily guarded prison. The interrogation began. Wang Biao remained silent, refusing to answer any questions. There's no point in resisting any longer. As a Chinese citizen, you've been working for the M country, doing things that harm our nation. Don't you have even a shred of remorse? As far as I know, your family background is quite privileged. Why would you choose this path? Your only chance now is to confess and cooperate with the state to mitigate your punishment. Only then can your punishment be reduced. You needn't ask me anything. I know nothing. Everything you've said is a fabrication against me. Wang Biao remained stubbornly silent, refusing to disclose anything. The interrogator sneered coldly. Do you think silence will save you? We have complete knowledge of everything you've done. We can easily find someone to replace you and contact your superiors. This is merely an opportunity to lessen your punishment. If you don't seize this chance, your life will be utterly ruined. Wang Biao stared intently at the interrogator and said, I don't believe you can do anything to me as long as I don't betray the organization. They can use diplomatic channels to get me out. If I betray them, I'll surely die. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. If you insist on being someone else's pawn, no one can save you. You've abandoned your last chance at survival. State security has already decrypted all of Wang Biao's communication channels. They then dispatched agents to mimic his methods and continue liaising with the M country spy network. They deliberately fabricated intelligence to feed them. They even frequently receive praise from the M country spy organization, which has even deposited money into his account. Of course, this account was set up for his other investigations and was not registered under his name. This method allowed them to evade police and bank scrutiny, making it relatively secure. But they underestimated the capabilities of China's national security technology, which had already completely replaced Wang Biao. They employed various false intelligence to confuse them. They had the M country experts running around like headless chickens. Lin Hai finally resolved the Wang Biao situation, freeing him from the need to play along any longer. To ensure his own safety, he needed to acquire some equipment. First and foremost was a bulletproof vest. As his fame grew and his importance to the nation increased, foreign spy organizations were likely to attempt assassination. If only he had an invincible bulletproof vest. Next was enhancing his combat capabilities. While completing the Sleep God system quests can improve physical fitness and make one stronger. However, this process of becoming stronger is extremely slow. Lin Hai's current physical condition is more than sufficient for an athlete with dedicated training. He could even win an Olympic gold medal. But against assassins, his strength still fell short. Lin Hai also lacks the time to practice martial arts techniques. He could only enhance his combat power through technological means. Through his portable system, Lin Hai actually discovered two items that proved extremely useful to him. The first was a super fiber bulletproof vest. This vest was incredibly lightweight, barely noticeable when worn. It could also stop bullets and resist cuts from blades. It was breathable in summer and insulated in winter. Current technology couldn't possibly produce such a product, but the system store contained the manufacturing method. Simply exchange points to obtain it. Additionally, there is an offensive weapon shaped like a wristwatch. During combat, it generates a powerful electric arc in the user's hand. The current intensity can be freely adjusted according to the user's preference. You can choose to instantly kill enemies or stun them, rendering them unable to fight. Despite its compact size, the watch can sustain hundreds of uses after a full charge. The electric arc it generates can reach over 10 meters in length, capable of taking down more than a dozen opponents at once. Lin Hai was thoroughly satisfied with such a formidable weapon. Crucially, with body armor worn and the watch on his wrist, no one would suspect its presence. Lin Hai was always protected by bodyguards, so he rarely had occasion to use such a device. Nevertheless, to be prepared for any eventuality, Lin Hai decided to have both items manufactured. Lin Hai gathered some materials and began tinkering in the research lab. As long as he had the blueprints, someone would immediately produce the other parts. Most components were straightforward to source, but the watch's core component was the battery. It was a miniature nuclear battery, and the technology behind this nuclear battery was exceptionally advanced. It emitted no radiation and could store enough power to run a small electric car. That's why it could unleash such immense power. Chapter 118, Super Weapon, Overwhelming Power. Lin Hai was focused on his experiments in the lab, and Li Xiuqiang felt a bit curious. He specifically came over to take a look, and to his surprise, Lin Hai seemed to be crafting some kind of fabric. Unable to resist, he approached and asked, "What exactly are you making? Could it be a new material?" Lin Hai explained, "You're truly a leader, you spotted it right away. This is the superfiber I'm researching, not only bulletproof, but also resistant to blades. It is the best material for making bulletproof vests." Additionally, I plan to create a watch capable of emitting electric arcs for self-defense. If I ever face real danger, at least I'll have the means to protect myself. Oh, I see. That bulletproof vest material sounds promising. But if you're making an electric baton, I can help you apply for a military grade one. Given your unique status, you'd also qualify for a firearm. Why not just get you a gun? No need to go through all that trouble. I've got everything I need. Besides, carrying a gun is inconvenient, and losing it would be even worse. This watch-style stun gun can be worn discreetly. Not only is it convenient to use, but it won't raise suspicion. I see. Since you prefer to handle things yourself, go ahead. The lithography machine development is progressing smoothly. We'll soon identify the core components for domestic lithography machines and complete upgrades across other production lines. Mass production should start after the new year. Li Xiuqiang grew visibly excited whenever he mentioned the lithography machine. You're absolutely right. Once we manufacture a true top-tier lithography machine next year, we'll completely crush the US and the chip industry. They won't be able to suppress us anymore. Lin Hai declared solemnly. We've been waiting for this day for far too long. The US has made a fortune off the Chinese market while constantly suppressing China's technological development. Once we achieve a breakthrough in lithography technology, the US will suffer a major setback. China's production capacity is unquestionable, and our technology is more advanced than theirs. By then, even Apple will have to use chips manufactured in China. China's chip technology is several generations ahead. Without the latest chip technology, Apple phones will inevitably lose out to Huawei phones in performance. Naturally, they would lose a massive market share. After learning of Lin Hai's endeavors, Li Xiuqiang refrained from further interference. If the superfiber could truly be manufactured and achieve the performance Lin Hai described, it could be used to manufacture bulletproof vests for military equipment. Existing bulletproof vests are notoriously thick and heavy. Wearing them made soldiers look bulky and cumbersome. This inevitably impacts combat effectiveness. If extremely lightweight body armor could be developed, it would enhance soldiers' combat effectiveness to a certain degree. Especially when conducting missions in the wilderness, lighter equipment means greater energy conservation. The likelihood of mission success increases accordingly. Li Xiuqiang remained quite interested in this concept. As for the stun device Lin Hai was researching, Li Xiuqiang saw little value in it. No matter how advanced it might be, could it possibly rival a firearm? No matter how miraculous its effects, it was utterly useless to the military, a complete liability. Li Xiuqiang didn't press for more details. Lin Hai successfully synthesized the superfiber and conducted numerous experiments. Knives couldn't cut through it, scissors couldn't damage it. Even when shot with a pistol, it remained intact. However, with only a small sample, its bulletproof properties remained unverified. When struck by a bullet, this superfiber distributes the impact force evenly across the entire fabric, achieving its bulletproof capability. A sufficiently large surface area is required to fully deflect a bullet. After successfully completing the experiment, Lin Hai detailed the manufacturing process. He instructed technicians to expedite production of a batch. Next, he began researching the electric shock watch. Nuclear batteries cannot be produced with current technology, so they must be exchanged for points in the system store. The parts manufacturing department operated with exceptional efficiency, staffed by the most skilled senior technicians. They operate on a 24-hour standby schedule. Whatever components the research institute needed, they would produce them immediately. Once all components were ready, Lin Hai began assembling the watch. He carefully inserted the battery, completing the final assembly step. Once assembled, a sleek and stylish watch emerged. It looked incredibly futuristic, with many gear components clearly visible. At night, it could emit different colored phosphorescence as needed, making it exceptionally convenient for checking the time. Lin Hai slipped the watch onto his wrist, thoroughly pleased with its design. His primary concern, however, was the watch's performance. He entered the sealed laboratory, a facility designed for weapon testing. The walls were cast entirely from thick steel plates, allowing unrestricted testing. Various targets were mounted for unrestricted firing practice. Lin Hai approached a human-shaped target and set the power to maximum. This was the cutting machine's offensive mode. He swung his hand forward with a sudden motion. 3 arcs of electricity erupted as his hand swept forward. The humanoid target was sliced into 4 sections, clattering to the ground. The severed sections emitted a burnt, acrid smell. Lin Hai stared at the scene of utter devastation before him, stunned by the sheer power of this weapon. Had a living person stood there, they too would have been cleaved into pieces. This weapon was far too powerful. He must exercise extreme caution when using it in the future. He resolved not to employ the highest level offensive techniques unless facing an exceptionally dangerous opponent. Lin Hai opted for a lower power setting, enabling an area of effect attack. A layer of electric grid could surround his entire body. He could also employ a whip-like attack, striking targets over 10 meters away. Various attack methods are available for selection. He could even channel an electric arc around his palms. When he slapped an opponent with his hands, the target would be instantly electrocuted and sent flying. To the uninitiated, Lin Hai would appear to be a peerless martial arts master. After testing all the attack modes, Lin Hai was thoroughly satisfied with this weapon. Once the bulletproof vest was manufactured, Lin Hai would be fully armed. Unless someone used a sniper rifle to directly shoot him in the head, being hit anywhere else on his body wouldn't cause any problems. Of course, such a scenario was highly improbable, as Lin Hai rarely ventured outside the National Defense University. The National Defense University was already under tight security. Bringing a gun inside was out of the question. Even carrying a small knife would immediately trigger intense surveillance. Guns were banned throughout the entire nation, so assassination was never a concern. The only time danger might arise is when traveling abroad for speeches. These two items were primarily for dealing with potential threats abroad, serving as personal security measures. After testing the watch's capabilities, Lin Hai fully recharged it. He headed to the lithography machine assembly workshop to check on progress. He would address any issues they encountered and ensure the new lithography machine was assembled as quickly as possible. Chapter 119, New Year's Eve. Upon seeing Lin Hai, all the technicians immediately stopped their work and greeted him. Lin Hai, come quick. Is this how we should be doing it? This part just won't process right. Did we mess up somewhere? Some greeted him, others asked questions. Lin Hai found himself surrounded by the technicians, who fawned over him like stars gathered around the moon. Everyone, no need to rush one question at a time. I came here today specifically to address your concerns. Lin Hai led the technicians through each issue step by step, quickly resolving all the problems. He then approached the upgraded lithography machine to inspect the assembly speed. With the manufacturing blueprints and processes in hand, production proceeded very smoothly, encountering almost no major difficulties. However, some of the technology was simply too novel. They had never encountered it before. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, they had to ask Lin Hai. Lin Hai answered each question thoroughly. After calculating the assembly progress, it wouldn't take long after the new year to begin trial mass production. Despite working overtime every day, these technicians were all energized, their spirits soaring. They were eager to assemble the lithography machine as quickly as possible to produce the most advanced chips. Once the 3nm chips hit the market, they would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the United States. Even the explosive phones from the Korean peninsula would have to bow to China. After all, they all use the same operating systems. It all comes down to system optimization and hardware. While M Nation's fruit company holds a significant advantage with its independent system. But once chip technology falls behind, the user experience will inevitably lag far behind. Many consumers with high demands for smartphones will undoubtedly prioritize long-way phones. Over the years, long-way phones have consistently aimed for the high-end market, earning recognition from consumers both domestically and internationally. Their sales have even surpassed the explosive phones from the Korean company at one point, and they are poised to overtake the fruit-branded phones from M country soon. The world's three major giants are now China's Longway, South Korea's Exploding Phone, and M Nation's Fruit Phone. These three companies dominate the high-end smartphone market. While other manufacturers achieve respectable sales volumes, they lag significantly in the premium segment. The crux lies in the low profit margins of mid-range phones. While sales volumes appear substantial, they yield minimal earnings. Every manufacturer aspires to break into the high-end market, yet all have failed. The dominance of the big three remains unshakable. After Longway Company's chips faced sanctions, their market share suffered some impact. However, with Lin Hai's assistance, they quickly rebounded. Their total smartphone sales even surpassed Apple's overnight. Only then did M Nation reluctantly deploy its trump card, launching its 8nm chips ahead of schedule. Furthermore, the latest chips were barred from being used by Longway. This severely impacted sales of Longway's high-end smartphones. He remained busy right up until the new year. Even with the intense pressure of developing new technology, they still took a day off. Everyone gathered for a meal and watched the Spring Festival Gala. Lee Moore, as Lin Hai's girlfriend, also joined the gathering. Seeing so many renowned scientists, Lee Moore was incredibly excited. She even brought a small notebook specifically to collect their autographs. As Lin Hai's girlfriend, everyone treated her with great kindness. Of course, no one would refuse to sign for her. Is all that excitement really necessary? Maybe by the time you graduate, we'll all be working together. Lin Hai teased with a smile. That's still in the future. Right now, all these scientists are the people I admire most. I'll study hard and join your research team as soon as possible. Lee Moore's beautiful big eyes sparkled. Her life goal was set. No problem. Anyone who gets into the National Defense University is talented. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely reap rewards. If you want to pursue graduate studies at the National Defense University, you can pick any of these professors. Li Xiuchang said with a broad smile. With someone as formidable as Lin Hai overseeing things. With this connection, even if Lee Moore's grades are slightly lacking, she can still be retained at the research institute. This would safeguard both their futures, a win-win outcome. The gathering was lively and carefree, with all work concerns set aside. Plus, the nation had won several impressive battles last year. The Spring Festival Gala offered abundant material. Once turned into programs, they further ignited national confidence and patriotic sentiment. Every performer's face radiated immense pride and joy. Our nation is truly growing stronger by the day. Sooner or later, those arrogant Western countries will have to look up to us. They will never dare to bully China again, but instead grovel and curry favor. They will apologize to China for their past wrongdoings. The festivities continued late into the night, culminating in a group fireworks display at midnight. Since many students hadn't gone home, the school organized a gala for them. At midnight sharp, fireworks erupted over the square. One after another, dazzling fireworks burst open in the sky, creating a breathtaking display. Lee Moore and Lin Hai sat in the distance, with her leaning against his shoulder. Her face radiated pure happiness. Lin Hai, I'm so incredibly happy to be with you. Me too. I hope our country prospers and thrives sooner rather than later. No longer worrying about threats from foreign spy organizations. We can travel to many places and do things that truly matter. Lin Hai envisioned a bright future. Once China grows strong enough, those Western nations hostile to us will never dare to make a move. Lin Hai also envisioned advanced technologies being developed domestically. Security concerns would become a thing of the past. Great. I hope that day truly arrives. I imagine China will have become a developed nation by then. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Indeed. With China's vast population, once it becomes a developed nation, its economic scale could even surpass the combined total of all Western nations. That would be an extraordinary achievement. Smaller developed nations would look up to us with awe. By then, the Western alliance will be shattered. With China taking the lead, weaker nations would no longer be bullied. There were certain matters Lin Hai couldn't share with Li Moore. He must work harder himself, leveraging the sleep god system to rapidly advance China's technology. After the fireworks display, everyone returned to their lodgings. After a day's rest, they would dive back into intense research and development work. Lin Hai and Li Moore bid each other a reluctant farewell as he escorted her back to her dormitory. Lin Hai finally returned to his own quarters and sank comfortably onto his bed. To earn more points, he'd been sleeping at the research institute these past days and hadn't slept in a comfortable bed in ages. Lin Hai resolved to savor this day fully before diving back into developing the next technology. Chapter 120, Why isn't Wang Biao working? Just before Valentine's Day, he sold grapes online again. Within an hour, they were completely sold out. Those who missed out last time had been eagerly awaiting this Valentine's Day sale. Numerous scalpers were also using various software to snatch up spots. But Lin Hai had anticipated this and prepared countermeasures against scalpers in advance. Any accounts using software to snatch up stock were immediately banned. The goal was to prioritize sales to genuine customers. The scalpers were utterly frustrated. They'd used these tools to snag train tickets, movie tickets, even concert passes, never once failing. But this time, they couldn't snag a single ticket. What the hell? The software suddenly stopped working. I spent all that money and got nothing in return. This isn't over. They demanded refunds. The scalpers were furious. During the new year, a single bunch of grapes was being scalped for as much as 30,000 yuan. Many who bought them saw the sky-high prices and immediately sold them for huge profits. They'd made thorough preparations, ready to cash in on the trend. But then the software malfunctioned, and they couldn't secure a single bunch. Besides demanding compensation from the software developers, they had no choice but to settle for the next best option. They post purchase requests everywhere, paying extra to buy orders from others. Then they'd sell them at a premium to those wealthy individuals. But this is Valentine's Day. Most people who couldn't snag tickets are giving them to their girlfriends, hoping to celebrate a truly romantic Valentine's Day. But they soon discovered that most sellers wouldn't budge no matter how much they offered. Making money is no match for their own girlfriends. The new grape variety sparked another craze, quickly dominating major market segments. Being able to give such a romantic gift on Valentine's Day is every girl's dream. Many who couldn't get their hands on the grapes were left frustrated, venting their disappointment online. I couldn't get the grapes, and my girlfriend gave me a hard time about it for ages. I didn't even have a good Valentine's Day. Hope the National Defense University grows more grapes next year so we can all get some. Exactly. Who can stand limited sales? What should be a good thing is turned into a bad one. Watching others give gifts. The gold bracelet I bought at a high price? My girlfriend didn't even like it. She absolutely insisted on those heart-shaped grapes. It's just so frustrating. In response to their complaints, the National Defense University promptly issued an announcement. Rest assured, the first year's trial planting was successful, and we're preparing to expand the cultivation area. Moreover, these 300 acres of grapes will enter their peak production phase next year. Next year's yield will definitely be higher. We will meet market demand during the holiday season, and domestic prices will also decrease somewhat. Upon seeing the National Defense University's announcement, netizens were finally satisfied. The first year was merely an experiment, so the planting area was indeed quite small. As long as the grapes are available for purchase next year, they can make up for this gift then. Moreover, the National Defense University has promised to lower prices, making it affordable for everyone. This response truly leaves no room for criticism. Lin Hai wasn't involved in the grape sales. He was currently busy working alongside technicians. The upgraded lithography machine was nearing completion. The 3nm chip developed for Longwei Company was undergoing its final testing phase. If no issues arise, trial production will commence. At such a critical juncture, Lin Hai's presence was absolutely indispensable. His classmates at the plantation knew he had more important matters to attend to, so they didn't find it strange. But Wang Biao, who had been training with them for a while, seemed to have vanished into thin air. Some couldn't help but grumble, where the hell did Wang Biao go? He's only been here a few times, can't handle the hardship and is already bailing? Probably. Word is he's some rich kid who can't handle this kind of grueling work. Next time he shows up, just ignore him. Master Lin gave him a chance, and he didn't even appreciate it. Remember, our spots are limited, not just anyone can join. A guy like that will never succeed at anything. Li Moore listened to their chatter, quietly amused by their comments. Though she had no idea why Wang Biao had vanished so suddenly. Even his phone was turned off. He probably couldn't handle the hard work and turned off his phone to sneak back home. No one suspected anything untoward had happened. After all, this was the National Defense University, guarded by armed police everywhere. If you asked where the safest place in the country was, Apart from the most critical government facilities, this place is probably the safest. And their security measures were certainly no less stringent than those at vital government facilities. After grape harvesting is complete, fertilization must be done promptly. This ensures the vines receive ample nutrients. The greenhouse cover must also be opened to gradually lower the temperature. This simulates winter conditions for the vines. Since grapes typically ripen in summer or autumn, if they ripen too early, they won't be ready for Valentine's Day. To command higher prices, the Qixi Festival and Valentine's Day represent the optimal sales windows. It is essential to control the ripening of grapes during these two periods. This requires artificially controlling the budding time of grapevines. Half the vines are induced to bud early, while the other half are cooled with ice in greenhouses. This allows the grapes to set fruit in autumn and ripen in winter. Only by doing this can we command premium prices. These tasks have already been delegated to the students to handle. The school has also arranged for numerous workers to follow the students' instructions. At the chip factory, trial production of the most advanced chips has commenced. Every technician is incredibly tense. They fear that any flaw in the process could lead to the failure of the trial. The most critical issue is that their lithography technology lags behind that of the United States. Yet the chips they produced were 2 generations ahead of TSMC's. Even their own people aren't entirely confident they can surpass M Nation. Lin Hai calmly found a chair, sat down, and fell fast asleep. Everything that needed to be delegated had been clearly assigned. Why stay tense and watch over everything? Besides, the technical staff would be handling operations here going forward. Lin Hai couldn't possibly micromanage every detail. Most crucially, sleeping in such settings granted Lin Hai exponentially higher points. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to Lin Hai's habit of sleeping whenever he pleased. The more important the meeting, the more he enjoyed sleeping. Yet whenever anyone had questions for him, he could provide clear answers immediately. Such a masterful figure commands the utmost respect from all the technical staff. There wasn't even room for jealousy. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "It worked! It really worked! Everyone, calm down and test the chip's performance first." Li Xiuqiang remained the most composed. The technicians took the chip and began testing it on the equipment. The chip functioned perfectly. Energy consumption reduced by 50%, performance doubled. Unbelievable. Once released, this chip will surely make a global splash. Chapter 121, Donating 10 billion. All the technicians gathered around to watch the data. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Such high performance in a mobile phone would definitely cause a sensation. Apple is going to be completely dumbfounded now. Even though their system is slightly better, the hardware gap was simply irreparable. Smoothness of operation? No comparison whatsoever. Longway Company could finally stage a comeback. Hurry and share this great news with them. Let them share in the excitement too. Li Xiuqiang acknowledged the request and dialed the president of Longway. Academicianly, calling me this late is there good news? President Longway's excited voice came through the line the moment he answered. They've completed the chip design. Now we're just waiting to see if the lithography machine can produce it. You were spot on. Everything you predicted came true. We just finished the first prototype. And after testing, the quality is completely fine. Its performance has even exceeded our expectations. With this chip, we can absolutely beat Apple. Li Xiuqiang said excitedly. Hold on, I'll be right there. President Longway was now wide awake. He was about to get up and fly to the National Defense University. Don't worry, it's already so late. Coming tomorrow won't be too late. After our initial testing, we'll proceed with normal small batch production. We'll retest everything once you arrive. If everything checks out, ramp up chip production immediately. Alright, we'll proceed as you suggest. I'll bring my team over first thing tomorrow morning. Li Xiuqiang ordered continued chip production with ongoing debugging of problematic areas. Only after the production yield consistently met requirements did they take turns resting. Early the next morning, President Longway arrived at the National Defense University with his technical team. After greeting everyone, he couldn't wait to inspect the chips. Despite weathering countless storms, President Longway was overcome with emotion at that moment. Thank you truly, thank you all. It was you who saved Longway. Without you, Longway Mobile would likely have faded into obscurity. Don't thank us. If you must express gratitude, thank Lin Hai. All the technology came from him. We old-timers just lent a hand. Li Xiuqiang said with a smile. Where is Lin Hai? If he's available, I'd like to treat everyone to a meal. Give me a chance to express my gratitude to all of you. Longway's president said. He's still sleeping. Lin Hai has no other hobbies. He falls asleep whenever he gets the chance. According to the doctor's analysis, it's likely because his brain consumes a lot of energy. That's why he needs long periods of sleep to recharge his brain. Li Xiuqiang explained. Lin Hai's excessive sleepiness worried many people. After consulting numerous doctors, they finally reached a conclusion. Lin Hai's high intelligence naturally placed greater demands on his brain. He needs ample sleep to rest. Let him sleep first, don't disturb him. Wake him up at lunchtime. Then, together with the technicians, they began testing the chip. The testing equipment they brought was more advanced, and the performance tests were more comprehensive. After reviewing the data, even the technicians from Longway Company gasped in astonishment. The actual performance of this chip even surpassed our design specifications. After reviewing the test results, the president of Longway finally felt completely at ease. Domestic chips now surpass M countries by 2 generations, giving them overwhelming dominance over other smartphone manufacturers. If they still couldn't become the world leader with this, it would be their own fault. The president immediately ordered the production of the next-generation flagship phone to begin immediately. The team had already worked overtime to complete the phone's design during this period. Engineering prototypes would be ready for production shortly. Once testing confirms no issues, they can proceed with the new product launch. Simultaneously, production lines must ramp up manufacturing speed. With top-tier chips and cutting-edge technologies, the Longwei phone was poised to take the world by storm. Lin Hai finally rubbed his eyes, having slept until noon. Hunger finally roused him. "You're finally awake," someone informed him. President Longwei has arrived, and the chips have passed inspection. Someone informed him. Seems Longwei Corporation is taking this matter seriously, Lin Hai remarked. Upon hearing that Lin Hai had woken up, Li Xiuchang and President Longwei, they hurried over. President Longwei grasped Lin Hai's hand and said, "We are truly grateful to you for producing these high-end chips for us." "No need for formalities, President. We're all fellow countrymen, it's only natural we assist one another." Well said. As partners, our company will donate 1 billion yuan to the National Defense University to support the university's educational initiatives. On behalf of all faculty and students at the National Defense University, I extend our deepest gratitude, Lin Hai said happily. Many entrepreneurs donate to schools to support education. President Longwei's contribution of 1 billion yuan is truly a grand gesture. No need to thank me. You saved Longwei, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I wonder if you'd have time for lunch. I'd like to treat everyone to a simple meal. We can also discuss future development plans. President Longwei said. Of course we're free. Lin Hai was also very interested in Longwei Company's future plans. After all, Longwei Corporation represents China's most elite private enterprises. Their future development is of great importance. For security reasons, President Longwei directly booked an entire hotel. Numerous plainclothes bodyguards were dispatched for protection. They ordered a table full of fine dishes. But since they were working, they could only drink juice and soft drinks, no one touched alcohol. President Longwei raised his cup and said, "Today, I offer tea in place of wine to express my gratitude for your support of Longwei. Without your dedication, Longwei Mobile would truly be fading into obscurity." Everyone politely declined at first, then raised their glasses and drank them dry. The lithography machines currently in use are upgraded versions, capable of producing only this specific type of chip. However, more comprehensive and advanced lithography machines are currently under development. I believe they will be ready soon. At that point, Longwei Corporation will be able to utilize top-tier chips, Li Xiuchang said with a smile. Really? That's truly excellent news. From now on, all of Longwei's chips will be manufactured by you. By joining forces, we can absolutely become number one in the world. The Longwei president was visibly thrilled. Whatever you need, just let us know. We'll do our utmost to research and develop it. We'll help Longwei become the top mobile phone brand, Lin Hai stated earnestly. Beyond chips, Longwei does have bottleneck technologies. The first is camera lenses. We still rely on Japanese companies for these. Then there's the display. Mobile phone displays are equally critical. To support domestic screen manufacturers, Longwei uses Chinese-made displays in its mid to low-end phones. However, they cannot be used in high-end phones. The performance gap is simply too significant. Longwei's president sighed as he addressed the group. Chapter 122, Diamond Screen. Is the technology behind phone screens really that advanced? Most of the staff at the research institute are helicopter technicians. They weren't very familiar with smartphone technology. You all haven't worked in these fields, so you might not know screens and cameras are indeed crucial components. Moreover, high-quality versions of these two components are monopolized by Japan and South Korea. Take cameras, for instance. Nowadays, everyone cares about pixel count and photo quality. Especially for many women, the demand for image detail is extremely high. Mid to low-end phones can use domestic components, but the gap widens significantly in the high-end segment. If the photo quality is poor, it's easy for consumers to criticize the product. Screens are even more critical. With longer daily usage times, poor screen quality can cause significant eye strain. For health reasons, the only option for high-end phones now is to use those explosive screens from South Korea. Although our country's technology in this area is catching up, there's still a considerable gap in the fundamentals. Additionally, screen performance also impacts battery consumption. The battery capacity of a phone is limited. A high-performance screen consumes less power, resulting in longer usage time. President Longwei earnestly explained the patented technology that Huaxia still cannot circumvent. Who would have thought such a small phone could contain so much high tech? It seems that to completely break free from foreign sanctions, we must master all these technologies. There's still a long road ahead. Li Xiuchang felt deeply moved. He had thought that breaking through chip technology would completely shatter the Western nations' blockade. Little did we know that many components still rely on imports. Cameras are somewhat manageable, as this product has a relatively niche application. Domestic alternatives are widely available. Even if the photo quality was slightly inferior, software optimization could compensate. At least the gap with foreign photography technology wouldn't be too wide. But the smartphone display remains an unavoidable hurdle. As demands on smartphones keep rising, manufacturers are desperately trying to reduce thickness. This makes it impossible to incorporate larger capacity batteries. The screen consumes too much power, draining the battery quickly and severely impacting the user experience. We've never dealt with screens before. Breaking through this barrier in the short term won't be easy. Li Xiaozhang frowned too. The explosive company from the stick country is extremely cunning. They always cause trouble at critical moments, finding ways to raise prices. Their storage and display technologies, in particular, lead the world. They frequently invent excuses like factory fires. They deliberately reduce production to inflate prices and reap huge profits. They'll even resort to underhanded tactics to suppress competitors in the name of competition. Once Longwei secures top-tier chips, it will undoubtedly have a massive impact on the exploding phone market. When they can't compete fairly, they'll inevitably resort to dirty tricks against Longwei. Mobile phone screens are the most potent weapon in their arsenal. By simply cutting off screen supplies under any pretext, Longwei would be unable to continue producing high-end phones. The smartphone market is ever-changing and fiercely competitive. Technology typically updates every 6 months. If Longwei's phones fail to ship on time, not only would they lose significant market share, but also cause other goods to pile up in inventory, tying up substantial capital. Such tactics are undeniably vicious. Back when Explosion phones competed with Fruit phones, Explosion company employed this very tactic, even violating contracts to suppress their rival. Therefore, the concerns of Longwei's president are not unfounded. We are also actively supporting domestic companies in the sector, with the localization rate of mobile phone components steadily increasing. We hope to one day completely break foreign monopolies. All components produced independently, with performance matching or surpassing foreign counterparts. President Longwei's gaze hardened with resolve. I believe we can produce high-end smartphone screens ourselves. Lin Hai remarked, stroking his chin. All eyes turned to him. Are you certain we can develop this technology? President Longwei looked utterly incredulous. Lin Hai's ability to develop lithography equipment technology had already astonished them beyond measure. The key point is that smartphone screens have nothing to do with either of those technologies. No problem. I actually think smartphone screens are relatively straightforward technology. It shouldn't take more than 3 months. I'll thoroughly research it and contact you once we achieve a technical breakthrough. President Longwei immediately grew excited. Our Longwei company has accumulated all relevant technical expertise in this area. I'll send you the materials later. No need. To surpass Explosion Corporation, we must employ cutting-edge technology. Without disruptive materials and technology, we simply cannot defeat them completely. Lin Hai stated solemnly. President Longwei was deeply puzzled. Aren't the materials for phone screens all the same? The main difference lies in manufacturing technology. Lin Hai smiled and shook his head. Not necessarily. Using synthetic diamonds to create thinner screens not only offers excellent light transmission but also greater hardness. Most importantly, they consume significantly less energy, at least 50% less. Diamonds can achieve absolute purity, resulting in much clearer images. Plus, they cause minimal eye strain. Even prolonged phone use won't harm your eyes. Diamonds? Using diamonds for screens? That's just ridiculous. Not to mention, diamond's crystalline structure is ideal for 3-dimensional forms. Wouldn't it be too thin for a screen? Li Xiaozhang found it utterly unbelievable. Although synthetic diamond technology is now highly advanced, not only affordable but purer than natural diamonds. But current technology simply can't shape diamonds into screen forms. Precisely because current technology can't achieve this, we're using disruptive technology to completely crush our competitors. Just imagine, a screen made from the hardest material imaginable, enhanced with diamond properties. The marketing alone would make consumers perceive it as incredibly high-end. Combined with various performance enhancements, it could completely dominate the market. Are you truly confident you can develop such a screen? With a diamond screen and a 3-nanometer chip, I honestly can't imagine what kind of rival could stand against such a phone. For the camera, we can leverage software optimization using domestic camera modules. For a phone, such shortcomings are negligible. President Longwei hurriedly added. Wait for my good news. I'll get the prototype ready and refine the manufacturing process as soon as possible. It won't be long before we can launch it. Alright, we'll be waiting for your good news. To this new technology, I'll raise a toast to you first. President Longwei said, lifting his glass. You're too kind. Lin Hai raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 123, Future Trillion-Dollar Industry. Lin Hai then explained the principle behind using synthetic diamonds to manufacture smartphone screens. Everyone listened with wide-eyed amazement. The technology was simply too complex. Non-specialists couldn't grasp much of it. Technically, there shouldn't be any issues. I'll start by making a prototype sample when I get back. Once we have a prototype, we can build the production line. Lin Hai concluded. With such complex technology, I wonder how high the costs will be. If it's too expensive, we might only be able to release it in small batches. Limited edition phones. We can't release it widely. President Longwei identified the most critical issue. No matter how excellent the product, if the price is too high, consumers simply can't afford it. That's the real challenge. Lin Hai smiled and said, since the president has raised this point, let's take this opportunity to discuss it. If the National Defense University can produce the screens, how much per unit would Longwei Corporation be willing to pay? President Longwei paused briefly before replying. We're all on the same team here, so I'll be straightforward. My ideal price point is 1,000 yuan per unit. If the price is too high, the selling price of the phones will also increase. Setting the price too high will definitely hurt sales. Lin Hai clapped his hands. No problem. Since the president says 1,000 yuan per unit, let's sign the contract at that price. The Longwei president hadn't expected Lin Hai to agree so readily. Are you certain you can actually produce at this price? If the product launches and you can't maintain normal production, it would be a major blow to our company. At the very least, you must ensure you don't lose money for us to maintain a long-term partnership. President Long Wei found it hard to believe they could supply at 1,000 yuan price. That price was far too low, downright absurd. Even synthetic diamonds, while cheaper, still cost at least several thousand yuan for larger ones. And turning diamonds into screen-thin sheets would surely send costs skyrocketing. The price he just mentioned is merely the most ideal scenario. If we could achieve a cost of 1,000 yuan per screen, the Longwei flagship phone would offer the world's best value for money. Not only would it generate substantial profits, but consumers would also find it incredibly cost-effective, guaranteeing explosive global sales. Initial production costs will undoubtedly be high, but if you can sell 100 million units of this phone, even with 1,000 yuan screen cost, you might still turn a hefty profit. So this price is quite suitable for the National Defense University, Lin Hai said with a smile. He spoke with casual ease, but everyone present sucked in a sharp breath of shock. Had I heard correctly? Selling 100 million units of a flagship phone? That's absurd. Longwei is the flagship brand, with an average price of around 7,000 yuan. 100 million phones? That's 700 billion yuan in sales. That already surpasses Longwei's current annual revenue. And that's just for one flagship model ad in other phones and services. Wouldn't that push annual revenue to 1 trillion? Such growth would be truly staggering, remarked the Longwei president. Consider that even the world's hottest selling phones today barely exceed 10 million units. That's already considered impressive. Moreover, flagship phones are inherently expensive, making them unaffordable for many in poorer nations. Achieving such sales volumes would be no easy feat. Trust me, it's absolutely achievable. The first generation phone will feature a diamond screen. For the second flagship model, I'll refine the camera technology to deliver something even more spectacular. Selling 100 million flagship units? Absolutely no problem, Lin Hai declared with conviction. Seeing Lin Hai's unwavering confidence, President Long Wei felt his own spirit soar. If we truly achieve such sales, Longwei Corporation will reach a whole new level. Alright, we'll take your word for it. We'll prepare inventory for 100 million phones. President Longwei made his decision with unwavering resolve. Lin Hai had consistently delivered miracles for them. With his full support, what was there to worry about? Li Xiaochang opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Lin Hai had casually secured a multi-billion-dollar deal. The crucial point was that President Long Wei had agreed even before the product was developed. Such a massive deal was being handled with such casual ease. Li Xiaochang took a sip of juice, finally calming his nerves. Technology truly is the primary productive force. With world-leading technological prowess, making money is just too easy. Li Xiaochang felt deeply moved. After the meal, they returned together to the National Defense University. Longwei Company sprang into swift action, making all necessary preparations while maintaining strict confidentiality. The new phone must enter production immediately. The chips had already been manufactured, and the other components needed to be rushed into production as well. At least 1 million units must be stockpiled before the launch event. The chip's performance was simply too powerful. At the same price point, it will undoubtedly be the top choice for phone upgrades. At the same time, President Longwei expressed great anticipation for the diamond screen mentioned by Lin Hai. Both parties agreed to produce prototypes within 3 months. With the diamond screen concept, Longwei's global reputation is bound to skyrocket. Even if it takes some time to begin supplying the diamond screen after its unveiling, it would not affect the company's momentum in the slightest. After all, such advanced technology doesn't exist overseas, so there's no need for concern. By then, Longwei phones would have no rivals anywhere in the world. Additionally, Lin Hai has agreed to supply them with even more advanced camera lenses. This means nearly all components can be domestically sourced. Only a few minor, non-critical components would still be sourced from abroad. And they could always find domestic companies to replace these products. The dream of fully domestic production for the phone was within sight. President Longwei's heart was filled with immense excitement at that moment. Lin Hai, having secured the screen contract, must now urgently begin research. Li Xiaozhang, however, began to feel concerned. You promised President Longwei we'd deliver within 3 months. Isn't that too short a time frame? After all, developing an entirely new product, how could it possibly be done in just 3 months? While Longwei Corporation would certainly not hold it against Lin Hai if he couldn't deliver the product on time. But this would impact Longwei's strategic plans. It could even destroy the hard-won competitive edge they've built. Rest assured, sir. Didn't I mention before that any existing technology can be broken through within 3 months at most? I certainly remember that, but diamond screens aren't existing technology. Lin Hai smiled and said, isn't synthetic diamond technology quite mature? It's just a matter of tweaking the manufacturing process. It's hardly a new technology. I need to procure some equipment and get it done as soon as possible. Lin Hai handed him a list. That's no problem at all. I'll notify Principal Wang to procure the equipment immediately. Li Xiaochang agreed decisively. Chapter 124, Energy Issues. Upon hearing they'd secured a 100 billion yuan contract and that the factory would be built on campus as a subsidiary of the school, he was stunned for over a minute. Did I hear that correctly? We're actually going to produce smartphone screens for Longwei Corporation? If we can truly achieve the quality he described, this market potential is staggering. Why would I lie to you? He needs some experimental equipment and wants it procured as quickly as possible. Additionally, Longwei Company has donated 10 billion to our school to support education. Investing this money to build a factory should be no problem. We can pay it back once we start making profits. Li Xiaochang said. Absolutely no problem. Once this factory is up and running, it'll be a money printing machine. We could completely crush that Korean company and monopolize the high-end smartphone display market. Lin Hai agreed, adding that other domestic screen manufacturers could focus on mid to low-end products while we dominate the high-end segment. After all, the cost is relatively high, so phone manufacturers will likely reserve them for flagship models. After finalizing their plan, Wang Kalin wasted no time summoning the school leadership. They needed to discuss equipment procurement urgently. Moreover, with Lin Hai a heavyweight figure at the National Defense University, securing land for factory construction would be remarkably swift. Moreover, such a promising project would generate substantial tax revenue for the local area, truly a win-win situation. Upon receiving the news, the government promptly planned the factory site near the university. Relocations were completed at breakneck speed, with compensation packages significantly larger than elsewhere. After all, this was a major factory with 100 billion yuan output value, and the local government attached great importance to it. Construction of factory buildings near the National Defense University has begun again, sparking considerable interest. Is the National Defense University launching another new project? If they're hiring, I'm definitely applying. The National Defense University is also starting to establish its own enterprises. The benefits won't be half bad. That makes sense. The National Defense University has even turned agriculture into high-tech. Building new facilities must mean they're developing cutting-edge products. We must keep a close eye on the National Defense University's job postings and apply as soon as possible. I really regretted my scores could have gotten me into the National Defense University, but I ended up at Tsinghua or Peking University instead. I should have applied to the National Defense University. After graduation, you could work at the university's affiliated enterprises, no job hunting required. Numerous foreign spies have been dispatched to gather intelligence, eager to uncover what new products the university's factories are developing. But the place is always heavily guarded, with armed police even stationed on duty. All personnel arriving for construction undergo extremely rigorous vetting and are only permitted entry once cleared. Yet the tighter the security, the greater the outside world's interest. Particularly, Country M has persistently sought ways to crack China's micro-drone technology. The more data they obtained, the more perplexed they became. After over 2 months of effort, they finally realized they'd been completely duped. They accidentally discovered that the Wang Biao they had been in contact with was not the real person. This was because they changed their code words periodically. This was done to verify the identity was legitimate. But when it came time to change the code, the contact person showed no response whatsoever. After several covert inquiries, none yielded the correct response. Only then did Country M realize they'd been completely duped by China. It was obvious that all the intelligence had been fabricated. Upon learning of this, the president of Country M summoned the intelligence agency officials and berated them harshly. You useless fools. You didn't even know your own people had been captured, yet you managed to gather all this fake intelligence. Do you have any idea how much money has been wasted on research during this period? Over 10 billion US dollars. Who will take responsibility for this? The president of Country M grew increasingly agitated as he raged, eventually leaping to his feet and pounding the table as he bellowed. The head of the intelligence agency hung his head in shame. The National Defense University's security was too tight. We only managed to infiltrate one agent. Beyond exchanging codes periodically, there's no way to confirm his safety. China is utterly despicable, resorting to such underhanded tactics to toy with us. The spy at the National Defense University has been captured. We must find a way to infiltrate another agent. We absolutely must uncover their latest weapon research. The president of M Nation vented his anger, but managed to suppress his rage. At least this proves China absolutely cannot produce such advanced unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. All available funds were redirected toward radar enhancement. They speculated that China must have developed a new generation of stealth reconnaissance aircraft. The key to radar evasion lies in the aircraft's shape and surface coating. They could reverse engineer these insights to develop even more advanced radar systems. The failure to confront China had instilled fear in many of M Nation's allies. If even the United States couldn't withstand China, they would be even more vulnerable. Moreover, many Western nations that had previously bullied China remained deeply concerned about potential retaliation once China grew powerful. Thus, they began hyping China's threat internationally, clamoring for a united front against China. Following M Nation's directives, Kangaroo Nation swiftly raised steel and coal prices. In a short time, international steel and coal prices skyrocketed, more than doubling from previous levels. As a major producer, its steel output accounts for a significant portion of the global total. Moreover, with numerous thermal power plants, its coal consumption was enormous. This move by the Kangaroo Nation significantly increased the cost pressure on China's manufacturing sector. Particularly for thermal power plants, the steep rise in coal prices pushed them toward losses. The pressure on power plants was immense. The more electricity consumed, the deeper the losses become. In recent years, many coal mines have been shut down for environmental reasons, and the entire shortfall has been imported from Australia. Moreover, Australian coal boasts excellent quality, is easily mined, and consequently comes at a relatively low price. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Australia suddenly stabbed them in the back. They've doubled coal prices in a very short time. Many regions across China are still in the heating season, and even heating companies have been severely impacted. Many heating companies have even incurred direct losses. China's economy took a major hit. Some regions even began implementing power rationing, with factories operating at reduced capacity. To keep raising prices, Kangaroo Country also finds various excuses to withhold shipments. They claim coal mining issues have halved supply. This forced coal-dependent nations into a price war to secure supplies. Australia seized the opportunity to raise prices. They've made a killing, while China has become the biggest loser. China had no choice but to purchase coal from other producing nations. However, transportation from these countries is extremely inconvenient, or their coal production is very low. This has led to severe coal shortages in China. Chapter 125, The Concept of Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Power plant managers and heating companies were utterly distraught, scrambling everywhere to secure coal supplies. Even with national coordination, coal suddenly became extremely scarce. Many people, seeing the upward trend in coal prices, began spending money to hoard coal. This caused domestic coal prices to skyrocket. Under these circumstances, even reopening closed coal mines for production would require considerable time. China's leaders were furious, having long recognized that the Kangaroo Nation was deliberately doing this. How dare they unilaterally breach the contract and reduce supply? He immediately ordered the cancellation of some orders and the procurement of coal from other sources. Simultaneously, domestic coal distribution was centralized, prioritizing northern heating companies in power plants. Factories were required to stagger production schedules to conserve electricity as much as possible. Residential electricity security was prioritized above all else. While this approach reduced coal demand to some extent, however, many factories were significantly impacted. After all, they have a large volume of export orders. If shipments cannot be made on time due to power shortages, compensation must be paid. To meet deadlines, many factories began scrambling to purchase generators. The shortage of coal and electricity has now shifted to a tight supply of gasoline and diesel. Lin Hai has been focused on researching lithography machines and diamond screens. He remained completely unaware of external developments. Suddenly, the National Defense University also received a directive. They were instructed to restrict power usage beyond chip production lines. All students were mobilized to participate in power conservation efforts. Only then did Lin Hai realize that the nation's coal supply had encountered a major crisis. Had it become this critical? Lin Hai frowned deeply. Li Xiaozhang sighed helplessly. You've been immersed in researching new technologies all this time, so I didn't disturb you. The coal shortage is a strategy devised by Western nations to counter China. It's not just the Kangaroo Nation targeting China. Several major coal-producing nations with close ties to the West have also been deliberately or inadvertently reducing their supplies. Moreover, this plan had been implemented gradually beforehand, steadily cutting supplies to deplete our nation's reserves. They hadn't violated contracts before, always finding excuses to evade responsibility. We were too careless, placing excessive trust in these entities. To counter China, they've truly abandoned all credibility. Li Xiaozhang sighed deeply. In truth, they had long since devised their plan against us, only now bringing it to fruition. Their goal is to crush our manufacturing capabilities. Though a manufacturing powerhouse, our energy consumption is equally massive. Domestic energy supply falls short, forcing us to rely heavily on imports. Whether it's oil or coal, China is a major importer. Lin Hai stroked his chin, lost in thought. As one scientist once said, whoever controls energy in the future will control the future itself. It seems that this is indeed the case. In the past, China could only produce the lowest end products and at extremely low prices. Foreign countries treated China as a source of cheap labor, outsourcing the production of most low-end goods to China. They could buy more goods for less money. But China has now risen and is charging into the high-tech sector. This has caused significant disruption to many developed nations abroad. They have begun to fear and dread this development. They are devising ways to restrict China's manufacturing capabilities. Because wherever China breaks through, prices become extremely low. In nearly every industry it enters, China can achieve near monopoly status. Should China dominate the technological sphere, Western nations would instantly lose massive profits. They could no longer rely on high-tech to reap global profits. Competition with China will undoubtedly intensify in the future. Therefore, these Western developed nations are now forming powerful alliances to counter China across various sectors. Since coal supplies are insufficient, it seems we must vigorously develop nuclear energy. Li Xiaozhang shook his head and said, it's not as simple as you think. Nuclear power plants have numerous drawbacks. First, constructing a nuclear power plant requires vast amounts of water for cooling, making coastal locations the optimal choice. However, building too many nuclear plants poses significant risks. If war breaks out with an enemy nation and a nuclear plant is attacked, causing a leak, the environmental impact would be catastrophic. Moreover, we are a country with scarce uranium resources. Even with more nuclear plants, we'd still have to rely on imports. If Western nations restrict our access to uranium, our nuclear plants would cease normal operations, leading to even more troublesome consequences. Moreover, constructing nuclear power plants takes far too long. It's like trying to put out a fire with water from a distant source. That makes sense. In the long term, to break the monopoly on energy, there is only one path left to choose. That is developing controlled nuclear fusion. Only then can we obtain limitless energy. Moreover, this energy would be absolutely environmentally friendly, leaving Western nations no excuse to suppress us under the guise of environmentalism. Lin Hai stroked his chin as he spoke. Controlled nuclear fusion? While theoretically feasible, achieving the technology will likely require decades more. Our scientists are working diligently, but progress is painfully slow. Such cutting-edge technology isn't easily mastered. Once we finish the task at hand, I'll look into researching this technology. Lin Hai declared with seriousness. Controlled nuclear fusion technology far surpasses lithography machines. Completing tasks through the Morpheus system will take an immense amount of time. Coal and electricity should only be temporary issues if Kangaroo country continues to maintain high coal prices. China will certainly resume mining its own coal reserves. Once China reopens coal mining, domestic demand should be met within a short time frame. You want to research nuclear fusion? You haven't even touched these technologies before, right? Don't tell me you're researching this field too. Li Xiuchang stared at Lin Hai as if he were a monster. Lin Hai finally realized his behavior had been utterly over the top. From researching armed helicopters to developing lithography machines, plus various other minor inventions. Most people couldn't accomplish all that in a lifetime. He had accomplished far too much in such a short time. He hurriedly explained, "It's okay if you don't understand. Just help me find some materials on this topic. I'll study it first and then gradually delve deeper. I don't expect breakthroughs anytime soon. As long as we stay ahead of Western countries, that's enough." That makes sense. As long as we can secure cheap energy, all other technologies become secondary. With China's production capacity, we can completely dominate the global manufacturing market. If we can break through this technology, it will truly be the moment of China's rise. Li Xiuchang also became quite excited. Alright, I'll start organizing these materials for you immediately. Li Xiuchang desperately hoped Lin Hai could create another miracle. Mastering controlled nuclear fusion would be an extraordinary technological achievement. We could build a base in space to explore its mysteries. We could even cultivate crops in space, opening the possibility for humanity to colonize the cosmos. Chapter 126, Verbal Battle. The sanctions imposed by the land down under caused significant trouble for China. Netizens in the land down under began gloating. How powerful can China really be, they taunted. Most of their coal comes from us anyway. We can raise prices whenever we want. We sold it far too cheaply before we really took a huge loss. Our iron ore is also the highest quality. We shouldn't sell it cheaply to China, we should raise prices substantially. No matter how strong China's manufacturing capabilities are, they still need energy and raw materials, and we control the lifeline of China's economy. And we're absolutely irreplaceable. Charging premium prices is only fair, we can't let China reap all the cheap gains. China's existence poses a significant threat to the world. Their drones can even evade nation's radar. Doesn't that mean they can freely investigate our military bases? We must unite to suppress China's technological advancement and force them to surrender all these technologies. Exactly, everyone's doing a great job. Truly worthy allies of our country. Even netizens from nation, Japan, and South Korea are gloating. Some even claim China lacks sufficient coal reserves, suggesting its citizens won't survive the winter. China keeps shouting about surpassing the US, yet now they can't even manage heating properly. I see them as nothing but paper tigers utterly. Netizens friendly to China immediately came out to defend it. You imperialist powers have finally shown your true colors. China has never attacked any nation, all wars were instigated by you. Truly the offspring of criminals, not only lacking any credibility. You even try to pin your own dirty deeds on others. The US has always been like this, and Australia is even worse, a land of exiled criminals. They're all cut from the same rotten cloth. They bully nations that refuse to follow their orders. But China is different from other nations. I believe they will soon overcome their difficulties. Let these shameless nations pay the price. We are China's good brothers. Though our nation's coal production is meager, I hope to export more to support China. Western nations are utterly despicable, they bombed our country into ruins. Without China's aid, countless people would have starved to death. Now they have the audacity to target China. I hope China can overcome its current challenges swiftly. One day, let's wipe out all these villains. Only when China becomes the world's leader can humanity achieve true peace. Almost every impoverished nation has received assistance from China. China provided infrastructure aid, and now these nations are thriving. However, their resource exploration remains severely underdeveloped, and they lack the capacity to extract these resources themselves. It's a case of good intentions but limited capabilities. Chinese netizens first expressed gratitude to international netizens for their support of China. Then they began countering those gloating over their misfortune. You don't need to gloat, our nation's coal reserves also rank among the world's largest. It's only because we've had to deal with your ugly faces, always using environmental protection as an excuse, that we've halted domestic coal mining. Once the government reopens coal mines, our coal supply will become abundant again. China produces the world's largest amount of steel and is also a major steel exporter. Most of the steel you use is imported from China, and now the cost has gone up. Naturally, the price we charge your country is higher. I see you're all a bunch of idiots, paying more money that ends up lining the pockets of the kangaroo country. And you're gloating about it. This netizen's words instantly shattered the defenses of many netizens from the Hope Nation. Because the price of steel they've been purchasing recently has indeed gone up. With iron ore prices rising, the cost of steel produced from it will inevitably follow suit. Upon noticing the situation was amiss, netizens from the land down under immediately warned everyone, don't fall for China's tricks. They're trying to split our alliance to gain an advantage. While China exports a lot of steel, they consume even more domestically. Their infrastructure investments alone are several times greater than ours. So they're the ones who'll suffer the most. Hold out a little longer, and China will definitely collapse. Many people talk tough, treating China as an enemy. They'd rather suffer losses than back down. Chinese netizens mocked how amusing they're getting fleeced, yet they're helping the fleecers count the money. We'll see how long you can hold out. Iron ore prices are high, and our steel sells for a premium. Trade always turns a profit. But you little countries? You're stuck paying through the nose. Seeing how much profit Kangaroo Country is raking in, Country M is feeling a bit sour. We have iron ore too, it should be sold to China. Making China pay premium prices would weaken their position. This remark drew even more ridicule from many. M really is something striking at rivals while digging its own grave. What's even more laughable is that the land down under still sees itself as their loyal little brother. Whenever there's a chance to profit, Country M never lets it slip by. Well, look what happens now. They're even competing with Australia for business. Australia never dares to confront M Nation. They can only put on a brave front. We're allies, after all. We should share the benefits with them. Allies should share benefits. Netizens are going at it tooth and nail online. Longwei has begun releasing its latest smartphones. A grand launch event was held. People in Huaxia have high expectations for Longwei, eager to see what great products they'll unveil this time. Tickets for the event sold out in no time. Come launch day, Longwei unveiled its secret weapon. Its CPU processor had already reached the 3nm level. It's important to note that the event wasn't confined to the venue, it was also broadcast live worldwide. The news sent shockwaves around the world like a nuclear explosion. Overseas netizens, in particular, immediately accused Longwei of blatant fabrication. Even the latest technology from the US could only produce 8nm chips. For Longwei to claim they're using 3nm chips is utterly impossible. After all, only the United States possesses the most advanced lithography technology. Although China has been catching up, it can only produce 16nm chips at best. No matter how advanced Longwei is, it couldn't possibly leapfrog that gap so quickly. Moreover, there's never been any mention of China developing superior lithography machines. Without lithography machines supplied by M country, manufacturing 3nm chips is simply impossible. This news is absolutely false. 3nm chips simply cannot be produced. Do you understand the consequences of lying? If you dare to sell such phones, it constitutes false advertising. It would also constitute false advertising, requiring tenfold compensation for each counterfeit item, plus severe penalties. Many netizens hostile toward China have completely lost their minds. They simply cannot accept the reality of being surpassed by the dragon. Chapter 127, The Powerful Rise. The internet erupted in heated debate, with no one focusing on the performance of Longwei phones. Instead, all discussions centered on whether the 3nm chip used in the Longwei phone was genuine. Globally, only M Nation possessed the most advanced lithography technology. Even they couldn't produce such high-end chips. Where did the Longwei phone's chip come from? Did it just materialize out of thin air? If Longwei's lithography machines had truly achieved a breakthrough, industry insiders would have noticed. Moreover, such a technological breakthrough would have been announced well in advance. Moreover, China has consistently purchased chips from them in the past, despite possessing lithography machine manufacturing capabilities. But the precision of those lithography machines was all above 100nm. Compared to M country's lithography machines, they're several generations behind. How could they possibly achieve such a breakthrough so quickly? Moreover, everyone in the industry knows that manufacturing lithography machines is extremely difficult, requiring the concerted efforts of dozens of countries. Only by utilizing each country's most advanced technologies for component production can the US assemble these lithography machines. They absolutely refuse to believe China possesses the capability to leapfrog ahead. If technological breakthroughs were this easy to achieve, they wouldn't have to exert such immense effort themselves. The most thrilled people are China's netizens. This is incredible. Longwei Company has actually pioneered the use of 3nm chips. Technologically, they've leapfrogged M Nation by 2 generations. They've actually pulled off overtaking on a curve. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Now I remember why Longwei's phones have been selling like hotcakes. Turns out they had a backup plan ready all along, switching to domestic production the moment sanctions hit. Now M country must be completely stunned. Who knew our technological reserves were this formidable, achieving leapfrog advancement? Now TSMC is completely dumbfounded. China's tech industry is manufacturing top-tier chips, they're all screwed. Our domestic chip consumption accounts for over 100% of global demand. TSMC is headed straight for bankruptcy. What more can those Western-obsessed lackeys say now? Where have all the cynics gone? Weren't they constantly ranting online that overtaking on a curve wouldn't be so easy? We've actually done it. Suggestion: expel all those Western-obsessed traders overseas. They don't deserve to stay in China. Foreign netizens are even more devastated. I've said this before, instead of constantly sanctioning China, we should join forces for mutual development. The more we sanction them, the faster they develop. This pattern repeats across many products. China could have kept buying our goods indefinitely. But after we imposed sanctions, China achieved breakthroughs in a very short time. Moreover, they slashed prices to 1/10 of our levels, leaving our companies permanently unable to turn a profit. With China's massive population, even 1% of that talent represents a staggering number. That's why they can achieve technological breakthroughs so quickly. Without leading-edge chip technology, even the United States can no longer counter China. China is truly dangerous. The future world leader will be China. Their RD pace is simply too rapid, coupled with their massive population. Sooner or later, the world will be under their rule. Netizens from many Western countries are wailing in despair. They are filled with dread for the future. After all, they've led the world for so many years, able to do as they please. For profit, they'd fabricate excuses to attack other nations. Especially those small nations possessing oil reserves yet refusing to comply with the US's dictates. Their fates have been utterly tragic. They'd seize upon trivial items like laundry detergent and claim the nation possessed weapons of mass destruction. They immediately launched military attacks. Even when they find nothing in the end, they still go around touting their own exploits. Bullying other nations is somehow turned into heroic deeds. The world isn't filled with fools. People know how well they're faring. Wherever M Nation meddles, either riots erupt or wars break out. When M Nation held its position as global hegemon, it could control everything by uniting with other developed nations. Even if one commits evil deeds, they can be spun as good deeds. But once China rises, their global standing will plummet and they'll lose their grip on power. They have committed numerous atrocities abroad that cannot be concealed. Those bullied nations can rally behind China. They can expose the crimes committed by the United States and demand reparations. Once all nations unite to confront the United States and its allies, they simply won't be able to withstand the pressure. Crucially, China's global influence after its rise is simply too immense. Other nations would likely adopt the Chinese currency, abandoning the US dollar. Without monetary hegemony, they lose the ability to reap the world's resources. They would lack the capacity to sustain such enormous expenditures. The entire nation could rapidly decline. It could even transform from a super-developed nation into a developing country. After all, its high welfare system wasn't earned through its own efforts, but rather through the global exploitation of its currency. As the saying goes, pull one thread and the whole garment unravels. Losing its hegemonic status would mean losing everything. Domestically, this could even trigger internal unrest, leading to swift fragmentation. Their anxieties resonate with many. After China's breakthrough in chip technology, many not only failed to rejoice but felt genuine dread. For years, they have consistently suppressed China. Given their nature, if they were to become powerful, they would surely seek revenge. Of course, many foreign netizens who understand China express support for its rise. China has always assisted other nations in development and pursued mutual prosperity through cooperation. It has never used military force or other means to oppress other nations. Even the smallest nations are treated as equals in cooperation. The weaker and smaller the nation, the more it welcomes China's strength. China never bullies others with its might like the United States does. Online commentary has become polarized, either congratulating China or expressing hostility and concern toward it. But the two nations most anxious are only Korea and Japan. These two nations have long served as America's loyal watchdogs. Their very existence is to keep a watchful eye on China. Should M Nation impose sanctions on China, these two nations would fully cooperate. To curry favor with the US, they'll stoop to any means without scruples. But China has suddenly become immensely powerful, militarily pushing back the US. Technologically, China has now completely surpassed the United States. Being so close to China, they suddenly feel profoundly insecure. Should China ever decide to confront them, M Nation is too distant to offer timely support. Moreover, even if M were willing to support them, it likely wouldn't stand a chance against China anymore. Chapter 128, Japan's Dilemma. South Korean netizens still stubbornly cling to their hardline stance, having painted themselves into a corner with no room for maneuver. Thanks to their domestic propaganda, they'd always viewed China as a poor country. Most Koreans are like frogs in a well, convinced they're the best in the world. They look down on everyone except the US. They've always looked down on China. China's rise has thrown them completely off balance. China was always portrayed as weak and desperately poor. Many couldn't even afford enough food to eat. Why did they suddenly become so formidable? Moreover, Korea had long suffered oppression from China throughout history, frequently facing imperial armies sent to subjugate them. In modern times, to enrich their own history, they deliberately fabricated history books. They've appropriated much of China's traditional culture. To bolster their self-confidence, they can only oppose China and seize its cultural heritage. Thus, in their propaganda, they consistently elevate their own status while denigrating China. China's rise is something they cannot and refuse to believe. Moreover, the economic lifeline of the Korean peninsula lies entirely in the hands of the United States. Without US support, the Korean peninsula would face complete decline. Japan's situation is entirely different from Korea's. They worship strength and willingly follow the most powerful nation. They unconditionally follow whatever the United States commands. However, they are more inclined to learn from the strengths of any nation. Even while consistently aiding M Nation against China, they have persistently monitored China's true circumstances. Many Japanese people deeply admire Chinese culture. Consequently, they have dedicated personnel studying China's development trajectory, fully aware of its rapid progress. Meanwhile, some Japanese who harbor hostility toward China are like fence-sitters. They are willing to follow whoever holds the greater power. They sense that M Nation may no longer be able to maintain its position as the world's dominant power, and there is a strong possibility that China will replace it. Nearly all Japanese share a common conviction. That is, they must urgently determine whether China can truly surpass the United States. If China grows powerful, they must consider aligning with China and becoming its junior partner. At the very least, China is now too formidable to provoke, and they must quickly cultivate favorable relations. China's development is truly astonishing. Once they catch up to M country, they will swiftly surpass it. We must change our foreign policy and build good relations with China. Though we've long followed M nation, they inherently look down on us Japanese. They prioritize bloodlines and skin color, consistently viewing us Asians as inferior races. It's better to follow China's lead. I've said this before, China is destined to become a global superpower. They possess 5,000 years of history and have consistently been the world's most powerful nation throughout that history. They merely experienced a temporary decline, but they will soon rise again. I recommend immediately scrapping all unfriendly policies toward China. We must exhaust every means to foster good relations with China. China is a magnanimous nation. As long as we sincerely reform our ways and show genuine remorse, they will surely forgive us. I agree with the previous comment. We share the same ethnicity, and China is relatively more receptive to us. While M nation appears friendly on the surface, their actions are deeply insincere. They merely use us as tools. Everyone, please stay calm. M nation remains the world's most powerful force. China has not surpassed it. I've heard the US has stockpiled many advanced technologies. Even though China has caught up, they will undoubtedly deploy new technologies to pull ahead of China once more. After all, M nation possesses profound historical foundations. Therefore, it remains unclear which of these two nations will emerge as the future global hegemon. The best approach is to avoid offending either. That's too naive. It's already too late to remain neutral. M country won't let us play both sides. They'll definitely force us to confront China. If we disobey, M will come down hard on us. Japanese netizens are debating most fiercely, as they lack sufficient confidence. Even though they once became the world's second strongest power, they still lack the audacity to aspire to leadership. They'd rather cling to the heels of a powerful nation, obeying its commands. Without the protection of a stronger power, they always feel uneasy. Like dogs raised in captivity, no matter how formidable their fighting prowess, they remain utterly dependent on their masters. The international landscape grows increasingly complex, and the United States has now regarded China as its true rival. They are also the only adversaries they need to deal with. In the past, they would have stirred up trouble around China's periphery. They'd either deploy aircraft carriers near China's waters, conducting daily military exercises with their allies in the vicinity, or they would incite smaller nations to sever ties with China. But to this day, they still haven't figured out how China's aircraft manage to evade radar detection. Until their radar systems are upgraded, they dare not send warships near China. If they truly provoked China and had all their warships sunk, they would be utterly helpless. Moreover, even if China didn't possess such advanced weaponry, they wouldn't dare wage full-scale war against China. After all, they had already fought 2 wars against China. Even with overwhelming superiority, they were defeated both times. If they were to wage a full-scale war now, even if they could win by exhausting the nation's resources, their national strength would plunge into total decline, never to regain hegemony again. The United States' strategy toward China has always been to have its allies provoke China. Economically, they impose sanctions and pressure. Yet M nation underestimated the resilience of the Chinese nation, which has already achieved remarkable progress in a short time. Technological development has now nearly caught up across the board. What should truly terrify them is China's population of over 1 billion. Moreover, the Chinese people are remarkably united and industrious. Should hostilities break out, China's production capacity would vastly surpass that of M nation. It could mobilize a larger military force than theirs. No matter how they simulate head-on combat scenarios, they cannot match China. The US government remains skeptical of China's breakthrough in chip technology, claiming it's merely a lie propagated by Longway Corporation. Mass production of 3-nanometer chips is fundamentally impossible worldwide. At best, they are merely prototype samples. Even with M nation's technology, formal production would require another 2 years. They persistently promote the narrative that Longway Corporation is nothing but a fraud. They claim these are lies deliberately fabricated to boost the company's influence. Moreover, they firmly assert that such a phone is merely a concept device and absolutely cannot be released to the market. After M nation released this news, they never imagined Longway Corporation would so swiftly prove them wrong. Immediately after the press conference concluded, they announced the phone would officially go on sale in 2 days. Chapter 129, 1 million units sold in 2 days. Upon hearing Longway's announcement, everyone was stunned once again. Not only domestic fans, but also numerous international fans and loyal users were stunned. They placed immense trust in the quality of Longway phones. After all, Longway phones boasted exceptionally strong signal reception, far surpassing Apple devices. In terms of durability, they were also far superior to the explosive phones from the Korean company. Some soldiers even used Longway phones on the battlefield, where they were accidentally hit by bullets and the phone saved their lives. They can even withstand bullets. Such quality has made them highly sought after by fans worldwide. Longway didn't hold back, launching a global simultaneous release. Longway phones are highly sought after by many international fans. Everyone was eager to get their hands on one. After all, its CPU performance is far ahead of the competition. Of course, many phone reviewers and content creators were also scrambling to get their hands on one. If they could get their hands on one first for a review, the video views alone could cover the cost of the phone. Plus, scalpers saw an opportunity and were scrambling to join the lines. Some are even offering extra cash to buy them. This has suddenly made the supply extremely tight. Many consumers couldn't get their hands on the phone for a while and had to buy it at a premium from scalpers. Longway Company had anticipated this situation and wasn't about to tolerate scalpers. They immediately issued an announcement. This time, they had stocked up generously, preparing 1 million phones in advance. Those who missed out on the first day could purchase the next day, eliminating any need to pay scalpers extra. Once this news spread, most people stopped buying from scalpers. Longwei handled it brilliantly. It was time to crack down hard on these scalpers. Originally, everyone could have bought them easily, but these scalpers hoarded all the phones, creating an artificial shortage. This time, they've learned their lesson. Everyone, please do not buy from scalpers. By the next day, supply at the official stores had become plentiful, allowing customers to buy freely. Even so, consumers still formed long lines to buy phones. The key 3nm chip is simply too appealing, and the price hasn't even increased. Many users who bought the phone found it exceptionally smooth, far outperforming Apple devices. With such a technological lead, running existing software is a breeze. Even long-time Apple users were genuinely impressed after trying it out. This phone's performance is truly powerful, and the system optimization is excellent. After extensive testing, it doesn't overheat even when running heavy applications. Naturally, this translates to superior battery efficiency and extended endurance. The 1 million units stocked in advance sold out completely within 2 days. It truly opened everyone's eyes. It's not just that Longwei's technology is superior. Part of the reason is that Longwei has consistently faced suppression from the United States. Many people deeply admired Longwei Company's resilience. With this technological breakthrough, support was inevitable. Especially Chinese consumers, who felt immense pride in having such a company and naturally rallied their full support. The first target was the explosive phones from the Korean company. Although their phones were touted as the strongest in the Android realm. Moreover, nearly all premium brands utilize screens from the Explosion company, whose technological expertise is undeniably formidable. Yet Longwei's rise has swiftly captured significant market share from Explosion phones. Particularly in China, South Korean phones have virtually no market presence left. The high-end segment is now entirely dominated by Apple and Longwei phones. The mid to low-end segment is now dominated by other manufacturers. Meanwhile, Apple has also been significantly impacted, with sales plummeting by 20% compared to previous periods. And this is only the beginning. As Longwei sales continue to grow, more consumers will inevitably choose Longwei phones. After all, the performance advantage they offer is something other phones simply can't match. Moreover, Longwei's previous high-end phones have consistently enjoyed excellent reputation. Finally back on track, they've delivered a major surprise. The impact on M country is immense. Frantic and furious, they've rushed to purchase Longwei phones for reverse engineering. They wanted to verify whether the chip truly utilized 3nm technology. After the teardown, the Longwei chip left them utterly stunned. It was indeed 3nm class technology, and its performance far surpassed that of 8nm class chips. Many ran benchmark tests, and the Longwei phone scores far surpassed other flagship models. Its powerful CPU handled any software with ease. Now, the US had no choice but to acknowledge that China had indeed mastered the production technology for 3nm chips. How could they possibly compete now? After all, Apple is a trillion-dollar corporation, the world's most powerful entity. If Apple were to be defeated by Longwei, the US economy would suffer a massive blow. Moreover, its economic dominance on the global stage would be severely undermined. After all, a nation's influence is most directly reflected in the products it produces. If the entire world flocks to embrace a nation's products, its economy is bound to thrive. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where on earth did China steal this technology from? Why can Huaxia accomplish what even we cannot achieve? Could it be that Huaxia has spies among us, stealing all our technology? The President of the United States was so furious he slammed his fist on the table. Historically, American presidents wielded astonishing power, with leaders from nearly every other nation scrambling to curry favor with them. But why is it so difficult during his term? China's sudden rise caught him completely off guard. He had completely lost the ability to think calmly. The officials being berated were utterly speechless. How could China possibly steal technology that the United States didn't even possess? Mr. President, please calm down. We still hold advantages in many fields. But I believe we should shift our strategy toward China. We must proactively collaborate with them and cease suppressing their technological advancement. Instead, we should focus on resources to prevent China from acquiring more. Even with their capabilities, they cannot produce such vast quantities of goods. Someone suggested. Upon hearing this, the other officials found the suggestion highly reasonable. China's technological breakthrough capabilities are simply too formidable, whether it's passenger jet engines or lithography machines. Huaxia has achieved breakthroughs with remarkable ease in a very short time. Moreover, its technology has far surpassed that of the United States. To maintain market dominance, they absolutely cannot impose technological sanctions. Only as long as China continued using their high-tech products could country M maintain stable, sustained profits. Several high-ranking officials swiftly recalibrated their strategy, initiating plans for the next wave of sanctions. Chapter 130, TSMC weeps. China's rapid development has placed immense pressure on them. For years, M Nation has dominated the global stage, relishing the opportunity to suppress and sanction nations it perceives as threats. Yet they lacked the courage to compete. China had only just broken through 2 key technologies, yet M Nation was already struggling to keep up. Their strategy remained one of comprehensive suppression against China, leveraging their influence to rally allies and collectively isolate China. Fruit Corporation sensed a massive crisis, prompting an immediate emergency meeting of all senior executives. In the conference room, the CEO of Apple stated with grave expression, "I believe everyone here is well aware of our current situation. While we maintain dominance in the high-end smartphone market with substantial profits. However, the rise of Longway phones poses an immense threat to us. If we fail to maintain our technological edge, Longway will soon surpass us. None of you here will be able to keep receiving such high salaries. In fact, Fruit Company could even go bankrupt. I am not exaggerating, we must find a way to counter Longway's threat." The Information Department manager stated, "We've recently identified the chip supplier for Longway Corporation. This factory is a subsidiary of the Huaxia National Defense University. It's highly likely that Lin Hai assisted them in achieving this technological breakthrough." The Fruit CEO reacted with surprise. "This means China's chip manufacturing capabilities have far surpassed ours. With such a significant chip technology gap, even our brand and system advantages won't sustain us for long. I believe everyone is well aware of Longway's formidable strength. They've already posed a significant threat to us before, and now with high-end chips, they're like a tiger with wings. We need to strategize our next steps. How should we proceed?" The product department manager stated, "Our entire fruit company relies on other companies for contract manufacturing. We have no factories of our own. Since TSMC's chip foundry technology has fallen behind, we can no longer continue placing orders with them. Instead, we should immediately reduce production capacity for existing phones, quickly lower prices to clear inventory. We must accelerate the development of 3nm chips and have the National Defense University factory handle our manufacturing. Only by catching up in chip technology can we continue competing with Longway Corporation. Having the National Defense University manufacture our 3nm chips is indeed a sound approach. The key question is, are they willing to do it?" The Fruit CEO's face clouded with worry. M-Nation has consistently targeted Huaxia, having just sanctioned Longway Corporation not long ago. Now that they've surpassed us in every way, asking them to manufacture for us feels downright shameless. With sufficient profit incentives, I believe they'll agree. Besides, our Fruit Corporation commands a massive market share. Contract manufacturing for us would yield them substantial profits. As long as our offer is fair, they'll definitely agree. The Fruit Corporation president nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning compelling. Even if it means paying extra to have the National Defense University manufacture the chips, it must be done. After all, their phones generate massive profits, it's just a matter of earning a little less. Without 3nm chips, Apple would completely lose its competitive edge. After finalizing the decision, they immediately launched R&D for 3nm level chips while canceling existing orders. They urgently slashed prices to clear inventory, preventing the phones from becoming dead stock. Simultaneously, a large negotiation team was dispatched to China to engage with the National Defense University and urgently discuss chip production arrangements. TSMC was the first to receive word that Apple had abruptly cancelled 60% of its chip orders. They had already abandoned the market for this particular phone model. They were cutting off their own arm to survive, preventing excessive inventory costs. Now TSMC was truly at a loss for words. To compete in China's chip market, they had just laid off a significant portion of their workforce. With the latest technological advancements from the US, they can now produce 8nm chips. They believed they could turn the tide, even considering rehiring the laid-off technical staff. The goal was to expand production and completely crush Longway Company. But unexpectedly, China's chips have once again achieved a breakthrough. Their new products were even 2 generations ahead of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company's offerings. After Longway's press conference, TSMC's president knew they were finished. Within a short time, they received news that Apple had slashed orders. Other smartphone manufacturers were also reducing their chip orders. These manufacturers must maintain technological leadership. Otherwise, they risk being abandoned by the market. They were determined to adopt 3nm technology for their next-generation flagship phones. However, even with TSMC racing to catch up, the earliest possible timeline for achieving 3nm technology is over a year from now. The key difference lies between achieving production capability and achieving full-scale mass production. Even if they manage to manufacture it successfully, they'll still need months of continuous adjustments to meet production requirements. It may take nearly 2 years to catch up. Without profitability within 2 years, TSMC simply won't survive. Such massive R&D investment without returns would quickly deplete the company's funds. Even if we manage to produce 3nm chips 2 years from now, China's technology will have advanced further, perhaps even reaching 1nm nodes. TSMC has long relied on its technological edge to suppress other smartphone manufacturers. Having reaped high profits for so many years, now they're finally tasting the bitter taste of failure. They've abandoned all sense of fair play, suddenly advancing their technology by such a huge margin. They're trying to push us to the brink. We've always followed the US's lead, working like beasts of burden for them. But Apple has casually discarded us. Damn it, this is utterly despicable. The president of TSMC was filled with regret. China has repeatedly extended an olive branch, hoping they would stand with China. Yet they've always looked down on China, believing it could never match the strength of country M. Of course they'd follow the stronger power. But no matter how much he protested, M country no longer regarded them as equals. While they still provided technical support, these technologies couldn't hold a candle to Huaxia's. If they were to lay off staff outright, it would reduce the pressure. But once the technology catches up, expanding production capacity won't be so easy. Yet pushing through blindly offered no end in sight. Every employee in the company felt uneasy, suddenly sensing the company might not survive. Huaxia was advancing with overwhelming force, and it seemed they could be defeated in no time. After all, they didn't have many products of their own, all their chips were manufactured for other companies. Once their technology falls behind, they'll lose all bargaining power. The main issue was that they looked down on other companies when they were at their peak, so it's no wonder others are kicking them while they're down. Chapter 131, Hyping the Huaxia Threat. With no room for retreat, the president of Base Semiconductor had no choice but to implement another round of layoffs. Employees live in constant fear, with even more layoffs than last time. Only the top technical personnel were retained, while all non-essential staff were cut. During the previous round of cuts, employees received generous severance packages and felt confident they could find better opportunities elsewhere. They had always held themselves in high regard. They were confident they could easily find high-paying jobs at factories in China. After all, their expertise was world-class. But when the National Defense University refused to hire them, panic set in. This round of layoffs meant genuine unemployment. They would never find such high-paying jobs again. The president of TSMC took drastic action, slashing a full third of the workforce in one fell swoop. Even those who remained had their salaries halved to reduce R&D expenditures. Though many were dissatisfied, the company's owner showed no leniency, telling those who found the pay too low they were free to leave any time. The company was barely staying afloat. How could it afford to keep so many high-salaried employees? Not only were salaries reduced, but overtime hours were extended. Only by doing this could TSMC remain profitable. He was deeply reluctant, but he had to persevere until American technology made another breakthrough. Once they catch up to Huaxia's manufacturing precision, they can win back Apple's orders. They would exhaust every means to keep the factory operational. The blow to TSMC reverberated throughout the entire province. TSMC was a world-class enterprise, not only generating substantial profits but also contributing tens of billions in annual tax revenue. With TSMC suddenly faltering, the motor province saw its tax revenue plummet dramatically. Originally striving to counter China, they had exhausted every effort to secure support from the United States, leading to massive weapons orders. Dozens of fighter jets alone were ordered, along with tanks, missiles, and other equipment orders worth at least tens of billions. With tax revenues plummeting, the province had to divert funds from other sources. Government spending suddenly became strained. Taiwan Semiconductor didn't look inward to fix its own problems. They blamed China for all these problems. The leaders of the Locomotive Province held a press conference. They loudly proclaimed, "The Chinese mainland seeks to destroy us. We must purchase more weapons and strike directly. Defeat China and reclaim the mainland." These words sent shockwaves not only through netizens elsewhere. Many people in Motorcycle Province itself couldn't believe it. Wealthy residents of Locomotive Province frequently traveled to the Chinese mainland. They knew China's economy had long since far surpassed Locomotive Province's. Moreover, most of their weaponry and equipment could be domestically produced, with performance comparable to that of M-Nation. Add to that the Chinese people's tenacious resilience and combat capabilities far surpassing those of the United States. Even when their weaponry lagged behind M-Nation's, they defeated M-Nation twice in wars decades ago. Now that China has grown even stronger, the US wouldn't dare engage China head-on in a real conflict. To even contemplate war with China would be tantamount to courting disaster. Of course, many people in Jilin Province remain as narrow-minded as frogs in a well, their entire understanding of China shaped by Jilin media propaganda. They believe China remains deeply impoverished, where few can afford cars. Most people can't even afford preserved vegetables or tea eggs. They think such a poor country could be easily defeated with superior weaponry. When the leaders of Motorcycle Province made their call to arms, many felt their blood boil with excitement. Motorcycle Province is far too small. If they could defeat the Chinese mainland, they would gain millions of square kilometers of land. With Motorcycle Province's capabilities, they were certain they could become a developed nation. Those who truly understood China's strength viewed these ranting fools as nothing more than clowns. Their slogans were loud and clear, but their understanding was painfully shallow. China's policy toward Locomotive Province has always been to resolve matters through peaceful negotiations whenever possible, never firing the first shot. Should the Locomotive Province launch an attack first, it would provide the mainland with justification for a military liberation of the Locomotive Province. With the mainland's might, it would likely take less than a day to annihilate their entire military. Many discerning individuals could see right through the true intentions of the Motorcycle Province's leaders. Their belligerent rhetoric primarily aims to secure support from country M. They'd rather be the sucker paying exorbitant prices for their arms to secure M's protection. But could M truly protect the Locomotive Province from liberation? During the last military exercise standoff, 3 nations fled in panic. China's drones could freely monitor their detailed movements. If such technology were armed with missiles, they would have sunk M-Nation's aircraft carrier long ago. They're terrified that the people of the Motorcycle Province might be swayed. They began actively explaining China's capabilities in the media, warning that confronting China head-on would be pure suicide. They even released previously filmed footage. China's weaponry is simply too formidable. Today's China can rightfully claim the world's strongest land forces and rank second globally in overall military power. Of course, that was the previous ranking. Now that China possesses secret weapons, whether the US can handle it remains to be seen. China possesses radar-evading drones capable of freely striking US military bases. It could even execute decapitation strikes at the onset of hostilities. By eliminating all of M-Nation's commanding officers at the outset of hostilities, their military would be left leaderless. For China to annihilate the entire M-Nation military would be a piece of cake. Experts in Jicheng Province are divided into 2 opposing camps. Some believe China's rise presents the perfect moment for proactive reintegration. Reunification would provide a stronger backing and access to a larger market. Their lives would undoubtedly improve. Meanwhile, another group of experts remained utterly devoted to serving country M. After all, they had received benefits from the US. Should Taiwan return, they fear China will hold them accountable. Having consistently supported the division of the motherland, they would surely face imprisonment and sentencing. Thus, driven by self-interest, they desperately push for independence. Whether on television or online, the situation has descended into complete chaos. Suddenly, M Nation has gained a strong presence. At times like this, they must intensify claims that China seeks to reunify the region by force. This instills fear in the leaders of the motorcycle province, forcing them to spend more money purchasing their various weapons. Simultaneously, they're manipulating Japan and South Korea, insisting that once China unifies the motorcycle province, the next target would be them. Therefore, should China deploy troops, they must also send forces to intervene. And the United States will fully support them. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of Japan and South Korea suddenly adopted a much tougher stance. Chapter 132, The Ace Up the Sleeve. I told you, China isn't anything to fear. M Nation's economic and technological prowess is absolutely world-class. Even if China possesses small drones capable of surveying their military bases. But M Nation's capabilities are formidable. Their B-2 bombers can still roam freely over China. If war truly broke out, M would undoubtedly defeat China. The Koreans suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Our Korean military is absolutely the strongest in the world, and Korea is already a developed nation. We must increase our defense budget and purchase more missiles and fighter jets from the United States. Only then can we defeat China. South Korean netizens have been thoroughly brainwashed by M-country propaganda, each brimming with overconfidence. They've never even left their country and have no real understanding of China's capabilities. They always think they're number one in the world. They never considered how their tiny country could possibly withstand China's offensive. For centuries, China's strategy has prioritized peace and harmony. Even when dealing with weaker nations, China treats them equally and never bullies them with its strength. This has led to the Korean peninsula growing increasingly overconfident and arrogant toward China. Though its international reputation is notoriously poor. Everyone knows the Koreans' character is poor. They consistently disregard credibility. They will resort to any means to suppress their rivals. They hold no other nation in any regard except for the United States. Some Japanese have already recognized this reality and no longer wish to provoke China. If China were truly provoked to the extreme, it could easily crush them. After all, Japan's strongest sectors are limited to semiconductors and the automotive industry. The automotive industry has now entered a new racetrack, with China's new energy vehicles on the rise. They are even surpassing M Nation's new energy brands. They are losing more market share in this arena. Not to mention the semiconductor sector, where China has already become one of the world's top chip producers. In terms of precision alone, it has already surpassed TSMC, which is controlled by the United States. The more Japanese understand China, the more humble and cautious they become toward it. The US feels increasingly unreliable, prompting Japan to consider realigning its alliances. Yet many Japanese still harbor daily ambitions of conquering China, living in the past. They persistently believe China remains impoverished, convinced that even if China masters one or two technologies, it won't significantly impact the US. Moreover, numerous high-ranking Japanese officials remain under M's control. If they disobey America's orders, they face certain death. Compared to their own interests, what do the Japanese people matter? Even if Japan is defeated and reduced to ruins, they can always emigrate to the United States. Having done so much for M Nation, they would surely be welcomed with open arms. Moreover, M Nation intends to sell them large quantities of new weapons and has lifted military restrictions on Japan. They could mobilize more troops and acquire more advanced weaponry. With M Nation's full backing, Japan's posture suddenly hardened. They began to join the clamor. They blustered that if China dared to deal with the motorcycle province, it would be tantamount to attacking Japan, and they would take decisive action against China. This rhetoric enraged China's leadership to the core. How dare these petty nations of Japan and South Korea act so brazenly? If China didn't teach them a lesson, who knows what they'd get away with? China's response was swift, immediately deploying its trump card. 3 additional supersonic armed helicopters had been produced during this period. All 5 aircraft were unveiled simultaneously in the media. Military exercises commenced at sea. Amidst this tense situation, the matter immediately captured everyone's attention. The sci-fi design of the helicopters stunned every netizen. Goodness gracious, this kind of helicopter design can't possibly be Earth-based technology. The design is too sci-fi. I thought this could only appear in sci-fi movies, but I never imagined China had already built it in reality. An armed helicopter capable of supersonic speeds? That's just too incredible. How did China master this technology? A helicopter capable of supersonic speeds and stealth capabilities. Now I understand China used these helicopters to film M countries' warships. With such formidable firepower, they obliterated the M Nation fleet in an instant. The crucial point is that China revealed this weapon voluntarily, even M's intelligence agencies failed to detect it. The entire world was stunned. Netizens could only marvel at the spectacle, marveling at the performance and firepower of the supersonic armed helicopter. They still have no idea just how formidable it truly is. But military institutions around the world were already breaking out in cold sweats. These 5 supersonic helicopters could effortlessly annihilate every nation outside of M Nation. Their fighter jets and naval fleets would be utterly powerless to retaliate. Even their anti-aircraft missiles would be useless. Because these armed helicopters are supersonic and stealthy. Even M nation's radar systems couldn't detect them. Their radar technology is woefully inadequate. Faced with these armed helicopters, they were completely blind and deaf. They didn't even know where their opponents were. How could they possibly fight this war? China unveiled its trump card without holding back. They broadcast the military exercises live and even released all the test data online. Even if you knew every detail about supersonic helicopters, you'd be powerless against such a weapon. This is the absolute crushing power of superiority. Moreover, these heavy-duty armed helicopters carry several times the ammunition and missiles of ordinary fighter jets. It can function as a fighter jet, capable of taking on 10 enemies at once. Against enemy ground forces, it's even simpler. Even deploying hundreds of tanks could be effortlessly annihilated. Japan and South Korea had been boasting loudly, but suddenly they all fell silent. No official statements from their governments appear in the media. Not a single comment on China's military exercises. This has many netizens laughing out loud. Why have Japan and South Korea suddenly gone silent? Weren't you guys talking about expanding your military and buying more weapons? Didn't you agree that once we liberate the Locomotive Province, you'd send troops to attack China? Now that we've shown our weapons, it's your turn to respond. The happiest people, of course, are the netizens of China. This time, they've truly had their pride restored. Whenever Huaxia made any breakthrough in weaponry before, they'd scream it was copying M Nation, stealing their technology. But this incredibly sci-fi aircraft design and advanced technology? Never seen before. Everyone can attest that this is technology never before seen on Earth. How could anyone accuse China of stealing from the US? Chapter 133, A Stubborn Mute. The moment the supersonic armed helicopter was unveiled, every nation harboring hostility toward China felt uneasy. How could they possibly counter this? China's military might grows ever stronger. Even if they purchased aircraft and tanks, they'd be utterly useless against these stealth-armed helicopters. Smaller nations, in particular, were gripped by anxiety. They constantly harbored a persecution complex toward China. After all these years of targeting China in various ways, now that China has become so formidable, will it come after them next? The more astute nations have already begun issuing official statements, declaring their intent to strengthen cooperation with China and remain eternal friends. The leaders of the motorcycle province were now completely dumbfounded. The moment China's new weapons appeared, the three biggest backers all fell silent. Not even a single threatening remark. Could it be that China truly intends to reclaim the motorcycle province by force? The leaders of the motorcycle province were terrified. They hurriedly sent their families to the United States. They were also moving all their assets out. If war truly breaks out, they must flee at the first opportunity. They know their armies are no match for a full-scale conflict. Facing China's formidable military might, they feared they wouldn't even survive the first wave of attacks. Those in the motorcycle province who support unification, however, are filled with pride. China has grown so powerful, poised to surpass both the United States and Japan. Wouldn't it be perfect to seize this opportunity and reunify? M Nation treats us like dogs, not taking us seriously at all. When China unveils its new weapons, they don't even dare to utter a peep. We must recognize the truth. China is where we truly belong. That's right, blood is thicker than water. We share the same roots and heritage. Returning swiftly is the only sensible path. We absolutely must not fall for M's tricks again. Once we reunify, I truly want to visit China. It's developed remarkably well. Why must we align ourselves with the US? We know full well that M country only sees us as tools. Cars province's calls for reunification are growing louder. The leaders of motorcycle province suddenly grew anxious. They urgently contacted the US. If Washington doesn't pull out the big gun soon, the motorcycle province will truly return to China. These diehard lackeys of M country would be in big trouble. They had worked hard to get elected, hoping to rake in benefits for a few more years. If they couldn't keep lining their pockets, it would be unbearable. The M nation had only just learned of China's latest weapon. They'd previously wasted massive manpower and resources deceiving them through spies, all for nothing. The M country leadership was nearly driven to fury. Now that they finally know the appearance of the supersonic armed helicopter, they at least have a direction for their research. They are urgently upgrading their radar technology. Once they can detect these stealth helicopters, they won't have to fear China anymore. After receiving a call from the provincial leader of Jiqing, the M nation president could only reassure him for now. Rest assured, our nation will always stand behind you. China has merely developed a new aircraft model. We will swiftly devise countermeasures against it. We'll swiftly neutralize the threat posed by these helicopters. China wouldn't dare to take military action against Motor Province lightly. You must trust in the strength of M nation. Hearing the US president's words, the Motor Province leader finally felt somewhat reassured. But they'd suffered many setbacks before. M nation always talked the talk but never walked the walk. Previously, it had merely meant losing more money and failing to acquire quality goods. Now, at this critical juncture, the leaders of the motorcycle province demanded a reliable answer. Since they already knew about the new weapons China was using, the United States could counter them. Why are your warships still withdrawing? China might invade our province at any moment. I demand that M nation immediately dispatch warships to ensure our security. Rest assured, we've been monitoring China's movements. They have absolutely no intention of using force to retake Motor Province in the near future. Should they dare to act, our fighter jets will immediately deploy to Locomotive Province. We'll help you defend against China. Once our radar upgrades are complete, we'll immediately dispatch warships. We will also assist in upgrading your radar systems to ensure China cannot defeat you easily. The US president wouldn't dare send warships over at this point, but he couldn't afford to look too weak either. He could only placate them with empty promises for now. The leaders of Motor Province were indeed fooled. They believed that once hostilities began, the M nation would deploy fighter jets. China, no matter how bold, wouldn't dare wage full-scale war against M nation. Moreover, neighboring Korea and Japan possessed military strength that could not be underestimated. Bolstered by M nation's backing, the leaders of the motorcycle province grew considerably more emboldened. They grew increasingly aggressive toward China. They issued a public statement, so what if it's a helicopter with an unusual design? It just has some added stealth capabilities. To M nation, this is utterly insignificant and will be easily countered. Our motorcycle province can absolutely defeat all enemies and isn't afraid of the Chinese mainland taking military action against us. Faced with such arrogance, Chinese netizens showed no leniency. Just wait how arrogant you are now will determine how miserable your fate will be later. Those who dare to split our motherland must be severely punished. Our armed helicopters are so powerful they can function as both bombers and fighters. In certain aspects, they even outperform other fighter jets. Liberating the Locomotive Province? No problem at all. Since we've unveiled this new armed helicopter, it proves we possess even more formidable weapons. Let's see how arrogant M country can be now. If they dare send troops to block our liberation of the Locomotive Province, we'll wipe them all out. Chinese netizens are brimming with confidence at this moment. With weapons that rival M's, there is no longer any opponent in the world. Many already sense that the liberation of the motorcycle province is imminent, and thus achieve the reunification of China. This day has been long awaited by all. Some even hope to seize this opportunity to swiftly liberate the motorcycle province with lightning speed. Because M nation has found no way to counter the new weapons. Their fleet dared not venture out again. Yet China, aside from unveiling the new weapon, made no further statements. Their stance was growing increasingly ambiguous. They neither denied nor directly confirmed the use of force against the motor province. This very ambiguity left ample room for speculation. This signaled that China was no longer holding back. In reality, Huaxia is weighing the costs and benefits of a military liberation of Jish province. After all, as an export-dependent nation, China must consider numerous factors. The influence of the United States is simply too great at present, with many Western developed nations aligning themselves with it. Should war break out and they unite to impose an economic blockade on China, the consequences would be severe. Chapter 134, Hysterical Sanctions. Lin Hai had been closely following external news developments during this period. Work on replicating the B-2 bomber and Tu-160 was also progressing smoothly. With the technology for domestic passenger aircraft engines now in hand, developing these large combat aircraft has a stronger foundation. At the very least, many technical aspects were interconnected. Production equipment could be shared between projects. Lin Hai has consistently provided ready-made blueprints and technology, while other R&D personnel are solely responsible for manufacturing. It would take no more than another year to produce the prototype. Lin Hai is fully confident that with the technical blueprints obtained through his system, the strategic bombers produced would be absolutely flawless. With minimal training, they could be deployed directly to the battlefield. Although the prospects were vast, given the current situation, there remain significant challenges. After all, distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Who knows when M nation might start a war, sending warships to meddle in China's affairs and the motor province issue. Moreover, having dominated the world for so long, M nation has gathered the finest talents globally. They might have already developed even more formidable weapons, though they've never been publicly revealed. If war truly breaks out, the moment these new weapons are deployed, China will undoubtedly suffer significant disadvantages. In terms of weaponry, Lin Hai acknowledged that China still lags significantly behind the US. Especially since China's allies are mostly poor and underdeveloped nations. M nation's allies are all developed nations with profound historical foundations. They consistently unite to attack China whenever they target it. Therefore, China must plan with utmost thoroughness. If they were to retake Jiqing province, it would have to be a decisive blow. It would be best to secure complete control of the motor province within a day or two, leaving M nation absolutely no time to react. To instill fear in them, China must deploy even more formidable weapons. Of course, after capturing motor province, M nation will unite its allies to impose a new round of sanctions on China. To break through such sanctions, military force must be the primary approach. Second comes economic development across all sectors. Once technological breakthroughs are achieved, they will realize that blockades are futile. Once they realize China's strength can crush them, they will naturally abandon hostility toward China. Put simply, to successfully reclaim the motorcycle province, China must achieve overwhelming superiority over all adversaries in both economic and military spheres. Lin Hai contemplated whether to develop new conventional weapons for the nation. Warfare cannot rely solely on fighter jets. Long-range missiles possess far greater deterrent power. Ideally, they should develop conventional weapons with destructive power comparable to nuclear bombs. One that would make enemies hesitate to even consider attacking. Of course, the most critical task now was to build a fully functional high-end lithography machine. This would enable us to completely dominate the United States in technological terms, defeating Apple and monopolizing the high-end chip market. Not only will this significantly reduce tax revenue for the US, but it will also suppress their employment. Top-tier chips will drive the growth of numerous domestic tech companies. For instance, in fields like computers, autonomous vehicles, civilian drones, and more. The more powerful the chips, the easier it becomes to achieve breakthroughs in autonomous robotics. In short, chips are undoubtedly the most fundamental pillar of technological strength. Lin Hai planned to accelerate the development of lithography machines, then free up resources to begin researching powerful weapons of mass destruction. Senior officials in the United States have been deliberating how to counter China. China's growing strength posed a significant military threat to them. Although upgraded radar systems might detect China's supersonic armed helicopters. However, the cost of such radar systems is prohibitively high, making it impossible to equip the entire military. They required massive amounts of electrical power to operate and could only be installed on aircraft carriers or major military bases. This added hundreds of billions to the defense budget overnight. This even made the United States wince. Although their defense budget has consistently been the highest globally, far surpassing the second-ranked nation, the exorbitant cost of their weaponry has consistently strained their military finances. Moreover, they maintain military deployments worldwide. Their military expenditures far exceed those of China. Though their military budget is several times larger than China's, the majority of their forces are indeed being wasted. This is precisely why they dare not engage China in direct confrontation. Winning a quick victory could elevate M nation's international standing. Yet they all know the odds of victory against China are extremely slim. Should they fail, their international standing would plummet rapidly. Many nations currently forced to follow M's lead might directly defect to China. They could lose control in numerous domains. Our situation is now extremely critical. We must swiftly curb China's development. Our allies must join us in taking action. Even at the cost of our own losses, we must crush China with all our might. The M country president had completely lost his composure. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. According to our simulations, suppressing China through resource and economic means may prove far more difficult than anticipated. Australia launched the first offensive, raising prices for coal and iron ore. But China immediately reduced its procurement volume and is now sourcing iron ore and coal from other countries around the world. This has caused the international prices of both minerals to skyrocket. Our country, M, has ample reserves of these minerals, but our allies now have to pay premium prices for China's products. China's steel production is simply too massive. Many nations worldwide must import from China. Quite right, our allies are already voicing discontent, facing immense pressure. If we sanction China's manufacturing sector, the prices of our daily necessities will skyrocket. Globally, there is simply no country capable of replacing China's manufacturing. Although we've been shifting manufacturing and trying to limit China's development. But workers in other countries are incredibly lazy. They refuse to work overtime and frequently go on strike. Moreover, their infrastructure is woefully inadequate, driving our production costs through the roof. The quality of the products being produced is also deteriorating. This severely undermines the credibility and growth of our enterprises. Upon hearing about sanctions against China, many officials at the Ministry of Commerce began complaining bitterly. The president of country M was so enraged that he slammed his fist on the table once more. Don't tell me this is something I should deal with. It's your problem to solve. Shift manufacturing to smaller nations surrounding China. Do everything possible to suppress China's economy. More importantly, use these contracts and economic leverage to get China's neighbors to side with us against China. Our country should operate behind the scenes, not engage China in direct conflict. Even if it means higher prices and lower quality, China must not gain any advantage. The American president roared. Chapter 135, Slander is their specialty. Since the president has spoken, I do have a plan to counter China. China's new energy vehicles are becoming increasingly formidable, even surpassing our M nation's new energy vehicle companies in scale. But for new energy electric vehicles, lithium mines are the most crucial resource. Control the world's lithium mines, drastically raise prices when selling to China. Use the profits to subsidize our own automotive brands. This would allow us to crush China's automotive companies. This is a massive industrial chain. We absolutely cannot let China surpass us in this sector. That makes sense. We've already raised steel and coal prices. China's manufacturing sector has indeed taken a hit. Now their manufacturing costs are skyrocketing, and they even face frequent power outages and forced shutdowns. The United States must prioritize ensuring the normal lives of its ordinary citizens. If China suffers severe electricity cost losses, factories will have no choice but to halt operations. This presents an excellent opportunity for us to encourage Chinese factories to relocate to neighboring smaller countries. Then by raising lithium ore prices, China would lose another pillar industry. We can seize the chance to dominate China's market. Many officials agreed. As the world's dominant power, M nation has far too many nations dependent on it. This influence could be leveraged to exert full pressure on China's manufacturing sector. Soon they devised a strategy to counter China. The automotive industry is inherently labor-intensive. It can solve the problem of a large number of jobs and also drive a huge industrial chain. Experts from country M immediately identified China's vulnerability. They could leverage their influence to control global lithium ore supplies. If new energy battery prices become prohibitively high, consumers will naturally refuse to pay. There is another critical matter everyone must remain vigilant about. The U.S. Secretary of Defense wore an unusually grave expression. All eyes turned to him. What other issues could there be besides suppressing China through resource control? Have you all carefully analyzed why China's rapid rise is primarily due to this Lin Hai? Both their military-industrial complex and lithography technology were rapidly developed under Lin Hai's leadership. We must find a way to deal with this man. If he cannot be utilized for the benefit of our M nation, then he must be destroyed. The M nation defense minister's eyes were cold. The M nation president frowned and said, "We are well aware of the matter you mention, but Lin Hai is currently Huaxia's most prized talent. He even has a dedicated military unit protecting his safety. How could we possibly kill him? Killing him won't be easy, but we can use every means to ruin his reputation. Portray him as a global threat. Ideally, we'll use international pressure to prevent him from conducting weapons research for China." The U.S. Secretary of Defense stated. "That makes sense. The weapons he's developed are truly formidable. They've even posed a significant threat to us. We should use public opinion to counter him. China is a nation that places immense importance on its reputation. If we can find a reasonable justification, we can force China to abandon its support for him. Leave this matter to our intelligence agency. We'll ensure he becomes the world's greatest threat in no time." The United States swiftly formulated countermeasures against Lin Hai. Soon, online rumors surfaced claiming China was developing weapons of mass destruction. Global conflict would soon erupt. The global order would be reshuffled. They fabricated extensive evidence to portray Lin Hai as a warmonger. All weapons of mass destruction were claimed to be developed by Lin Hai. Such a person posed a grave threat to the entire world. Publishing articles alone was not enough. They also fabricated numerous pieces of evidence, some genuine, some fabricated, and posted them online for public consumption. While most Chinese people couldn't see these reports, some internet experts have managed to repost these stories on domestic platforms. Chinese netizens are well aware this is a malicious scheme orchestrated by the US. They all flocked to foreign websites to condemn M country for deliberately smearing Lin Hai. Lin Hai's rapid rise and the numerous scientific achievements he developed. Many Western nations sense the danger. If China's development continues unchecked, their positions will be usurped by China. Most Western media outlets are hyping up the China threat narrative, exaggerating Lin Hai's alleged global menace. These narratives are disseminated through Western mainstream media outlets. These outlets command vast followings, and the public increasingly trusts their narratives. In the blink of an eye, fear of China has spread. After all, Lin Hai had developed such an advanced supersonic helicopter that even the United States had backed down. These smaller Western nations certainly stand no chance against China. In their perception, it was these developed nations that dominated the world. Should China rise to replace their position, their current comfortable lifestyle would be over. Consequently, an online backlash against Lin Hai erupted. Many portray Lin Hai as a terrifying figure bent on developing advanced weapons to wage war and dominate the entire world. Naturally, the Chinese government would not allow such false news to spread unchecked. They immediately issued statements through their media outlets, condemning Western outlets for fabricating baseless accusations against China and Lin Hai, nothing but smear campaigns. However, these media outlets and websites were all controlled by foreign entities. The Chinese government's statements were directly blocked by them. In other online platforms, they were outright deleted. They were given no opportunity whatsoever to explain their position. China's government finally grasped the true nature of Western nations' malice. They control all media and can act with impunity. Whenever they attacked a country in the past, they first portrayed that nation as utterly evil in the media. They arbitrarily condemned smaller nations. After all, ordinary citizens had no way to discern the truth and could only trust their mainstream media and governments. Thus, when invading other nations, nearly all Westerners believed themselves to be righteous. They bomb other countries to overthrow local oppressors. They framed their invasions as liberating the downtrodden masses. These Westerners are brimming with self-confidence. They never look at things objectively. Now they employ the same tactics, leveraging international public opinion to suppress China and the Forest Sea. The storm of public opinion grows ever more intense, and with repeated lies, falsehoods have begun to pass as truth. Many people have begun to harbor hostility toward Chinese nationals abroad. Chapter 136, Reciprocal Retaliation. The situation deteriorated rapidly, with numerous incidents of Chinese nationals being attacked abroad. The Huaxia government lodged strong protests and representations with them in righteous indignation. They vehemently denounced these baseless smears. Western governments understood the situation perfectly well. Yet one by one, they feigned ignorance. Their intent is to coerce China into abandoning its support for Lin Hai. China's response was swift, quickly analyzing the entire situation. Sure enough, it was M nation that instigated the trouble. Their allies all joined in the persecution. This was nothing short of a declaration of collective bullying against China. China's embassy immediately lodged a formal protest with M nation. The M country official wore an expression of arrogance. With a look of disdain, they stated, "This matter cannot be blamed solely on us. Your nation poses too great a threat to the world. You must take concrete action and assure the world that you will no longer employ Lin Hai. He should be sent back to school to focus on his studies. Find him a normal job in the future." The embassy staff could never agree to such an unreasonable demand. Lin Hai is China's treasure. China's rapid development absolutely cannot do without him. He retorted coldly, "So that's your objective, isn't it? Lin Hai is China's most vital talent. The nation will never abandon him. If you continue to slander China and defame Lin Hai, we cannot guarantee the safety of our citizens. Then we will implement corresponding countermeasures. Don't regret it when that time comes. The M-nation officials paid no heed to these threats. Fine, then let's see if China can defeat our alliance. The US is determined to confront Lin Hai. No matter how fierce the protests, they couldn't care less. The embassy staff failed to complete the task. We had no choice but to report the negotiation results first. After hearing the report, the Prime Minister's expression turned grave. See? As soon as our nation begins to rise, they perceive us as a threatening rival. They'll stop at nothing to suppress us. The so-called Western civilization they tout is nothing special. But if this situation continues to escalate, it will be extremely detrimental to us. Ordinary citizens are easily swayed by media narratives, and now many people abroad have grown hostile toward our nation. Especially for our people abroad, their safety can't even be guaranteed. The Prime Minister's secretary stated. This is outrageous. Our propaganda department must engage them online first. We must strive to explain the true situation to people abroad. Additionally, we must implement countermeasures. We must respond with equivalent countermeasures in both economic and political spheres. China cannot concede defeat on this matter. Lin Hai is one of China's top talents. We must protect him at all costs. The premier made up his mind without hesitation, determined to withstand all pressure to protect Lin Hai. At this moment, the fruit company's negotiation team had also arrived at the National Defense University. They were there to negotiate chip supply agreements with the university. Lin Hai was well aware of the developments unfolding online. After all, he hadn't been overly busy lately. In his spare moments, he would scroll through news on his phone to stay updated on international developments. Li Xiaozhang felt extremely anxious. He was especially worried that Lin Hai might not withstand such immense pressure. He came in person to persuade and console him. Lin Hai, those incidents abroad are all tactics employed by the US to suppress you. Your rapid weapons development poses a significant threat to them. Precisely because of this, you must persevere. Never let their propaganda defeat you. Lin Hai smiled and said, Leader, you underestimate me. How could I not see through such petty tricks? They're just worried that the weapons I'm developing are too formidable. Given enough time, China's weapons could far surpass those of the United States. That would threaten their position as the world's dominant power. It's good you see it this way. There's no need to pay them any mind. Even the premier called specifically to emphasize. China will never compromise with them. As long as you keep developing new technologies, China will surpass M-nation sooner or later. Of course, I'll do my best. I heard fruit company sent a negotiation team. They want us to manufacture chips for them, right? Lin Hai inquired. That's correct. They've already arrived. We'll begin negotiations tomorrow. Of course, our current chip production capacity can only supply Longwei Company. We won't be able to take on contract manufacturing for Apple in the short term. And given the current situation, we should refuse to cooperate with Fruit Company. We need to buy more time for Longwei. Li Xiaochang replied. Leader, that's not the right approach. We should agree to their cooperation request. At the very least, we shouldn't reject them outright. Lin Hai interjected. Li Xiaochang was utterly baffled. Once the Fruit Company obtains top-tier chips, they can continue competing with Longwei. We can't help the Fruit Company just for a little profit. If we do that, won't we be condemned by the entire nation? The leadership still doesn't grasp my point. If we outright refuse, the Fruit Company will surely find other ways. Moreover, they might pour massive funds into continuing their lithography machine R&D. Before long, their lithography technology will achieve a breakthrough. Once they catch up, our advantage will vanish completely. Though their R&D pace is usually slow when it comes to matters of survival, they will unleash every ounce of their potential. Lin Hai cautioned. Li Xiaozhang fell deep in thought. I hadn't considered that consequence at all. Are you suggesting we should actually agree to collaborate with Fruit Company? Wouldn't that just give Fruit Company a chance to catch its breath? Lin Hai flashed a sly smile. Other companies are practically begging to partner with the Fruit Company. Their position is extremely weak. They practically have to obey whatever Fruit Company says. But our situation is different now. It's the Fruit Company that should be begging us. We get to set the rules. Li Xiaochang seemed to have anticipated what Lin Hai was about to say. Go on. We should use negotiations to stall for time as much as possible, giving the Fruit Company hope for cooperation. First, raise the price and only provide a limited quantity of products in the initial phase. After all, they want to produce 3nm chips, which means they'll have to redesign the chips from scratch. We'll wear them down step by step. Once their chip design is complete, we'll demand a price they can't accept. Force them to back down. By then, Apple will realize they've been played. By then, it will be too late for them to assist TSMC in developing lithography machines. By then, our next generation lithography machines will be ready. We might even be producing 1nm chips. Lin Hai shared his plan with Li Xiaozhang, determined to strike at the heart of Apple. Who gave M-nation the right to slander us everywhere? This is our retaliation. Chapter 137, double the price, take it or leave it. After discussing, the two reached a consensus and headed to meet the Fruit Company's negotiation team. In the conference room of the National Defense University, both sides sat on opposite sides of the table. As the company's leader, Li Xiaozhang held absolute decision-making authority. Lin Hai sat beside him, merely listening. Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear they were supremely arrogant, showing no regard whatsoever for the National Defense University representatives. The Fruit Company had always held absolute sway in the market. All companies that manufactured products for them had to cater to their demands. Now that China's chips had achieved a breakthrough, they still dared to adopt such an attitude. Lin Hai sneered inwardly. If we don't take this chance to teach them a lesson, they'll never know their place. Li Xiuchang spoke up first. May I ask what brings you all to the National Defense University? We've already made arrangements beforehand. You've now achieved breakthroughs in 3-nanometer level chips. Our fruit company's annual sales figures speak for themselves, no need to elaborate. Our fruit company only employs the world's most cutting-edge technology. We intend to have our chips manufactured by the National Defense University. The pricing will certainly satisfy you. The fruit company's lead negotiator wore an expression of pride so thick his nostrils seemed ready to pierce the sky. So you're offering us business? We're delighted to welcome it. You mentioned offering us a satisfactory price earlier. What price would actually satisfy us? Lin Hai inquired with a smile. We currently pay 800 new Taiwan dollars per chip for TSMC's 8 nanometers class chips. Our company has decided to add 200 new Taiwan dollars to that 1,000 new Taiwan dollars per chip. This price should satisfy you, right? The fruit company's negotiation manager declared haughtily. $1,000 per chip. That price is indeed quite reasonable. On behalf of the National Defense University, I am satisfied and willing to accept this price. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. The fruit company's chief negotiator's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. What are you talking about? This is China. The price we quoted is naturally in Chinese yuan. Oh, it's Chinese yuan? You expect to buy 3-nanometer level chips for 1,000 yuan? At this price, we'll buy every last one you have. Lin Hai said with a cold laugh. The negotiator's face darkened instantly. They had previously offered TSMC 800 yuan per chip and still made a hefty profit. Now, even though the chip's precision had improved, they felt 1,000 yuan per piece was already an exorbitant price. The National Defense University could provide contract manufacturing services for them, earning substantial profits. Yet they still weren't satisfied with such a high price. We are sincerely seeking cooperation with you and hope Academician Li will give this negotiation his full attention. Although you are currently the only ones capable of producing 3-nanometer level chips, but TSMC is not without its opportunities. You'd be wise to reconsider. Don't let exorbitant demands cost you this opportunity. The other party assumed Li Xiuchang held the final say, bypassing Lin Hai entirely and addressing Li Xiuchang directly. Lin Hai holds absolute authority on this matter. His word is my word. Li Xiuchang stated calmly. Now you can all rest assured. Our leadership has authorized me to make all decisions independently. Lin Hai smiled faintly. Though the fruit company's negotiation lead seethed inwardly, he was utterly powerless. He had no choice but to continue negotiating with Lin Hai. Mr. Lin, I know you're an exceptionally skilled engineer. Your company's leadership in the chip industry is largely due to your hard work. However, I hope we can negotiate a more reasonable price that both parties can accept. I agree, but your offer is far too low. It doesn't even cover our costs. Moreover, you just mentioned that TSMC can supply you with chips. I suggest you go with them instead. Our current production capacity is severely limited, and it will take some time to scale it up. Lin Hai spoke up. Their team had arrived with a crucial mission, yet they were met with a cold shoulder right from the start. This was a situation they'd never encountered before. In past negotiations with suppliers, they'd always been treated with the utmost respect and courtesy. They never imagined hitting a wall here. Any other manufacturer would have turned around and walked away. But now, the only source for 3-nanometer chips was the National Defense University. They dared not walk away lightly. So how much do you want? Lin Hai held up 2 fingers. 2,000 yuan per chip, non-negotiable. Plus, the order has to be at least 50 million chips, and the entire payment must be made up front. The fruit company's chief negotiator was so furious his nose was practically crooked. Such exorbitant prices were utterly unacceptable, let alone ordering 50 million at once. That meant they'd need to prepare 100 billion yuan in cash just to sign the contract. While fruit company did possess that much capital, such funds couldn't be spent frivolously. No one in the world conducts business this way. Mr. Lin's demands are simply too high. We absolutely cannot accept them. The chief negotiator flatly refused. Since the conversation has reached an impasse, there's nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. Lin Hai stood up and walked out. The rest of the National Defense University delegation followed suit and departed. Turning to them with a smile, Lin Hai said, "Take your time to consider this. If you agree to my terms, have someone notify me and we'll sign the contract. If you're unwilling to meet my terms, then you might as well head back. Business travel expenses are quite costly. Save your company some money." With that, Lin Hai walked out. Once outside, Li Xiuchang finally spoke up. 2,000 yuan is indeed too expensive. They probably won't accept it. I actually think they will accept it and all my terms. Without the 3-nanometer chips, Apple will suffer a devastating blow. Besides, their profit margins are so high that even an extra 1,000 yuan per phone won't make much of a difference. On the contrary, if TSMC can't catch up within the next year or two and fails to produce 3-nanometers chips, their sales will suffer a massive blow. Apple's losses would far exceed 100 billion yuan, so I'm certain they'll agree. Lin Hai explained. Your point makes sense. After all, our chips are 2 generations ahead. Even if Apple's system is exceptionally well designed, it simply can't compensate for the hardware performance gap. But you also mentioned requiring them to order at least 50 million chips. Isn't that excessive? 50 million is essentially Apple's annual sales volume, so it won't put too much pressure on them. Besides, Apple has over $1 trillion in reserves. This amount is mere pocket change to them. With sufficient chip supply, Apple will undoubtedly pour massive investments into TSMC. They'll pour everything into catching up with chip technology. Chapter 138, No Mercy for You. Li Xiaozhang frowned. I still don't quite understand. You want the fruit company to place such a massive chip order all at once? They'll inevitably ramp up promotions to sell as many phones as possible. But the more phones they sell, the harder it will hit Longwei. While this approach will bleed Apple dry, allowing us to rake in more profits. But think about it another way, we're actually doing Longwei a disservice. I said we'd supply them with chips, but I didn't specify when. Once they transfer the money, we can always delay a bit. As long as we don't violate the contract terms. By the time Fruit Company gets the chips, our technology could be upgraded again. Longwei Company will have left them in the dust long ago, and those chips will just sit idle in their hands. Their new flagship models will have to be sold at a discount, robbing them of their exorbitant profits. Lin Hai explained with a smile. Li Xiaozhang stared at Lin Hai with wide eyes, utterly astonished. It took him a long moment to process. That move is indeed brilliant, but it's a bit underhanded. True, it's not exactly above board. But who's to blame when M Nation keeps smearing me? A little retaliation isn't too much to ask, is it? Different people call for different tactics. M Nation resorts to every underhanded tactic to suppress us. Why should I bother with credibility? Besides, there was only a minor loophole when we signed the contract. I didn't actually breach it. You've got a point there. Li Xiaozhang didn't object. I deliberately kept you from speaking much during the negotiations earlier precisely to take responsibility for this matter myself. If M dares to pull such dirty tricks on me, I'll retaliate openly and decisively. Let M Nation know I'm not someone to be trifled with. If they don't feel the sting of this, they'll keep pushing their luck with me. I hope you understand my position, sir. Lin Hai, fearing Li Xiaozhang might misunderstand, held nothing back. Alright, you did the right thing. We should strike back hard against these Western powers. But you can't shoulder this alone, we'll face all consequences together. Li Xiaozhang made up his mind and declared firmly. No need, sir. You needn't worry about me. This matter must rest entirely on my shoulders. There's absolutely no need to drag you into this. Once the contract is signed, they'll surely turn on me when they realize what's happened. But I have a way to resolve all of this. Rest assured, boss. Lin Hai said with a smile. Li Xiaozhang could imagine the fallout if word got out about Lin Hai pulling a fast one on the fruit company. At the very least, those in M country will grow even more hostile toward Lin Hai, viewing him as their greatest enemy. How could this possibly be whitewashed? Li Xiaozhang, I simply cannot fathom it. I'll keep you in suspense for now, but mark my words, it won't be long before all the smear campaigns against me overseas vanish into thin air. As for the fruit company order, we can confidently accept it. Sign a 1-year supply contract with them, but under no circumstances should the monthly shipment volume be specified in the contract. I plan to start by sending them samples so they can prepare everything for production. Then, in the final month, we'll supply them with the chips. This 1-year delay will be sufficient for Longwei Company to secure a vast market share. Lin Hai stated solemnly. Very well, I'll handle this matter. It's merely a small trap. If the fruit company truly agrees to all our demands, they'll likely overlook such a minor detail. Li Xiaozhang replied. Lin Hai rubbed his hands together with delight. 100 billion in cash that should cover our National Defense University's research funding. We'll also need to acquire more land to build additional factories. We'll also need to supply Longwei Corporation with mobile phone screens. Diamond-grade phone screens, just the name sounds incredibly high-end. Longwei sales will definitely skyrocket. While suppressing Fruit Company, Longwei can absolutely become the dominant force in the mobile phone industry. Li Xiaozhang suddenly remembered to ask a crucial question. Diamond-grade phone screens for just 1,000 yuan each, are you really capable of producing them? The real question is, will there even be any profit margin on these screens? If we're operating at a loss, even our National Defense University can't afford it. Lin Hai gave him a mysterious smile. I can tell you the cost, but this must remain strictly confidential. If you can agree to that condition, I can tell you right now. Li Xiaozhang glanced around to make sure no one was listening before replying. Alright, I promise not to breathe a word. Tell me the cost, and I'll have a clearer picture. Based on my calculations, once production hits 10 million units, our average cost can be reduced to 200 yuan per unit. For every phone sold, we'd pocket 800 yuan in pure profit. And I'm talking about pure profit, mind you. Li Xiaozhang froze in place. Suddenly, his mind felt like it couldn't process it all. Such cutting-edge technology must have extremely high initial costs. How could it possibly only cost 200 yuan? Don't you believe me? You'll see once we start production. I've been conducting experiments all this time and have nearly perfected the technology. In just another month or two, once we refine the technology, we can set up the production line. We'll deliver diamond screens to Longwei Company sooner. Introducing the diamond screen concept will definitely put us ahead of Apple. By year-end, we might even be producing nanoscale chips. But Fruit Company still has 50 million phones sitting in inventory. Let's see how they play their hand now. This move of yours is brilliant, it's all interconnected. My guess is the first phone maker to get crushed will be those explosive phones from the Korean company. The second to take a hit will undoubtedly be Apple. Once you fall behind by one step, you fall behind by every step. Expecting TSMC to catch up is simply impossible. Li Xiaozhang took a deep breath. His heart was pounding with tension. Lin Hai had effectively dealt a fatal blow to foreign phone manufacturers. From now on, the global mid to high-end smartphone market would be monopolized by Chinese manufacturers. Li Xiuqiang felt immense relief that Lin Hai was Chinese. Had he been born in the West, who knew what damage he might have inflicted upon China? Should such a monumental development be reported to the premier, allowing him to prepare mentally? No problem, it would be good to inform the premier. If our actions jeopardize national interests, the premier will certainly inform us. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll contact the premier immediately. Launch an economic counteroffensive against M Nation. Let the government side prepare in advance as well. At the very least, we'll have counterarguments ready when M Nation starts accusing us. Li Xiuqiang declared passionately. Chapter 139, Compromise is the only option. The fruit company's negotiation team remained in the conference room, staring at each other in disbelief. The supervisor, standing before a row of desks, roared in fury, "This is outrageous. How dare they underestimate fruit company? They must pay the price. Supervisor, our mission is to secure the National Defense University's agreement to produce chips for us, no matter what. Should we report these excessive demands to headquarters for guidance?" The supervisor's assistant inquired. Though fruit company is immensely powerful, losing access to top-tier chips could severely jeopardize its operations. Now is not the time for pride and posturing. The negotiations supervisor felt deeply frustrated. He had never been so humiliated. Forcing himself to suppress his anger, he reluctantly agreed, "I'll report this to headquarters immediately." After leaving the National Defense University, they returned to their hotel and conducted a detailed video conference report to the CEO about today's negotiations. The CEO had anticipated this outcome. After all, Country M had consistently imposed sanctions on China. Now that China possessed cutting-edge technology, a small act of retaliation was only natural. Alright, agree to his demand, get the National Defense University to supply us with chips as soon as possible. We absolutely must get them to agree to manufacture for us. Otherwise, our CPUs will fall far behind, and our phone performance won't match Longwei's. Our market share will be swallowed up by them. The chief negotiator remained unconvinced. The Chinese are simply too arrogant. How dare they treat us this way? According to our calculations, they're making over 1,000 Huaxia yuan per chip. Such exorbitant profits mean our company stands to lose hundreds of billions. You needn't worry about this matter. We must now find a way to defeat Longwei. Temporary losses are not a major issue. Give our engineers a year and they'll master lithography technology. Once we catch up in lithography technology, there will be no need to purchase chips from the National Defense University. We must ensure he delivers all 50 million chips on schedule within the year. They'll certainly ramp up production capacity, but when we cancel the orders, the National Defense University will inevitably face severe losses. The Fruit's CEO explained. They're not the type to take a loss, they've already planned everything. The National Defense University has become a threat to them. They will find ways to suppress us with all their might in the future. But the current situation is unfavorable for them, so they have no choice but to endure for now. Upon hearing the president had already devised countermeasures for retaliation, manager Tan Tan's anger turned to delight. The president really thinks ahead. I'll contact them immediately to place the order. If they fail to deliver on time, make them pay double compensation for our losses. After consulting his superiors, Li Xiuqiang received a prompt response. Hanging up the phone, Li Xiuqiang exclaimed excitedly, "Headquarters has responded. Since the company has entrusted us with its operations, we now have full autonomy over all decisions. The leadership also said to go ahead boldly without any reservations. The state stands firmly behind us." Lin Hai's face lit up with a bright smile. "I knew the state would never let us down. By tomorrow at the latest, the fruit company's negotiation team will definitely come to us." No sooner had Lin Hai finished speaking than Li Xiuqiang's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, Li Xiuqiang was astonished. "You were absolutely right. This is the fruit company's chief negotiator calling. Great. Looks like they can't wait any longer. Sign the contract as quickly as possible so they don't have time to scrutinize the details. Of course, we mustn't appear too eager," Lin Hai said with a smile. "Got it." Li Xiuqiang answered the call and listened to the other party finish speaking. Li Xiuqiang then replied leisurely, "Since we've decided to renegotiate the contract, let's wait until tomorrow. It's already quite late today and we might not finish signing the contract before the end of the workday. Aren't you Chinese known for your overtime culture? And for going out of your way to meet client demands? Even if it runs late, we can work overtime to sign the contract." A playful smile touched Li Xiuqiang's lips as he kept his tone as neutral as possible. "We Chinese are certainly willing to work overtime, but you Americans always clock out right on time. With only half the contract signed, it's time to clock out. It'd be better to resume negotiations tomorrow morning." "That's a misunderstanding on your part. When it comes to the most critical matters, we in M country will work overtime just as readily. We're heading to the National Defense University now. We expect you to have everything prepared." Li Xiuqiang feigned hesitation before reluctantly agreeing. "Very well. Since you insist so strongly, we'll certainly oblige. But let me make this clear up front, if we still can't reach an agreement this time, we will cease contract manufacturing for Fruit Company. We'll focus all our energy on producing chips for Longwei Company. Our schedule is extremely tight now, we don't have time to entertain you day after day. We at Fruit Company are willing to accept the terms you previously proposed, though some details still require discussion." Both parties quickly reached an agreement. After hanging up, Li Xiuqiang felt deeply moved and exclaimed to Lin Hai with delight, "You really see through these people. They've agreed to all the terms we proposed earlier. I reckon they're desperate now. They absolutely must secure those 3-nanometer chips. Otherwise, their high-end market will be completely overtaken by Longwei." Lin Hai nodded sharply. "Apple constantly uses underhanded tactics to suppress our domestic suppliers. This time, let them taste the sting of being suppressed." Both parties quickly returned to the conference table for negotiations. Wang Kailan was thrilled upon receiving the news another multi-billion-dollar order had come through. Although the chip factory had just been established, at this rate of development, it could enter the Fortune Global 500 within a year. Moreover, its global ranking would be quite high. Crucially, this would instantly double the contract manufacturing fees, with the extra amount being pure profit. Although Wang Kailan had no direct control over the chip factory, the university could retain a portion of the profits generated by the chip factory under the National Defense University. At this point, he was at a loss as to how to allocate this influx of funds. Even if he poured all resources into advancing research, it would be impossible to absorb such a large sum at once. He planned to consult Lin Hai for sound investment strategies after finalizing the contract. After all, every penny of this money was earned by Lin Hai. Perhaps Lin Hai had other sound investment strategies to deploy this cash, making money work for money. This would ensure a steady stream of research funding for the National Defense University. Once this major contract is signed, the National Defense University's reputation will resonate even more strongly worldwide. With high-end research projects in place, its global rankings would rapidly climb. Chapter 140, Contract Signing. At the negotiating table, the fruit company's team was also unwilling to waste any more time. Dragonway Corporation was currently riding a wave of popularity, with its mobile phone sales steadily increasing. Conversely, Fruit Company's phone sales were gradually declining. After all, the performance gap between the two phones was too significant, resulting in a notably inferior user experience. Securing the 3-nanometers chip was essential to continue competing with Longwei phones. The Fruit Company's chief negotiator stated, "Enough with the pleasantries. We accept your proposed price. The contract quantity remains at 50 million units. But we have one requirement: your National Defense University must fulfill it. Go ahead and state it. If it's not too unreasonable, we'll agree." Lin Hai nodded. "These 50 million chips must be delivered in full within 1 year. If delivery exceeds 1 year, you must pay double the total amount." Lin Hai feigned a moment's thought before replying, "No problem. As long as your payment clears, we'll ramp up production lines at maximum speed. We guarantee full delivery within 1 year. And we'll absolutely ensure the highest quality. It just so happens that your fruit company still needs to redesign the chips. By the time you finish designing them, our production line will be fully operational. This requirement is no problem at all." The chief negotiator finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could fulfill the company's mandate. With no further issues, both parties began drafting the contract. Although the fruit company also raised the question of whether there should be a minimum monthly supply requirement. But Lin Hai rejected it outright on the spot. They could only commit to supplying goods at the fastest possible pace after the production line was built, but they absolutely could not guarantee a specific monthly supply volume. The negotiation manager assumed the National Defense University hesitated because the new production line's output was unstable. Besides, with 50 million chips per year, it was simply unrealistic to expect delivery on the very last day. In fact, he secretly hoped the National Defense University would fail to deliver on time, triggering double compensation. With both sides harboring their own hidden agendas, the contract was smoothly finalized. "Our payment will be transferred tomorrow. Get the production equipment ready immediately," said the negotiation manager. "No rush. The contract stipulates very clearly that we'll only prepare production once the full payment is received. If your payment keeps getting delayed and we finish installing all the equipment, we'll be taking a huge loss." Lin Hai flatly rejected his demand. "Fine, half a day won't make a difference. You'll definitely receive the payment tomorrow morning. No problem. The factory buildings are already constructed, we just need to debug the equipment. Besides, you'll need time to design the chips anyway, no need to worry about production capacity," Lin Hai said calmly. After signing the contract, the fruit company's negotiation team had no desire to linger in China. They boarded that day's flight and headed straight for Country M. "Nice work." Lin Hai reviewed the contract once more, confirming everything aligned with his plan. Wang Kailan dismissed the others, ensuring no one else was nearby. Only then did he pull Li Xiuqiang and Lin Hai aside. "You guys gotta spill the beans. Is this order going to make us a killing?" Lin Hai nodded slightly. "Yes, it is quite profitable. Can you give me an idea of the profit margin?" "There's no need to hide anything. The cost of manufacturing chips for M country is around 400. The net profit per chip is about 1,600. "What? The cost is that low? How dare you charge such a high price?" Wang Kailan became incredibly agitated. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Hai, utterly incredulous. Lin Hai looked back at him, utterly baffled. "Principal, what's gotten into you? Charging a higher price naturally means higher profits, isn't that a good thing?" Wang Kailan's chest heaved violently. He took 2 deep breaths, trying desperately to calm his agitated state. "Of course it's a problem. If you set the price so high and they refuse to do business with us, then we won't make a single penny. Even Beiji Electronics has never demanded such exorbitant profit margins," Wang Kailan retorted. "Ha! If they don't come to us for contract manufacturing, Apple will be crushed by Huawei within a year or two. Their profit per phone is staggering, they'll easily rake in thousands. They're just cutting us down like chives. We only make a little over 1,000 yuan per chip, that's not much at all. Lin Hai said with a laugh. You're right. We hold the most core technology and have a global monopoly. Making a little extra profit is perfectly normal. Li Xiaochang wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Hai's approach. Over 100 billion in profits even after paying taxes, our university couldn't possibly spend it all. Let's take this chance to discuss how we should allocate all this money. Wang Kalin said happily. Suddenly having this much money feels like it's straining my heart. Of course, we must continue developing more advanced technology. Weapons shouldn't be a problem, we should have enough. The most critical challenge for the future is energy. After some thought, I believe the right path to clean, limitless energy lies in controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion? That's no small undertaking. Not just our country, but the entire world is researching this field. But the pace of breakthroughs is painfully slow. It might take decades before we achieve a breakthrough. As a researcher, Li Xiaozhang isn't optimistic about this technology yielding results anytime soon. The technology is incredibly complex, and achieving precise control over nuclear fusion is practically impossible. If the technology isn't fully developed, it could be extremely dangerous. Though scientists hold great promise for this technology, virtually every nation with the capability is striving to research it, hoping to achieve a breakthrough sooner rather than later and gain access to pure, environmentally friendly, and inexhaustible energy. Yet progress remained exceptionally slow. Can Lin Hai really accomplish such a monumental project? Precisely because it's a grand undertaking that we must pursue it. Our current reliance on oil and coal is largely dependent on imports. If foreign countries tighten the screws, we'll be in serious trouble. We'd be forced to pay exorbitant prices for foreign supplies. Especially from the coal-rich kangaroo country, they're a steadfast ally of the US. We must guard against this in the long run. Lin Hai said with a serious expression. You're absolutely right, but for such a complex project, you need to be mentally prepared in advance. Li Xiaochang advised. Mental preparation is no problem. The main concern is funding support. Is the principal willing to provide sustained R&D funding? Lin Hai smiled as he looked at Wang Kalin. Wang Kalin immediately patted his chest and declared, no problem. After all, you're the one who earned all this money. Even if you use every last cent, I won't object. I'm confident the higher-ups will approve too. Chapter 141, Public Opinion Issues. A project of this scale requires an independently constructed laboratory. We'll immediately apply to the state. We'll construct a separate laboratory for you near the National Defense University. Your safety must be protected. Li Xiaochang said solemnly. Since Lin Hai insisted on pursuing this course of action, Li Xiaochang naturally offered his full support. To salvage its market share, Fruit Company promptly announced it had signed a chip supply contract with the National Defense University. The National Defense University would soon be able to provide the Fruit Company with 3-nanometer level chips. Upon hearing this news, Fruit fans became wildly excited. Many who were planning to upgrade their phones decided to wait until the company's 3-nanometer chips hit the market before making their purchase. After all, some people never gave Apple the time of day, no matter how well it performed. They always believed Apple's phones were the best. Previously, chip shortages had made Apple phones offer very poor value for money. Now, finally, there's a glimmer of hope. As long as chip supplies are secured, Apple's new phones will be produced soon. Some people immediately started complaining. What kind of joke is this? The US just sanctioned Huawei, why should we supply chips to Apple? We should seize this chance to sanction Apple, cut off its access to the latest chips, and just let it go bankrupt. This short-sighted move only revives Apple to undermine Longwei. The National Defense University's actions are utterly unprincipled. You're a military academy, can't you show some backbone? You can't sell out your country for money. I'm utterly disappointed. Even the National Defense University has bowed down for money. I heard Lin Hai was the one negotiating with them, seems he got quite a few perks out of it. Or perhaps they've finally given in after being constantly undermined by M country last time. Disappointment, utter, helpless disappointment. Even someone like Lin Hai would sell out to save a fruit company for money. Who can we trust anymore? Many people are posting pessimistic comments online, expressing their deep disappointment in Lin Hai. Of course, some die-hard fans still stand by Lin Hai. They firmly believe Lin Hai would never betray his country for mere profit. Besides, the company belongs to the National Defense University, it's state property. Lin Hai has absolutely no reason to do such a thing for money. Moreover, for someone of Lin Hai's standing, making money shouldn't be particularly difficult. There's absolutely no need to tarnish his own reputation. They've consistently backed Lin Hai online and refused to give up. You trolls are beyond ridiculous. Lin Hai demanded double the price from them, that's pure profit. This is a multi-billion-dollar deal, and securing the fruit company's order also puts pressure on Wanji Electronics. It's a win-win situation. I'm confident Lin Hai's decision was thoroughly considered. From his position, he can consider the situation more comprehensively. Besides, if he were willing to sell out national interests for money, he could have easily gone to work for M country. The US would undoubtedly offer him a generous package. You trolls and lackeys, don't even think about smearing our great Lin. A fierce online war erupted, with both supporters and detractors trading heated insults. Overseas, due to M Nation's smear campaign, many foreigners have grown to dislike Lin Hai. Instead, they now perceive him as a warmonger developing massive quantities of lethal weapons. A man who defies humanity and civilization. His reputation plummeted rapidly both domestically and internationally. Upon learning of this situation, Li Xiuchang and Wang Kailan grew deeply concerned. They feared this situation would place immense pressure on Lin Hai. They could only try to keep Lin Hai off the internet and focus him on research and development work. Li Moore, upon seeing the online posts, was furious. Some netizens were far too easily swayed by sensational narratives. Having been with Lin Hai for so long, she knew he would never betray his country for such petty gains. Moreover, this wasn't something Lin Hai could decide alone. Li Xiuchang and the principal had also participated in the negotiations. Authorization from higher-ups must have been secured before the negotiations even began. Yet those netizens couldn't tell right from wrong, nitpicking every minor issue and pinning all the blame on Lin Hai. Lin Hai devoted all his energy to developing lithography machines and smartphone screens. He also had to provide upgrade and reverse engineering technology for the Tu-160 and B-2 bombers. Under Li Xiuchang's direction, Lin Hai has been swamped these past few days. He barely had time to rest during the day. At night, he still had to sleep to earn points. Lin Hai planned to first complete the strategic bomber and smartphone screens. Then he would take on system tasks to develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Completely unaware of the events unfolding outside, Lin Hai spent over a month finally developing the diamond screen. He had the sample delivered to Longwei Corporation. This type of phone screen required rigorous testing. Not only radiation resistance, power consumption, and drop tests for hardness, but all aspects of performance had to be evaluated. The requirements must be met before it can be officially used on mobile phones. This technology was derived from the Sleep God system, and Lin Hai held great promise for the diamond screen's future. After shipping the screens out, he felt a huge weight lifted. With chip technology combined with advanced screens, Longwei phones could absolutely become the global leader. By the time other manufacturers catch up, new innovations can be introduced. As long as it captivates consumers and sparks their enthusiasm, sales would undoubtedly soar. Lin Hai felt it had been ages since his last class and found himself missing Li Moore. Opening his phone, he saw Li Moore had left several messages. Each one was filled with concern. Lin Hai found it odd Li Moore seemed unusually worried about him. What could have happened? Lin Hai called Li Moore. Lin Hai, you finally turned your phone on. I haven't been able to reach you at all these past few days. The moment the call connected, Li Moore's anxious voice came through. I've been developing something recently. To avoid outside distractions, I turned off my phone. What exactly happened? Tell me slowly. This isn't something I can explain in a few words. If you have time, can we meet up? Sure, no problem. Let's meet at the commercial street, same spot as always. Got it. I'll be right over. Lin Hai hung up and headed to commercial street. Li Moore wore a beautiful sweater that made her skin look fair and rosy. She looked lovely and charming. Many classmates passing by couldn't help but give her a second glance. Such a stunning beauty was simply too captivating to ignore. She was the center of attention wherever she went. Chapter 142, Setting the Record Straight. Lin Hai arrived and immediately spotted Li Moore. He hurried over, admiring her with genuine awe. Her outfit today was absolutely stunning. Standing on the street, she'd turn every head 100% guaranteed. Li Moore had dressed up meticulously for this rare chance to see Lin Hai. Receiving praise from the one she adored filled her heart with sweet delight. But Li Moore had something else on her mind. She quickly suggested, let's find a place to sit down and talk first. Sure. I heard there's a new bubble tea shop on campus with great flavors, let's go there. Li Moore nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the milk tea shop and each ordered a cup. The milk tea shop at the National Defense University was different from others. To prioritize student health, this bubble tea contained no artificial additives, made entirely from natural ingredients. The taste was truly exceptional. What exactly happened? Tell me, Lin Hai asked. Have you been following the news lately? Because of the National Defense University's contract manufacturing work for a fruit company, a lot of people are bashing you online. They're saying some pretty nasty things. But you've been swamped with work lately and haven't had a chance to explain yourself. This has allowed the situation to keep escalating. Even if the authorities personally clarify, many still won't accept it. And overseas media are jumping on the bandwagon, sensationalizing it and painting you as someone who prioritizes personal gain over national interests. It's infuriating. You've made such tremendous contributions to the country, yet they treat you like this. Li Moore exclaimed indignantly. Lin Hai was taken aback by Li Moore's words. He checked his phone and discovered that supplying chips to fruit company had caused widespread dissatisfaction. After all, Country M had been sanctioning Longwei Mobile, making it difficult for domestic companies to operate smoothly. This had left a deep sense of resentment festering in many people's hearts. Since China had already broken through chip technology, why not impose sanctions on M country in return? Many people were raising this question. But Lin Hai hasn't given a direct answer, leaving plenty of room for speculation. Some may genuinely be confused, but most netizens are just jumping on the bandwagon. Many self-media creators can gain significant traffic simply by posting videos or articles questioning Lin Hai. This keeps the issue constantly trending. Li Moore looked at Lin Hai with deep concern and gently urged, don't put any pressure on yourself. I believe you have your own reasons for doing this. Don't let others' opinions bother you. Li Moore was particularly worried that Lin Hai might be overwhelmed and suffer a severe blow. Lin Hai smiled faintly and explained, I thought it was something serious. Actually, when signing the contract, I already anticipated this outcome. I didn't expect it to stir up such a strong reaction domestically. Looks like I'll just have to endure it for a while. Lee Moore grew even more anxious. Aren't you even a little upset? Whatever you're thinking, you have to tell me. I'll be right by your side. Lin Hai shook his head. I feel no pressure whatsoever. And I certainly didn't sell out my country for profit. Outsourcing chip manufacturing for the fruit company wasn't about helping them either. Lin Hai glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping nearby. Seeing Lee Moore's overwhelming worry, he felt a pang of guilt. He whispered, I'm telling you this, but you must never tell anyone else. Lee Moore nodded solemnly, sitting up straight. I won't utter a single word about anything you tell me not to. It's actually quite simple. The reason we took on contract manufacturing for the fruit company was to lower their guard. If we hadn't taken their contract, fruit company wouldn't have just conceded defeat. They'd definitely gather all their high-tech personnel and develop lithography machines at top speed. They'd catch up to the 3 nanometers process technology in no time. By manufacturing for them, we not only earn more money but also slow down their R&D pace. As long as TSMC can't catch up, the fruit company will remain at our mercy, Lin Hai explained. So that's how it is. I knew there was no way we'd contract manufacturing for Apple for no reason. Lee Moore breathed a sigh of relief. But her expression quickly turned worried again. Even though this makes perfect sense, many people might not agree. Especially now that public opinion is in chaos, with everyone attacking you. Honestly, ignore them. Most of these trolls are just chasing clicks for money. Some are even paid trolls hired by foreign forces. They just want to use public opinion to undermine me, but I won't give them the time of day. I know you're right, but I just can't stand by and watch others slander you. Lin Hai smiled faintly, running his fingers through Lee Moore's smooth hair. He murmured softly, don't worry. In time, most people will see the truth. We pulled a clever trick when signing the contract while we agreed to supply the fruit company with 50 million chips within a year. We never specified the exact delivery method. We plan to delay delivery until the final month, meaning the fruit company won't be able to produce anything for an entire year. Lee Moore stared wide-eyed at Lin Hai. So this was a trap set for the fruit company. No wonder you signed the contract with them so readily. Of course, M-Country has been sabotaging me all along. A little payback isn't too much to ask, right? This tells everyone in the Western world, if you want to mess with me, you'll pay the price. What's a measly fruit company? It won't be long before they're finished. Lin Hai sneered coldly. Lee Moore couldn't care less about the fruit company's fate as long as Lin Hai was safe and sound. Great. Once netizens learn the National Defense University kept delaying deliveries, they'll soon understand your good intentions. They won't keep blaming you. Lee Moore said happily. This whole ordeal had me worried sick. Lee Moore finally relaxed completely. Don't you know who I am? How could I just take a loss? I bet fruit company will be kicking themselves in a few months. This time, I'm not holding back against them. Initially, we'll fulfill orders in small batches to give Apple time to prepare other components. But once all the accessories are finally produced, they'll discover there are no CPU chips. I can't wait to see the look on Apple's CEO's face. Lin Hai wore a meaningful expression. The fruit company has always been exceptionally arrogant, consistently applying double standards toward Chinese consumers. Lin Hai couldn't care less about what those fruit company worshippers do. But the company's actions had truly angered others. This was the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Chapter 143, Diamond Screen Sample Delivered. Lee Moore found Lin Hai's plan utterly hilarious, thinking it was a bit too mean. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Your scheme is downright wicked, she exclaimed. Once the fruit company discovers the truth, they'll be furious. That's exactly the reaction we want. They were the ones who broke the rules first, ruining my reputation. I won't let them get away with it. Lee Moore fully supported Lin Hai's principle of retaliating against wrongs. You're absolutely right. M-Company has gone too far. We need to teach them a lesson. With her heart finally unburdened, Lee Moore's mood lifted considerably. The two chatted over their meal. After finishing their meal, Lin Hai returned to the Research Institute. He urgently retrieved the manufacturing blueprints for the B2 and 2160, directing the research team to accelerate their reverse engineering efforts. Once the current issues were resolved, they would begin work on the next major project. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. Achieving controlled nuclear fusion technology would be a lengthy endeavor. After all, this was cutting-edge technology capable of reshaping humanity's future. Mastering this technology would grant China access to an infinite supply of clean energy. This technology is truly formidable. China could solidify its position as the world's manufacturing powerhouse. Even if the products produced become cheaper, the nation can still collect taxes and profits. Consider that energy generated by controlled nuclear fusion is remarkably inexpensive. This leads to low electricity costs, especially for energy-intensive industries, enabling significant cost reductions. Without lowering costs or bearing pollution burdens, substantial profits can naturally be earned. Lin Hai has predicted that once this technology is successfully realized, China would join the ranks of truly developed nations. Lin Hai continued with his tasks in the days that followed. Longway Corporation received a package. Addressed to the CEO of Longway, the company staff naturally did not dare to delay. They immediately delivered the package to President Longway. President, this package is for you. It was mailed from the National Defense University. It specifies that you must personally receive it. Longway Corporation's performance had been exceptionally strong lately, with its flagship phone in such high demand it couldn't keep up with orders. They sell out almost as soon as they roll off the production line. The production plant is working overtime and even adding new production lines. President Longwei is naturally extremely busy. Though exhausted, he's in an exceptionally good mood. Sent from the National Defense University? Is the sender's name listed? The sender's name is Lin Hai. What? It's actually Lin Hai. Bring me the package immediately. President Longwei couldn't wait to look at the documents anymore. He jumped up in excitement. He snatched the package and tore it open. It was the first time the assistant had ever seen the president so visibly moved. Even when facing sanctions from the United States, he had remained remarkably composed. Could the package from the National Defense University contain something crucial? He couldn't comprehend it. After President Long opened the package, he saw 3 transparent screens inside. He handled them with extreme care. They were incredibly pure and exceptionally thin. At a glance, he recognized them as screens identical to those used in the flagship smartphone currently on the market. A small note was tucked inside the package. He picked it up to read, "Diamond screen sample. Please expedite testing at your company. Once confirmed problem-free, we will prepare for mass production." After reading the note, President Longwei's heart pounded wildly. He leaned on his desk and took several deep breaths before finally calming himself. Who would have thought Lin Hai could move this fast? It completely surpassed my expectations. No wonder he was willing to sign the OEM contract with Fruit Company. He'd already had a backup plan all along. Fruit Company may have 3nm chips, but our screens hold an absolute advantage. They still can't compete. The assistant beside him watched President Longwei mutter to himself, words indistinct. Curious, he asked, "President, are you alright? Could these glass panels possibly hold some crucial significance? Alright, keep this confidential. Immediately convene a meeting for all managers and above. Have the screen testers come over too. Right away." Seeing the president's serious expression, the assistant quickly agreed and jogged out to announce the meeting. The president's agitation must mean something extremely important. Could it be another groundbreaking product that would propel Longwei to new heights? Within 15 minutes, everyone had gathered in the conference room. Before the meeting began, whispers filled the room as people discreetly asked each other what could possibly warrant such an urgent gathering. With its new 3nm chips, Longwei's smartphone sales were soaring. The company had been enjoying a period of relative comfort. Logically speaking, nothing major should have happened. I remember now. Could it be that Fruit Company acquired the 3nm chip and now poses a threat to us? Someone inquired. Not likely. We've always had TSMC manufacture our chips, and we've still been going head-to-head with Apple. Even if Apple got new chips, so what? At worst, we'd just be on the same starting line. Some doubted the urgency of the emergency meeting over this. Exactly. Apple hasn't been able to come up with any groundbreaking products or technologies lately. Relatively speaking, our Longwei technology updates faster. While Apple is a formidable rival, even with top-tier chip technology, they shouldn't pose a major threat to us. Whispers filled the room, yet no one had considered the true purpose of this meeting. At that moment, the Longwei CEO stepped forward and took his seat at the head of the table. All conversations ceased instantly as every pair of eyes turned toward the president. They all wanted to know the purpose of today's meeting. President Longwei placed the package on the table. He said solemnly, "Today's meeting must be kept strictly confidential. Everyone must turn off their phones. If a single word leaks out, immediate dismissal." A chill ran through everyone. Something major must have happened. Everyone sat up straight, bracing for what was to come. President Longwei was highly satisfied with their response. This wasn't the first time such a situation had arisen. No matter how great the difficulty, they could always pull together and overcome it. But today presented Longwei with an opportunity to surpass expectations. He had to seize it. President Longwei produced the diamond screen and explained, "This is the smartphone screen just received from the National Defense University, a display crafted from diamond. In terms of purity, transparency, and material quality, it far surpasses the screens from that explosive company in the Korean peninsula. I've called everyone together today for 2 purposes. First, to test the performance of this screen. Second, to explore our next strategic direction. If the diamond screen proves sufficiently capable, it will be the perfect moment to launch our counteroffensive against Apple." Chapter 144, Performance Off the Charts. This technology has never been disclosed internally, though the concept was briefly mentioned during the National Defense Conference. To maintain secrecy, President Longwei has strictly forbidden any disclosure. Thus, only a handful of people were aware of it. Even those privy to the information last time never imagined product development would progress this rapidly. In just over a month, a prototype had already been manufactured. It completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Diamond screens? That's ridiculous. Even if mass production is possible, the cost would be astronomical. I reckon if the price exceeds 5,000 yuan, it'll be tough to use in our flagship phones. It would only serve as a luxury concept piece to elevate our brand value," the product manager stated. While the concept is truly stunning, the higher the product's appeal, the more exorbitant its price is bound to be. It's simply impractical. Exactly. It's a great product and a very forward-thinking concept. I estimate that using this screen in a phone would start at least 20,000 yuan. The average person couldn't afford it, so it would only be produced in small batches to boost the prestige of big bosses. Many were amazed by this technology, yet felt its prospects were bleak. Diamonds are incredibly expensive. Even a tiny one costs thousands or tens of thousands. Even lab-grown diamonds aren't cheap. And this is a diamond screen. Calling it thousands or tens of thousands would be considered cheap. President Long Wei grew even more pleased upon hearing their discussions. Even his own team acknowledged the screen's extraordinary value. If used in smartphones, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Consumers would undoubtedly be even more amazed. President Long Wei spoke up, "Don't worry about pricing for now. The testing team is already in place, right? Install this screen onto the phone immediately. Test its performance. The sample looks impressive, but if its performance doesn't meet standards, no matter how flashy it is, we can't use it." Hearing the president's words, the testers immediately stepped forward. Right there in the conference room, they began installing the phone screen. They used testing equipment to evaluate various aspects. All eyes were fixed on the testers as they mounted the screen and began measuring power consumption, color accuracy, radiation levels, and other metrics. It took over an hour to compile all the precise data. The testers grew increasingly excited. The screen's performance exceeded their expectations. It was simply incredible. The product manager couldn't help but ask, "So what are the test results?" It's incredibly powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest smartphone screen on the planet. Not only is the color reproduction exceptional and incredibly vivid, the clarity reaches 10K resolution. And most crucially, its radiation levels are extremely low, just 1/1000th of a standard screen. Power consumption is just half that of a regular screen. Testers recited each figure one by one. The biggest advantage of this screen is that it's extremely easy on the eyes. Even after prolonged daily use, it won't cause significant eye strain. Its low power consumption significantly extends battery life on the same smartphone. Beyond performance, the screen's durability was also tested. As the hardest material on Earth, its toughness is beyond question. It completely outclasses the top-tier screens from the Korean company. After hearing the data, all the managers were left speechless. Their hearts were pounding wildly. Their minds suddenly felt overwhelmed. How on earth would they pitch such an incredible phone screen to customers? Even if the phone's price increased by several thousand yuan, many people would still rush to buy it. While the poor make up the vast majority of the world's population, the wealthy are no small number. Especially those wealthy individuals who love playing with their phones. Their biggest concerns are radiation and eye strain. This new phone perfectly addresses both concerns. These two features alone are enough to captivate many. Add to that the brand power of Longwei Mobile, and the new phone is bound to create a global sensation upon release. Though mentally prepared, the Longwei CEO couldn't help but slam his fist on the table in excitement. He stood up and paced back and forth. If he didn't do this, his heart would surely burst from the excitement. Well, when Lin Hai first mentioned this, I honestly couldn't believe it. But after testing, its performance exceeded even his claims. We absolutely must be the first to launch this screen. Once the phone hits the market, it's bound to cause a global sensation. Even if we set the price a bit higher, we won't have any trouble selling it. President, the phone screen is truly impressive. Based on our product department's estimates, even if priced at 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, we estimate sales could reach hundreds of thousands to a million units. That represents substantial profit margins. The product manager quickly chimed in. You're absolutely right. I wonder if this screen could be sourced for 10,000 yuan. After all, it's made from diamond material, and the manufacturing process alone is incredibly complex. Even if other manufacturers wanted to make this kind of screen, they probably wouldn't have the technology. President Long Wei composed himself after the excitement, then sat back down. He stated firmly, "We must prepare to produce phones with this screen as soon as possible, and the price will remain unchanged from the current model. We'll continue selling at the current price point. While high-end products yield greater profits, our target is the broad consumer market. Our enemy is Apple. We must defeat them completely with affordable pricing. We absolutely cannot give them any breathing room. But this screen technology will undoubtedly be costly. Selling at your current price point risks eliminating our profit margin. We might even incur losses." The sales manager frowned as he spoke. President Long waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about pricing at all. I've already discussed this with Lin Hai. As long as we sell enough of these phone screens, they'll supply them to us at a price of 1,000 yuan per piece. This means our phone production costs won't increase, they'll actually decrease slightly." At this statement, everyone felt the president must have made a mistake. They all stared at him in disbelief. Currently, even the higher-end models of those explosive screens from South Korea cost well over 1,000 yuan. Diamond screens completely outclass South Korea's top-tier screens in every performance metric. How could they possibly be made at a price of 1,000 yuan per piece? It was practically like giving them away for free. They couldn't believe it. "Mr. President, are you sure you're not mistaken? Could it be that Lin Hai meant $1,000? The sales manager asked cautiously. "Exactly. This screen is made from diamond material. The material cost alone must be more than 1,000 yuan. Add in the craftsmanship and production equipment, and even $1,000 seems like a steal." The production manager was equally skeptical of the president's quoted price. Chapter 145, Complete Crushing. After hearing his subordinate's report, President Long Wei felt Lin Hai's quote was far too low. Yet he was certain Lin Hai hadn't misquoted. It truly was 1,000 yuan per screen. His admiration for Lin Hai's capabilities deepened. Of course, they must strive to sell more units of this phone model, aiming to reach 100 million units. The more phones they produced, the more they could reduce the production cost per screen. Only then could the National Defense University turn a profit. President Long spoke up. "Everyone, rest assured. I can guarantee the National Defense University's quote is accurate, exactly 1,000 yuan per screen. Since the screens are fine, we should ramp up production immediately. Priced 1,000 yuan higher than standard flagship phones. With increased profits, we must swiftly design our next flagship phone. With the National Defense University's technical support, we will definitely surpass Apple. If the screen costs only 1,000 yuan, our phones will offer unbeatable value for money. Adding just 1,000 yuan to the price, I predict it'll sell like crazy, remarked the sales manager. Unbelievable. How did the National Defense University achieve such technological breakthroughs? The product manager still couldn't wrap his head around it. Diamonds are so expensive, how on earth did they manufacture them? He considered numerous technical approaches, but none seemed feasible. Using diamonds to produce screens, that idea is absolutely brilliant. Longway Company finalized the new phone's design and marketing plan at breakneck speed. Since the flagship phone was selling exceptionally well, demand far outstripped supply. They must urgently expand production lines, otherwise, once the diamond screen launches, sales would undoubtedly skyrocket. To maintain its premium positioning, Longway also decided to reduce the flagship model's price by 500 yuan, enhancing its value proposition. Meanwhile, the diamond screen phone will see a price increase of 1,000 yuan. This approach caters to diverse customer preferences. We believe the vast majority of those willing to purchase Longway's flagship phone would gladly pay extra for the diamond screen model. This model offers exceptional value for money and features unparalleled technological innovation. Especially for those who use their phones for extended periods, it offers superior eye protection. The concept of a diamond screen phone elevates its prestige. The Fruit Company has successfully designed a 3nm level chip and submitted the design blueprints to the National Defense University. They suddenly became tense. After all, transitioning a new chip from initial testing to mass production requires considerable time. During this period, Longway's momentum was overwhelming, with sales already crushing Apple's. To maintain market share, Fruit phones were forced to slash prices. While this strategy recovered some sales, it left previous buyers deeply dissatisfied. After all, it was a newly released phone that had to be discounted so quickly. Those who bought earlier felt cheated. This led some to vent their anger online, accusing the company of treating its fans like cash cows. Not only did Apple ignore these complaints, but it also drew a wave of sarcastic mockery from domestic netizens. Its laughable phones are just products, and price fluctuations are perfectly normal. Now that prices drop, you demand compensation, but when prices rise, are you willing to pay the difference? These Apple fans have not only overpaid but also made fools of themselves. If they can't even handle this small loss, they shouldn't buy Apple phones in the first place. With the rise of Longway phones and their cutting-edge technology, Apple can't hold its ground anymore. Prices will keep dropping. This is just the beginning, you'll get used to it soon enough. Many Apple fans stubbornly refuse to accept this mockery. I love my Fruit phone. Longway phones can't hold a candle to it. They're a century behind. Oomph. When it comes to smooth performance, Apple phones are absolutely #1 worldwide. Even in hardware specs, Longway phones can't hold a candle to Apple. You're absolutely right, my iPhone 6 is still going strong, running apps super smoothly. No app takes more than 10 seconds to open. These comments immediately drew even harsher mockery. That's laughable. If an app takes 10 seconds to open, I think the phone had frozen. Open your eyes and see the world. Domestic phones now match Apple's smoothness. Those who worship foreign brands should get a reality check and wake up. Today's flagship phones have insane performance, no way Apple can compete. Both patriotic netizens and Apple fans are locked in fierce online debates. Apple fans especially vow unwavering loyalty to the company. No matter how good domestic phones get, they'll never buy them. One netizen dropped the ultimate counterargument: if you love Apple phones so much, go ahead and support them wholeheartedly. You can't even handle 1,000 yuan price drop? What a bunch of fake fans. Apple fans were instantly left speechless. Those who just bought Apple phones are venting their frustration online. Many had just gotten theirs yesterday, only to see the price drop 1,000 yuan today, leaving them furious. But Apple couldn't care less about them. Apple knew exactly how these fans ticked. The more arrogant they act, the more likely they are to buy Apple phones again next time. If Apple were to cater too much to these customers, it would only diminish the brand's cool factor. In short, if these people don't even support their own country, Apple couldn't care less. After 2 days of protests, the whole thing blows over. Although Apple has regained some market share by lowering prices, sales growth remains sluggish. This is a stark contrast to previous massive price cuts that led to explosive sales growth. Many have lost their obsession with Apple phones, now favoring Longway's flagship models. Longway's flagship model boasts stunning design and exceptionally powerful performance. Its software runs far more smoothly than Apple's devices, and it boasts superior hardware specifications. Particularly, Apple's battery technology is rather ordinary. Even their newly released models only last a day on a single charge. With slightly heavier usage, they barely last half a day. However, the situation is different with 3nm class chips. Due to their higher technological sophistication, they consume less power. Its technology surpasses current smartphones by 2 generations. Running existing software is effortless, resulting in smoother performance. Even with heavy gaming, the battery can still last 2 days. Anyone who's used the new Longway phone agrees the experience is truly outstanding, far exceeding expectations. Aside from being a domestic brand, there's simply nothing left to criticize. To reverse its slumping sales, Apple is now pressuring the National Defense University to expedite chip production under contract. Chapter 146, Diamond Display, Crushing the Big Two. The National Defense University responded leisurely via email: "What's the rush? It took over a month just to design the chip. We still need to debug the equipment. How could we start production immediately? Did TSMC ever produce chips for you on demand back when you outsourced manufacturing? This retort left Apple speechless. They had no choice but to soften their stance. In a tone bordering on pleading, they said, "We hope the National Defense University can speed up the process and produce the chips sooner. If you can increase production speed, we can offer additional incentives." The fruit company's losses during this period were simply too great. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. They wanted to squeeze every last drop of potential out of the National Defense University to speed up chip production. But the National Defense University refused to give in, instead presenting a trial production schedule. Producing the first prototype chip would take at least a month, a pace already far surpassing TSMC's capabilities. The National Defense University's response was well-reasoned and justified, leaving the fruit company with no recourse. They could only continue waiting. Longway Mobile quickly completed the diamond screen prototype. To fully leverage the diamond screen, Longway also implemented numerous optimizations and upgrades. The previous design was a waste of such a high-quality screen. With the cooperation of the National Defense University, Longway swiftly produced 2,000 prototype units. These prototype units were all shipped to Longway's experience stores. After the launch event, customers will be able to experience the diamond screen. Both its resolution and display clarity far surpassed other phones. Longway Mobile finally launched its diamond screen concept phone at the press conference. The performance of the diamond screen was showcased at the launch event, leaving all attendees utterly amazed. Moreover, the event was broadcast live worldwide. Especially Longway's fans, they were all buzzing with excitement. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable. Diamonds are so expensive, yet Longway actually made a phone screen out of them. This is so cool. When will it be available? I absolutely have to get one. The price will definitely be steep, I'd guess at least $3,000. It won't be less than 20,000 yuan. A diamond phone screen is easy on the eyes, perfect for heavy users like me. Even if it costs tens of thousands, I'm buying one. Longway is truly on the rise, it's practically unbeatable. The vast majority of Huaxia citizens and Longway fans are utterly stunned and amazed by the diamond phone screen. Everyone online is cheering and celebrating. Longway phones will absolutely crush Apple phones this year. Only a handful of people left snarky comments. Making a screen this thin with diamonds? Technically impossible. Longway Corporation is probably just playing with concepts. The diamond screen is likely just a brand name or title. It's definitely not made from real diamonds. It seems unrealistic to me. There's simply no such technology in the world. If diamonds could be used to make screens, wouldn't that mean we could produce synthetic diamonds at will? Maybe we could even make diamonds as big as basketballs. Some people have expressed skepticism online. Regardless of netizens' reactions, fruit company's stock plummeted that day, dropping a whopping 20%. The fruit company's president was furious. Such a steep drop in stock value instantly wiped out hundreds of billions from the company's market capitalization. They simply couldn't accept it. Impossible. How could they possess such advanced technology? Although China was desperately catching up in display technology, but compared to South Korea's explosive tech company, they lagged behind by several generations. They could only produce mid to low-end displays. When did they start researching diamond screens? Investigate. Get on it immediately. Bring back an engineering sample. We must confirm whether their phone screens are genuinely made of diamond material. If it's merely a diamond concept playing on the edge of the rules, we must sue them for unfair competition. I'll make Longway Company's reputation crumble to dust. Apple's executives are nearing collapse. Their chip technology has been left far behind. They barely managed to secure contract manufacturing from the National Defense University, at least alleviating their chip worries. But the diamond screen's emergence dealt fruit company another devastating blow. Longway Company's relentless deployment of cutting-edge technologies has left fruit company utterly defenseless. With both chip and screen technologies now obsolete, there's no need to speculate about consumer choices. The fruit company's sales are bound to plummet continuously in the future. Beyond sheer frustration, the only move left is to slash prices again. Having just lowered prices, they cut them again less than a month later. Even consumers are bewildered. It's clear Apple has run out of tricks. Price cuts are their only remaining lifeline. While the fruit company is struggling, the explosive company in South Korea is faring even worse. Their stock price plummeted nearly 30%. It's important to note that display sales constitute a significant portion of the explosion company's revenue. Before diamond screens production, nearly all premium smartphones globally used screens from the Korean company. Their screens offered higher resolution, superior color reproduction, and reduced eye strain. They profited handsomely from this technological monopoly. With their own premium screens, their high-end phones sold exceptionally well worldwide. Unexpectedly, Longway adopted a smartphone screen made from an entirely new material. This caught the explosive phones from the Korean company completely off guard. Compared to Apple, they suffered greater damage. It's easy to imagine that many phone manufacturers will soon adopt diamond screens. However, to this day, no one knows which manufacturer actually produced the diamond screens. Is it Longway's own creation, or a breakthrough from another company? Regardless, since Longway pioneered this screen technology, the manufacturing company must be based in China. This move has effectively cut off all escape routes for the explosive company. They've consistently followed the US's lead in sanctioning Chinese companies. Now that China possesses this advanced technology, there's absolutely no chance they'll let the explosion company get first use of it. Without access to cutting-edge technology, their smartphone sales would inevitably suffer. Most critically, once Diamond Screen begins external sales, Explosion Company's screen sales will plummet sharply, potentially losing their entire market share. After all, the screen specifications unveiled by Longway were simply too formidable. The sheer prestige of Diamond alone already outshines everything else. Add to that its have power consumption and eye protection features. With these advantages combined, Bang Company has been completely rendered powerless. How will the company operate from now on? Are they going to scrap their display business altogether? The more he thought about it, the more hopeless it felt. Chapter 147, Defense University again, Apple collapses. Both Apple and other smartphone manufacturers were desperately investigating which company produced the Diamond Screen. Longway Corporation had already achieved the Diamond Screen's debut, executing a top-tier promotional campaign. Now all consumer eyes are fixed on Longway. Moreover, after the launch, the Diamond Screen phones were available for hands-on experience at major flagship stores. Longway experience stores were packed to the rafters. Everyone wants to see for themselves how the Diamond Screen actually performs. Although the phone model hasn't changed significantly, the system has been specially optimized. The clarity and displayed colors are astonishing. Those who previously championed explosive phone screens can no longer find fault with this one. Its performance and color reproduction completely outclass all other screens. Especially when it comes to radiation levels, which are far lower than other phones. This screen causes virtually no harm to the eyes. Even after prolonged use, vision remains unaffected and eyes stay comfortable without dryness. After testing, many media professionals shared their experiences online. This has helped netizens gain insight into this phone. With such an excellent screen, there's nothing left to criticize. No need for more specs, just tell me when it launches and how much it'll cost. You're absolutely right. I can hardly wait. I was planning to upgrade my phone soon anyway. Aside from Longway's Diamond phone, I won't settle for any other model. This is a must-have for hardcore gamers. I'm definitely buying it to protect my eyes. As a gamer, this phone's screen responsiveness blows away those explosive screens from the Korean company. It's absolutely the best in the world. Beyond eye protection, it offers more precise gaming control. I have to buy it no matter the price. Beyond consumer hype, the experience stores have seen some strange occurrences. Demo phones have been stolen from multiple locations, and the surveillance cameras didn't even capture the thieves. The thieves were clearly highly skilled professionals, not your average petty criminals. The store manager even reported the incident to headquarters. The headquarters response left the manager utterly baffled. No big deal. Just keep operating as usual. Why wouldn't the company let us call the police? But the company quickly replaced the stolen phones, allowing customers to continue their experience. The fruit company is currently examining the stolen phones. They removed the phone screens to test the materials. After analysis, they discovered its performance completely outclasses the screens used by the fruit company. They also confirmed it was indeed made of diamond material. This left all the fruit company's technicians stunned. While creating synthetic diamonds wasn't difficult for them, crafting such an ultra-thin screen required exceptionally advanced technology. The fruit company's technicians held an all-night meeting, yet they still couldn't fathom how such a diamond material screen could be manufactured. At the very least, this technology was simply unattainable in the near future. The fruit company president had already slammed his desk countless times. They had always prided themselves on being a tech company. Yet whether it's CPUs or phone screens, they've been left far behind. Even now, they still didn't know which company had developed the diamond phone screen. Even if they wanted to place an order, they couldn't find a supplier. Longway Corporation is the first to launch diamond screens. The diamond screens produced will undoubtedly be supplied to Longway first. Even if Apple offered a premium price, they'd still have to wait in line. Technologically, they've been completely left in Longway's dust. This weighs heavily on the minds of all Apple's top executives. They were just beginning to catch their breath. Though Fruit Company held the highest market valuation and the largest cash reserves, they sense a massive crisis looming. While the Fruit Company's business portfolio is extensive, its most profitable segment remains smartphones. If the mobile phone business faltered and customers were poached by Longway Company, their revenue would plummet, inevitably causing a massive hit to their market value. For large corporations, trouble in their core business often signals a short path to bankruptcy. The Fruit Company had long held a dominant position in the mobile phone industry, consistently leading the sector in both sales volume and profits. So why has it suddenly faced such a massive crisis? Huawei's breakthroughs in core mobile phone technologies are happening far too rapidly. We absolutely cannot afford to wait any longer. Explosion Company's smartphone screens no longer meet our requirements. The next generation phones must incorporate diamond screens. Get on it immediately. Find out exactly which company is producing these diamond screens. Whatever the cost, we must secure this company as our supplier. The CEO of Apple has completely lost his mind. Just as we resolved the chip issue, we're now being crushed by inferior phone screens. Suddenly, no one cares about chip performance anymore. All eyes are now fixed on the phone screens. Although Longway Corporation hasn't started selling this phone yet, it's easy to imagine they're already working full steam ahead to stock up. With the market hype this intense, once sales begin, the volume will be staggering. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. With Longway phones now priced directly against Apple's, the more Longway sells, the more Apple's sales will drop. How could anyone not be anxious at a time like this? Apple mobilized all its resources, even deploying spies embedded within Longway's internal operations. Finally, they uncovered the truth. The manufacturer of the diamond screen proved both unexpected and entirely logical. It was developed by the National Defense University. The Apple CEO was furious beyond measure. Wasn't the National Defense University supposed to be a school for training military officers? Why had it suddenly started developing high-tech industries? I suspect this is Lin Hai's doing. Ever since he joined the National Defense University, they've been making breakthroughs in new technologies. China places immense importance on this man, assigning him a top-tier research team. Developing such cutting-edge technology? Only he could pull it off. The IT manager of Fruit Corp stated with utmost gravity. Lin Hai, this man is truly terrifying. With talent like him, China will completely surpass us in the technological field. He must be eliminated. His technological innovations strike a far deadlier blow than any weaponry he could develop. The Fruit Corporation's CEO's face twisted with murderous intent. He regarded Lin Hai as a thorn in his side, desperate to see him gone. That seems rather unrealistic. Lin Hai has been designated a national treasure by China. The National Defense University is already under airtight security. Even their students' annual military training exercises prioritize ensuring Lin Hai's safety. No spy could possibly infiltrate that institution. The information department manager shook his head helplessly. He had long ago laid plans to infiltrate the National Defense University and make contact with Lin Hai. But every attempt had failed. Chapter 148, Relying on the National Defense University. The Fruit CEO had only spoken in anger earlier. Sending assassins to kill Lin Hai was utterly unrealistic. Dispatch negotiators to the National Defense University immediately. At all costs, secure their agreement to manufacture diamond screens for us. Fortunately, production of the new 3nm smartphones hasn't begun yet. The new model will be perfect for the diamond screen. The Fruit CEO suddenly felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the National Defense University hasn't supplied them with 3nm chips yet. If mass production had already begun, the new phone would have already been unveiled at a launch event. Releasing a diamond screen phone so soon after that would leave far too little time between launches. Once the diamond screen phone launched, sales of the previous generation would suffer a massive blow. They would either become unsellable inventory or have to be sold at discounted prices. For companies like Apple, frequent price cuts on products would severely damage their brand image. If their new phone incorporates a 3nm chip alongside a diamond display, it would undoubtedly become an instant hit. The Apple CEO even speculated that in the future, there might only be two major smartphone companies left in the world. One would be Apple, and the other would be Huawei. Other manufacturers would have no room to compete. He has even begun contemplating outright purchasing the entire production capacity of Diamond Screen from the National Defense University, to ensure other phone makers couldn't get their hands on it. The National Defense University soon received an email from Apple. They wanted to discuss purchasing diamond screens. Li Xiaochang sought out Lin Hai and shared the news. He smiled and said, "Who would have thought the diamond screen you developed would cause such a stir? Longwei has finally crushed Fruit Company completely." But Fruit Company is no pushover. They've already traced it back to our National Defense University. They've already sent an email inquiring about how to place an order for the diamond screen. They even hinted in the email that price isn't an issue. They'll take as many as we can supply. Lin Hai had anticipated this scenario and chuckled lightly. Apple has recognized the growth potential of new smartphone screens. They're aiming for a monopoly. Li Xiaozhang nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. That's exactly their thinking. As soon as we respond, they'll send a negotiation team over to sign the contract. Personally, I think we should hold off on supplying such high-quality screens to Fruit Company for now. Let Longwei capture a larger market share first. Plus, many domestic phone manufacturers are already inquiring about supply. Their flagship phones absolutely require 3nm chips and displays. Without our support, many domestic phone makers might go out of business. Of course, Li Xiaozhang doesn't want to prop up Longwei alone while letting other phone makers go under. After all, a diverse landscape benefits national development. Currently, the world's most renowned smartphone manufacturers, aside from Huaxia, are only the explosive phones from the Korean Peninsula and the Fruit-branded phones from the United States. Other nations either lack significant influence in this sector or don't even have a smartphone industry to speak of. If we can defeat the explosive phones from the Korean Peninsula and the Fruit-branded phones from the United States, the global mobile phone market will eventually be dominated by Chinese manufacturers. Relying solely on one company like Huawei won't be enough. We need other domestic phone makers to join the competition, which is the only way to ensure the healthy development of the mobile phone industry. The leadership is absolutely right. Being able to supply Apple with 3nm chips would be impressive enough. Supplying them with diamond screens is out of the question. We should just tell them straight up that our initial production capacity is extremely low, and all output must go to Longwei. If they want to purchase our diamond screens, they'll have to wait until our production capacity increases, Lin Hai replied. Diamond screens were never intended for the US market. Especially since this technology is extremely difficult. Even if we gave them 3 to 5 years, they might not be able to develop it. That 3 to 5 year window would be more than enough for domestic phone manufacturers to dominate the market. Apple would become just another ordinary phone manufacturer. Beyond their superior operating system, they'll have nothing else to offer. Moreover, having purchased 50 million chips upfront as Apple's sales plummet, these chips alone would sustain their operations for an extended period. Within a year, China's top lithography machines will be operational. Lin Hai is confident in achieving 1nm manufacturing precision. Performance will be 3 times better than 3 nanometers level chips. By the time Apple receives their shipment, Longwei will already be using newer chips. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of reaction the fruit company's CEO would have by then. Lin Hai found the very thought utterly laughable. That's exactly how I see it. Let's respond accordingly. We won't reject it outright. Find an excuse to keep stalling. Give them a glimmer of hope. We don't want fruit company to burn their bridges and switch to other technologies. Li Xiuchang spoke up. Exactly, that's the way to go. Lin Hai stretched lazily. Let the boss handle this minor issue. I need to catch some more sleep. Li Xiuchang shook his head helplessly, utterly baffled by how Lin Hai managed to develop so many cutting-edge technologies. Could someone truly develop new technologies in their sleep? If someone had said that before, Li Xiuchang would never have believed it. But now, having witnessed it firsthand, he was utterly bowled over. At the National Defense University's Weapons Research Institute, he had recently transitioned into a factory management role. While they did assist in researching chip and diamond screen technologies, in reality, they were merely producing equipment and assembly lines after receiving the blueprints. The fruit company received a prompt response. It was immediately apparent that the National Defense University was merely stalling for time. This effectively amounted to a direct refusal to supply them. Even if they did supply, Longwei would have to be prioritized first. Being placed behind others would cause the fruit company to lose its market advantage, a situation absolutely unacceptable. The president of the fruit company sensed a major crisis. He immediately convened all personnel to devise countermeasures. Developing new technology was simply unrealistic at this stage. Crucially, even if a new smartphone screen were developed, its overall performance might not surpass that of the diamond screen. Therefore, the only viable option now is to secure supply from the National Defense University. Beyond that, there was simply no other way to maintain their current position. Whoever can persuade the National Defense University to prioritize supplies to us will be promoted 3 ranks and receive a bonus of $20 million. The moment the fruit CEO made this announcement, everyone's heart stirred. Promotion and a salary increase several times over. $20 million is no small sum. Even at their level, it was a colossal sum. After all, aside from the company's top executives, most senior employees only earned a few $100,000 annually. Chinese people have always valued both profit and face. I believe we should proceed in 2 steps. First, offer them a high price to ensure the National Defense University reach substantial profits. Second, have the state step in to directly engage the Chinese government. Only by applying pressure from both fronts. If the Huaxia government agrees, the National Defense University will definitely supply us. Someone shared their thoughts. Chapter 149, Polite but no agreement. The National Defense University received another email from the fruit company, stating they were willing to increase the purchase price for diamond phone screens, even doubling the current rate. Though the profit margin was extremely lucrative, Li Xiuchang remained completely unmoved. Currently, Huohua and the National Defense University's business was booming, with nearly every project reaching the 100 billion yuan level. Even agricultural projects could easily yield profits in the tens or even hundreds of billions. Not only that, but as the variety of agricultural projects expanded in the future, reaching a scale of hundreds of billions was only a matter of time. Li Xiuchang showed no interest whatsoever in the olive branch extended by the fruit company. As Longwei Company grew stronger, it would inevitably capture the fruit company's market share. There was simply no need to chase after these immediate gains. He had someone politely reply to their email. They didn't outright refuse to supply them, but made it abundantly clear that current production capacity simply couldn't keep up. Any cooperation would have to wait until production capacity was ramped up. The executives at Fruit Company were furious upon receiving this email. They were already the world's most valuable company, with countless suppliers lining up to partner with them. Even supplying a single component could easily generate billions in revenue. Yet when they proactively sought partnership, the National Defense University rejected them. This was unprecedented. How dare they? The National Defense University of China is showing us no respect whatsoever. We must find a way to teach them a lesson. We must also accelerate our R&D efforts and urgently produce screens and chips of equivalent quality. We should also increase investment in TSMC and Samsung's Explosion company. Only by accelerating their R&D pace can we possibly catch up with the National Defense University. If the National Defense University stops supplying us for a year, we'll be left far behind by Longwei Mobile. If our core business suffers a major setback, the entire company will face a fatal blow. As the CEO listened to the manager's report, he felt increasingly irritated. He slammed his fist on the table. Implement these solutions immediately, but they'll take too long. No matter what it takes, we must get the National Defense University to supply us immediately. Without 3 nanometers chips and diamond screens, we stand no chance against Longwei. We'll have to try Plan B, then have our president exert pressure on China. No matter how powerful the National Defense University is, they must follow the Chinese government's orders. I doubt they'd dare risk antagonizing the United States over such a minor gain. Someone spoke up. Fruit CEO nodded solemnly. It seems we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Who would have thought Fruit Corp would ever face such humiliation? It seems we've been too lax in cultivating talent these past few years. We thought we possessed the world's most advanced technology, yet we've consistently underestimated China. China's talent pool is undoubtedly the world's most elite. We must spend whatever it takes to recruit every single talent from China. Let these talents serve our nation. The US has always looked down on the Chinese people. While utilizing China's top talent, they remain highly guarded. Critical positions were never entrusted to Chinese individuals. Now they recognize the critical importance of China's talent. Even if they don't utilize them, they must recruit them at the very least to prevent these talents from serving China. Even if it means paying them to sit idle on salary, they cannot remain in China. A vicious plan took shape in the mind of the Fruit Corporation's CEO. He must clearly convey the threat posed by Huaxia to the government and major corporations of M Nation. He must unite them to poach China's talent. After all, M country is currently the world's sole super-developed nation, and many Chinese people hold a special longing for it. The method for attracting Chinese talent is remarkably straightforward. Simply issue admission letters to the top performers before their college entrance exams. Offer them substantial scholarships and begin recruiting these talents immediately after high school graduation to bring them all to M country. After nurturing their talents, retain them with generous compensation packages, ensuring they never return to China. The M country government had long been aware of fruit companies' predicament. Through specialized investigations, they discovered that the diamond screen was developed by Lin Hai. Moreover, it appears he is reverse engineering their B-2 stealth bomber, a revelation that has the M country government trembling with fear. Lin Hai's threat was simply too significant, they had to find a way to counter it. However, Lin Hai was under extremely tight security, especially given China's strict gun control laws. No one could bring firearms inside, let alone get close enough to assassinate him. The M nation found itself utterly helpless, with no viable solution to deal with Lin Hai. Especially after receiving fruit company's request, the M nation president immediately called the Chinese president personally. He requested the National Defense University to provide fruit company with diamond screens at the earliest possible time. Truthfully, China had long anticipated such a move from M nation. After all, the M country government was utterly shameless. They actively suppressed China, yet never take it seriously. When they needed China's assistance, they never hesitated to ask. They simply have no concept of shame or embarrassment. The principle M nation has always adhered to is, I can strike you, but you absolutely must not hold a grudge against me. When I need your help, you must assist me. The Chinese president listened to their requests with utmost courtesy, refraining from outright rejection. After all, China and the United States have numerous areas of cooperation. It's simply impossible for China to become a direct adversary of the United States. If that were to happen, China's foreign trade would suffer immense repercussions. After all Western nations follow M nation's commands and directives. Should they unite to impose sanctions on China without reservation, it would effectively mean all developed nations severing ties with China. Such consequences were beyond China's capacity to bear at present. The chairman replied with a smile, Mr. President, there's no need to worry. We are very willing to cooperate with Fruit Company. However, we need to give the National Defense University some time to prepare. After all, this is a brand new product, and the production technology is not yet mature. Production speeds are exceptionally slow. Moreover, we've already signed a supply contract with Longwei Company, so our first priority is fulfilling that agreement. After all, Fruit Company moved too late and did not sign a contract with the National Defense University. As a company, we must uphold our credibility. We cannot break our contract with Longwei just for Fruit Company. Therefore, the Fruit Company will need to be patient and wait a little longer. I will also urge the National Defense University to accelerate the construction of their production line so they can quickly meet the demands of all companies. The chairman spoke at length, expressing himself with great courtesy. He agreed to supply the Fruit Company, yet not a single word was mentioned about when the supply would begin. His reasoning was so sound that even the president of M nation couldn't find fault with it. Chapter 150, Desperate Measures. Truly the president of the nation, his art of speech was extraordinary. He seemed utterly delighted during the phone call with the M country president, as if he'd agreed to everything yet also as if he'd agreed to nothing at all. Only after hanging up did the president of country M come to his senses. Furious, he slammed his fist hard onto the table. They were far too cunning. Even with me personally intervening, they refused to commit to immediate supply. I will deal with China properly, they must pay a heavy price. The president of country M seethed with rage, never having been played like this before. They were the ones who always imposed sanctions on other nations, even their allies were easily exploited. Their technological supremacy was unmatched globally, bolstered by the dominance of the US dollar. Any nation that dared defy their orders would face immediate military intervention. They didn't even hold the United Nations in high regard. Yet here was China, a mere developing nation, daring to openly defy them. Especially since the US president had lost face and failed to achieve his objectives. This infuriated him greatly. It seems they must be taught a lesson. First, impose tariffs on their exports. Find any excuse to sanction China's trade first. Next, he must target Lin Hai, continuing to suppress him through public opinion. Besides, hadn't he just won the Nobel Prize? Find a way to revoke that award. Absolutely no one from China should be allowed to win this prize. The US president swiftly issued a series of orders. He was utterly consumed by rage, no longer caring about resorting to underhanded tactics. They used the fact that the US was the world's most powerful entity. Even if they acted like thugs, what could anyone do about it? The Fruit Company was too vital to M nation. Without the diamond screen, they would face a massive crisis. He employed these tactics solely to force China into compliance with his demands. First and foremost, he must safeguard Apple's business operations. The US president was supremely confident that with their vast pool of tech talent, given enough time, they would inevitably crack the diamond screen technology. Once they produce superior diamond screens, they'll immediately abandon the National Defense University. It must be understood that the National Defense University is where China cultivates its military officers and defense technology specialists. He absolutely refused to allow the military university to possess such high-tech industries. The more revenue the National Defense University generated, the greater its investment in talent development, a growing threat to M nation. Soon, M country formulated a series of plans to impose increased tariffs on many of China's exported products, all under extremely outdated pretexts, essentially claiming China's products were sold too cheaply, constituting unfair competition and dumping. Even other allies of country M joined in imposing sanctions and raising tariffs on China to curry favor with country M. In reality, this approach doesn't benefit M much either. After all, China primarily produces everyday goods or basic raw materials. After imposing tariffs on these products, prices in country M have skyrocketed. Their citizens are forced to pay higher prices, quickly sparking widespread discontent. The M government paid no heed whatsoever, as the tariff hikes meant more tax revenue. This is highly advantageous for the government. They even propagated the narrative that China was entirely to blame. They claimed that if it weren't for China's low price dumping, American factories could have produced these goods domestically, creating more jobs. But these low-end products had minimal profit margins to begin with, produced by hard-working Chinese workers putting in long hours. Even if prices doubled or tripled to boost profits, American companies wouldn't bother. After all, their citizens are far too demanding, working no more than 8 hours a day, and striking at the slightest increase in workload. Or they constantly demand higher wages and benefits. They simply cannot produce such goods themselves. Even if they could, the cost would be exorbitant, making them unaffordable for the average American. After the tariff hike, the impact on China wasn't significant. M country is utterly dependent on China's products. At most, they'll temporarily lose some orders. Before long, unable to find alternative manufacturers, M country would resume placing orders. However, an international rumor soon emerged that unsettled all of China. M nation announced that Lin Hai was assisting China in developing weapons of mass destruction. This posed a grave threat to global security. Therefore, they demanded the revocation of Lin Hai's Nobel Prize. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. This was unprecedented. Had a Nobel Prize ever been revoked? The United States has shown utter shamelessness, resorting to any means to suppress Lin Hai. Lin Hai was originally a student at the National Defense University. It's perfectly normal for him to assist the nation in weapons research. On what grounds could they possibly revoke his Nobel Prize in science? What does the Nobel Prize in mathematics have to do with weapons development? If we're talking about weapons of mass destruction, it seems the US uses them most frequently. Why is this never brought up? The imperialist ambition to destroy nations remains undying. Seeing our growing strength, they begin to suppress our scientific talents with full force. We absolutely cannot fall for M's tricks. We must respond with equal force. Chinese netizens are outraged, protesting M's actions. The M country ignores these protests entirely, determined to sanction Lin Hai. Worse still, M and several Western nations are openly restricting Lin Hai's access to their territories. They have made it clear they will never grant Lin Hai a visa. Even if Lin Hai makes groundbreaking new discoveries in the future, he will never be awarded the Nobel Prize. They aim to completely suppress Lin Hai within academic circles, ensuring he never sees the light of day. Moreover, they are aggressively spreading propaganda in many countries, claiming that China is now extremely dangerous and even brewing the Third World War. Many foreigners have taken this at face value, growing increasingly hostile toward China and, by extension, Lin Hai. However, some clear-headed individuals who enjoy traveling frequently visit China. They understand China's situation very clearly and know that China is a nation that particularly cherishes peace. It has never harbored any thoughts of actively attacking other nations. In fact, China consistently aids impoverished nations, annually providing financial donations, food supplies, and even extensive medical technology. These righteous individuals also speak out online, condemning such imperialist hegemonic actions. Resorting to any means to suppress an individual is utterly disgraceful. Unfortunately, their numbers are too few, and their articles and videos are promptly deleted after being posted. These voices were swiftly silenced online. Global public opinion descended into utter chaos, igniting hostility toward China. Lin Hai's global reputation plummeted, branding him as an utterly depraved warmonger. Chapter 151, Trying to Take Me Down? Not so easy. The United States first stirred up public opinion, then pressured the Nobel Prize Committee to revoke Lin Hai's Nobel Prize in Science. They further declared that Lin Hai would never again be eligible for Nobel Prize consideration. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Many sensed the tide had turned. M nation's actions were seen as blatantly high-handed, even completely undermining its credibility. Many could clearly see that the online accusations were baseless smears. It was nothing more than fabricated fake news concocted by Western nations specifically to target China. These excuses and accusations simply did not hold up to scrutiny. Moreover, Lin Hai earned his Nobel Prize in Science through his own merits. As the solver of one of the world's 10 greatest mathematical challenges, he represents an invaluable asset to humanity. Yet he faces suppression from the United States. Simply because Lin Hai is Chinese and refused to follow the orders and directives of the United States. This is the treatment he receives. Many have voiced protests online. Though the world is controlled by politicians, it is not without people of conscience. Especially since many are Lin Hai's fans. After making such significant contributions to the nation, why did so many defamatory articles and posts suddenly appear online? After all, the world isn't entirely under M nation's control. China has developed over the years and has many friendly nations. Some forward-thinking individuals began advocating for Lin Hai's rights. The United States is truly despicable, extending its control even into academia and arbitrarily suppressing others. By ruthlessly suppressing Lin Hai now, they will eventually target scholars from other nations. The academic community must unite. The realm of scholarship must never be swayed by politics. We absolutely cannot tolerate the bullying tactics of M Nation's hegemonic ambitions. Such a top-tier mathematician is undoubtedly the world's greatest treasure, yet M Nation and those Western countries seek to destroy him. This is nothing short of an enemy of all humanity, utterly devoid of humanity. The M country thought their plan was about to succeed, but they went too far and instead sparked a massive backlash. After all, those dedicated to scientific research cherish nothing more than academic fairness. If even the Nobel Prize is manipulated by the United States, what meaning does such a world-class award hold anymore? This is unfair to all scientists. After all, no one knows if such injustice might one day befall them personally. That's why every person with a sense of justice must fight back fiercely. In no time, this public outcry gained momentum online, growing increasingly heated. The M Nation paid no heed to these voices, insisting that the Nobel Prize Committee immediately revoke Lin Hai's award. They also demanded he return all prize money. They cited a multitude of reasons, all boiling down to the claim that Lin Hai posed a threat to global security and was developing massive quantities of weapons to provoke a third world war. The entire nation seemed poised to wage war against its neighbors. Of course, the loudest voices came from Japan and South Korea. Though skeptical China would actually wage war, they saw it as a golden opportunity to expand their military capabilities. They immediately placed massive orders for weapons from country M at exorbitant prices. American arms dealers seized the chance to rake in huge profits, grinning from ear to ear. Everyone was praising the president for his brilliant moves. Lin Hai had little to do lately, spending his days going on dates with Li Moore every other day. He taught classes to his agricultural students. Cherry tree saplings were being transplanted, and the students went out daily to graft them. He also hired numerous workers to assist with fertilization and pruning. Agricultural technology was also thriving, a sector the National Defense University prioritized. After all, the previous 2 grape harvests were exceptionally bountiful, requiring minimal investment with quick returns. With patents secured, substantial profits can be generated indefinitely. High hopes are also pinned on the new cherry varieties. Lin Hai spent most of his free time sleeping or completing tasks, occasionally scrolling through headlines to catch up on world events. The news that M country actually wanted to revoke his Nobel Prize came as quite a surprise to Lin Hai. If the M country is resorting to such desperate measures against me, it must mean I've dealt them a significant blow. They've completely labeled me as a thorn in their side. Lin Hai muttered to himself. But smearing me with this kind of propaganda? Such petty tricks are utterly useless. Since I've got nothing better to do these days, I might as well research a new technology and snag that Nobel Prize while I'm at it. Earn a few million as pocket money to buy more a gift. Lin Hai browsed the Sleep God system store, searching for a Nobel Prize-worthy technology. True to its name, the Sleep God system was filled with the world's most advanced or yet-to-be-discovered technologies. Lin Hai selected a medical technique that could benefit all humanity and exchanged his points for it directly. Lin Hai had accumulated quite a few system points during this period. Besides cutting-edge technologies, many tasks in the system store could be directly exchanged. No need to wait any longer. After exchanging for the technology, Lin Hai still wrote it up as a paper. Having already verified the system store's technologies were highly mature and fully operational. After completing the paper, he published it directly on the World Medical Forum. This medical breakthrough involved retinal cloning and regeneration. With so many blind people worldwide, this technology could restore their sight at low cost. This was a groundbreaking achievement that would benefit all of humanity. The paper was submitted at night, but it was daytime in the United States. A forum of this caliber receives a flood of medical papers daily. And those who dare to publish papers here must be experts at the very least. Many are medical masters and doctors who publish their research on new medical technologies here. Even the Nobel Prize in Medicine review panel evaluates papers on this forum. Any significant technological breakthroughs are documented as potential candidates for future Nobel Prize nominations. The Nobel Prize in Medicine has the potential to directly benefit all of humanity, which is why the entire Nobel Prize review body places such high importance on this category. After all, medical breakthroughs hold the potential to cure countless patients. No matter how wealthy one may be, no one can guarantee they will never face a terminal illness. Technological breakthroughs in this field are prioritized above all other projects. To facilitate access for others, Lin Hai specifically used both Chinese and English. After all, translation software can sometimes produce inaccuracies that fail to convey the full meaning. Published in a paper, it quickly caught people's attention. A renowned international ophthalmologist was searching for information on a forum. Suddenly, he came across a paper titled Cloning Cornea Technology Restores Sight to the Blind. Crucially, the subtitle noted the entire cost was under $1,000, roughly 5,000 Chinese yuan. This immediately captured the expert's full attention. Chapter 152, Technology Benefiting All Humanity. He never imagined anyone was independently researching this medical breakthrough. While corneal cloning represents a monumental advancement in human medicine, however, applying it in clinical practice would likely require considerable time. Nevertheless, this individual's courage in pursuing such medical research deserves encouragement. I wonder how far along he is in his research. Muttering to himself, he began reading the entire paper. Initially, he didn't hold much hope for it. After all, if such cutting-edge technology were truly being researched by authoritative institutions, it would surely be reported in the news. Moreover, numerous research institutions worldwide are exploring related technologies. But this technology is simply too complex. A tiny cornea is far beyond what modern technology can artificially produce. Currently, restoring sight to the blind relies solely on corneal donations from others. This treatment method has significant limitations. It also involves ethical considerations, as the next beneficiary depends entirely on someone voluntarily donating. Crucially, many people wish to depart this world with their bodies intact and do not consent to donating their corneas after death. With so many blind people worldwide, there simply aren't enough corneal donors. Therefore, the blind remain a large and significant group in the world, facing considerable inconvenience in all aspects of life. This ophthalmologist deeply hopes to cure more blind patients through his medical expertise. He knows full well that many papers on this subject are merely research studies, lacking any substantial breakthroughs. Even so, he meticulously reviews each paper. He hopes to gain insights by building upon others' research. The more he read, the more astonished he became. At first, he thought it was merely a medical concept. To his surprise, the paper was remarkably detailed, outlining the complete technical process. This technology could be used to clone the corneas patients needed. Moreover, the corneal replacement technique was remarkably novel, something he had never encountered before. As a world-renowned ophthalmologist, even without hands-on experience, his prior expertise and knowledge assured him this technique was flawless. This unprecedented technology made his eyes light up. Impressive. Truly remarkable. How is it possible that such a technology exists in the world, yet he had never heard of it before? Which medical doctor developed this groundbreaking technology? After reading the entire paper, he turned to the final page. The author's name was clearly listed as Lin Hai, and the paper was posted in Huaxia. Lin Hai? Why does this name sound so familiar? Yet there seems to be no such figure in the medical community. The ophthalmologist felt deeply puzzled. A quick online search revealed a flood of negative reports about Lin Hai. It couldn't be him, absolutely impossible. It must be someone with the same name. This Mr. Lin Hai was a mathematician and an aircraft manufacturing expert. Someone like that couldn't possibly have any expertise in medicine. The ophthalmologist dismissed the possibility outright. But when searching for a medical doctor named Lin Hai, nothing came up. This left the ophthalmologist deeply puzzled. How could someone capable of developing such advanced technology not have any online records? By all logic, such a person should be extremely well known. The ophthalmologist fell deep in thought and re-read the paper. This time, he read it more carefully, pondering each detail as he went. The deeper he understood, the more grave his expression became. Possessing such technology would allow direct clinical trials. Should the trials succeed, it would be a blessing for blind patients worldwide. Crucially, cloning technology could yield corneas perfectly matched to each patient. Since the cells used for cloning come from the blind patient themselves, there would be absolutely no rejection after surgery. It would be as if the cornea had grown from the patient's own body. This makes the procedure safer with absolutely no side effects. More importantly, this technology is already highly mature and extremely cost-effective. For less than 5,000 Huaxia yuan, under $1,000, a patient can be cured. For the blind, this is practically dirt cheap. Nearly everyone worldwide can afford it. Only the most impoverished and underdeveloped nations might struggle to accumulate such funds. But this is not the greatest obstacle. With subsidies and aid from developed nations, all blind patients worldwide could be cured and restored to sight. Ophthalmologists were also surprised to find that many people who saw this paper only skimmed it briefly before giving up on reading further. Some even left sarcastic comments. The forum's review process is getting more and more absurd. How could such a fake paper even get approved for publication? I've reported it. Get rid of it immediately. Heck, if such a groundbreaking technology truly existed, they wouldn't publish it as a paper. They could have applied for a patent and reaped huge profits. When I saw the treatment cost was under $1,000, I knew this paper was unreliable. It's purely clickbait. As a medical professional, resorting to such clickbait tactics is utterly disgraceful. Beyond ophthalmologists, few people actually read this paper in full. Some people don't fully understand cloning technology, so even after reading the paper, they can't determine if the described technique is actually feasible. In any case, no one believed in the paper's value. Many of the commenters mocking it were highly respected ophthalmologists worldwide. Other scholars naturally took these experts' critiques as authoritative. Originally, many thought this paper was exceptionally well written and could potentially benefit all of humanity. But now that it's been dismissed by authoritative ophthalmologists, they naturally no longer trust it. This ophthalmologist downloaded the paper and prepared to conduct clinical trials. Given his standing in the medical community, a large number of volunteers would immediately come forward to participate in the trial if he gave the word. The key point is that this technology is highly mature, requiring only about 1 to 2 weeks of preparation time. It can clone and cultivate a cornea. The surgery itself was straightforward, requiring only a few days of recovery before full healing. After careful calculation, the ophthalmologist decided to give it a try. With his experience and expertise, he believed the technique was absolutely feasible. He specifically left a message for Lin Hai online, hoping to contact him once he saw his contact information. The two exchanged insights on this medical field. Most crucially, he wanted to meet Lin Hai in person to see the man who had pioneered such groundbreaking medical technology. Even after making up his mind, the ophthalmologist's heart still pounded with excitement. He had a strong premonition that this technology could truly shake the world and benefit all of humanity. Chapter 153, Surgical Trial. Although the ophthalmologist had left a message on the forum to contact Lin Hai had no time to check his email after publishing the paper. Instead, he accelerated his work on the controlled nuclear fusion project. Following the detailed instructions in the paper, the ophthalmologist gathered his team to perform the retinal cloning surgery. Leveraging his influence, he recruited 10 volunteers. The volunteers underwent thorough physical examinations to confirm their health and suitability for the retinal cloning procedure. The ophthalmologist's name was Licio, arguably the world's foremost authority in the field. Upon hearing Licio's plan, every member of his team was stunned. As team members who worked closely with Licio daily, they had never heard him mention researching this particular technology. Now they suddenly want to conduct clinical trials? That's just ridiculous. Some worried about potential medical accidents and quickly tried to dissuade them. I think we should be more cautious. This technology is still theoretical knowledge, it's better to conduct more thorough validation. Leizhou was utterly confident in this paper. An expert dedicated to ophthalmology research suddenly discovered a method to treat blindness. There's no time to wait. We must confirm the technology's feasibility as quickly as possible. Only then did Licio realize he hadn't explained the situation clearly to his team. He patiently explained the technology to them in detail. Everyone was stunned. As his assistant team, each member was a PhD-level expert. They certainly possessed the expertise to judge whether this technology was viable. This is astonishing. When did you begin researching this technology, Doctor? Why were we never informed? Have you been keeping this from us and working on it alone? Someone couldn't help but voice their lingering doubts. Such complex medical technology doesn't seem like something one person could develop alone. Not only does it require extensive theoretical groundwork, but it also demands numerous experiments. Especially in the early stages, human subjects are out of the question. You must use animals that are relatively similar to humans. After several animal trials confirmed safety, clinical trials on humans could proceed. Yet Licio had quietly developed this technology all by himself. This was beyond belief for everyone. Leizhou declined to elaborate, simply smiling and saying, "I'll explain everything in detail after the experiments are complete. Until then, please allow me to keep it confidential." Though the team members were filled with curiosity, since Licio had spoken, they could only focus on their work. Yet each person felt immense excitement. If the experiment succeeded, it would be a monumental achievement recorded in the annals of human medical history. Blindness would become virtually non-existent in the world. Both congenital and acquired blindness could be treated through retinal surgery using cloning technology. Through surgery, they could successfully regain their sight. For these ophthalmologists, it represented the ultimate pursuit and goal of their careers. The technology provided by Leizhou was extremely detailed. They only needed to follow the operational guidelines. The team began collecting cells with urgency to initiate retinal cloning and cultivation. Specialists recorded the entire process on video. After 7 days, the cloning of all 10 retinas was successfully completed. After meticulous examination, they confirmed that all retinas met surgical standards. With immense excitement, the retinal transplant surgeries commenced. This procedure was highly familiar to every specialist. Leizhou scarcely needed to perform the procedures himself. His assistants and students could easily complete them. 3 more days passed before the moment of truth arrived. A small celebration was held on the lawn in front of Licio's studio. Licio had even invited journalists to witness this historic moment. Given the overwhelming success of the surgeries, Licio was nearly 100% certain these patients would regain their sight. Given Licio's stature, over 30 journalists from various media outlets arrived that day. They had heard about the new eye treatment technology developed by Licio and all came to report on it. Accompanying them were several ophthalmology experts and the patient's family members. To maximize impact, all interviews with journalists were conducted live. This was Licio's own request. As the world's foremost ophthalmologist, Licio still felt particularly excited. He had even checked the forum comments beforehand, but Lin Hai hadn't responded. This was the only thing Licio found deeply regrettable. He truly hoped to invite Lin Hai to attend the results announcement. Since this matter had never been reported in the news, Licio believed that although Lin Hai had developed this technology, he had never actually conducted experiments. He simply couldn't fathom why Lin Hai would act this way. However, through theoretical analysis and actual experimentation, it had been confirmed that this technology was absolutely feasible. The reason for inviting so many journalists for a live broadcast was precisely to amplify the impact of this event. He hoped to locate Lin Hai through the news media. He particularly hoped to meet this Mr. Lin Hai in person to discuss medical knowledge related to ophthalmic technology. Licio even had a sense that, although he was hailed as the world's foremost ophthalmologist, Mr. Lin Hai's research in ophthalmology has undoubtedly far surpassed his own. Over the years, his medical techniques had reached a point where breakthroughs were increasingly difficult. If he could find this Mr. Lin and learn earnestly from him, he would undoubtedly gain much more knowledge. Once all the journalists had set up their cameras and commenced filming, Leizhou no longer delayed, stepping before the cameras. He began, "I invited you all here today to bear witness to a great new breakthrough in the medical world. With this research, nearly all blind people worldwide could regain their sight. This is our first clinical trial, involving 10 blind volunteers. All of them underwent the surgery, and the procedures went very smoothly. Without relying on donated retinas, we used cloning technology to create new retinas for them. Now, the moment has finally arrived to reveal the results of this treatment. After Licio finished his explanation, every journalist and person present was stunned. To clone a retina independently, what an incredible technological breakthrough. This means that blind people around the world now have a chance to see. These journalists possessed an exceptionally keen sense for news. They instantly realized they had made the right decision to attend today. This story would undoubtedly make global headlines. Chapter 154, Shocking the World. Dr. Licio, since you've developed such groundbreaking medical technology, why hasn't any information about this been released before? A reporter couldn't help but ask. Dr. Licio smiled faintly and replied, I'll address that question later. Let's witness the treatment results first. 10 treated patients were brought before the cameras, and assistants removed the bandages from their faces. At first, the patients struggled to adjust to the outside light. Though their eyes remained closed after the bandages came off, they could already sense the light outside. Don't rush, Licio cautioned them gently. Open your eyes slowly at first. Once you've adjusted to the light, you can open them fully. Finally, someone opened their eyes. The scene before them gradually sharpened from blurry to clear. Oh my God! I can really see this world now. It's so beautiful. At that moment, he was overcome with emotion beyond words. Gazing at the distant people and scenery, he clamped his hand over his mouth as his nose stung and tears streamed down his face. Alan, can you really see me now? His mother, anxious, watched him closely, waving her hand in front of his eyes. I can see you. I really can see. The two embraced, their heads together, weeping with overwhelming emotion. All cameras focused on them, broadcasting this profoundly moving scene live. Immediately afterward, the bandage was removed from the second person's eyes. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed at the world before him. The world was so beautiful, more stunning than anything I'd ever dreamed. Thank you so much, Dr. Licio. You must be an angel sent by God to save us. Those who had been healed wept with emotion, embracing their loved ones in celebration. The live broadcast quickly drew a massive audience. Starting with just a few dozen viewers, it rapidly surged to tens of thousands. Within less than 10 minutes, the count had already surpassed hundreds of thousands. Moreover, the audience is growing rapidly. Online bullet comments have completely obscured the entire screen. You have to turn off the comments to keep watching. This technology is truly remarkable, restoring sight to all blind individuals. This is undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough in medical history. Life is incredibly difficult for the blind. They can't see anything, which greatly impacts their daily lives and work. To regain sight and behold this beautiful world. What an incredible contribution. Dr. Licio is truly amazing for breaking through such groundbreaking technology. I will forever be your most loyal fan. One of my friends told me last week that they went to volunteer. I never imagined they'd regain their sight so quickly. Long live Dr. Licio, you're the greatest person in the world. This news has rapidly topped the trending charts, with numerous media outlets reposting it. Views have already surpassed 100 million and are rapidly increasing. Numerous international outlets have also reposted the story, with videos and news coverage appearing across many countries. Medical experts worldwide are closely monitoring this development. Within a single day, the entire world has learned of this breakthrough. This news is truly a blessing for blind patients. No longer will they have to wait for corneal donors. All blind individuals can regain their sight. I hear the cloning costs aren't cheap. Probably not everyone can afford this surgery. Regardless, we finally see a glimmer of hope. Even if it costs tens of thousands to cure the disease, it's worth it. M's medical technology is truly formidable. We're just focused on making money. No one here is seriously researching these breakthroughs. At this moment, some sheepdogs in China found another opportunity to spout nonsense. Since this medical breakthrough was developed by American experts, they first paid homage before launching into their usual self-deprecation. Look at M country, they can develop technology at this level. We keep shouting about surpassing them, yet healthcare keeps getting more expensive. No wonder the wealthy are fleeing abroad. M country truly remains the best place to live. With such monumental contributions, that Nobel Prize is practically a sure thing. This M country scientist is truly great. He'll go down in history. The global live stream audience has rapidly surged to 1 billion, a first in history. Some countries couldn't watch directly, so people recorded the video and shared it immediately. As soon as these videos surface, traffic skyrockets. It has become the top trending topic in every country. Especially among ophthalmic specialists, the attention is intense. Life for the blind is truly difficult, and all scientists hope for a breakthrough in medicine, restoring sight to all who are blind. The scene was so deeply moving that everyone present shed tears of emotion. All 10 volunteers at the scene have regained their sight. They underwent comprehensive examinations in front of the cameras. The recovery was remarkably successful. Vision tests showed all participants achieving 20/20 or better, with some reaching 20/20 plus. This represents the highest standard of healthy vision. Dr. Licio finally felt completely at ease. Standing before the camera, he proudly announced, I have good news to share with everyone. Our examinations show that the patient's vision has recovered exceptionally well. There are absolutely no after effects. Everyone can rest assured. Dr. Licio, can this technology be widely implemented? Can all blind individuals undergo this surgery? Additionally, how high is the treatment cost? Can ordinary people afford it? Reporters swarmed around him, vying to ask the most critical questions. Dr. Licio smiled and said, everyone, please don't rush. I'll explain all the details shortly. All cameras now focused on Licio as he began explaining the surgical details. Lei Zhou began, let me address the question on everyone's mind first. The cost of this procedure is remarkably low, less than $1,000 will cover the entire operation. Moreover, the technology is highly mature and carries minimal risk. Any accredited hospital can perform it after proper training. His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone's minds buzzing. They had assumed tens of thousands of dollars would be incredibly cheap, and even hundreds of thousands seemed normal for such a procedure. To learn it costs only $1,000 felt like getting treatment for free. Especially since many countries have national health insurance. Even if the hospital doubled its profit margin, the out-of-pocket cost for patients after insurance coverage would remain extremely low. The reporter could scarcely believe it, swallowing hard before asking, Dr. Lei Zhou, you're not joking, are you? Such complex technology can't possibly have such low costs. Chapter 155, If you can't beat M, slander M. Dr. Lei smiled faintly at the reporter's words. Don't tell me you're the only one skeptical. I was deeply doubtful at first too. But after this experiment, all costs have been meticulously documented. You can verify them yourselves. Lei Zhou produced the prepared receipts and invited the reporter to examine them personally. He even positioned them directly in front of the camera for clear filming. Seeing the bills documented so clearly, no one had any doubts left. It truly amounted to less than $1,000, roughly 5,000 yuan. Such costs are generally affordable for most people. Even with the hospital's profit margin, the total would barely exceed $2,000, posing no financial burden to patients. Though the actual cost was minimal, the hospital's pricing remained uncertain. They might very well charge exorbitant fees for the surgery. Some netizens remain concerned. After all, some drugs have minimal production costs yet command exorbitant prices due to monopolistic practices. These drugs offer limited therapeutic benefits, yet patients are forced to purchase them long-term. Many people dread hospitals. No matter how much money you bring in, it can all be spent. That's not true. The more expensive drugs are those with high technological content. At the very least, the related technology isn't easily mastered. Cloning technology, however, is highly mature. With proper training, most hospitals can perform such procedures. With more practitioners, prices naturally drop. Dr. Lei Zhou truly lives up to his reputation. His generosity is truly remarkable. If he hadn't made this technology public and instead patented it for hospital licensing, he could have easily become the world's richest man. See? That's the mindset of Americans. If it were Chinese experts, they'd be scheming to squeeze every last penny out of it. I agree. I've heard many doctors deliberately exaggerate minor illnesses to prescribe more drugs and make more money. We really can't compare to the US in this regard. At first, everyone praised Lei Zhou, but things started getting increasingly off-kilter later on. Those China-bashing Western-loving dogs in the 500,000 yuan crowd started using this incident to criticize the country. As if China really is as bad as they claim. In reality, these people are just doing it for the money. They've never even been to M country. They have no idea how much more expensive healthcare is in M country. A significant portion of monthly wages goes toward health insurance premiums. Without coverage, seeking medical treatment could instantly bankrupt you. At least in China, medical treatment rarely involves long waits, and costs are relatively cheaper compared to abroad. Yet these people seem brainwashed, always imagining foreign air is sweet and fragrant. Whenever China makes a technological breakthrough, they're quick to express skepticism or dismiss it as useless. Yet whenever anything positive happens abroad, they hype it up to the skies. After explaining the surgery costs, Lei Zhou's expression turned grave. Speaking directly to the camera, next, I will announce something of great importance to everyone. This medical breakthrough ranks among the greatest achievements in human history. With this technology, the blind can regain their sight and no longer live in perpetual darkness. The person who developed this technology is not me, but a Chinese man named Lin Hai. At these words, not only everyone present, but even the viewers watching the live stream, were all left speechless. The heroic image of Lei Zhou in their minds suddenly became blurred. Such a monumental medical breakthrough wasn't actually invented by Lei Zhou? How could this be? In their eyes, Huaxia had always been a copycat, rarely achieving any breakthroughs in new technology. How could they possibly have developed such technology? A reporter forced a smile and quickly interjected, Dr. Lei Zhou, surely you must be mistaken. To our knowledge, there has never been any prior reporting on this kind of technology. If China had truly been researching this technology and made breakthroughs, they would have reported on it long ago. I specialize in medical reporting. I've never heard of anyone cloning a cornea. You're absolutely right. China has never had a research team working on this. That much is absolutely certain. Why would Dr. Lei Zhou insist on bestowing such a monumental contribution upon a Chinese individual? The journalists were utterly perplexed. What an incredible invention this must be. If Lei Zhou acknowledged it as his own technology, the prestige of the United States would soar globally. This is top-tier medical technology capable of saving the world's blind. Naturally, it should have been invented by experts from country M. Online viewers watching the livestream, especially those from Western countries, simply didn't believe a word Lei Zhou was saying. If this technology was developed in China, why did it require Lei Zhou to personally demonstrate it? Suddenly, someone considered a possibility. They urgently inquired, Dr. Lei Zhou, did the Chinese do something to you? Did they kidnap your family to force you to say this? Rest assured, you are the pride of our nation. If they dare to do such a thing, rest assured our military is no pushover. We will definitely rescue your family. It must be so. Dr. Lei Zhou must have been threatened by China. To protect himself and his family, he had no choice but to hand over his research findings to them. Many people present became incredibly angry. Even many netizens were swept up in the sentiment, finding this justification utterly compelling. Online attacks against China began to escalate, with many condemning its tactics as utterly despicable. Chinese netizens, of course, wouldn't let their country be smeared without a fight. They immediately launched a counterattack online. This is utter nonsense, only the US would pull something like this. We Chinese aren't that foolish to do something so obviously exposed? Nation has grown accustomed to such dirty tricks, assuming other countries would follow suit. We Chinese wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Slandering us without a shred of evidence is utterly shameless. Wait a minute, didn't Dr. Leizhou just mention that Lin Hai invented this technology? Could it be our own Lin the Great? That can't be right. Lin the Great is a mathematician who specializes in fighter jet technology. His field of study doesn't seem related to medicine at all. I don't think it's him. Probably just someone with the same name. Not necessarily. Don't forget Master Lin once said he could master any existing technology within 3 months. Even if this technology is entirely new, Master Lin could easily develop it himself. Plus, Master Lin has considerable expertise in agriculture. Developing medical techniques wouldn't be difficult for him. Many people are speculating online, with some insisting it can't be Lin Hai. After all, no matter how talented someone is, they couldn't possibly research so many unrelated technologies. Others, loyal fans of Lin Hai, insist they've never heard of another scientist named Lin Hai. Chapter 156, Stop guessing, it's definitely Lin Hai. The online debate raged, and even journalists and attendees at the press conference began speculating wildly. More and more people agreed that Dr. Leizhou must have been threatened into handing over his research to China. Each and every one of them was seething with rage. They loudly demanded condemnation of China. Dr. Leizhou had originally hoped to use this method to find Mr. Lin Hai, the author of the paper. Little did he expect it would cause such a huge misunderstanding. Seeing the crowd, each member brimming with vivid imagination and intense resentment, Dr. Leizhou was at a loss for words. They stood there without even inquiring about the facts, yet they were already hurling accusations at Huaxia. Leizhou suddenly felt profound shame. Could it be that people from his own country behaved this way? Accusing others without any regard for the facts. Originally agitated, Leizhou now felt profoundly irritated. He had no desire to continue the press conference. He shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, quiet down. Calm yourselves." Seeing Leizhou's face darken as he lost his temper in front of everyone, everyone immediately quieted down and turned their attention to him. Leizhou took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. He addressed the camera, "Everything I've said is the truth. No one has threatened me. My family is living very well now. I trust no one in M country would threaten their safety." After explaining this, Leizhou felt his emotions finally begin to settle. Then, gathering his composure, he stated solemnly, "I can responsibly tell everyone that the person who developed this technology is in China. His name is Lin Hai, and he has published a highly detailed paper on it in an international medical forum. It was precisely after reading this paper that I was utterly astonished by this technology. Combining my professional experience and technical expertise, I can confirm that everything documented in the paper is genuine. That's why I conducted this experiment. Before conducting the experiment, I left a message for him, hoping for an opportunity to discuss ophthalmic medicine with this individual. But for some reason, he never responded. That's why I'm now seeking global attention through the media. Perhaps after seeing this news, Mr. Lin Hai will finally respond to me." Leizhou took a deep breath and continued, "This is a truly remarkable invention, and I hold Mr. Lin in the highest regard. He developed this technology and published it directly, precisely to share it with doctors worldwide. He hopes to advance our medical skills and benefit the entire world. Yet I've seen many medical experts mock this paper, claiming all these techniques are fake and fraudulent. Some have even reported the paper. But I have now proven through practical application that the medical techniques described in the paper are absolutely feasible. I urge those who slandered Mr. Lin to immediately delete your comments. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. You haven't even finished reading the paper or studied it carefully. To casually criticize and accuse others is simply not the conduct befitting an expert. These individuals must apologize to Dr. Lin Hai. He is a great physician and a scientist capable of benefiting the entire world." Dr. Leizhou grew increasingly impassioned as he spoke. At his level of expertise, he believes medicine should know no borders. All doctors and specialists should strive to benefit all humanity. He aspires to free all people from the torment of illness. Yet through the paper published by Lin Hai, he witnessed the treacherous and dark nature of human hearts. Who knows how many truly talented individuals had been suppressed before achieving anything. Even in his youth, Leizhou had experienced such dark events. That's why he was so outraged. He was determined to stand up for Lin Hai. After hearing Leizhou's speech, every journalist and audience member present wore expressions of deep shame. They no longer dared to face Leizhou. Leizhou spoke up, "Your behavior just now has truly disappointed me. We should not view other scientists through tinted glasses. I hope you will apologize to Mr. Lin Hai for the words you spoke earlier. Though I have no idea where Mr. Lin Hai is or what he looks like. I hope to meet him one day and discuss medical techniques together." As soon as Leizhou finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted. Leizhou truly lived up to his reputation as the world's foremost expert. His speech made everyone realize their own mistakes. One by one, they apologized to Leizhou, acknowledging they shouldn't have judged others based on the worst possible assumptions. Audiences worldwide were stunned speechless by this dramatic reversal. But they quickly realized that the researcher behind this medical breakthrough was Lin Hai, a Chinese national. The only lead now was the paper published on the medical forum. Once they located that paper, they could narrow down the approximate location based on its IP address. Finding this person shouldn't be too difficult. Those quickest to react had already logged into the forum. Talent abounds online, and many possess advanced computer skills. After locating the paper and examining it closely, the IP address was traced back to the National Defense University. Recalling the paper previously posted on the math forum, the writing style was identical. Based on the writing style alone, it was almost certain to be the same person. Moreover, the IP address used to publish the paper was traced to the National Defense University. After cross-referencing the IP addresses, it was confirmed that both papers were published from the same computer. Someone posted the evidence online. Once again, it caused a huge sensation. Naturally, the most delighted upon hearing the news were netizens across China. The entire Chinese internet was in an absolute frenzy. Damn, this is unbelievable, so this technology really was developed by the legendary Lin. I knew it couldn't be such a coincidence. Where in the world are there two top scientists with identical names? Lin the genius is just too awesome. He's actually started researching medical technology again during this period. And the most crucial part? His first breakthrough was a cutting-edge technology to cure blindness. I'm utterly bowled over by genius Lin. I can't even find the words to express my admiration. Unbelievable, utterly astonishing, yet somehow it all makes perfect sense. Such groundbreaking technology, it would take other scientists decades to develop. Only Lin Hai could possibly achieve this. No need for more words of admiration, it's all in my heart. Earlier, I saw so many people mocking us Chinese, saying our vision isn't broad enough to develop such technology. All you bastards, come out here. Let me see if your faces are swollen from being slapped. Chapter 157, reporting the good news to the school. Chinese netizens not only felt immense pride but also a deep sense of vindication. Earlier, when China and Lin Hai were slandered and accused, they fought back fiercely but lacked solid proof. With Licio personally testifying and the online thesis serving as proof. Finally, they had a chance to vent their frustration. China has risen and can now develop technologies that benefit humanity. The whole world stands to benefit. Moreover, Lin Hai truly possessed a grand vision. Despite developing this new technology, he didn't seek to profit from it. He documented the technology in a paper and shared it with the entire world. Crucially, the paper was exceptionally detailed, explaining every operational method down to the finest specifics. Dr. Leizhou mastered this technology in a remarkably short time. He successfully treated all the volunteers. Everyone held nothing but respect for Lin Hai. Only such individuals deserve to be called top-tier scientists, whose work benefits all of humanity. Netizens across China cheered enthusiastically, standing tall with pride. While some abroad felt disappointed, they were also deeply impressed by Licio's magnanimity and vision. Had they continued to cling to petty grievances and refused to acknowledge the truth, it would have brought shame upon them all. Lin Hai has made tremendous contributions to humanity, and Dr. Leizhou deserves credit too. I feel the previous news reports were deeply unfair to Lin Hai. They kept portraying him as a warmongering weapons manufacturer. Yet no one has ever seen him harm anyone. Instead, he gave all blind people the chance to see the light. He is undoubtedly a great man, and we should admire him. I've always said there are political factors at play here. The true nature of the country government has been exposed long ago. Lin Hai's capabilities are too formidable, posing a threat to them. So country sought to suppress China and Lin Hai through public opinion. Such actions bring shame upon the nation. As an national, I must apologize to Lin Hai. I hope the government will face the facts and stop engaging in such disgraceful actions. They nearly destroyed a respected scientist. Without Lin Hai, who knows how long these blind individuals would have had to wait for hope. The tide has turned on international forums, with many righteous voices gaining the upper hand. They have all come forward to support Lin Hai. Especially those blind individuals who have been waiting for corneal donors. But there are so many blind people and so few donors. Most blind people never receive the corneas they need in their lifetime, never seeing the beautiful sights of this world. Upon hearing the news, these individuals were overcome with emotion. The Laxio Institute's phone lines were overwhelmed with calls, as many people inquired about corneal transplant surgeries. Some hospitals even expressed interest in sending specialists to learn the procedure. They hope to master this technique for their own hospitals as soon as possible. Lexio issued multiple online announcements urging everyone to remain patient. This technology is already highly mature and will soon be rolled out globally. Within a year, anyone could undergo the procedure and regain their sight. The immediate priority remains contacting Lin Hai to secure his authorization. After all, although Lin Hai had published his research paper, the patent rights remained firmly in his possession. Lexio has only gathered a few volunteers and is not treating people for profit. Therefore, the patent does not significantly impact him. However, to fully roll out the procedure and make it accessible to everyone worldwide, Lin Hai's authorization must be secured first. Not only Licio's team, but renowned ophthalmology teams in hospitals worldwide were frantically calling the National Defense University. The National Defense University's switchboard operators were completely baffled. When did the university make a breakthrough in medical technology? How come they'd never heard of it? Was there some mistake? This was the National Defense University, not a medical school. These operators were answering calls before they could even check the news online. Especially when news from abroad reaches China, it naturally takes time to spread. After all, the vast majority of people can't even access foreign websites. They simply have no understanding of the outside world. The most crucial point is that all these calls are in foreign languages. They come in various foreign languages. Call center agents can only understand a fraction of them. After taking several calls, I finally realized everyone was asking the same question. Lin Hai had developed a cloning technique that could restore sight to the blind. But the operator had never heard of such a thing. She could only log the information and promptly escalate the matter. Wang Kalin, accompanied by school administrators, was currently discussing plans to expand the farm. They planned to establish tens of thousands of acres of vineyards and cherry orchards. They planned to level the land quickly during spring and transplant the saplings. This was a crucial matter concerning the school's research funding for the year. A staff member approached and reported the international call to Wang Kalin. Wang Kalin had been busy at the farm lately and hadn't had time to follow the news. Was there some mistake? Lin Hai studies mathematics and fighter jets. I've never heard he knows anything about medicine. The gap between these two fields is simply too vast. It's unlikely anyone else could research both simultaneously. A university administrator nearby quickly interjected, "President, don't forget Lin Hai is also highly skilled in winemaking and agriculture. Since foreign institutions have already investigated our university, I'd say this matter is almost certainly true. We'd best ask Lin Hai directly whether he actually published that paper. If it truly is Lin Hai, this would be an extraordinary achievement for our university and all of China." Wang Kalin finally snapped to attention. "You're absolutely right. I'll call him right now." Lin Hai was resting when Wang Kalin's call woke him. "Hello, President. This is Lin Hai. I need to ask you something. Did you publish a paper on cloning corneas at the International Forum?" "I did. It was about half a month ago." "What's this about?" Lin Hai was still half asleep, his voice thick with lethargy. Wang Kalin nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. Such a major development had already spread abroad, yet he didn't seem to care at all. How could you even sleep after that? Such a crucial research breakthrough, you published it without so much as a word to us. And you didn't even inform the university. We're completely unprepared. Wang Kalin was so anxious he felt like finding a pillar to bang his head against. It's just a paper, a detailed account of some medical techniques. It's not like it's state secrets. Why make such a fuss? Lin Hai yawned, nearly drifting back to sleep. It's not as simple as you make it sound. This concerns the well-being of humanity and is critically important to our nation. I reckon you're about to become world famous again. Who knows if the Nobel Committee might award you the medicine prize this time?" Wang Kalin exclaimed with immense excitement. If he could win another Nobel Prize, it would mark the second time the National Defense University had received this honor. Chapter 158, Nobel Prize in Medicine. Lin Hai. I hadn't even considered this possibility before. Wang Kalin's realization made his excitement surge even higher. "No, we must hurry back and hold a meeting. We need to discuss Lin Hai's Nobel Prize. I think it's very promising. With such monumental contributions to the world, the Nobel Prize in Medicine is practically guaranteed." Wang Kalin hurriedly added. "Now that it's confirmed, we should issue an official announcement. An event of this magnitude deserves to be known by the entire nation." A university administrator proposed. "Right, send someone to issue the announcement immediately. We won't have any trouble recruiting students this year." After consulting with Lin Hai, the National Defense University issued an announcement. It confirmed that the thesis was indeed published by Lin Hai. Furthermore, it granted worldwide authorization. Anyone meeting the criteria for performing the surgery could use this technology to treat blindness. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Invitations from numerous institutions poured into the National Defense University like snowflakes. All hoped to invite Lin Hai to speak at their institutions. The Nobel Prize Committee was undoubtedly the busiest. They had previously faced pressure from the country government to revoke Lin Hai's Nobel Prize eligibility. Before they could respond, Lin Hai had already pioneered another groundbreaking technology that would benefit all of humanity. Now, the pressure exerted by the country government had completely lost its effect. Anyone who dared to suppress Lin Hai at this moment, they would become the enemy of the entire world. At this very moment, the Nobel Prize Committee was in session. The medical breakthrough developed by Lin Hai was now a surefire Nobel Prize winner. If they were to award the Nobel Prize in Medicine to someone else, the Nobel Committee's credibility would be instantly destroyed. Fortunately, we did not agree to the US government's demands. Had we revoked Lin Hai's award, we would have faced global condemnation. Now, the sanctions imposed by country M have no effect on him whatsoever and instead have only stirred widespread discontent. Lin Hai's groundbreaking research truly benefits all humanity and has had an immense global impact. I propose directly confirming him as this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate. No one in this field can surpass him. I agree. While there are many outstanding studies in the medical community, but compared to his work, they simply pale in comparison. There's no need for further comparison, just confirm him as the winner. This Chinese researcher is truly remarkable to have mastered such completely different fields. Especially at such a young age, does he truly possess that much energy? Some couldn't help but voice their doubts. Are you suggesting someone else developed the technology and released it under his name? That seems unlikely. First off, someone truly capable of developing such advanced technology would be considered top-tier talent in any country. Moreover, after Lin Hai won the Nobel Prize, he would receive numerous invitations from institutions to give lectures. If he weren't a top-tier expert, his academic discussions would expose his lack of expertise. China wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. You're right. I was overthinking it. Should we immediately release the news confirming Lin Hai as this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate? It's time. Release the news immediately. We must leverage this opportunity to amplify the Nobel Prize's influence. Such a golden publicity opportunity must not be missed. Especially after facing pressure from the country government, many have questioned the Nobel Prize's integrity. This is the perfect moment to state our position. World-class scholarship must never compromise to politics. Well said. The Nobel Prize focuses solely on scholarship and never compromises with politics. Only then can we maintain sufficient global influence. The Nobel Prize jury quickly reached a consensus. They issued an announcement to the media informing the world that this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine had been awarded. The undisputed winner was Lin Hai. No one in the world questioned this outcome. It was only natural. That Lin Hai had won the Nobel Prize in Science 2 years in a row was truly astonishing. For one person to achieve such world-class honors in two entirely unrelated fields. What kind of person is he, really? Though the world knows him, he rarely appears in the media. What an enigmatic man. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. The United States has long been slandering him, claiming he poses a grave threat to global security. Yet Lin Hai has accomplished such monumental feats. Let's see how the United States will handle this. Will they feel ashamed now? Many are now condemning the government, demanding they give the world an explanation. If continues to pursue such hegemonic policies, it will only diminish global goodwill toward the country. At this point, the government was practically fuming with rage. They never dreamed that Lin Hai possessed such profound expertise in medicine. After the matter came to light, they immediately assembled highly skilled ophthalmologists to conduct experiments. They discovered that the technique Lin Hai had published was indeed entirely feasible. Even without conducting experiments, theoretical analysis alone confirmed its flawless viability. This was truly a groundbreaking technology that could benefit all of humanity. However, the greater Lin Hai's global influence became, the more detrimental it proved for the government of country M. After all, the country government had previously gone to great lengths to suppress Lin Hai, even fabricating false evidence to frame him. Instead of defending himself, Lin Hai had directly unveiled this earth-shattering achievement. This left the country government suddenly in a very passive position. They could no longer find a plausible explanation for all this. They had believed they had completely suppressed Lin Hai in the court of public opinion, only for him to unleash this monumental event. Continuing to smear him was now utterly impossible. Moreover, their previous actions had already sparked widespread global discontent with the nation's conduct. The nation's credibility had been utterly destroyed. Persisting would only invite further condemnation. Even when the Nobel Prize Committee issued their statement, the country government remained silent upon learning of it. They could only tacitly accept it. Yet they were deeply resentful. The more Lin Hai acted this way, the greater the threat he posed to them. His achievements in the technological sphere, in particular, posed a severe threat to nation's tech companies. Apple, the world's largest tech company, has been forced into retreat by Longwei. All of this was made possible by the technology provided by Lin Hai. Without Lin Hai, the Dragon Corporation that posed a threat to them would have been crushed long ago. At the very least, it wouldn't pose any threat to nation. But now, all of nation's plans have come to naught, and they must face a formidable competitor, a situation causing them immense headaches. Chapter 159, No Holds Barred. This man poses too great a threat to us. He absolutely cannot be left alive. Find a suitable opportunity to eliminate him. The president of country M finally made up his mind. He resolved to kill Lin Hai at any cost. Other high-ranking officials were shocked. Mobilizing the entire nation to assassinate someone with such global influence? Nation would face global condemnation and sever ties with China forever. Even as the world's dominant power, China's strength should not be underestimated. The consequences of a complete rupture between the two nations would be unimaginable. Even nation couldn't withstand it. Crucially, China's technological advancement had surged in recent years, including breakthroughs in lithography equipment. Nation could no longer completely suppress China. China now possesses the capability to sever ties with the US entirely. Crucially, nation's domestic production capacity has steadily declined, with nearly all daily necessities now imported from China. Although the US has consistently initiated sanctions against China over the years, should China retaliate, the prices of all daily necessities in the US would skyrocket several-fold. This could potentially devastate the US economy. Such consequences are absolutely beyond their capacity to bear. Mr. President, perhaps you should reconsider. Decisions like this require a thorough assessment of the consequences. The president of country M replied coldly, allowing him to live poses an even greater threat to us. Even if it draws global condemnation, that would be merely temporary public opinion. Lin Hai's existence will accelerate China's rise and enable breakthroughs in numerous advanced technologies. In a few years, our nation might be completely overshadowed by China. The president of nation understood the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he continued, truthfully, there's no need for our agents to handle this personally. Besides, the Nobel Prize isn't awarded by nation anyway. We can find some desperate criminals, pay them handsomely, and have them assassinate Lin Hai. Our country can completely distance itself from the matter. As long as we don't admit involvement, no one can prove anything. That approach has merit. We could orchestrate it through official channels. Create some security breaches. Assist these desperados in infiltrating and assassinating Lin Hai. Even if China tries to pursue the matter, we can shift all blame onto these desperados. We could even assist in eliminating these desperados ourselves. And gain international acclaim in the process. This matter is entrusted to you. Execute it flawlessly and cleanly, leave absolutely no trace. Nation M has already initiated an assassination operation targeting Lin Hai. The moment Lin Hai steps forward to accept his award will be the moment of his demise. The entire world never imagined M Nation would resort to such despicable tactics. This decision by country M is bound to have a profound impact on the entire world. Upon learning of the paper's existence, both the premier and the chairman of China breathed a deep sigh of relief. Yet they also felt profoundly helpless. That Lin Hai really surprised everyone. He managed to break through M Nation's propaganda offensive with this approach. This has earned Lin Hai international acclaim and brought honor to our nation. But why wasn't such a major development reported in advance? This would have allowed our government to prepare accordingly, remarked the chairman with a smile. Lin Hai's personality is indeed quite peculiar. It's said he spends most of his time sleeping. Many of his technological breakthroughs were conceived in his dreams. Truly an extraordinary individual. Some of his behaviors are beyond ordinary understanding, so we must be more tolerant. Medical techniques that can benefit the entire world should naturally be widely disseminated. As long as it doesn't involve military technology, let Lin Hai do as he pleases. The Prime Minister remarked with a smile. Lin Hai's remarkable achievements brought him great satisfaction, especially since they earned him the Nobel Prize in Medicine. This has brought immense honor to China. China has always boasted a 5,000-year history, and its economy has now reached the world's second largest. The nation has grown increasingly powerful, yet no one had ever won a Nobel Prize in the sciences. This had long been a profound regret for China. Within just 2 years, Lin Hai has already won 2 Nobel Prizes, both of which are highly prestigious awards. Such a national treasure must be cherished and protected. Lin Hai is truly a top-tier talent, capable of developing so many advanced technologies. It's truly unimaginable. Beyond protecting him, our media must also assist him in certain ways. This medical technology will treat countless patients. Let our media extensively report on the successful cases. This will enhance both Lin Hai's and China's global influence. The chairman stated. The reason M Nation is so powerful isn't just its national strength, but also its formidable media. It constantly brainwashes the world about M Nation's contributions to the globe. Over time, people naturally come to believe all this is M Nation's doing, thus gaining countless admirers. China must learn from this experience. Since we've made contributions to the world, we must actively promote them so everyone knows. Otherwise, people might mistakenly think these technologies were developed by M Nation. That makes sense. China should indeed increase its global influence. The stronger our demonstrated capabilities, the less likely those shadowy forces will dare to confront China. If we can deter certain nations, then should conflict ever arise with country M, China will find itself in a more advantageous position. The thought of liberating the locomotive province weighed heavily on the premier's mind. The long-standing slogan has been to resolve this issue within our generation. We cannot pass this problem on to the next. China's military might could liberate the locomotive province without issue, but Western nations led by M Nation have imposed heavy obstacles. They sought to use the motor province to contain China and weaken its influence. This aspiration has never been realized. Any military action against the locomotive province would necessitate withstanding the full onslaught and pressure from the entire Western bloc. This only underscores that China's strength is not yet sufficient. I believe the liberation of the locomotive province won't be long in coming once our weapons systems are fully upgraded. Once our strategic bombers are developed, our strength will be fully on par with the United States. As long as we demonstrate sufficient military strength, I believe Western countries will not dare to resort to force lightly. The chairman's expression grew increasingly stern. Soon, news of the patient's treatment began appearing in the media. On the day the blind patient recovered, the bandage covering his eyes was removed. Finally able to see the world before them with clarity. Everyone wept with emotion. The scene of him embracing his family brought tears to the eyes of every onlooker. Suddenly, the world felt truly beautiful. Those who had been healed expressed profound gratitude to Lin Hai. Some even knelt on the ground, bowing toward the direction of the National Defense University. Lin Hai had given them a second chance at life, allowing them to live like ordinary people. It could even be said he saved entire families. Not only did they no longer need to care for the blind person at home, but they also gained an extra pair of hands. Their household circumstances would soon improve significantly. Chapter 160, All Wanted to Assassinate. One touching video after another significantly reduced the online hostility. No one was hurling accusations or curses online anymore. All were moved by these scenes. I really want to visit the National Defense University and see where Lin Hai works and studies. The National Defense University isn't open to just anyone. To protect Lin Hai's safety, outsiders are barred from entering. Huaxia and Lin Hai are truly magnificent. They freely shared this technology with doctors worldwide. They restored sight to countless blind people, and we can no longer tolerate the accusations and smears from the United States. Indeed, China will undoubtedly become the world's leader in the future. I believe that under China's leadership, the entire world will surely become a happier place. At the very least, China has never initiated attacks against any nation, only cooperated to build a better world. That despicable M country has thrown our nation into chaos. May the demon be destroyed swiftly. The future belongs to China. We should all become China's friends. Lin Hai has won the Nobel Prize in Medicine again. We can attend the award ceremony together, perhaps we'll even get to meet him. I'd really love to get his autograph, I treasure it forever. You're absolutely right, the Nobel ceremony is our only chance to see him in person. I absolutely must go and see this great scientist in person. Many of Lin Hai's fans are suddenly discussing plans for the award day. Since it's in Europe, you don't even need a visa to cross borders. You can simply drive or fly over to attend. It's easy to imagine the massive crowds that will flock there when Lin Hai attends the ceremony. Lin Hai paid no attention to these matters. He spent his days focused on completing tasks. The weather had grown increasingly warm, and Lin Hai and Li Moore often went on dates together. For convenience's sake, they mostly stayed on campus. Otherwise, they would head to the orchard to offer guidance. As China's global reputation suddenly improved, all the pressure Longwei Corporation had faced vanished. Their phones started selling even better. The fruit company grew increasingly anxious. They had secured the 3nm chips and successfully completed testing. Yet during this period, there was no sign of delivery beyond the samples. They must prepare additional inventory. Without sufficient inventory, even if they held a launch event, they wouldn't be able to sell the products. Apple needed at least 1 million units in stock before they could hold a launch event. But after waiting so long, they hadn't received a single chip beyond the samples. They had no choice but to contact the National Defense University to inquire about the chip production status. The National Defense University's response was straightforward: the production line is not yet complete, so they cannot supply chips at this time. However, the National Defense University assured them that production would commence promptly according to the contract, so there was absolutely no need to worry. To ensure rapid production once the chips arrive, Fruit Company has already placed orders with other manufacturers to produce all components in advance. Once the CPU chips arrived, assembly could begin immediately. Moreover, to suppress Huaxia, they specifically sought out numerous foreign suppliers. Apple is making every effort to avoid using chips produced in China. However, the efficiency of foreign suppliers is simply too poor, and their quality falls short of Huaxia's standards. To avoid delays, the Fruit Company has no choice but to place all orders with manufacturers in advance. They were instructed to produce all components in one go. As Longwei's phones sold increasingly well, the CEO of Fruit Company grew green with envy. He immediately convened all executives for another meeting. The Fruit CEO declared with grave expression, "Our nation's efforts to suppress China have failed. We simply cannot defeat them in the court of public opinion." This has led to soaring global sales of Longwei phones, with their screens particularly beloved by consumers. Our phone sales last month actually dropped by 20%. This is absolutely unforgivable. If this continues, our stock price could have, and even more terrifyingly, our profits will plummet significantly. Should we lose the global market, the company faces the risk of bankruptcy? This meeting addresses two critical issues. First, how can we secure the diamond screen provided by Huaxia? Second, we must find ways to boost sales without compromising the company's brand value. The moment the Fruit CEO finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but scratch their heads. If solutions existed, they would have been proposed long ago. Why wait until now? The marketing manager spoke up. The pace of smartphone development is simply too rapid. Even other Chinese manufacturers are announcing their own chip developments. Some even want to purchase Longwei's 3nm chips for their flagship phones. If numerous manufacturers adopt the 3nm chip process en masse, the blow to us would be devastating. I suggest we urgently clear out our 8nm chip inventory and halt production at the foundries immediately. Our current inventory is far too large. The consequences would be severe. The last price cut already sparked widespread dissatisfaction. If we keep cutting prices, how can we maintain Apple's brand image? Are we to become a budget phone brand? The Apple CEO slammed his fist on the table in fury. Longwei and Lin Hai are terrifying. In just half a year, they've posed a massive threat to us. If we can't eliminate Lin Hai, our company has no future. A manager's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If all else fails, we'll kidnap Lin Hai, lock him up, and force him to work for us. What are you thinking? A talent like that would be protected by the state at all costs. In other countries, we might scheme something. Plenty would risk their lives for the right price. But he lives in China. Even deploying massive military forces wouldn't achieve our goal. The Fruit CEO shot the manager a look as if he were an idiot. China is a massive market for Apple phones. The CEO has visited China multiple times for market research. He was well aware of China's capabilities. China's public security is exceptionally strong, and its military might is unquestionably among the world's elite. Sending assassins to China to eliminate a key talent would likely result in their elimination the moment they cross the border. I don't think this plan is entirely unfeasible. Didn't Lin Hai just win another Nobel Prize? He'll definitely have to go accept it. Once abroad, he'll have at most a few dozen bodyguards protecting him. Couldn't we seize this opportunity to abduct him? Another executive spoke up. The Fruit CEO's eyes lit up as he sat back down in his chair. He began to ponder. With the company suffering massive losses, he couldn't be bothered to play the gentleman anymore. Their thieving instincts reawakened. Since they couldn't compete technologically, they might as well resort to underhanded tactics to achieve their goals. Chapter 161, Beijing loses its cool. This approach is indeed feasible. We can pay to hire the most formidable mercenaries and capture him. If we controlled someone like that, he could definitely help us defeat Longwei Company once and for all. The Fruit CEO has completely severed ties with them. For them, anyone posing a threat must be eliminated. Capturing him alive and placing him under their control would be the ideal outcome. Money is the last thing the fruit corporation lacks. Their cash reserves alone amount to trillions. As long as they're willing to spend, countless people will sell their lives for them. In the past, they never faced any rivals, so naturally they presented themselves as flawless. Even when facing rivals, they presented themselves as magnanimous gentlemen. But when a fatal threat emerged, they never hesitated to tear off the mask. They would unleash every ounce of power to utterly crush the opposition. Lin Hai is the person the fruit company both loves and hates. If they couldn't have him, they'd eliminate him. Since enrolling at the National Defense University, Lin Hai has developed numerous astonishing technologies. In just over half a year, he has already caused immense distress to the entire M nation. If he continues developing more technologies over the next few years, China could genuinely surpass M nation in high-tech fields. When that happens, countless M nation companies will go bankrupt. After all, once China masters these technologies, they would become extremely cheap, leaving M nation with no competitive edge whatsoever. Their substantial profits would vanish overnight, forcing companies to either shut down or drastically cut employee wages. Both the tech giant and the entire M country government are already frantic with worry. They hope to seize the opportunity presented by the Nobel Prize ceremony to eliminate Lin Hai. Once the decision was made, they immediately began their operation. The fruit company never imagined the M country government had orchestrated this scheme. Had they known this would happen, they would never have taken such unnecessary action. The Nobel Committee had already sent Lin Hai an invitation to attend the award ceremony. Numerous institutions also sought to invite Lin Hai to deliver lectures. Numerous medical experts would gather to discuss issues related to eye health. After all, with the increasing number of people using smartphones, numerous eye-related diseases have emerged. Myopia is becoming increasingly prevalent among younger age groups. Prolonged smartphone use has also led to a rise in glaucoma cases. Many eye diseases are irreversible, and ophthalmology experts hope to unite in tackling these conditions. Lin Hai's emergence has brought them great hope. If corneas can be cloned, does this mean that in the future, the same technology could be used to clone entire eyeballs or other parts of the eye? When a patient's eye becomes beyond repair, cloning techniques could be used to directly replace the damaged part. Foreign experts have thought this through meticulously, but Lin Hai won't let them reap such enormous benefits. Foreign pharmaceutical companies have long leveraged their advanced R&D capabilities to develop and patent numerous drugs ahead of time. They sell these products globally at exorbitant prices, especially their medical equipment, which commands absurdly high costs. Selling to China allowed them to earn profits several times, even tenfold, higher. Lin Hai aimed to revolutionize these medical devices, not only slashing production costs by tenfold but also significantly reducing operational expenses. With sufficient profit margins, hospitals could naturally lower medical fees. This would benefit the entire nation's populace. Who has time for so-called medical conferences? Besides, the technology Lin Hai currently possesses only covers corneal cloning and surgical procedures. He knows nothing about other diseases. He simply won't waste time on such matters. He flatly declined all invitations, citing his overwhelming research workload. He had even considered declining to personally accept the Nobel Prize. However, the Prime Minister personally called him, insisting that this award ceremony must be attended with great fanfare. This was not merely an honor for Lin Hai alone, but also concerned China's global influence. Such events must be widely publicized, letting the entire world know of China's contributions to humanity. If the majority of people developed a favorable impression of China, the United States propaganda war would be utterly defeated. Upon learning of the immense responsibility resting on his shoulders, Lin Hai naturally could not refuse the Prime Minister's request. He agreed without hesitation. Zhao Tianlai must urgently select personnel. Lin Hai's absolute safety must be guaranteed throughout the journey. He could sacrifice his own life, but Lin Hai absolutely must not encounter any mishaps. Unlike the previous occasion, Lin Hai's recent actions had been astonishing, especially in posing a grave threat to the United States. Zhao Tianlai felt immense pressure, his eyelids twitching constantly. Could this trip to receive the Nobel Prize not go smoothly? Zhao Tianlai frowned. He shook his head violently, banishing the dark thoughts from his mind. No matter what, I will bring Lin Hai back safely. Absolutely nothing must happen to him. Zhao Tianlai silently resolved. He brought along the most elite operatives from the State Security Department and specially selected several top-ranked Special Forces soldiers from the military. These men were fully armed, carrying not only pistols but even miniature submachine guns. Every conceivable protective measure had been thoroughly considered. This time, they wouldn't be flying commercial, they chartered a private jet instead. Zhao Tianlai had become tense and busy during this period, spending every day in meetings discussing security arrangements. Life at TSMC was even more difficult. Apple's smartphone sales were declining, and they had cancelled all their orders. High-end chip production capacity was nearly non-existent, and their 8nm chips were now completely obsolete. Crucially, the newly breakthrough process technology from Wanji Electronics came with exceptionally high costs. It was simply unsuitable for other applications. After all, most chips above the 28nm level were sufficient for most applications. The 8nm chips suddenly became a liability. Flagship smartphones rarely use them, while mainstream phones find them too expensive. Cheaper phones using this chip would incur direct losses, leading manufacturers to completely reject it. TSMC's president is utterly devastated. What on earth is going on? Why have we fallen so far behind all of a sudden? The mainland is utterly despicable, they're literally pushing us to the brink, leaving us no room to survive. The president of TSMC cursed furiously. The two major manufacturers globally relying on their foundry services are, one is Intel Corporation from the United States. The other is Apple. These were TSMC's two biggest clients. With China's chips achieving technological superiority, both Intel and Apple have nearly abandoned their 8nm chip orders entirely. Chinese smartphone manufacturers no longer use chips produced with this process technology, unless they drastically cut prices for use in low-end phones. But doing so would leave TSMC so deeply in the red they wouldn't even have pants to wear. Chapter 162, How Sweet is the Taste of Sanctions? MTI is absolutely unwilling to cut prices after all, they're just contract manufacturers. All the cost pressure rests squarely on TSMC's shoulders. If even their flagship chips were drastically discounted, their company's standing would plummet. They absolutely cannot allow their company to become a second-tier chipmaker. The chips they produce must remain flagship grade. After clearing existing orders, production of 8nm class chips will cease immediately. Both Intel and Apple are already developing 3nm chips. Moreover, Fruit Company has already entrusted the production of its 3nm chips to the National Defense University. Meitong also sought to have the National Defense University take their orders, but the university simply lacked the production capacity and had to refuse. TSMC, having just completed several new production lines, now finds itself without any orders, a situation that leaves them utterly devastated. The combined costs of prior R&D and production line upgrades amounted to a colossal sum. To turn the tide, they not only poured all their funds into the project but also took out massive bank loans. But now, while payroll must continue, all revenue streams have dried up. If this continues, Wanji Electronics will truly go bankrupt. Is a third round of layoffs inevitable? Once all the technical staff are laid off, what good will future orders do? Just as the president of Wanji Electronics was about to jump off the building, Meitong and Fruit Company finally sent representatives to discuss countermeasures. The president of Wanji Electronics, as if suddenly clutching at a lifeline, immediately welcomed the executives from both companies. The atmosphere in the conference room became extremely tense. Wanji Electronics now required massive capital investment, yet still saw no glimmer of hope for the future. This time, the National Defense University's chip manufacturing technology had leapfrogged 2 generations ahead. Even if they accelerated their research to develop 3nm chip production technology, China might already be mass-producing 1nm chips. Once behind in such high-tech R&D, catching up might become impossible. Moreover, China is notoriously relentless. They can operate round-the-clock R&D shifts without pause. No company in the world dares to push itself this hard. As long as China aims to maintain its lead, TSMC will struggle to catch up. The Apple executive spoke first. Our companies now stand united. We share a common adversary. That enemy is China's National Defense University. With them surpassing us in chip technology, all three of our companies find ourselves in a very passive position. Following discussions at Apple's meeting, we've decided to provide you with $10 billion in R&D funding. Develop the next generation chip at the fastest possible pace. We must catch up with and even surpass Huaxia's National Defense University. The head of Meitong Company added, Meitong has reached the same decision. We will provide you with $10 billion through equity investment. Mobilize all technical personnel immediately to accelerate the development of new technologies. Should you require any assistance, notify us immediately. Metron will provide you with the utmost support. The president of TSMC was overcome with emotion at that moment, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. He stood up, overcome with emotion, and declared, TSMC will always stand with the United States. We deeply appreciate your company's full support. I am confident that through our efforts, we will catch up with the National Defense University and ensure no delays. The Fruit Company executive wore a stern expression, clearly unconvinced by his words. With such a large investment, you must develop a 2nm process at the fastest possible speed. China's R&D pace is certainly not slow either. It's highly likely they'll develop 2nm chips as early as next year. Therefore, you absolutely cannot slack off. If you continue to fall behind, TSMC will only be able to produce mid to low-end chips. You'll be of little use to us in the US. Understood. I will spare no effort. This is a life or death battle for our company. We absolutely cannot fall behind China. The president of TSMC wore an extremely grave expression. He had no room left for retreat. We must fight to the death. TSMC's operations were severely impacted. The independence faction, humiliated and enraged, was both anxious and fearful. They had previously backed TSMC's sanctions against mainland China. They believed this would completely erode mainland China's competitiveness, weakening its national strength to the point where military action against the motor province would become impossible. They had always believed Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing companies' enterprises were backed by the United States, and that they could maintain sanctions against China indefinitely. Now that China has fully risen, TSMC has completely lost its advantage. Most critically, TSMC's orders have been drastically cut, resulting in mass layoffs. External challenges have now become internal crises. Most critically, tax revenues have been severely impacted. Without funds, how can weapons and fighter jets be procured? Those harboring separatist ambitions are growing increasingly despondent. Should China ever launch a military campaign, will these individuals face retribution afterward? Some even wanted to flee Jilin province immediately for the United States. Yet in M country, where they knew no one and had no connections, they were treated as mere pawns. Meanwhile, those advocating for the province's swift return to the motherland feel immense pride. China has finally grown powerful enough not only to lift M's sanctions, but has even begun sanctioning M nations' enterprises. Neither Meitong nor Apple could obtain top-tier chips anymore. Although Apple had placed massive chip orders, the National Defense University had developed even more advanced displays. Apple's chips became obsolete before they even began shipping. Many consumers have shifted their focus entirely to the display. Longways phones are selling like hotcakes, with demand far outstripping supply. The diamond screen experience is simply too good, causing even longtime Apple fans to switch to Longway phones. If Longway's current production capacity could keep up, Apple's sales would be even lower. On a program in Motorcycle Province, experts advocating for national reunification beamed with pride. They never considered becoming lackeys for the M country. They knew that kowtowing to M nation like Japan and South Korea would only lead to a miserable end. On the surface, they provide economic support. But their best companies have been completely taken over by M country, and the nation's lifelines have all been handed over to M country. They can be kept alive at will, and eliminating them would be all too easy. These two nations appear prosperous on the surface, and M country treats them with great favor. But anyone with even a passing understanding of the situation knows. The leaders of these two nations are mere puppets, every decision requiring M's approval. They refuse to be M nation's servants, and lackeys such people can never rise up. Chapter 163, Unwavering Resolve. In Jiqing Province, there is a weekly exchange program for experts from both sides of the strait. The expert exclaimed with delight, China has truly become exceptionally powerful now, having begun to sanction M's high-tech sector. Just look at the news. China has already supplied Longway Corporation with 3nm chips and diamond screens. Consumers are snapping them up. Demand far outstrips supply. Especially the diamond screens, they're priced the same as Apple's, sometimes even a bit higher. But look at consumers, they're choosing Longway phones. Apple's phones are already sitting on store shelves. Only China can produce 3nm chips, no other country can match that capability. Diamond screens are also exclusive to Huaxia. Every phone manufacturer must bow to China's demands. The US has been threatening sanctions against China, but look at them now. They simply lack the capability anymore. Another expert beamed with pride, we share the same roots and heritage as the Chinese mainland, we are fundamentally one nation. Now is the time to break free from M's control and reunite with China sooner. Relying on China will make us stronger, and all our people can live happier lives. We can no longer kowtow to Japan and the US, they've never regarded us as their own. The host wore an equally broad smile. Beyond his contributions to high technology, Lin Hai has also been awarded this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine, marking his second time receiving this prestigious honor. How would the two experts assess this? This achievement is truly thrilling. China has never before attained such glory. China has endured immense hardship in recent years, suffering greatly in pursuit of development. It was only natural that we lagged behind Western nations in education and R&D. Now, with 2 consecutive Nobel Prizes in science, it demonstrates that China's education and R&D have reached the world's highest level. I firmly believe this is not China's peak, but merely the beginning. More Nobel laureates will follow in the years ahead. Another expert chimed in, I must add to this point. Lin Hai is a national treasure of China, and his capabilities are truly extraordinary. Not only is he highly skilled in developing fighter jets, but he has also mastered the technology for commercial aircraft engines. Now, domestically produced passenger aircraft are already in mass production. After careful analysis, I found that China's airlines were originally operating at a loss. However, after adopting domestically produced aircraft, they have begun turning a profit almost every month. What does this signify? It signifies that the technology mastered by China has far surpassed the rest of the world. With brilliant scientists like Lin Hai, China is poised for even more leapfrog development. You're absolutely right, China has entered a phase of rapid development. Meanwhile, the United States has begun its decline. The stronger China grows, the weaker the US becomes. We must seize this opportunity to advance the cause of reunification with China. After all, we share the same ethnicity and common ancestors. Reunification should have been pursued long ago. Once China grows even more powerful, even if we voluntarily seek reunification, its significance will diminish greatly. Both experts are analyzing China's future development and influence. Previously, this program's ratings in the motor province were only average. But as China's development accelerates and its influence grows, this cross-strait program's ratings have skyrocketed, becoming the top-rated show in motor province. Many who previously knew little about mainland China discovered through this program just how developed it had become. Infrastructure in both cities and towns now far surpasses that of locomotive province. Skyscrapers in cities are something even motor province lacks. Clean streets and beautiful greenery made it feel like a vision of the future. Especially in high-tech fields, where they finally outpaced the US, avenging past setbacks. Only then did they realize they had been living like frogs in a well, brainwashed by the separatists of the past. They had no idea the vast changes sweeping across the Chinese mainland. More and more people began supporting national reunification. After all, no matter how proud they might be, they still faced constant discrimination in M nation. If their homeland became the world's strongest nation, traveling around the world would earn them admiration and envy from others. Every day, people record this program and upload it online. Even from these clips alone, one can see the pride and excitement in the faces of the experts from the motorcycle province. They particularly hope to achieve national reunification. Even netizens from China feel immense pride. They have also paid the experts the highest respect. Comments poured in below, urging these experts and scholars to take good care of their health. They express their wishes for the motherland to achieve reunification as soon as possible. Lin Hai frequently interacts with many high-tech professionals and has also heard about the matter of national reunification. Especially during meals, Li Xiuchang and several experts would discuss these developments. Lin Hai awoke from his slumber, feeling fully refreshed. Leader, are we truly going to achieve national reunification? Li Xiuchang nodded solemnly and replied, indeed, our nation is actively preparing. Especially the supersonic stealth attack helicopter you developed, it will be our trump card in combat. Whether we can successfully achieve reunification depends entirely on the deterrent power of these weapons. Although our strategic bombers are also under active development and production, the manufacturing process is incredibly complex. Even with the technology and blueprints you provided, it will likely take another 2 or 3 years to complete construction. Lin Hai pondered briefly. Relying solely on one type of weapon always feels too fragile. If we forcefully complete unification, both Japan and South Korea will certainly intervene. The United States and its allies might even send troops. These armed helicopters alone simply won't be enough. Especially since M-Nation is undoubtedly developing more advanced radar technology right now. For our armed helicopters to strike the enemy undetected, it won't be that easy. That's exactly it. This is precisely what our national leadership fears most. We hope to retake Motorcycle Province swiftly with minimal casualties. We have no desire to actually go to war with Western nations. After all, we've always been a trading nation. Once hostilities begin, all trade could grind to a halt. This would inflict immense damage on our national economy. This is precisely why we've hesitated to act. However, Western interference in Locomotive Province is growing increasingly severe. If this matter is not resolved promptly, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for reclaiming the Motor Province. Even if it means paying a price, it is unavoidable. Li Xiuchang's expression had grown extremely grave. Clearly, everyone had steeled themselves mentally. No further concessions to the West could be tolerated. Chapter 164, Super Conventional Weapons. Another expert adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile, achieving national unification might have taken several more years. But our lithography technology has achieved a breakthrough, enabling us to produce the world's most advanced equipment. Even if the United States imposes sanctions again, our top-tier technology remains far ahead. We can use technology to pressure hostile nations, compelling them to continue cooperating with us. I believe it is precisely this confidence that gave our leaders the courage to implement the plan. The greatest credit for achieving national reunification goes to you. Lin Hai responded with great humility. This is the result of everyone's collective effort. The credit cannot be attributed to me alone. However, I am considering one possibility. If Western nations truly intervene militarily, achieving reunification in the short term will become extremely difficult. Our nation simply cannot afford the costs, nor can we engage in a direct confrontation with them. After all, we might be facing a coalition of 10 or even dozens of nations against us alone. We'd be at a massive disadvantage. That's exactly right. If we could acquire more advanced weapons like stealth attack helicopters, we could subdue the enemy without fighting. That would be the ideal outcome we dream of. But completely overwhelming the military might of the United States? That's easier said than done. Li Xiuchang sighed deeply. Not necessarily. I have some ideas, Lin Hai said calmly. Instantly, all eyes fixed intently on Lin Hai. You wouldn't be suggesting we've developed yet another new weapon, would you? Li Xiuchang exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight. He looked at Lin Hai with disbelief. Conventional naval weapons are indeed notoriously difficult to develop. After all, the world's strongest conventional weaponry is held by the United States, followed by Russia. China's military strength ranks third at best globally. Of course, this is merely paper strength. China boasts a vast population and soldiers with unwavering faith. Even with inferior weaponry, they have twice defeated M-Nation. These represent latent strengths that cannot be quantified by formula. Lin Hai nodded slightly and said, anyway, our research institute hasn't had much to do lately. The state hasn't assigned us any specific tasks either. Having everyone work on lithography machines feels like overkill. Why not focus on developing conventional weapons to enhance our military's combat capabilities? If you have any promising ideas, share them now. If they're viable, we can begin research immediately. Our National Defense University now has sufficient R&D funding. There's no need to allocate additional research expenses to us. Our existing R&D funds are sufficient. To develop new weapons, we only need to notify the leadership. Approval should be granted. Li Xiuchang hurriedly interjected. Although assisting in the production of lithography machines is crucial for the nation, the scientists here at the Research Institute are still primarily focused on developing aircraft weapons. If they were truly idle, they'd feel restless. I haven't conceived of any truly formidable conventional weapons yet, but we could develop a missile technology. This missile has a wide coverage area. A single missile could wipe out an entire fleet. This missile can even take out enemy fighter squadrons. With a single shot, it can effortlessly eliminate all enemies. However, missiles are prohibitively expensive and can only be deployed at critical moments. The most cost-effective deterrent remains artillery. I believe developing a cannon with a 900-kilometer range could cover the territories of all surrounding nations. If the US dares to enter the war, their warships won't dare approach the vicinity of the Motor Province. Any that dare approach will face a barrage of fire from thousands of cannons, reducing their vessels to scrap. Intercepting artillery shells isn't that easy, Li Xiuchang said coldly. What? A 900-kilometer cannon? You're not joking, are you? Short-range missiles only have a 300-kilometer range. Yours has already reached the range of medium to short-range missiles. What kind of cannon could possibly fire that far? Li Xiaozhang couldn't believe it. That range is simply absurd. The advantage of artillery is its low cost and high destructive power, but the disadvantage is its bulkiness and limited range. Artillery can only be used to attack the enemy when a significant advantage is secured. And you must secure air superiority, otherwise, using artillery is far too dangerous. If artillery could truly achieve a range of 900 kilometers, it would essentially function as a missile. It would be even cheaper to produce and more powerful. Once developed, such a weapon would undoubtedly be crowned the king of the army. I say this with full confidence. Modern technology has advanced so far. By combining electromagnetic launch technology with gunpowder propulsion, it is indeed possible to accurately deliver projectiles over 900 kilometers. Moreover, the cost of such a cannon wouldn't be significantly higher, and maintenance wouldn't be particularly complex. I firmly believe it has the potential to become the mainstay of future artillery. Lin Hai declared solemnly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of chopsticks clattering to the floor echoed through the room. Lin Hai looked around in confusion. Everyone was staring at him wide-eyed, mouths agape, completely transfixed. Their chopsticks all fell onto the table. They seemed frozen in place, as if struck by a paralyzing technique. What's wrong with you all? Is there something wrong with what I said? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. Li Xiaochang swallowed hard, trying to regain his composure. He reached out, grabbed both of Lin Hai's hands, and clasped them tightly. His eyes locked onto Lin Hai's. Are you serious? Have you already figured out the theory behind this weapon? If it's feasible, let's hold a meeting right after lunch and start researching this project today. Absolutely, absolutely. Achieving such a long range would truly make our nation the king of land forces. It would ensure all neighboring nations behave themselves, never daring to challenge China again. Lin Hai watched his overreaction with a mix of exasperation and amusement. This technology isn't anything complicated, it's far simpler than manufacturing lithography machines. Once you grasp the theory, mass production can begin swiftly. Once I return, I'll immediately draft the blueprints for you. Lin Hai said with a smile. What are we waiting for? Finish your meals and let's get to work. Everyone was pumped up, shoveling down a few more bites of food. They were about to get up and hurry back to the research institute. The nation urgently needs such a powerful long-range weapon. We must develop it before reclaiming Jizhou province. As the leader, Li Xiaozhang remained more composed. He took several deep breaths to suppress his inner excitement. Why the rush? Eat properly first. How can we work if we don't take care of our health? After scolding the others, he cautiously turned to Lin Hai. Could you eat a bit faster? I'm really getting impatient. Chapter 165, Incredibly Powerful. Lin Hai almost regretted bringing it up now. It seemed this meal was truly ruined. He should have waited until they returned to the research institute to tell them. Lin Hai wolfed down a few hurried bites before joining everyone in the research institute's conference room. Lin Hai grabbed a whiteboard marker and began sketching the cannon's blueprint. He wrote down several crucial formulas on it. These are the two weapons I plan to develop, he explained. One is a missile with an extremely large lethal radius. The other is a long-range cannon. I've named the missile the Star Dragon. Once launched, it can strike any target within a 5-kilometer radius. It can not only destroy enemy fleets but also wipe out large numbers of enemy troops on any battlefield. Whether it's naval fleets or tank divisions, it can obliterate them with ease. However, the production cost of this missile is prohibitively high, making it primarily intended as a deterrent against enemy forces. Lin Hai sketched diagrams and formulas on the whiteboard as he explained. This weapon is a long-range electromagnetic cannon, mounted on combat vehicles. 5 combat vehicles are required to operate this cannon. On the battlefield, it can be rapidly assembled in just 2 minutes. It can be manually loaded or fully automatically loaded. Fully automatic loading is extremely fast, capable of firing a cannon shell every 5 seconds. It can also coordinate with satellites for precise targeting. Mounted on combat vehicles, this artillery system offers exceptional mobility and flexibility. It can rapidly deploy to the battlefield, fire its rounds, and immediately relocate. Lin Hai detailed the weapon's specifications. All the experts present listened in stunned silence. After Lin Hai finished explaining the weapon's structure and fundamental principles, the experts knew it was absolutely feasible. With their extensive experience in weapons development and their status as industry experts, they knew that once the theory was understood, the feasibility of manufacturing could be calculated. At that moment, a tidal wave of astonishment swept through every mind present. Though seemingly a conventional weapon, its ability to extend the range of ordinary artillery to 900 kilometers rendered it fully capable of functioning as a medium-range missile. The crucial point was that missiles were extremely costly, while artillery shells cost only 1% or even 1,000th of the price of missiles. The disparity is simply too great. Consider this, for the same destructive power, 1 missile could be fired, while 100 shells or even more could be launched. This would translate into immense firepower and lethality. Any enemy daring to attack China could face immediate artillery units unleashing overwhelming firepower. Whether the enemy is land forces or naval forces, they would be annihilated in an instant, without even a chance to evade. Even if the enemy possesses formidable anti-missile systems. But these systems have limited ammunition reserves. Faced with saturation attacks, they would be utterly useless. Any adversary facing China's artillery forces would be left with nothing but despair. Crucially, these artillery systems are relatively inexpensive to manufacture, costing less than tanks. Yet their battlefield effectiveness surpasses that of tanks. They are fully capable of providing fire support. Advanced units need only identify enemy positions, then directly coordinate with artillery units to conduct fire coverage. No structure or bunker could withstand the assault of these shells. Lin Hai specifically developed 3 types of shells. The first is an armor-piercing shell capable of attacking tall structures and underground bunkers, capable of destroying even the toughest tanks with a single shot. The second type is an area effect shell. In situations with numerous enemies, a single shot can inflict casualties within a radius of hundreds of meters. The third type resembles a thermobaric shell. It not only penetrates underground but also rapidly depletes all oxygen in subterranean passages through combustion, suffocating enemies alive. Possessing these 3 weapons on the battlefield ensures victory over any foe. The Star Dragon missile cluster is terrifyingly powerful. Launched at 16 Hz, each missile hurtles toward its target, exploding at a predetermined altitude into a swarm of smaller missiles. Especially at night, it resembles countless shooting stars falling from the sky. Moreover, they possess extreme velocity and guidance capabilities. All weapons within a radius of several kilometers will be obliterated. With such missiles, a fleet or an enemy base could be easily annihilated. Possession of this weapon ensures enemy forces will never dare reveal their positions. However, large advancing armies cannot evade satellite tracking. Such a weapon is utterly uncounterable. No enemy forces would dare reveal themselves, much less gather for coordinated action. After Lin Hai finished his explanation, Li Xiuchang suddenly slapped his thigh. With such a formidable weapon, what are we waiting for? Let's get it developed immediately. We must produce prototypes at the fastest possible pace. Whether it's the cannons or the Kunlunxing missiles, they must be ready before we liberate Jiqing province. Lin Hai, start drafting the blueprints immediately. We'll all assist you, Li Xiuchang declared promptly. Understood. I'll start drafting the blueprints immediately. We can develop the components while production is underway. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Lin Hai declared solemnly. Everyone had complete faith in Lin Hai's capabilities. His designs had never once failed. Working on the theory and blueprints while manufacturing parts simultaneously will save us a lot of time. I need to report to the leadership first and get approval for these 2 projects. Li Xiuchang rushed excitedly to his office. He fired up his computer and typed out the report at top speed. That same day, a top-secret document arrived on the chairman's desk. The chairman's secretary explained, "This is a report sent by academician Li from the Military University Research Institute. The report is marked top secret. We didn't dare delay and rushed it over to you immediately. The National Defense University has been researching cutting-edge technologies. Technology for manufacturing products is sent directly to the premier. Since the report was sent here, it must pertain to weapons." "All right, understood." The chairman opened the documents. His pupils widened with each passing line, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. Every muscle in his body stiffened. Clearly, the chairman was also overcome with emotion at that moment. After finishing the report, he abruptly flipped through the documents and slammed them down on the table. The chairman's secretary was startled out of his wits, having never witnessed such a reaction from the chairman before. He feared something terrible had happened. He hurriedly asked, "Chairman, are you all right?" The chairman picked up his teacup and took a few sips, allowing his agitated emotions to settle slightly. Li Xiuchang, a research technician, couldn't yet envision how such weapons would function on the battlefield. But the chairman commanded the nation's armed forces and was highly skilled in military strategy. After reviewing the report, he knew that once these weapons were produced, China's military might would become the world's most formidable force. Even a powerhouse like the United States would never dare to provoke China again. Chapter 166, Accelerating Production. The chairman waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. I'm just feeling a bit excited." The secretary asked with great confusion, "Has something happened at the National Defense University Research Institute? Shall I send someone to inquire about the specifics?" "No need. This matter must remain absolutely confidential, classified as the nation's highest level secret." "How secure is the National Defense University?" "Ensure security is airtight. If necessary, elevate the security level one more notch." The chairman spoke. Despite weathering countless storms, the chairman's emotions remained deeply stirred. While a nation's nuclear arsenal serves as its anchor of stability, conventional weapons remain the primary focus in peacetime rivalries between nations. A country's true military strength hinges significantly on its conventional capabilities. After all, nuclear weapons are reserved for life or death situations, serving primarily as a deterrent. For the vast majority of situations, conventional weapons remain indispensable. And these artillery pieces mounted on tanks play a crucial role. With such long-range strike capabilities, neighboring nations must behave themselves. Even enemy naval fleets dare not approach within 900 kilometers of the border. Such deterrence is exceptionally formidable. Moreover, the Chuanlong Star missile system is terrifyingly potent, primarily due to its extensive strike range and devastating destructive power. A single Dragon Star missile could wipe out an entire enemy fleet, annihilate an entire army on land, or instantly destroy an entire base. This deterrent capability rivals that of nuclear weapons. However, unlike nuclear weapons, it leaves no radioactive fallout, making it relatively more environmentally friendly. The mere deployment of such weapons would likely send shivers down the spines of every nation. The development of these weapons must be kept strictly confidential, reserved as a trump card for critical moments. There's no need for any actual conflict with the enemy, just deploy it during a military exercise. Any nation daring to invade China would be scared out of their wits and retreat immediately. After careful consideration, the chairman signed a single line on the report. Approved. These two weapons must be kept strictly confidential and mass-produced as soon as possible. The report swiftly reached the Defense University Research Institute. After reviewing the report, Li Xiaochang's expression turned grave as he summoned all the experts. He stated solemnly, "The chairman has personally approved our submitted application." He specifically emphasized the need for strict confidentiality and, once the technology is mature, to produce as many as possible as soon as possible. Clearly, the chairman has high hopes for our new weapon development. We absolutely must not disappoint him. Lin Hai smiled faintly, his voice brimming with confidence. "With me here, you can rest assured. I guarantee absolutely no issues will arise during production. With you here, we truly have nothing to worry about. You'll need to work hard these next few days to complete all the blueprints. The rest is in our hands," Li Xiaochang declared cheerfully. "No problem, this is on me." Lin Hai began drafting the blueprints on his computer. With his prior experience, he worked much faster this time. Moreover, the blueprints for this weapon were far simpler than those for helicopters. The nation's existing combat vehicles could be deployed directly, requiring only minor modifications. Additionally, we'll install some automated functions on the vehicles. During peacetime, drivers would undergo intensive training to manually fire shells. In actual combat, once suitable flat terrain was found, the system could be set up automatically with a single button press. One vehicle carries the main cannon, while 5 others serve as support units, loaded with ammunition and spare parts. On the battlefield, pressing a single button triggers the system to automatically reconfigure. It can quickly enter firing mode. With radar and satellite support, it can deliver precision strikes within its range. The Chuanlong Star is simpler, essentially a missile, but one containing countless warheads. Each warhead functions as a propulsion unit during launch. This is precisely why it generates such tremendous thrust. It can achieve extremely high speeds. It's important to note that the faster the speed, the weaker the enemy's interception capabilities become. Beyond a certain threshold, any defense system becomes ineffective. Not only is the Dragon Star fast, but its most formidable feature is its ability to transform into countless small missiles at the appropriate altitude. Enemy interceptor missiles are utterly insufficient. They can't even intercept 1% of the incoming threat. They can only watch helplessly as the bombardment unfolds. Faced with such a weapon, any opponent could feel nothing but utter despair. Lin Hai spent several days meticulously completing all the blueprints, which also detailed the precise manufacturing processes. Li Xiaochang can lead the team to direct production according to the blueprints. To ensure smooth weapon manufacturing, the finest steel mills nationwide were selected to produce gun barrels and accessories using the most advanced technology. Every unit is fully committed to supporting parts production. China's manufacturing capabilities were once again demonstrated. Weapons manufacturing had fully achieved assembly line standards. Lin Hai spent several days finally completing all the blueprints. Li Xiaozhan led his team in meticulous study, consulting Lin Hai whenever they encountered unclear points. Lin Hai provided detailed explanations for each. Only after confirming there were absolutely no issues did they consider traveling abroad to receive the Nobel Prize. The most viral videos online now feature many blind individuals regaining their sight after surgery. Some people specifically followed them to film, and the scenes were incredibly moving. For families with limited means, restoring their loved one's sight not only adds another working member to the household, it also frees up a caregiver. Both can enter the workforce, instantly improving their living conditions. Many were so overcome with emotion they knelt on the ground, bowing toward the direction of the National Defense University. For many, it was like being given a second chance at life. Lin Hai's global fame continues to soar. Consequently, the Nobel Prize Committee grew particularly anxious, determined to award Lin Hai while his global prominence was at its peak. This would enhance the Nobel Prize's global influence. They kept calling and emailing to urge him, hoping Lin Hai would confirm his acceptance schedule soon. They must make thorough preparations in advance. This award ceremony must be exceptionally grand. Numerous ophthalmologists were also invited to exchange medical expertise with Lin Hai during this opportunity. However, Lin Hai had been completely occupied with his research on the long-range cannon and was unable to leave China. He kept postponing the award ceremony. Only after completing the blueprints did he finally find time to attend the ceremony. The Nobel Prize Committee swiftly arranged everything and launched a major publicity campaign across major media outlets. Numerous media outlets scrambled to purchase broadcast rights. The award ceremony was expected to draw staggering viewership. Traffic equated to dominance, which equated to money. Numerous companies shelled out sponsorship money, seizing this prime opportunity for advertising. Chapter 167, Heading to the Ceremony. Under the Nobel Prize Committee's publicity campaign, all eyes once again turned to Lin Hai. Everyone hoped to see him stand on the Nobel podium once more. His last appearance had left an indelible impression on the entire world. Suddenly, Lin Hai's indifferent, languid demeanor seemed remarkably dashing. He was likely the only person in the world who could afford to be utterly unconcerned about the Nobel Prize. Crucially, Lin Hai had once boasted that the Nobel Prize was no challenge for him. He could win as many awards as he desired. And now, barely half a year later, he's won the Nobel Prize in Science for the second time. This pace of winning awards is simply outrageous. Lin Hai has already broken several records in succession. Many have even started placing bets wagering whether Lin Hai will win a third Nobel Prize and how long it will take. The more accurate the prediction, the higher the payout. This wager has sparked intense interest among many. Some are betting big, while most are placing smaller wagers. It's just a bit of fun with spare change. If you guess right, you might earn some pocket money. This little interlude served as a flavorful prelude to the award ceremony. Amidst the fervent celebrations, something unknown to everyone was unfolding. Some had already prepared an assassination operation. These were elite assassins. They only needed the right opportunity to eliminate Lin Hai. These assassins would do anything for money, never inquiring about their target's identity. Nor would they inquire about the identity of their employer. They simply took the money and did the job. Lin Hai scrolled through international news on his phone during the flight. Attending award ceremonies abroad inevitably meant participating in various events, so he needed to familiarize himself with the local situation. Betting on Lin Hai winning the Nobel Prize next time caught his attention. After all, there are many big gamblers around the world, and many places have fully licensed casinos. Anyone could gamble legally. Many casinos had opened betting lines for such wagers. For them, this was a golden opportunity to rake in big money, an offer they wouldn't pass up. As more people placed bets, the amount of money involved grew enormous. Regulatory bodies in many countries have stepped in to oversee these funds, ensuring they are never misappropriated. It's important to note that these legal gambling establishments pay substantial taxes annually, making it imperative that these wagers proceed safely. Not only do the gambling houses profit, but the government also collects substantial taxes. Truly a win-win situation. Lin Hai said to Zhao Tianlai, "This game seems pretty interesting. Why don't we join in too?" Zhao Tianlai, who had been somewhat concerned about security issues, found Lin Hai's suggestion both amusing and exasperating. Lin Hai was now undeniably a super wealthy individual. First, although the details of his various awards hadn't been made public, the prize money had already been deposited into his account. The 5 million yuan Nobel Prize he received last time remained largely untouched. His research work also came with substantial subsidies. Additionally, Lin Hai held shares in all enterprises affiliated with the National Defense University. Based on valuation, his net worth was estimated to be at least hundreds of billions. However, Lin Hai has never taken any money from the university-affiliated enterprises. His wealth is simply beyond his ability to spend, and he holds little interest in money. For Lin Hai, having enough to live on was sufficient. His family is well taken care of, with the state even secretly assigning personnel to provide covert protection. He need never worry about food or shelter for the rest of his life. You really don't need to get involved in this gamble, do you? Especially since the entire scheme was orchestrated around you. What's the point of you placing bets yourself? Zhao Tianlai said with a bitter smile. Earning money for the state through legitimate means isn't something to be ashamed of. Precisely because the gamble revolves around me, I hold the keys to its outcome. My bet is guaranteed to win 100%. Lin Hai gave Zhao Tianlai a knowing look. Only then did Zhao Tianlai snap to attention, slapping his thigh in excitement. You're absolutely right. Why should those foreign casinos profit off you? You can pinpoint exactly when the next Nobel Prize will be awarded. That's an easy way to make money, right? Zhao Tianlai glanced at the betting details and was stunned by the amount wagered. The total amount had already surpassed hundreds of billions in a short time and was still rapidly increasing. This was no small sum. Your influence was truly immense. By the time you appear at the award ceremony, the wagers might have ballooned by hundreds of billions or even trillions. There are simply too many gambling enthusiasts worldwide, and no shortage of billionaires, even multi-billionaires. So let's place a big bet ourselves. Have someone calculate how much the maximum wager should be. We aim to profit from this while avoiding unnecessary attention. Making a fortune quietly is in our best interest. After we profit, we can build more warships and fighter jets for the country. After all, this money comes from abroad. Why not take it? Lin Hai said with a smile. That makes sense. I'll find some professionals to handle the betting. We absolutely must get our cut. By the way, when do you plan to win your next Nobel Prize? That way we can place our bets with precision. Lin Hai pondered briefly. How about National Day? We'll make it a gift to the motherland. Are you sure? Winning another Nobel Prize in such a short time isn't exactly easy. Zhao Tianlai thought it sounded a bit far-fetched. Does Lin Hai really think winning a Nobel Prize is that easy? Trust me, I'm absolutely right. The Nobel Prize is no big deal for me. It's simply a matter of solving complex problems or developing cutting-edge technologies that deliberately benefit humanity. With enough time, it's not difficult at all. Zhao Tianlai gave him a thumbs up and said, I'm truly in awe of you. You can just casually collect the world's highest level awards. Few would believe such a claim if you told them. Better they don't believe it. Next time, I hope they set up another bet like this. Relying solely on that prize money is no fun. If you're going to cash in, go big. You're absolutely right. We can't let all the benefits go to foreign countries. We need to get our share of the pie too. Zhao Tianlai's mood lifted considerably. The gloom that had weighed on him throughout the journey lifted considerably. Lin Hai handed his account over to Zhao Tianlai to manage, then called Wang Kailan to arrange the funds. Wang Kailan didn't ask a single question, simply transferring the funds directly into the account. Given Lin Hai's special status, such a large sum of money must be for something important. Wang Kailan had no right to question it. He understood these rules very well. On the plane, safety wasn't a concern. Zhao Tianlai had found several professionals over the phone. Handing over the account details, they began placing bets. In those legitimate betting houses, large-scale wagers were placed, setting the time for Lin Hai's next Nobel Prize win at National Day. Chapter 168, Betting 500 Billion. Lin Hai's bold move caught everyone off guard. After all, the Nobel Prize isn't awarded to just anyone. Each year, only one person worldwide receives it in each field. Some fields even go without a laureate due to insufficient contributions. To many, no matter how brilliant Lin Hai was, winning 2 Nobel Prizes in a single year seemed impossible. That said, they never worried about Lin Hai placing a single wager. After all, these major casinos have their own actuaries. They can calculate every possible probability to ensure stable profits. No matter how much others win, the casino never loses. Zhao Tianlai and his assembled team studied betting strategies, planning to start with 500 billion yuan. They would place bets in batches across major casinos. If the capital pool grew larger later, they could add more. Based on current odds, 500 billion could yield over 2 trillion in profits. This was a truly risk-free venture. Crucially, all major casinos involved were licensed and regulated by national governments. There's absolutely no need to worry about fund security. Moreover, there's still over half a year left until National Day. The capital won't be tied up for long. Lin Hai didn't need to worry about these matters. He could continue sleeping to earn more points. After collecting his award, he'll engage in medical exchanges with numerous ophthalmology specialists. Lin Hai had also exchanged for some ophthalmic treatment methods, ensuring he could outshine all the experts. The private jet was indeed swift, reaching its destination in just one day. A large crowd had gathered at the airport to welcome him. Among them were not only Lin Hai's legions of fans but also patients he had cured, who had rushed to thank him in person. Countless journalists, cameras in hand, vied to capture the earliest footage. The entire airport was packed with people, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Lin Hai. Once the plane came to a stop, they could only use a special to avoid the main crowd. After all, the welcoming crowd was simply too large for the deployed police force to maintain order. A stampede could be extremely dangerous. Especially during this public appearance, the system awarded quadruple points. Lin Hai was asleep the entire time he was walking. Those who came to greet him found it utterly unbelievable. "Welcome, Mr. Lin Hai." Zhao Tianlai stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Mr. Lin has been working so hard. Could we get him to his accommodations quickly so he can rest properly?" "Rest assured, the hotel arrangements are already in place. We'll use the special, so there won't be any delays." Curiously observing Lin Hai, he was actually snoring at this moment. His admiration grew even deeper. Genius truly is different from the ordinary. Even sleeping, he could walk. And he wouldn't even trip over his own feet. No sooner had they stepped outside the airport than they were swamped by a crowd. Clearly, many reporters were seasoned veterans who knew someone as important as Lin Hai would definitely use a special. They had been waiting here all along, and their patience paid off. Cameras were all pointed at Lin Hai, and cameras clicked away. Seeing Lin Hai still in a dazed, half-asleep state, everyone was left both amused and exasperated. This was the same half-asleep state he'd been in when he accepted the Nobel Prize in Science last time. At the time, many felt he was overly arrogant and showed a lack of respect for the Nobel Prize. Now it seemed this was simply his nature, something everyone had long since grown accustomed to. The welcoming party quickly had security form a human wall, creating a clear path. Zhao Tianlai grew visibly tense, instructing everyone to surround Lin Hai completely. The more crowded the place, the greater the risk. Assassins could easily blend into the crowd. Zhao Tianlai was now on high alert, determined to prevent anyone from getting close. "Mr. Lin, this is your second Nobel Prize. Could you share your current feelings with us? Your previous award was in mathematics. Why did you choose medicine this time? Could you tell us how you managed to research 2 completely unrelated disciplines simultaneously? Will you continue your research in the medical field? Will you strive to help more people?" Many reporters are asking questions. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your tremendous contributions to humanity. Without you, I would never have been able to see such a beautiful world in my lifetime. Thank you so much. I will forever be your devoted admirer. Mr. Lin, don't let M Nation's smear campaign against you bother you. We will always believe you are a good person, a man who pursues peace. Everything was instigated by Country M. We stand firmly by your side." Zhao Tianlai felt deeply gratified by these outcries. All the work Lin Hai had done finally felt worthwhile. At least he had gained the support of public opinion. Seeing the crowd pressing closer, Zhao Tianlai knew there was no time to waste. They had to leave as quickly as possible. Zhao stepped forward and addressed the crowd in fluent English. "Mr. Lin has been traveling by plane all day and is extremely fatigued. I hope everyone can understand this. Please allow Mr. Lin to rest fully. We will arrange a press conference where you may ask questions freely. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot take interviews here." The journalists remained gathered in front, refusing to leave. The longer they filmed, the more traffic they could generate. The more viewers they attract, the more money they earn. Lin Hai's admirers and fans fully understood Zhao Tianlai's words. They could clearly see Lin Hai standing there exhausted, constantly fighting off drowsiness. They all felt deeply concerned. Mr. Lin must be utterly exhausted from his research work. He should be allowed to rest immediately. Everyone, clear the way. Make room for Mr. Lin. You reporters blocking the front, get the hell out of the way. Block my path again and you'll taste my fists. Many people spontaneously helped to disperse the crowd. Soon, a clear path was formed ahead. Thank you all so much. We'll see you at the awards ceremony. Zhao Tianlai was overcome with emotion at that moment. He never imagined that even abroad, Lin Hai would have so many admirers and fans, winning the hearts of so many people. With the public's support, security arrangements would be much easier to manage. With the assistance of many, they smoothly departed the airport and arrived at the designated hotel. It was a 5-star hotel with extremely tight security. Zhao Tianlai had made a specific request beforehand. No other guests were allowed on the floor where Lin Hai was staying. After dinner, Lin Hai collapsed into bed. Zhao Tianlai led his team in conducting a thorough investigation of the entire hotel, confirming there were no hidden risks. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He entered Lin Hai's room. To ensure safety, he must remain by his side at all times during the night, never letting Lin Hai out of his sight. Chapter 169. What's so nervous about accepting an award? Beyond safeguarding Lin Hai, Zhao Tianlai also had to monitor betting funds at all times. Major casinos collected data daily, which was officially released. The larger the betting pool, the more it attracted punters to place wagers. Exactly as Zhao Tianlai had anticipated. Lin Hai's arrival further ignited the betting fervor among many. The current betting pool had swelled to a staggering $200 billion. Such a massive prize has made every faction salivate. Moreover, numerous new betting options have been introduced. Accurately predicting the exact date of the award could even yield 5 times the payout. To ensure fairness, the calculation is based not on the Nobel Prize Committee's announcement, but on the day Lin Hai published his paper. This calculation method has won universal acceptance. After all, the review committee could potentially be influenced. Even Lin Hai himself couldn't be certain whether the technology he developed was Nobel Prize worthy. The funds Zhao Tianlai was managing, though enormous in scale, did not attract undue attention. After all, the number of people placing bets was simply too large. With dedicated odds calculators at work, the more bettors there were, the lower the casino's risk became. With such a massive capital pool, it had reached a point where profits were guaranteed. Precisely because of the intricate maneuvering of various interests, Lin Hai's award ceremony this time had drawn worldwide attention. Videos of Lin Hai arriving at the airport had already been uploaded to Chinese websites. These videos garnered extremely high view counts. View counts rapidly surpassed 100 million. Every move Lin Hai makes now captures the attention of every person back home. After all, prior to this, the M Nation had mobilized its entire resources to smear Lin Hai. His reputation abroad had been severely tarnished. Many feared this award ceremony might turn dangerous. But seeing so many people standing up for Lin Hai at the event finally put their minds at ease. At the same time, they felt immense pride. It seems people abroad still know how to show gratitude. They're stronger than I imagined. Lin Hai is truly the ultimate legend. He's conquered the world with his sheer talent. The smear campaign against him by the US has crumbled on its own. I knew Master Lin would never be defeated by those superpowers. He only grows stronger. Domestic netizens were deeply gratified, flooding online platforms with messages of support for Lin Hai. The next day, he attended the award ceremony. Lin Hai still wore casual clothes, dressing however he felt most comfortable. To complete the controlled nuclear fusion reward mission sooner, Lin Hai seized every opportunity to earn extra points. He was still half asleep. Lei Zhou sat in the front row of the audience, waiting with immense excitement for Lin Hai's arrival. Using Lin Hai's technology to treat so many patients in such a short time was something he had always dreamed of. He never imagined it would happen so soon. He deeply understood how crucial it was for a person to possess sight and see the world clearly. Lexio had once conducted an experiment, covering his own eyes to experience the life of a blind person. He discovered that within less than a day, he was already nearing the brink of collapse. That's why he had always strived to improve his medical skills, determined to help as many people as possible. Lin Hai's research techniques filled him with profound admiration. He had become a devoted follower of Lin Hai. He hoped to learn advanced ophthalmic techniques to cure more patients. Countless cameras were trained on the podium, awaiting the moment Lin Hai would appear. The host passionately detailed Lin Hai's contributions to the world. Millions have already received help, and many more are waiting in line for surgery. Most blind people in the future have hope of regaining their sight. This represents an immense contribution to the entire world. This scene was being broadcast live simultaneously across the globe, with over 1 billion people watching. After finishing his speech, the host exclaimed with emotion, "Now, please welcome Mr. Lin Hai to the stage to receive his award." The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Hai, still half asleep, made his way forward, yawning continuously. A member of the Nobel Prize jury approached him with the trophy to present the award. Lin Hai snatched it from him, yawned, and turned to leave. "Mr. Lin, please wait." The host paused for 2 seconds before finally reacting. How could he just walk off after receiving the award at such an important ceremony? At the very least, he should stay to say a few words and interact with the host. At that moment, both the live audience and online viewers burst out laughing. Only Lin Hai could treat the Nobel Prize with such casual disregard. This is absolutely hilarious. As expected of the great Lin, he's always sleeping. I just love Lin's cool and collected demeanor. This is what they call unflappable even when a mountain collapses before you. Perhaps it's because Master Lin works such long hours and is simply exhausted. Hope Master Lin takes better care of himself and lives to be 100. Lin Hai's ability to fall asleep in any situation has become a favorite topic for netizens to joke about. Is there anything else? Lin Hai asked, puzzled. Well, since this is an award ceremony, there are a few questions I'd like to ask on behalf of the netizens. This will take a moment of your time. I hope you don't mind. The host quickly explained. Lin Hai nodded. Go ahead. With that, he tilted his head and fell asleep standing up. He even began snoring softly right in front of the host. The host looked utterly flustered, unsure whether to continue the interview. He could sleep even standing across from someone. Can he even hear me speaking? Mr. Lin, I'd like to ask, last time you won the Nobel Prize in mathematics, why did you suddenly start researching medical knowledge? Do you have enough time to research two completely different fields? Plenty. Didn't I mention before that any technology can be researched in just 3 months? Besides, the theoretical knowledge behind cloning technology is already highly mature. Using it to restore sight to the blind isn't complicated at all. Lin Hai said calmly. The host felt slightly reassured, though he appeared to be asleep and couldn't possibly hear what was being said. Studying a subject for 3 months? That's ridiculous. Even highly intelligent scientists would never make such a bold claim. If it were as easy as you say, could someone win a Nobel Prize every 3 months? That depends on when I'm short on pocket money. I tend to have more motivation to research new technologies when I'm broke. The host was completely dumbfounded. To think someone would pursue Nobel Prize winning research just for pocket money, how could he possibly respond to that? How incredibly arrogant. I'm dead tired. I really want to find a comfy spot to sleep. Any more questions? Lin Hai inquired. Chapter 170, trying to set me up, little brat. The host had come with a mission, after all. He couldn't let Lin Hai off so easily. There's one more thing. Before this, there were numerous reports about you developing lethal weapons. What's your response to that? Lin Hai opened his eyes and shot him a glance. Is this the kind of question you ask on an award stage? The atmosphere turned icy instantly, with countless eyes turning toward the host. Those present to witness the award ceremony were no ordinary individuals. They surely knew the host had been instructed to ask such a question. As for who gave the instructions, it was obvious without even thinking. Most people here were dedicated to academia and deeply disdained politics. Asking such an awkward question at this event infuriated the audience of experts. The host gave an awkward smile and hastily explained, after all, this matter concerns many people and has such far-reaching implications. Lin Hai stood up straight, his entire demeanor shifting abruptly. Like a sword drawn from its scabbard. His gaze was filled with contempt as he looked at the host. Since you've brought it up at this award ceremony watched by so many, I'll give you a formal answer. At that moment, both the host and the entire audience were utterly transfixed. Everyone wanted to know how Lin Hai would explain this matter. Lin Hai spoke solemnly. First and foremost, every nation develops its own weapons. This is to protect their national security and prevent invasion by hostile forces. As a scientific researcher, contributing to the nation is perfectly normal. Not only must I develop weapons for my country, but I must develop the world's most advanced weapons for my country. Only then can we safeguard the security of our nation and its people. Second, our nation has never initiated an invasion against any other country. Since our founding, all conflicts have been initiated by other nations attacking us. China has always engaged in passive defense, resisting enemy invasions. Third, the nations most frequently involved in foreign aggression and the most frequent instigators of war are undoubtedly the Western countries led by the United States. Instead of focusing on our weapons research, why not urge Nation to stop waging wars and disrupting the peace of other nations? After Lin Hai finished speaking, the entire audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. This is common knowledge. The vast majority of wars worldwide involve country M. Even when they didn't directly instigate them, evidence exists of their behind-the-scenes manipulation. But Nation is simply too overbearing to allow anyone to speak the truth. To have the courage to state the truth in such a formal setting, before so many viewers. Everyone present felt immense admiration. The host was instantly speechless. He had expected Lin Hai to deny the weapons development allegations, but instead, he admitted it outright. Yet Lin Hai's reasoning was also entirely sound. What he said was absolutely correct. Every country is striving to develop its military capabilities and create more advanced weapons. Only a robust national defense could safeguard the security of the nation and its people. Since everyone was doing the same, what grounds were there to criticize China? Well said. China has the capability to develop superior weapons. We can easily outclass the United States. That's our own strength. Why don't you condemn country when they possess such advanced weapons? They're all bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong. Utterly shameless. Master Lin is such a real man. That host must have been instructed by country to try and embarrass him at such a sacred event. But Lin won't put up with it. Instead of wasting time on this, why not condemn country more? Just stop going around harming others. Domestic netizens were utterly captivated by Lin Hai's charisma. The world sorely lacks people with the guts to stand up to the West head-on. Why should we just let them slander and bully us without fighting back? Now our China is growing ever stronger both economically and militarily. We're no longer inferior to them. Sooner or later, China will become the world's most powerful nation. But China will never use its strength to bully weaker nations. Instead, we will help lift them out of poverty and share prosperity with them. Recalling China's countless contributions, people from many nations around the world have experienced its assistance. They were moved to tears. Mr. Lin is absolutely right. A nation must grow strong to avoid being bullied. Our country was bombed into ruins by the United States, yet only China offered to help us rebuild. Our people suffered from widespread disease and extreme poverty. It was China that sent medical teams to treat us and trained our healthcare workers. They dug wells for us and built roads. China is truly our best friend. May China grow ever stronger and soon become the world's leader. China has never invaded another country. No one should be allowed to slander them. Countless people vented their righteous indignation online, with videos flooded with supportive comments. They also thoroughly condemned Country M. When M Country netizens tried to defend themselves, they were bombarded with criticism from users worldwide. Once, being American was a source of immense pride, making them feel superior wherever they went. But suddenly, across the internet, everyone was condemning them. Their past misdeeds were laid bare, with some even posting images and videos as undeniable proof. Pictures tell the truth, there was no way to deny it. The host realized the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Even their allies began turning against them, listing M Nation's numerous shortcomings. After all, it wasn't the first time M Nation had betrayed its allies. The host dared not delay any longer. Putting out the fire was now paramount. He hurriedly interjected, "Alright, everything is under control now. Please take a break, Mr. Lin. We've specially arranged a technical exchange session for you, where top ophthalmologists from around the world will discuss medical matters with you." The host's forehead was drenched in sweat from nervousness. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered with small talk. Drowsiness overtook him again as he swayed slightly, holding his award, and made his way down from the stage. Zhao Tianlai hurried up to escort him, carefully guiding Lin Hai to his seat. Zhao Tianlai was also deeply moved. Lin Hai's sharp retorts had truly stirred his blood. What a glorious moment for the nation. Well done. After sitting down, Zhao Tianlai couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No big deal. I need more sleep. Just wake me up when it's time to go. Lin Hai leaned back and snored away. He couldn't care less about the upcoming program. At this moment, the points could actually reach 8 times the value. Lin Hai didn't want to waste a single minute. Chapter 171, Exchange Meeting turns into lecture. Once the award ceremony concluded, a medical exchange session was scheduled to follow. The focus of this exchange was, of course, Lin Hai. All eyes were fixed on him, and Lin Hai could only muster his composure. Finally able to exchange medical knowledge face-to-face with Lin Hai, Lei Zhou was deeply excited. He hurried over, extended his hand proactively, and introduced himself. "Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Li Xiao, an ophthalmology specialist. Hello, I've heard of you. In the field of ophthalmology, you're a top-tier expert." Lin Hai shook his hand. "I'm truly humbled. Though I've dedicated decades to ophthalmology, my skills have plateaued. I hope to learn more from you." Li Xiao displayed remarkable humility. After all, the techniques Lin Hai had researched had left him utterly awestruck, making him feel that Lin Hai had far surpassed him in the field of ophthalmology. Lin Hai smiled faintly. It was rare to meet someone so renowned yet so humble. "You're too kind. While I've made some contributions in other areas, I'm nowhere near as experienced as you. We can't really talk about teaching or learning, it's more about gathering together when we have the chance to exchange ideas." Given his gracious demeanor, Lin Hai naturally refrained from appearing overbearing. Several more experts then approached to introduce themselves, creating a very harmonious atmosphere throughout the exchange session. After everyone took their seats, they all invited Lin Hai to give a presentation first. After all, these top-tier experts were already well acquainted with each other, frequently giving academic presentations. The techniques they mastered were frequently exchanged among them, making it unnecessary to recount them again. Instead, everyone was intensely curious about Lin Hai's medical skills. Lin Hai had prepared for this in advance, having exchanged some ophthalmic medical techniques on the system before arriving. These techniques were highly effective and had yet to be researched. Without delay, Lin Hai began his presentation in earnest. He first explained methods for protecting the eyes, then detailed treatments for common eye conditions. The maintenance methods and treatment approaches Lin Hai presented were entirely unfamiliar to every expert present. The knowledge was too novel. It quickly captured the full attention of all the experts. The exchange session transformed directly into a classroom setting, with the experts frantically taking notes in their notebooks. As top medical experts, they easily grasped the concepts Lin Hai presented. They realized such approaches were possible had they known these treatment methods earlier. Many eye diseases could have been cured more easily. Every single expert was stunned. They had believed themselves to be the world's foremost ophthalmologists, only to now realize they were merely frogs in a well. Their research into ophthalmic medicine was woefully inadequate. Many previously intractable problems suddenly became clear. This profound realization meant that in future treatments, not only would patients spend less money, but the therapeutic outcomes would also be significantly improved. Patients could now be cured at a lower cost. Lin Hai spoke non-stop for over 2 hours, leaving him exhausted and parched. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water and downed it in one gulp. "Alright, that's all for now. I've covered most of the techniques I've researched recently. If there are any new breakthroughs in the future, we can exchange ideas online." Admiration lit up every expert's face. They all stood up and applauded enthusiastically. The applause lasted over a minute before finally subsiding. Everyone's palms were red from clapping. Lin Hai gave a slight nod to the crowd. "If anyone has new research findings, please share them so we can all learn together." Lei Zhou said with a wry smile, "We thought our medical skills were already quite advanced. But in your presence, we feel like beginners. We wouldn't dare show off our meager skills in front of you. Mr. Lin's medical insights today have truly broadened my horizons. I believe everyone here has gained immensely." All the experts nodded in unison, showing their agreement. "Mr. Lin's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Could you please stay a few more days? Could you stay at the hospital and teach us a few more days? We would be honored to apprentice under you and become your students." An ophthalmologist in his 60s exclaimed with excitement. "Please stay a few more days and demonstrate your medical techniques for us." What you explained today is truly invaluable. We never imagined such treatment methods existed before. Mastering these techniques and spreading them widely, people all over the world would benefit. Another expert tried to persuade Lin Hai to stay. Lin Hai smiled and said, the operational steps I've shared are already very detailed. With your medical expertise, you'll grasp them easily in no time. There's absolutely no need for me to demonstrate them again. I hope you will disseminate these medical techniques as quickly as possible to treat more people. As for formal apprenticeship, that's unnecessary. We're here to explore medical knowledge and benefit all humanity. Let's skip the formalities. Everyone was deeply disappointed by Lin Hai's refusal. The techniques Lin Hai had just explained were detailed enough for them to master. Yet they still yearned for Lin Hai to demonstrate them personally. This is a sacred ritual. It held great significance for these experts. But Lin Hai wouldn't waste his time on such matters. Winning the Nobel Prize was merely a way to bring glory to the nation and earn some pocket money on the side. To make the nation strong, one must rely on the power of science and technology. All these conversations are being broadcast live, accessible to netizens worldwide. Simultaneous subtitles were provided below, eliminating any worry about comprehension. Netizens across China were now fired up. Who would have thought Lin Hai was this accomplished, earning recognition from so many experts? Crucially, these experts hold the absolute pinnacle of global authority in their fields. Yet in Lin Hai's presence, they all became students. Each one gazed at him with utter admiration. Truly the legendary Lin, whatever field he delves into, he becomes the world's foremost authority. He's brought so much honor to our nation. So many people constantly boast about how advanced foreign medical systems are, yet their combined top experts can't hold a candle to a single Lin Hai. This truly slaps them in the face. With such widespread recognition from experts, the US will have to think twice before trying to discredit Lin Hai again. These experts care nothing for political correctness, they only revere those with extraordinary medical skill. That's why we should stand behind our country and support the legendary Dr. Lin Hai. What foreign countries can achieve, we can do even better. Master Lin has set an outstanding example for us. Every Chinese person now feels immense pride and confidence in the future. Chapter 172, Hotel Gunfight. Through this exchange conference, Lin Hai has established significant prestige among these ophthalmology experts. He had also made arrangements with these experts to visit the National Defense University together when the opportunity arose. They would see the place where Lin Hai conducted his research. They could also exchange ideas on new research. After the meeting, Lin Hai returned to the hotel under Zhao Tianlai's protection. At that very moment, high-ranking officials in country M were seething with rage. All their immense efforts and financial investments to suppress Lin Hai in the international media had utterly failed. All their efforts had come to naught, even backfiring. Many were now denouncing M Nation, exposing their past misdeeds. This infuriated the president of M Nation. They were the world's dominant power, and global